Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1385 to Chapter 1442. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Restoring Dignity. Mu Yun understood that Lei Do was dead. This matter had blown up. Lei Do might have just wanted to avenge his son, Lei Huayun. It was just a small fight. But now, Lei Do was dead. This was a huge loss for the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. They had lost all their dignity. There were only two possibilities now. The first was that the 33 Heavenly Sword sects and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect would go to war immediately. Moreover, it would involve the Sword Domain and Blood Domain, and even the entire Immortal Realm. The second was that the Blood Fiend Divine Sect would endure. They would endure not to go to war. After careful planning, they would have a bloody battle with the 33 Heavenly Sword sects in the future. But then again, no matter what kind of battle it was, there would definitely be a fight between the two. This was not something he could control now. However, he had not expected that killing Lei Huayun would cause such a storm. After returning to the sect, Mu Yun immediately went to the 34 Peaks and knocked on the door of Lin Wenxuan's seclusion. "Come in." Lin Wenxuan's slightly hoarse voice sounded. Mu Yun stepped into the secret chamber and was stunned to see Lin Wenxuan in front of her. It had only been a dozen years, but Lin Wenxuan's skin and sunken eyes were still very scary. However, it was obvious that his skin was falling off and new skin was growing. Moreover, the power in his body seemed to be gradually coming alive. His long hair was no longer like withered grass, but like weeds that had just withered not long ago. It was faintly yellow. Mu Yun knew that Lin Wenxuan had not become worse, but was recovering quickly. "Master." Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, "Congratulations, Master. Your recovery is getting better. Kid, don't play dumb here. I already said that unless the sect is destroyed, or the 34 Peaks are in big trouble, or someone is bullying you, don't call me." "What's the matter?" Mu Yun cupped her hands again and said, "Master, something big happened. I've received news that the Blood Fiend Divine Sect from the Blood Domain and the Levitation Heavenly Palace from the Hua Tian Domain are going to join forces to deal with the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect." Upon hearing these words, a trace of surprise finally appeared on Lin Wenxuan's calm face. "Are you sure? Disciple guarantees it with his life," Mu Yun said resolutely. Since Xianxia knew about this, those people from the Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace were sure that he couldn't escape. That was why they talked about this in front of Xianxia. This matter could be said to be set in stone. However, he had no idea when the two domains would make their moves. "Good, very good." Xianxia suddenly burst out laughing. "Okay? Very good." Mu Yun was a little confused. He knew that Lin Wenxuan deeply hated some people from the 33 Heavens Sword Gate. However, it was only some people. Could it be that this fellow wanted to destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sects? Then his identity as Tian Jianzi would be gone. "Do you know when we're going to make a move?" Lin Wenxuan seemed a little impatient. "I don't know." "That's a pity." Lin Wenxuan said again, "The Shui Domain and the Transformation Heavenly Domain have always been ambitious. When the 33 Heavenly Sword sects wanted to destroy the Exterminating Sword sect, these two domains already showed signs of it. Now, the fox's tail is finally showing." "Master, what? Don't you understand?" Lin Wenxuan said again, "Can the two domains join forces and destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect?" Should be, the difference is too big." Lin Wenxuan sneered, "It's impossible for the Blood Fiend sect and the Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace to destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. I can tell you with certainty that the final result will be a lose-lose situation. Neither side will gain any advantage. During this process, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect needs experts to appear. Now that my strength is recovering, if a war breaks out, Yun Lang and the 3rd Tian Jianzi won't be able to surpass me. What I need now is to re-establish my authority in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and tell those old fogies that I'm the Tian Jianzi of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the one with the most hope to become the sect master." Lin Wenxuan became more and more excited as he spoke. "Now, if a war breaks out, I can re-establish my authority. This reason alone is enough." At this moment, Mu Yun also understood what was going on. Now, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was like a dynasty in the mortal world. Under the dynasty, there were 3 princes vying for the throne. Now that 2 powerful countries were invading, the 3 princes would get extra points if they performed better. Lin Wenxuan's thoughts were very thorough. In the early years of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he had already established his authority. Now, he was just re-establishing his authority. Therefore, this war had come at the right time. It had come at the right time. Lin Wenxuan couldn't wait to come earlier. Alright, from today onwards, I will go into seclusion. Unless a war breaks out, don't disturb me for anything else. I will definitely participate in this war. Lin Wenxuan couldn't wait to chase Mu Yun out. Walking outside the main hall, Mu Yun began to think. After all, he and Lin Wenxuan were enemies, but also friends. In the face of the annihilation of the indestructible sword sect 10,000 years ago, he had to kill Lin Wenxuan. Now, the 2 of them had infinite hatred for the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and could be considered friends. As for the relationship between master and disciple, Lin Wenxuan and Master Su Lin were also master and disciple. However, the 2 of them were respectful and modest on the surface, but in private, they each had their own needs. Lin Wenxuan needed Su Lin to be his backer now. As for Su Lin, Mu Yun didn't know what this old fogey wanted from Lin Wenxuan. However, this kind of relationship between master and disciple was completely for the sake of benefits. Wasn't it the same for Lin Wenxuan when he saw him, helping each other and using each other? These words were more suitable for his relationship with Lin Wenxuan now. However, this wasn't important. At least in the eyes of outsiders, he and Lin Wenxuan were closely related master and disciple. No one dared to deal with him in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Yun staggered and walked around the top of the mountain. A figure stood in front of him, blocking his way. Miss Bai. Seeing Bao Qingyu, Mu Yun cupped his hands. Bao Qingyu gave him a strange feeling. He couldn't tell whether the Biluo Huangquan school was an enemy or a friend now. Mu Yun realized that at this point, except for his wives, his disciples, and those people he subdued with the life and death seal, he couldn't trust anyone else. Young Master Mu. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and nodded. Waiting for me? Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, it's good that you came back safely. I have something to tell you. What is it? The matter of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect needs to be planned slowly. Don't be anxious. I may have some matters to attend to recently. The time is not fixed. You're leaving the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? Mu Yun was puzzled. It's just a possibility. I'm not sure yet. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, moreover, my father will also leave. Biluo Huangquan School, the sect master and the great Hell King are not around. If you have any matters, look for Jian Yiming. He will help you pass the message. If I really leave and anything happens, you can look for Jian Yiming and tell him that the 2nd and 3rd Hell Kings are fully in charge of the sect. Mu Yun was a little confused. Bao Qingyu was leaving. If he wasn't going back to Biluo Huangquan School, where was he going? I don't know who the 2nd and 3rd Hell Kings of Biluo Huangquan School are. Moreover, why would they help me? They will definitely help you. Bao Qingyu suddenly said unquestionably. Seeing Bao Qingyu's serious expression, Mu Yun did not say anything else. Of course, I said that I might leave. Things might not have reached that stage. However, if I really leave, you must know to protect yourself. Do you understand? This? I know. Looking at Bao Qingyu's strange expression, Mu Yun was even more puzzled. Bao Qingyu was really strange today. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to be frightened by him, Bao Qingyu said calmly again, you're only in the golden immortal realm now. If you want to survive in the immortal world, you have to navigate the various major forces with ease. Being a golden immortal is far from enough. The most important thing now is to advance to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It's better to take it one step at a time. Okay. Also, if I leave, you must what? Nothing. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun but did not say anything in the end. Since Bao Qingyu did not say anything, Mu Yun did not ask any further. The 2 of them bade farewell. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun's back and said slowly, you must protect yourself well. Nothing must happen to you because you're not only carrying the hope of this place, but also, in the end, vouching. You did not say it out loud. Muyun only felt very confused now. Her mind was in a mess. Everything was very complicated. Back in the room, Muyun saw Wang Xianxia playing the zither. She sat down quietly and listened to her lover's zither music. Gradually, she calmed down. "Brother Yun, what's wrong?" Wang Xianxia saw that Muyun's expression was not right. She stood in front of Muyun and asked with concern. "Xin." Muyun hugged Wang Xianxia's waist and buried his head in her chest. Perhaps only at this moment would he be able to relax all the distraught thoughts in his heart. "I'm fine. I just suddenly felt very sad, a sadness that came from the depths of my soul," Muyun said in a low voice. "I've been having a dream, a terrifying dream. In the dream, I was being hunted down until I was the only one left. However, I couldn't find a way out. These dreams have been lingering in my mind ever since I reached the perfected immortal realm and condensed my true soul." "It's okay." Wang Xianxia comforted her. "You're just too tired." "Yes, I'm too tired. I want to rest." "Rest. I'll play a song for you." Wang Xianxia smiled slightly. She cupped Muyun's cheek and kissed her forehead lightly. Then, she turned around and sat in front of the zither, playing it with both hands. The faint sound of the zither sounded. Muyun's lips curled into a smile. However, that smile gradually disappeared, and her eyes slowly closed. Once again, Muyun was plunged into the boundless darkness. "Muyun, you deserve to die. You have to die. Muyun, you can't escape. Everyone wants you dead. Die. You're no longer the so-called genius you used to be." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. "A storm is coming no." Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Muyun immediately sat up from the bed. Wang Xianxia, who was lying beside him in her pajamas, was awakened. "Brother Yun, what's wrong?" Wang Xianxia looked at Muyun and became more and more worried. "Ah?" Muyun looked at the familiar surroundings and shook his head. "I'm fine." Damn it, Muyun sat on the bed and looked at everything with anger in his heart. Was this a dream? Was it really a dream? He wanted to be in charge of his life, his everything. But now, it seemed that he could not control anything. "One day, I'll know. I'll know everything." Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Senior Brother Mu, it's me. Lu Taiyun." Muyun stood up, dressed neatly, and walked out of the door. "What's the matter?" "Senior Brother Mu, the situation is not good. The sect has started to mobilize the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal disciples from the towering sky peak. Even the core elders have been mobilized. The peak masters of the various peaks are also on alert." Lu Taiyun was a little worried. "To be honest, I've never seen such a situation before." "What about the Shuiyu?" "There's no movement from the Shuiyu. This is the scariest thing. They lost a hall master, but they don't seem to have any intention of making a move." "I got it." Muyun turned back and entered the room. This proved that he was right. The second possibility was that if the Blood Fiend Divine Sect tolerated this matter, it could only mean that they did not think the time was right. When the time came, it would most likely be a torrential downpour. It seemed that the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace were really going to make a move. This was good. At this moment, Muyun's heart calmed down. The storm was coming. He just had to work hard to cultivate. At least, it was not a war now. When the real war came, he would be able to face everything if he had the strength. The next period of time was unexpectedly calm. For almost a year, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects were tense, but the Blood Fiend Divine Sect didn't do anything. The only thing that changed was that the number of Blood Fiend Divine Sect disciples appearing in the setting Sun Mountain range had increased. Those disciples would kill any disciples of the 33 Sky Sword sect they saw. Gradually, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect realized that the Blood Fiend Divine Sect didn't dare to fight them. They didn't make a big fuss over the death of one of their hall masters. It seemed that the people in the Blood Realm knew that even if they attacked, they would not be able to do anything to the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. The disciples gradually calmed down, and the 33 heavenly sword gate returned to its previous state. The days passed one by one. However, this time, the matter of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect seemed to be over. Although the Blood Fiend Divine Sect had killed their disciples in the Setting Sun Mountain Range, the disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect were also constantly heading to the Setting Sun Mountain Range to kill the Blood Fiend Divine Sect disciples. Both sides had merely raised their former disciples from Golden Immortals to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun obediently stayed in the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. He was only a 4th-tier Golden Immortal now. Putting aside the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, he could be considered a powerhouse in the entire immortal world. However, the opponents he faced were not the same. The 34 peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, with a creak, the door to Mu Yun's room opened. Wang Xianxia's figure appeared. "Big brother Yun, vouching you." "She's gone," Wang Xianxia said. "She's gone. She's gone after all," Mu Yun said slowly. "That woman's origin is very strange. I don't know where she came from either. Now that she's gone, I feel a sense of relief." "Really?" "Of course." Seeing Wang Xianxia's subtle expression, Mu Yun smiled. "What's wrong?" "Little girl, haven't I fed you enough recently?" "Hooligan." Wang Xianxia cursed. "There's one more thing." "Oh? What is it?" In the past year or so, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect have been fighting everywhere in the Sunset Mountains. Therefore, some changes have occurred in the Sunset Mountains. It seems to have triggered changes in the Earth's crust. Some secret places have appeared. More importantly, some strange spatial passages have appeared. It's just that we don't know where they lead. Now, the sect and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect have sent out many people to investigate. If there are no accidents, I'm afraid the two sides will discuss and explore together. Secret places? Mu Yun nodded. It seems like there will be a bloodbath again. The Sunset Mountains had a long history. Moreover, the entire immortal world had gone through countless catastrophes. Who could guarantee that some places that once existed were not buried? Once a secret place appeared, it would cause a commotion in the immortal world. Not to mention the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, the other realms would also take action. Back then, when he learned about the chart of extermination of immortality, he led the Cloud Alliance and went there. In that battle, there were more than 10,000 immortal kings in the immortal world, from the 1st to the 9th grade. What did it mean to have 10,000 immortal kings? How many immortal kings were there in the entire immortal world? Let's wait quietly. Since the sect has this news, I'm afraid this will be a new challenge. Recently, the Ning family, the Lu family, the Dou family, the 22nd Peak Master Ji Shuer, the 23rd Peak Master Xing Hang, the Su family and the Luo family have begun to suspect you. They think you're the murderer of their disciples. Wang Xianxia said worriedly. I'm afraid this time, they'll push you to your death. If you go out to train, I'm afraid they'll kill you. I've wanted to kill these old things for a long time. I couldn't kill them before. Now that I'm not strong enough, I'll kill those bastards to vent my anger. Mu Yun nodded and said, compared to this, I'm more curious about what's in the secret treasure. After waiting for a while, the news was finally confirmed. After a discussion between the higher-ups of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, they finally confirmed that the spatial passageways led to secret places, and it seemed that there was more than one secret place. The two sects decided that disciples below the Golden Immortal Realm and above the perfected Golden Immortal Realm were not allowed to enter. Only disciples of the Golden Immortal Realm and the perfected Golden Immortal Realm were allowed to enter and investigate. Moreover, what was more surprising was that the Levitation Heavenly Palace was also involved this time. After hearing this news, Mu Yun also felt that it was interesting. The Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace had a good plan. This trip to the secret place was not a battle between the higher-ups of the three sections. However, it was a battle between the three sections. It was just that the disciples of the Golden Immortal Realm and the perfected Golden Immortal Realm were involved. When this news spread, all the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect were overjoyed. They had long been angered by the actions of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect disciples in the Sunset Mountains and were worried that they had nowhere to vent their anger. This was great. Everyone was together in the secret place. No one could decide whether they would live or die. They could only rely on their strength to speak. Most importantly, the Levitation Heavenly Palace was also involved. The relationship between the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the 33 Heavenly Swords sect had always been good. With their involvement, the 33 Heavenly Swords sect would definitely have the advantage. Moreover, this time it was not only the Golden Immortal Realm disciples who were screaming, but also the perfected Golden Immortal Realm disciples. The perfected Golden Immortal Realm. That was a powerhouse. In the subordinate gold rank forces, they would be the leaders of the sect and pavilion masters. This time, it seemed that the sects were determined to establish their power. However, Mu Yun didn't think so. This time, even the Levitation Heavenly Palace was involved. She was afraid that the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect in the secret place would be miserable. However, no one could say for sure what the situation in the secret place would be like. Mu Yun now understood that she was only focused on cultivating. Even if she could advance by one level in 3 to 5 years, it would still take her decades to reach the perfected Golden Immortal Realm. If she was in a dangerous place, she would be able to improve even faster by constantly fighting and tempering herself. She was full of confidence for this trip. After a month of preparation, the disciples of the 3 domains began to move forward, heading for the Sunset Mountains. On this day, on the towering sky peak of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, figures were bustling back and forth, preparing for various matters. 2 figures stood by the edge of the cliff. "Brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There won't be any problems," a young man who looked about 20 years old said. His long hair was scattered behind his head, and he had a smile on his face. His eyes were slightly long and narrow, but they were very big. His lips were thin, and he looked a little disdainful. "Are you sure?" In front of the man, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, "Wentian, you have to remember that this isn't just a secret training ground. You have to be careful. Don't be targeted by others. After all, you're the first on the towering sky leaderboard. Take this opportunity to comprehend your own power of law and integrate the time and space ultimacy." "Brother, don't worry." Jian Wentian chuckled, not taking it to heart at all. "You brat, really, don't worry. I'm not young anymore. You can't be so worried about me, right?" Jian Wentian said helplessly. "Brat, no matter how old you are, you're still my younger brother." "I know, brother. Someone is calling you." "Where is it?" Jian Wushuang immediately began to get busy. Jian Wentian finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Io, Jian Wentian, the first on the towering sky leaderboard. What's wrong?" In this trial, we'll not only meet the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, but also the geniuses of the Blood Fiend sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace. "Are you afraid?" "If I'm afraid, won't you be so afraid that you won't even dare to leave the sect?" Jian Wentian turned around and said directly. A tall figure stood in front of him. His hair was braided and tied behind his head. The corners of his eyes were painted with colorful lines. "Are you sure?" Ning Chongqing sneered and said, "You should know that you're the first on the towering sky leaderboard, right? After all, the referee was your brother, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is also a peak master favored by the sect leader. Some people even say that you and Jian Wushuang are the illegitimate children of our sect leader. If that's true, you have to tell me. I'll definitely apologize for my previous offense." "Ning Chongqing, you talk too much." Alright. Why are the 2 of you quarreling again?" While the 2 of them were arguing, another figure walked over. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 3 Realms Move Out Gu Manching, I've realized that you're just talking nonsense. Serves you right for being 3rd place forever. Ning Chongqing snorted and turned to leave. Alright. Jian Wentian said, "That's just how he is. Why bother with him?" "I can't be bothered with him." Gu Manching said indifferently, "This trial will be very beneficial to us. Not only the treasure, but also the disciples of Levitation Heaven Palace and Blood Fiend sect. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil." Jian Wentian looked into the distance, his heart filled with anticipation. As geniuses, what they yearned for was an exciting battle with geniuses of the same level. At the same time, the peak masters of the various peaks in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect began to give instructions. On the 34th peak, Mu Yun looked at the dozen people in front of her and said, "All of you have reached the Golden Immortal Realm in recent years. We have been in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect for more than 10 years. I think all of you should understand the importance of this trial. Needless to say, there are also disciples of Levitation Heaven Palace and Blood Fiend sect. Therefore, I can't guarantee whether all of you will gain something or die in there. Anyway, since you've decided, then, do your best." Looking at the dozen people, Mu Yun was filled with fighting spirit. The appearance of the secret realm had greatly eased the conflict between the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and Blood Fiend sect. But wasn't this also another kind of tempering? In the end, it was just a change of location, a place that the higher-ups of the two sects could not touch, and a new battle would take place. Moreover, this trial was different from the previous ones. In the previous trials, the strength of the participants was limited to their cultivation base. However, this time, not only were there golden immortals, but there were also perfected golden immortals. In this way, all kinds of things would happen gradually. It was impossible for a golden immortal disciple to survive against a perfected golden immortal disciple of the other sections. There was no need to think about how intense the fighting inside was. Dong dong dong, a series of rumbling sounds rang out, and everyone immediately felt the ground trembling. The bell and drum sounded. "Move out. Set off." Mu Yun bellowed and took a step forward. More than 10 figures from the 34 peaks flew away. At the same time, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, including the disciples of the Heaven Upholding Peak, flew into the sky one by one. Mu Yun was a 4th stage golden immortal. Among so many people, she did not stand out at all. After all, even the weakest disciple was a rank 4 golden immortal. In less than half a day, they arrived at the setting sun mountain range. What surprised Mu Yun was that he had been to this place before. It was the exact location of the cave where he and Wang Xianxia were. It was just that back then, he had collected all the treasures. However, he did not expect that strange spatial fluctuations would appear in the empty cave. What a huge loss. Mu Yun sighed in her heart. It was not difficult to guess that there was an even bigger formation hidden here. Unfortunately, he could not see it at all. After all, his understanding of formations was limited to the level of a formation grandmaster. Now, it seemed that the higher-ups of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect had opened up this place. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with yearning. At the front, the disciples of the 3 major sects were divided into 3 groups and stood in a clear line. At the front, 3 figures stood still. These 3 people should be the top experts of the 3 major domains who were in charge of this trial. No one knew who from the 33 Heavenly Swords sect had made a move. Not long after, the 3 figures whispered to each other. Finally, the 3 figures nodded. The 3 figures returned to their respective sects' square formations. With a wave of their hands, all the disciples rushed into the secret land in an instant. There were a total of 9 spatial vortexes in the sky. Everyone could choose their own. As for where the spatial vortexes would lead, no one knew. "Let's go." At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with yearning. From the very beginning until now, every trial was a risk. They were risking their lives. However, every time this happened, Mu Yun's heart would be filled with excitement. She could use all the means she had at her disposal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Above the sky, silhouettes rushed into the space vortex one after another and disappeared. This trial was destined to be a bloodbath. As for those who survived, they would definitely be able to improve greatly and become a powerhouse who could take charge of an area. Charge. The disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect also charged madly. Not long after, the figures disappeared from the 9 vortexes. In the end, the vortexes also gradually dissipated. The remaining super experts of the 3 major sects cupped their fists and bade farewell. Putting the disciples of the various sects together was to let them kill each other. In the end, the sect that had the most surviving disciples would be the stronger sect. The 3 major sects represented the 3 major domains. Among them, no one would submit to the other. Thus, they could only use the results to prove themselves. As the world spun, Mu Yun should have been holding Wang Xinya's hand tightly. However, after entering the secret land, the two of them still separated. Just as she landed, a gust of wind whistled over. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly took a step forward. With the Yoyu sword in her hand, she slashed out. Purple chi from the east. With a slash of the sword, the figure that appeared strangely in front of her was immediately pierced by the long sword. Blood splattered on the spot. This action immediately caused the other disciples to retreat continuously. You just entered the secret land, and you can't wait to kill me? Looking at their attire, Mu Yun sneered. Disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace? It just so happens that my brother was captured by you. This time, I'll kill a few more disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun raised her sword and chased forward. Not long after, there were already a few more corpses on the ground. The murderous aura on Mu Yun's body gradually disappeared. As expected, the spatial vortexes here were indeed connected to a foreign continent. On this foreign continent, the mountains and rivers were beautiful. The environment seemed to be quite good. At this moment, Mu Yun was alone. She did not choose to fly. Instead, she moved forward quickly on the ground. At least, she had to figure out where this place was. After about half a day, Mu Yun appeared in a mountain range. The wind whistled on the mountain. Not long after, sounds of fighting could be heard. Mu Yun walked to the top of a mountain and looked around. Not long after, she found the place where the battle was taking place. Two groups of people were confronting each other. Coincidentally, one of the groups was He Yun and Wen Wu, whom she had seen before. This time, the two of them still brought more than 10 figures. At this moment, on the other side, there were also more than 10 people. However, they were all disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. The two groups of people seemed to have no reason to kill each other directly. Mu Yun was not in a hurry at this moment. She sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. If it were him, he wouldn't help either side. She preferred to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. She would make a profit at the end. Although he was only a Tier 4 golden immortal now, he had many tricks up his sleeve. These guys might not be able to threaten him. As the fighting continued, more and more disciples began to get injured, and more people began to die. In the end, He Yun and Wen Wu were gasping for breath. The two 7th-tier golden immortals from the Levitation Heavenly Palace looked pale as well. Mu Yun looked at the situation and felt that it was about time. Luo Tianqing, take some men and slaughter them. Then, take all the good stuff from them. Immortal pills, immortal equipment, and treasures. Don't leave a single one behind. Yes. Swish swish swish, in the valley, as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of air being pierced suddenly rang out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Who are you? He Yun looked at Luo Tianqing and the others. Luo Tianqing and the others were wearing black robes. Their entire bodies were shrouded by the black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only their figures could be seen. You are Mu Yun's people. Wen Wu suddenly spoke. In the beginning, Mu Yun was somewhat famous in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. It was hard for people not to remember him as he was protected by Lin Wenquan. Later, she had also inquired about Mu Yun and knew that Mu Yun had a group of skeletal puppets by his side. However, what she did not know was that the strength of these skeletal puppets would continue to increase. You know me? Mu Yun walked out at this moment. Haha, you have quite a reputation in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and caused quite a commotion. It's hard not to know you. Wen Wu bowed and said, this matter seems to have nothing to do with young Master Mu. I don't want to fight with them. I'll take my leave now. Don't go. With one sentence from Mu Yun, the 300 blood guards immediately moved out. At this moment, the 300 blood guards were all in the golden immortal realm. He was not worried that the 300 golden immortals would not be able to defeat the dozens of people, especially those who were severely injured. Previously, in the Sunset Mountains, 2 of my friends were killed by you. Now, I'm killing you to avenge them. Isn't it too much? Your friends? Wen Wu immediately smiled and said, Young Master Mu, are you joking? I don't have time to joke with you. You should know Qin Han. 2 of my friends were killed by you. It's only right that you pay with your life. Hearing this, Wen Wu's expression changed and she was stunned. This matter, how do you explain this matter? Mu Yun grasped the long sword in his hand. Explain, the corner of Wen Wu's mouth twitched. She wanted to say something but did not know what to say. At this moment, she was completely speechless. Nothing to say? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, if that's the case, then accept your death obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianqing and the others immediately charged out. Bang bang bang, suddenly, the sound of battle rang out in the field. 300 golden immortal puppets against dozens of injured disciples. The result was self-evident. Bang bang bang, following a series of thuds, over 10 figures fell to the ground, unable to rise from the ground. It did not take long for the dozens of figures to be unable to stand up. Luo Tianqing and the others began to collect the spoils of war. Rumbling sounds could be heard gradually. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It felt good indeed. It's really interesting, it felt good to be able to kill the people he wanted to kill without having to do anything. He had to find a few more 9 spirits heaven capturing tablets so that Luo Tianqing and the others could improve their strength faster. Most importantly, Mu Yun had been placing Luo Tianqing's 300 blood guards in the blue sky underworld diagram. Although they had souls, they were not truly living people. In the heaven fall underworld diagram, they could truly survive. Chen Yuan and the others told me the location is here. It should be around here. At this moment, a group of figures suddenly rushed over. They were all dressed in Levitation Heavenly Palace's disciple robes. Each of them had a powerful aura. None of them were below level 5 golden immortal. Most importantly, those people's auras were very powerful. Mu Yun immediately stepped out and prepared to leave this place. Over there. However, he had already been discovered. Mu Yun knew that it was too late to escape now. Who are you? The leader was a man with delicate features. 2 strands of white hair hung down from his temples. He looked very carefree as the breeze blew. I'm just passing by. Mu Yun explained, I just saw a fight here. I didn't expect both sides to be dead. I'm just passing by, stop. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to retreat, the leader immediately shouted, you're just passing by? What a coincidence. These people all killed each other? If I said it was such a coincidence, would you believe me? I would believe you. Who would believe you? As soon as the man finished speaking, he shouted, Chu Yuan, Chu Xiao, kill him. Yes. In an instant, the 2 level 7 golden immortal disciples beside the man charged out. Mu Yun estimated that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to face a level 7 golden immortal, let alone 2 of them. However, if he wanted to escape, these people could not stop him. After all, he could hide his true soul under the celestial extermination diagram. No matter how powerful these people were, they could not find him. Mu Yun made up his mind. His figure flashed and he wanted to escape. Trying to escape? The man in the lead made a grabbing motion with his hand. Cracking sounds could be heard as the spatial rules shattered. Mu Yun was just about to escape when the spatial rules were broken. His figure suddenly appeared. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. With this move, Mu Yun determined that this person was at least an 8th stage golden immortal. His control over the spatial laws far surpassed his by more than 10 times. Blood guards, move out. Mu Yun immediately spoke. The 300 blood guards appeared once again and attacked. When the young man saw that Mu Yun actually had such a technique, he was instantly stunned. I didn't expect you to have such puppets. Brat, He Tianyu, will definitely kill you. I'm going to study these puppets. As soon as he finished speaking, He Tianyu waved his hand and slapped towards Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun was prepared. The secluded speech sword was placed in front of her, and a loud boom was heard. Dong dong dong, Mu Yun's heart sank. He Tianyu's palm, which looked like it had no fluctuations at all, directly attacked at this moment. Its power was like a 10,000-foot mountain pressing down on him, and he was like a 10,000-foot mountain being completely crushed. Creaking sounds could be heard all over his body. His bones were about to crack. If not for the fact that his body had always been refined, he was afraid that this move would have killed him directly. An 8th-stage golden immortal was indeed abnormally powerful. There was a gap of 4 stages between them. What should he do? He couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight. It was still because his cultivation level was too low. However, just as Mu Yun was anxiously thinking in his heart, he suddenly realized that the blood in his body had begun to flow in reverse. A scorching aura spread throughout his body. That aura gradually spread. Mu Yun suddenly realized that the power that had always reached his bloodline had begun to change at this moment. His bloodline had begun to absorb the painful power. It wasn't that his bloodline power had increased, but that his bloodline had changed. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun tried his best to absorb the power that He Tianyu had hit him with. Explode, crackling sounds could be heard in his body. At this moment, the power in Mu Yun's body rose steadily, breaking through the barrier of a 4th-stage golden immortal and directly reaching the 5th-stage golden immortal realm. The power that almost destroyed his body instantly became the active power in his body, helping him break through the shackles. You broke through? He Tianyu looked at Mu Yun and was also stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Yun would break through at this moment. So what if he broke through? Could a 5th-stage golden immortal turn the world upside down? Chu Yuan, Chu Xiao, what are you waiting for? Kill him. He Tianyu let out a roar. Chu Yuan and Chu Xiao immediately charged forward. Clenching his fists, Mu Yun felt extremely gratified. A 5th-stage golden immortal's power increased again. The power in his body was constantly surging. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Refining Earth Finger. In an instant, he pointed his finger. With a swoosh, he directly attacked Chu Yuan and Chu Xiao. Mu Yun didn't say anything. He didn't slow down, and each step was faster than the previous one. The moment he used the refining Earth Finger, the power in his body exploded, and his speed increased. He instantly dashed out. Bang! Chu Yuan, who was a 7th-stage golden immortal, faced Mu Yun head-on. With a punch, the two figures instantly stuck together. Purple chi from the east. However, Mu Yun didn't intend to stop at all. He directly attacked with his sword again. Whoosh, the long sword rang. With a swoosh, Mu Yun's indomitable sword technique directly tore Chu Yuan's clothes, leaving a few bloody marks. Awesome! At this moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but roar. Awesome, it was really awesome. Every time he broke through, his strength would go wild, and his strength would rise. Mu Yun's body would feel satisfied. This time, it was still the same. Moreover, every time he faced such a powerful opponent, he was always able to focus his mind and make himself more focused. This was the problem of the aptitude of an unparalleled saint. Chu Yuan was injured at this moment, and he was instantly enraged. A 7th-stage golden immortal was injured by Mu Yun. It was simply a disgrace. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Yuan bellowed and charged out. At this moment, Chu Xiao also attacked from the other side. Dong dong dong, a dull explosion sounded. Mu Yun immediately retreated. However, Chu Xiao's figure blocked him from behind. Seeing that 2 7th-stage golden immortals wanted to kill him. At this moment, He Tianyu didn't intend to attack at all. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Looking down on me? Then you'll pay the price. As his words fell, Mu Yun's figure retreated faster and faster. Gradually, traces of blood appeared in his eyes and his blood-red pupils opened once more. Blood pupil, once again, it lit up. This time all the power in Mu Yun's body, as well as his body's reaction, increased by several times. This was due to the improvement of his bloodline. The treasures of a martial artist's body were the body, bloodline, and soul. None of these three could be missing. At this moment, Mu Yun had merged these three into one and perfectly improved them to the highest level that he could currently improve. It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but he would amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. It was fine if he didn't kill, but if he did, he had to be swift. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He directly formed a finger with his left hand and pointed it out. The Yoyu sword in his right hand attacked again. The sword and finger directly attacked Chu Xiao behind him. Purple gathering 3 slashes. Refining heavenly finger. In an instant, the 2 attacks directly fell in front of Chu Xiao. Seeing that Mu Yun still wanted to counterattack, Chu Xiao sneered. He was a 7th stage golden immortal, and he didn't cultivate for nothing. Dragon's roar. With a punch, Chu Xiao's muscles bulged. The wind whistled, and he was like a swimming dragon. Boom, in an instant, the 2 figures collided, and the roar directly spread at this moment. Crackling sound suddenly rang out. However, after the explosion, everything disappeared like smoke in thin air. However, a corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Chu Yuan looked carefully. That corpse wasn't Mu Yun, but Chu Xiao. He was completely dumbfounded. Chu Xiao was dead. Where was Mu Yun? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, 3 air-piercing sounds sounded in succession, and directly went toward his face. Immortal slaying arrow. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. This immortal slaying arrow used to be the famous immortal weapon of the first Hall Master of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, Lei Du. However, later on, Lei Du became the Hall Master, and he was in existence of the Immortal King realm. This immortal slaying arrow was a sacred-level immortal weapon, and it was given to his son, Lei Huayun. Lei Huayun was dead, and the immortal slaying arrow appeared here. Did you kill Lei Huayun? Chu Yuan looked at Mu Yun and only felt that it was very possible. What you should be thinking about now is not this. Mu Yun sneered at this moment, and followed the 3 arrows to kill. Get lost. Seeing that Mu Yun actually looked down on him, Chu Yuan immediately shouted and stepped away. The ground around him fluctuated at this moment, and rumbling sounds sounded one after another. 9 dragons sealing the sky. With a wave of his hands, roaring auras gathered around Chu Yuan. 9 auras directly condensed into a wild tornado, and wrapped Chu Yuan's body. The wild tornado stirred up all the auras that came near. It's useless. However, the current Mu Yun was still advancing courageously. Once the power of the Bloodline Dao was activated, his strength would multiply. In addition, the powerful Sword Dao Sword World, within the Nirvana Sword World, everything was decided by him. Moreover, he used the Purgatory Sacred Finger and the Purple Rainbow Sword technique at the same time, and he also used the 3 immortal slaying arrows as the vanguard. This time around, he had practically used all of the power that he possessed to kill Chu Yuan. He had done so for the sake of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Purple Seal Sword Slash. Blood Refining Finger. 1 sword, 1 finger, 1 person. Kill. Dong. Mu Yun's figure directly rushed towards Chu Yuan without caring about anything else, and the wild power directly crushed at this moment. Everything had vanished into thin air. However, everything still existed. Boom, suddenly, a figure directly rushed out of the center of the explosion. To be precise, it was a corpse that was divided into 7 or 8 pieces, spreading in all directions. Gradually, Mu Yun's figure walked out of the fog. And in his hand, a slightly illusory figure was firmly grasped. Let go of me, let go of me. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. I'll compensate you. Let you go? Mu Yun sneered. I'll let your senior He Tianyu see clearly that you will end up just like him. You, what about me? Mu Yun smiled faintly. You don't think that I'm just joking with you, do you? Senior He will kill you. If you let me go now, I'll plead for you and ask Senior He to let you go. Plead for me? Mu Yun nodded. You're right, but I don't like it. You, Chu Yuan looked at Mu Yun with hatred in his eyes. If I were you, I'd let him go. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. At this moment, He Tianyu was standing in front of Mu Yun. At this moment, the 300 blood guards were almost all knocked down to the ground and lost their fighting strength. After all, He Tianyu was an 8th stage golden immortal. The 300 blood guards could not subdue him with their numbers. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you're not me. As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand and the heavenly fire burned. Chu Yuan's soul let out a heart-wrenching scream. You're courting death. He Tianyu immediately took a step forward. His whole body was filled with energy. His arms under his sleeves were agitated and he threw a punch. Mu Yun did not say a word. She threw out the Purgatory's sacred finger and earth refining finger. Bang, another bang was heard. Mu Yun's figure was thrown back 100 meters before she stopped. An 8th-stage golden immortal with 8 golden bodies and a strong understanding of the law of space. Her punch could twist the universe. However, in terms of understanding of the law of space, Mu Yun was not afraid of Xianxia. After all, he had relied on space to launch the space blade and space vortex. The heavens had helped him a lot in this aspect. Moreover, he was not afraid of Xianxia's comprehension. Moreover, he still had the sword realm. Even if Xianxia was 3 grades higher than him, he would only be able to stop him from using the law of space to escape. However, if Xianxia wanted to use the power of the space law to kill him, that would be wishful thinking. However, the biggest difference was the creation of the golden body. In the golden immortal realm, condensing the golden body again and again was the most crucial thing. This kind of key was not something that could be simply condensed and molded. Instead, it was an advancement of one level. It was the condensation of the golden body, which also meant an increase in strength and defense. Between rank 8 and rank 5, there were 3 more golden bodies condensed. The difference between the two was very easy to see. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia. If he wanted to run, he might be able to. But this time, Mu Yun did not want to run. He wanted to be beaten. Just now, Xianxia's attack had been too much for him to handle. His bloodline had stood up, withstanding the pressure, and then transformed it into an endless stream of energy that helped him form his 5th golden body. Now, he could still do the same. Mu Yun wanted to use Xianxia to continuously hone her strength. Improving was a top priority. This was also the reason why she came to participate in the trial. "Brat, you cut off my left and right arms. I'll make you pay with your life." Xianxia roared and charged out directly. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care at all. She took a step forward and condensed all the energy in her body. Gradually, the energy was magnified, and the bloodline in her body started to surge again. Mu Yun shouted directly, "Come on, I'm asking for a beating, torture, and kill. I'm asking for a beating. I'm asking for a beating. I'm asking for a beating." When these pleas fell into Xianxia's ears, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Mu Yun was looking down on him. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Xianxia roared and instantly rushed towards Mu Yun. At this moment, all the energy in his body exploded. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. Luo Tian fist. Xianxia immediately threw out a punch. Within a radius of a few miles, the energy was constantly rising, and the violent aura was strengthened. Refining Earth Finger. Mu Yun wanted to rely on Xianxia's attacks to train herself and improve herself. It did not mean that he did not fight back. On the contrary, he needed to fight back, and he needed to do his best to fight back. He needed to condense his energy again and let his body withstand the attacks. In the mountain range, the two figures went back and forth, provoking each other. The collapsed mountains in the entire mountain range bore witness to the violence of the fight between the two. However, the more they fought, the more Xianxia realized that Mu Yun was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Every time he went all out, Mu Yun went all out. His energy was always stronger than Mu Yun's, or even several times stronger. However, Mu Yun blocked a portion of the energy, and the remaining energy bombarded Mu Yun's body. However, in the end, there was no reaction. Could it be that this fellow had devoured all those powers for no reason at all? Xianxia could not understand what was going on no matter how hard he tried. What was even stranger was that Mu Yun's body seemed to be getting worse as the fight went on. However, the more she fought, the more violent she became. This was hard to understand. What was going on with this fellow? "Come on, continue." While Xianxia was in a daze, Mu Yun was panting at this moment. His ink-colored long robe was already in tatters and was severely damaged. There was not a single spot on her body that was unharmed. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate Mu Yun at this moment. He also felt that his body was about to reach its limit. However, for some reason, he yearned for that limit now. The limit of bloodline changes. "I'm about to reach my limit," Mu Yun muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Xianxia and roared, "What's wrong? Why are you dawdling? Have you run out of energy?" It was not that Xianxia had never seen a difficult opponent before, but he had never seen such a difficult opponent. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia's aura spread all over his body, and his energy condensed. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm. It was a light palm. Its speed was very slow, but as it approached Mu Yan's body step by step, it made people feel that all the energy had gathered in his palm. Origin dissolving heavenly palm. The power of this palm swept out wildly. Purgatory blood finger. At this moment, Mu Yan did not hesitate and directly pointed out with her finger. Purgatory blood finger, like purgatory, boom, in an instant, chaotic energy clashed between heaven and earth. Layers of energy condensed, making people feel that heaven and earth had changed color. Xianxia's punch almost drained all the immortal qi between heaven and earth. Mu Yan's entire body immediately shot out like a withered leaf. Boom. 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 There was an endless rumbling sound, shuttling through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. Mu Yan's figure disappeared among the vast mountain peaks. Bastard, you want to fight against me, Xianxia? You have to see if you have the ability and strength to do so. Xianxia took a step forward at this moment, looked at the mountain peak, and immediately sneered. Whether I have the ability and strength or not, I didn't know before, but now, I know. However, just as Xianxia finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yan's figure slowly walked out from the broken mountain rocks. Her clothes were still a little tattered, but her entire appearance was brand new. She had leveled up. Seeing Mu Yan's aura, Xianxia was completely stunned. 6th stage golden immortal, he could feel the aura of the 6th path's golden body from Mu Yan's body. What was this? Xianxia was completely stunned. Just now, he saw Mu Yan leveling up from a 4th stage golden immortal to a 5th stage golden immortal. Now, he actually saw Mu Yan leveling up to a 6th stage golden immortal again. This was a joke, right? No, it was definitely not. Xianxia immediately roared, "You are disguising yourself as a low-grade golden immortal realm martial artist, and then continuously increasing your strength to scare me. Tell me, what is your strength? Don't hide it." Me? A 6th stage golden immortal. Mu Yan crossed her fingers, making cracking sounds. She laughed and said, "However, thanks to your training, my bloodline has improved again. Now, I can step into a 6th stage golden immortal in such a short time. Actually, even I didn't expect this. However, I still have to thank you." Mu Yan's mouth held a trace of a smile, and said, "I have already thanked you, so now, it's time to repay your care and training." At this moment, Xianxia's face turned pale, and he hurriedly swallowed a few elixirs. "Why are you swallowing so many elixirs? The more you swallow, the more miserable your death." After Mu Yan finished speaking, she directly took a step forward. From her entire body, strength poured out, and a violent aura spread out in wisps. 6th stage golden immortal realm. Moreover, breaking through from a 5th stage golden immortal realm, such a great improvement made Mu Yan feel that her body was full of vitality. The most important thing was that the power of his bloodline had improved further, reaching the 2nd bloodline path. He believed that the 9 spirits heaven capturing steel would be even more beneficial to him. Once he activated the dual bloodline power, there would be a qualitative change in his strength. What kind of change would it be? Mu Yan did not know, so he wanted to try. And now, Xianxia was undoubtedly the best choice. "Are you ready?" Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, "Just now, you hit me a total of 182 moves, including fist techniques and palm techniques. Since that's the case, I will return them to you as a form of gratitude. In your dreams." Bang! After Xianxia finished speaking, Mu Yan had already charged forward. With a bang, Mu Yan's strength surged wildly from head to toe. At this moment, an incomparably satisfying feeling of strength spread out from within her body. Comfortable, in the valley, the roars and explosions were louder than the ones before. The two figures had completely begun to exchange blows. However, this time it was no longer Mu Yan who was passively taking a beating, but taking the initiative to attack. On the other hand, Xianxia was passively receiving Mu Yan's punches. However, he was not like Mu Yan, who could absorb strength and improve his realm while taking a beating. At this moment, he completely lost his sense of direction. Mu Yun was a completely different person. Punch after punch, he was unable to parry. Bang, with the last bang, Tianyu's body completely fell to the ground. You, what about me? Mu Yun smiled and said, you didn't expect it, did you? Did you think that I stayed behind to let you beat me up for nothing? Those puppets of mine are precious. I usually can't bear to hit them, but you seriously injured them one by one. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio roping in people, sure, how are you going to compensate me? Mu Yun looked at Tianyu and smiled. I have 5 million golden yang pills with me. I'll give them all to you. Oh? 5 million? Mu Yun shook her head and said, forget it, I'll do it myself. I'll search for them. There should be more than 5 million. As Mu Yun spoke, she pulled out her long sword and was about to attack. Don't. Tianyu suddenly roared, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you. After saying that, Tianyu waved his hand again and said, this is all I have. That's all. 10 million golden yang pills and 3 superior grade gold grade immortal artifacts. The rest are nothing to me. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, thank you very much. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Tianyu and waved her hand. Her long sword was still falling down. Sorry, I don't want to leave myself with any regrets. If I let you go, I won't let myself go. Mu Yun pulled out the sword hilt, and Tianyu's aura completely dissipated. When the Youyu sword pierced his body, it had already stirred up all of his life aura and shattered it. Mu Yun raised her head and looked into the distance. She was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, she sat down obediently and began to cultivate. 10 million golden yang pills. He had just reached the 6th stage golden immortal realm. With so many golden yang pills, it should be enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. An ordinary superior grade gold grade immortal artifact was only worth 1 million golden yang pills. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. 6 illusory golden rays gradually appeared on the surface of her body. Her palms faced up, and there seemed to be a space crystal in her palms. The square crystal was constantly expanding and shrinking. Mu Yun could feel that her body was also constantly expanding at this moment. The Golden Immortal Realm martial artists comprehended the law of space. The powerful thing about them was that a drop of blood or even a hair in their body could become a space. Those spaces were filled with tyrannical power. A martial artist's body was more like a container. The body of a martial artist in the true immortal realm was like a kettle, while the body of a martial artist in the golden immortal realm was like a river. This kind of growth was limitless when one reached the golden immortal realm and the immortal king realm. Therefore, the golden immortal was the publicly recognized level of experts, while the golden immortal was the level of giants, and the immortal king was the overlord. This division was not without reason. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand. Above her head, the golden yang pills turned into streams of pills and surged into her body continuously. The golden yang pills turned into streams of majestic energy that entered Mu Yun's body. Her limbs, bones, every drop of blood, and every cell were filled with energy. A single drop of Mu Yun's blood was a miraculous medicine that could change the life of the warriors in the 3,000 small worlds. However, as the golden yang pills continued to enter her body, Mu Yun felt her body's hunger and thirst. 1 million golden yang pills. Are you still not satisfied? Mu Yun's heart calmed down. Logically speaking, he was now a 6th stage golden immortal. 1 million golden yang pills should be enough for the qi and blood in his body to absorb. However, it was not enough now. It was far from enough. I don't believe it, Mu Yun continued to absorb. Gradually, the energy in her body continued to rise. Her cultivation level did not change. What changed was her flesh, blood, and limbs. Swallowing the golden yang pills one by one, Mu Yun merged all the energy into her body again and again. However, she was not satisfied again and again. Gradually, Mu Yun felt a little irritated. 4 million golden yang pills, a total of 4 million pills was not enough, her body had become a vessel now. Continue. Mu Yun's stubbornness rose, and she continued to swallow the golden yang pills. Time passed bit by bit. A full 3 days had passed. 6 million golden yang pills. 6 million pills, a total of 6 million pills. Only then did Mu Yun feel that his body was finally full. To be precise, she was not very full. Mu Yun felt helpless in her heart. This was 6 times more than an ordinary 6th grade golden immortal. I wonder if my strength has also increased by 6 times. Mu Yun thought in her heart. In 3 days, Mu Yun swallowed 6 million golden yang pills and finally stopped. This kind of satisfaction greatly improved Mu Yun's body. The golden immortal realm and the 6 paths golden body increased the strength of the body. The improvement of the flesh and blood naturally also improved the body. Let's continue moving forward, Mu Yun muttered to himself. I don't know where Xianxia is. She can't protect herself in this secret zone now. However, now that she had reached the 6th grade golden immortal realm, Mu Yun was sure that she could kill ordinary 8th grade golden immortals. However, it would be difficult to kill those monstrous 8th grade golden immortals. As for the 9th grade golden immortals, there was no need to mention them. However, as long as she did not encounter a perfected golden immortal expert, escaping was not a problem. Although it seemed useless to think of escaping, this time, the 3 giants, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, Levitation Heavenly Palace, and Blood Fiend Divine Sect, had sent out golden immortals and perfected golden immortal disciples. These disciples were all terrifyingly powerful. Mu Yun now understood her situation and knew what to do. After passing through this mountain range, Mu Yun became extra careful this time. As she moved forward, Mu Yun came to a flat land. The dark red ground looked a little gloomy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the opposite direction. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard as dozens of figures appeared in front of Mu Yun. Looking carefully, these dozens of figures were the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. Eh? Another disciple of our sect. Call him. A surprised voice sounded above Mu Yun's head. In front of the dozens of people, a few figures led the group. A woman said in surprise. Hey, you, come up. Seeing Mu Yun, the woman immediately said arrogantly, I'm calling you. Hurry up. Mu Yun glanced at the dozens of people. The leaders were 7th grade golden immortals, including the woman. There were 3 others. The rest were 6th grade golden immortals, 5th grade golden immortals, and 4th grade golden immortals. Mu Yun did not want to be calculative, but she was really unhappy when she saw those people. Before Mu Yun could fly up, the dozens of people landed on the ground. What's your name? The woman in the lead spoke again. Junior Sister Lu Yao, let me say it. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was snow white, but her posture was like a little swan. She was really arrogant. A man beside her seemed to be afraid of causing trouble. He looked at Mu Yun and said, Senior brother, we are the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. My name is Qiu Wang. This is Junior Sister Lu Yao. These 2 are Senior Brother Xianxia and Senior Brother Qiu. Qiu Wang said, we are looking for the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. It's like this. Senior Brother Yan Yu, Senior Brother Chen Haoran, and Senior Brother Choran found a treasure. They want to find the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect to explore together. I wonder if you are interested? Mu Yun did not want to bother with them, but when she heard the words treasure, she had to. She came here to find the treasure. Of course, she would not refuse such a thing. My pleasure. Mu Yun nodded and said. My name is Mu Yun. Mu Yun said. After she said that, the few of them did not have much expression. Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Many disciples knew about the matter of how he had fought with several sect masters right after he had entered the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate. It seemed that these people did not know about it. Mu Yun did not know that her name was indeed very widely spread in the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. Not only when she first entered the sect, but also during the worship ceremony of the 3rd generation Tianjianzi. However, the reason why these people did not have any reaction was mainly because the Mu Yun they knew had just reached the Golden Immortal Realm. The person standing in front of them now was a 6th grade Golden Immortal. No one dared to believe that she had reached the 6th grade Golden Immortal Realm from the 1st grade Golden Immortal Realm in just over 10 years. Therefore, these people immediately concluded that it was just the same name. Mu Yun, hello. Qiu Wang said again, we still need to continue looking for the other disciples. Come with us first, then we will meet at the secret area. Okay. After she said that, Mu Yun did not say anything else and walked directly to the back of the group. He looks like an arrogant guy. Lu Yao said again at this moment. Alright, junior sister Lu Yao, senior brother Yan Yu and the other two senior brothers are under a lot of pressure facing the disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect and Levitation Heavenly Palace. Let's hurry and find the other disciples. If there are more people, we will not be at a disadvantage. After Qiu Wang finished speaking, he looked at the other two and said, Xianxia, Qinyu, I think the four of us should split up for now. Each of us will lead a group and look for our fellow disciples. This will be more efficient. No problem. After the four of them finished discussing, they split up into two groups. During this time, Mu Yun also learned that these disciples were also recruited. Many of them did not know each other. All of them were recruited by 3 disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. These 3 people were Yan Yu, Chen Haoran, and Qiuran whom Qiu Wang had mentioned earlier. It was true that they had discovered the secret area, but they did not dare to enter rashly because they were too few in number. Therefore, they began to look for the other disciples. Moreover, the disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect and Levitation Heavenly Palace had also discovered the secret area. If they really found some rare treasure, they could gather more people and crush the other 2 sects in terms of momentum. After the 2 groups split up, they continued to search for half a day. Finally, they gathered about 100 people and turned back. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Black Castle. Taking a closer look, it was not a palace, but a castle. The walls of the castle were pitch black from top to bottom, and there were no gaps at all. It was as if it was a complete iron plate, standing firmly in place. As they got closer, they could see that it was indeed an extremely tall and well-decorated castle. The castle was surrounded by walls, and there was only a door at the place where they had arrived. At this moment, 9 figures were standing in a row in front of the door. They seemed to be preparing to open the door. Senior brother Yan Yu. Qiu Wang walked forward and looked at the 3 people on the right. He said, we're back. Yan Yu was tall, but he gave off a feminine feeling. He nodded and said, let's rest first. It will take some time to open the door. Yes. At this moment, one of the 3 people standing in the middle with a dragon crown on his head said, Yan Yu, you've sent 3 groups of disciples out this time, and now you've returned with more than 300 people. Not bad. However, sometimes, one's cultivation level is the only right to speak. It's useless to have so many people. Luo Gufeng, just take care of your Blood Fiend Divine Sect's disciples. A young man with a fair complexion next to Yan Yu snorted. We're only teaming up with you to open the door of the castle. Once we open the door and enter, don't blame me, Chen Haoran, for being ruthless. Luo Gufeng did not say anything after hearing that. On the other side, the 3 men on the left did not say anything. The 9 figures all had extraordinary auras. Mu Yun noticed that Yan Yu and Chen Haoran were both grade 8 golden immortals from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The other person should be Qiu Ran, who was a grade 7 golden immortal. As for Luo Gufeng and the other 2 from the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, they were both grade 8 golden immortals. As for the 3 from the Levitation Heavenly Palace, one of them was also a grade 9 golden immortal, and the other 2 were grade 8 golden immortals. Moreover, it was not only the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect who had gone to look for disciples. The Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace had also gone to look for disciples. As the groups of disciples returned, more than 1,000 people had gathered in front of the castle. The Levitation Heavenly Palace had the most disciples of the 3 great sects. As time passed, the door in front of everyone gradually showed signs of opening. Finally, after half a day, the door opened. However, after some discussion, the leaders of the 3 great sects decided to wait for them to recover before entering the castle. At this moment, Mu Yun carefully walked to the bottom of the castle walls. The Black City walls were extremely hard and ice-cold when they touched them. It should be the absolute ice nether iron. Mu Yun said with certainty in her heart. The absolute ice nether iron was an extremely sturdy metal. It was not suitable to be used to refine weapons, but it was very suitable to be used to build city walls. Furthermore, this nether iron was extremely rare. It was worth thousands of gold taels. Using it to build a city would definitely be a huge investment. This castle was not simple. Mu Yun, get ready to set off. At that moment, Qiu Wang called out to Mu Yun and entered. At this moment, the disciples of the three factions stood in three groups, clearly separated from each other. Yan Yu said, disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect are forbidden to fight when they enter the castle. If I, Yan Yu, discover them, they will all be executed. Yes. After saying that, Yan Yu took the lead and led everyone directly into the castle. Luo Gufeng smiled disdainfully and looked at everyone. Let's go too. These guys really think they are something. The disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect also entered. In the end, only the disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace were left. Senior brother Hirue, now I asked you to find Tianyu. Have you found him? Hirue frowned and said indifferently. No. Trash. Senior brother Hirue, maybe Tianyu is not in this area. We still don't know how big this secret realm is. Forget it. Hirue waved his hand and said, even if we find him, this kid will not be obedient. Let him roam outside. If he meets a big shot, he will know that he should not provoke them. Wu Qian, Wang Feng, remember this. This time, not only are we looking for the treasure, but we are also trying to sow discord between the 33 Heavenly Sword sects and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. We understand. Let's go. After Hirue said that, he directly entered the castle. At this moment, Mu Yun blended into the crowd and entered the castle. In the huge castle, there were black buildings everywhere. These black buildings were similar in appearance to the pavilions in the immortal world. The only difference was that they were all black, which made them look even more terrifying. Mu Yun walked among the crowd and observed his surroundings carefully without making a sound. The immortal world was vast and boundless. Who knew how long the immortal world had existed? No one dared to say that they knew all the secrets hidden in the various places of the immortal world. This place might have been prosperous tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. But now, it was uninhabited. The three groups entered the castle and immediately dispersed. No one dared to offend the other. Mu Yun looked around carefully. Gradually, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects also dispersed. After all, there were many buildings here. It was too slow for a large group to stay together. Remember, if you find anything you don't understand, report it immediately. Yan Yu did not forget to remind everyone before they left. However, those disciples were all summoned here at the last minute. Who would listen to her? Everyone immediately spread out and looked around carefully, wanting to find their own treasures. At this moment, Mu Yun walked into a room alone. This was a small two-story building. The inside and outside of the building were pitch black. However, there were luminous pearls placed in the room, causing the light to spread. After entering the room, Mu Yun could only see simple home furnishings. Other than that, there was nothing strange. When she came to the room on the second floor, it was still empty. However, just as Mu Yun was about to turn and go downstairs, a few figures walked upstairs. Stop. One of them looked at Mu Yun and immediately snorted. You are, hand over the treasure. The leader of the disciples looked at Mu Yun and ordered arrogantly. Huh? Mu Yun looked at them and was puzzled. He knew these guys. They were a few of Lu Yao's lackeys. Now that they came here, they seemed to be up to no good. There's nothing here. You can go elsewhere and look for it. Mu Yun looked at them and could not be bothered to argue. The leader was only a 5th stage golden immortal. He was not interested. You think there's nothing here just because you said so? The leader blocked the stairs and said, show us what you have on you. Only then will we believe you. Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. These fellows were clearly out to bully him. They probably had a bad impression of him when they saw Lu Yao. Now they wanted to teach him a lesson and show off in front of Lu Yao. Mu Yun said again, if you want to cause trouble for me, show off in front of your senior sister Lu Yao. I think you're not qualified. Brat, we know you're a 6th-stage golden immortal. However, we have more people. I advise you to behave. The leader said again, otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Is that so? Mu Yun said. He looked at the leader and said, then try punching me. Huh? Hearing this, the leader was stunned. Don't try to play any tricks. If you don't want to die, hand over the good things on you. Sorry, I have a lot of good things on me. However, I don't want to give them to you. Then you can only die. The leader was completely furious. His palm turned into a claw and directly clawed at Mu Yun's cheek. Refining Earth Finger. Mu Yun did not move and pointed a finger. This finger was full of power and gave people a feeling that it was very heavy. Puff, with a point of the finger, the leader's claw was directly cut open, and blood gushed out. Screams were heard. Seeing the blood on the ground, the other disciples' faces changed. How dare you? At this moment, a delicate voice was heard from downstairs. The sound of footsteps was heard. A figure walked up the stairs. It was Lu Yao. Lu Yao looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Good for you, Mu Yun. I knew that you're not a quiet person. Just now, senior brother Yan Yu said that disciples of the same sect should not fight. Now you're trying to kill your own disciple? Seeing Lu Yao appear, Mu Yun suddenly understood. It turned out that it was a trap. Miss Lu Yao, I think you're blind, right? What did you say? Lu Yao heard Mu Yun's words and immediately shouted. I say, you must be blind. This guy doesn't know what's good for him and came looking for trouble with me. I never thought of killing him. However, it seems that you guys have planned this all along. Looks like you won't be leaving this place. You're courting death. Lu Yao was furious at this moment. She had indeed planned it, but the only thing she did not expect was that Mu Yun would be so arrogant after falling into the trap. Relying on what? Being a 6th-grade golden immortal? Ridiculous. Lu Yao immediately waved her hand, and a palm print directly attacked. At this moment, Mu Yun sneered. Her palm tightly grabbed the leader in front of her. With a bang, the leader's figure blocked in front of Mu Yun. Lu Yao's palm directly hit the back of the leader. Blood flowed out. The man's body trembled a few times, and he completely stopped breathing. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. You killed someone. Mu Yun laughed. And you killed a disciple of the same sect. Will senior brother Yan Yu let you go? You, hearing this, Lu Yao's delicate body trembled. Her anger increased again. I'm going to kill you. She threw out 3 consecutive palm strikes. Mu Yun twisted her body and dodged all of them. Lu Yao, a 7th-grade golden immortal, was indeed nothing in front of him. Fortunately, this small 2-story building was built with nether iron and was abnormally strong. There were only 3 palm prints on the wall. Other than that, the room was safe and sound. But seeing this scene, the anger in Lu Yao's heart intensified. Mu Yun was obviously only a 6th-grade golden immortal, but her dodging ability was indeed first class. Do you only know how to dodge? If you're a man, fight back. Lu Yao's snow-white skin showed a trace of pink. Her voice was sweet, and she was still angry. Of course I'm a man. Fight back, as you wish. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations playing tricks with a wave of her hand, Lu Yao struck again. This time, Mu Yun did not dodge. Instead, he went forward with his body. Bang, a low sound was heard. The palm landed on Mu Yun's body, but Mu Yun did not retreat. There was not even a trace of abnormal behavior. It was as if the palm did not land on him at all. You, what about me? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, Miss Lu Yao, your palm is really soft. How dare you? Lu Yao was so angry that she launched another palm strike. However, the room was not big. Mu Yun took 3 steps and 2 steps and approached Lu Yao. With a wave of her hand, she interrupted Lu Yao's attack. Mu Yun did not say much. With a wave of her arm, a crackling sound was heard. Lu Yao's entire body suddenly felt numb. She trembled and was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Mu Yun waved her hand and hugged Lu Yao. Let go of me. Lu Yao was furious. However, Mu Yun hugged her with both arms. Her entire back was leaning against Mu Yun's chest. She wanted to struggle, but both her hands were firmly clamped by Mu Yun. She could not break free at all. Next, there will be a scene that is not suitable for children. All of you, get down the stairs. Mu Yun looked at the remaining disciples and said. Wait. However, those disciples could not wait to leave this place immediately. Mu Yun said again, wait on the first floor. If anyone dares to run, I guarantee that you will be a corpse before you can step out of the room. Hearing this, their legs went numb. However, they still walked down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, only Mu Yun and Lu Yao were left on the second floor. Without another word, Mu Yun sat down and hugged Lu Yao in her arms. She shouted, didn't you ask if I was a man? I'll tell you now whether I'm a man or not. No, don't. Lu Yao's miserable voice came down from upstairs. At this moment, the disciples downstairs did not dare to leave, but they also did not dare to stay and resist. While they were in a dilemma, they heard low panting sounds from upstairs. Senior sister Lu Yao was being raped. The disciples were completely dumbfounded. It's over, this Mu Yun, something big is going to happen. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Mu Yun's hands were running all over Lu Yao's body, searching for her acupoints. Lu Yao did not know why, she could not help but let's make some fanciful noises. What? What do you want? Lu Yao's face reddened as she gasped for breath, if you want to, then come. What? Mu Yun smiled and said, I have no interest in you. Also, let me tell you, I won't kill you. However, I will make you understand that if I don't kill you, it will be more painful than killing you. Lu Yao immediately understood. She didn't want to say anything, but she couldn't help it. His fellow disciples downstairs would definitely not believe him if they heard this. You're despicable. It's just a small matter. You set me up? Remember, don't offend others. Otherwise, you'll end up like this. Smack, Mu Yun slapped Lu Yao, and a crisp sound rang out. At this moment, the disciples downstairs had already begun to let their imaginations run wild. Thinking of Lu Yao pleasuring another man, the disciples could not help but let their imaginations run wild. They even began to whisper among themselves. After a full hour, Mu Yun finally stopped. Lu Yao's body was already limp on the ground. But the two of them did not do anything. She felt as if her body had been hollowed out. Little girl, you can explain the rest to them. Mu Yun patted Lu Yao's head and said with a smile, you have to put on a good show, right? What else do you want? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a long sword appeared in her hand. She waved the long sword, and streaks of sword energy tore Lu Yao's clothes apart. At this moment, Lu Yao was completely naked. Her body was drenched in sweat, and her hair was messy. She was sprawled on the table on the second floor with her arms covering her chest. She looked like she was about to collapse. Mu Yun nodded when she saw this. Don't thank me. You deserve it. With that, Mu Yun left. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Downstairs, the disciples immediately became nervous. Mu Yun walked down the stairs and looked at the embarrassed looks on their faces. Some of the disciples even had protrusions in their lower bodies. These people, haha, it seems that you all know what's good for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I didn't expect Lu Yao to still be pure. Very good. If you're interested, you can go up and experience it for yourself. Mu Yun looked like a complete beast as she giggled. With that, Mu Yun turned and left. The rest of the disciples were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that senior sister Lu Yao was really? The sound of footsteps could be heard. The disciples immediately walked upstairs. However, as soon as they reached the second floor, a miserable scream could be heard. The disciples were instantly dumbfounded. A perfect naked body appeared in front of them. Unfortunately, that body was facing away from them. Even so, the few of them were dumbfounded in an instant. Who allowed you to come up? Get down. Lu Yao was furious at this moment. Mu Yun was too hateful. Several disciples walked down the stairs with heavy footsteps. However, the scene from earlier could not be forgotten no matter what. Senior sister Lu Yao's body. I saw it. It's perfect. Yes. Sigh, what a pity. It was ruined by Muyun. The disciples were savoring the aftertaste. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Lu Yao walked down the stairs. She was dressed in a long dress, and her hair had been tidied up. She looked extremely cold this time. Senior Sister Lu Yao. The disciples looked at Lu Yao and greeted her respectfully. However, they were only respectful on the surface. When they thought of Lu Yao's scream and her appearance just now, they had a rich imagination. Tell me, what did you see? Lu Yao looked at them and said coldly. Senior Sister Lu Yao, don't worry. We won't tell anyone. A disciple immediately stood up and said, we only know that Muyun bullied you. As for how, we won't say anything. That's good. Lu Yao nodded and said, in that case, I don't want to hear any gossip. In fact, nothing had happened between her and Muyun. However, when these fellows saw this scene, they would definitely not believe it. Lu Yao looked at them and nodded. She clasped her hands in front of her and was about to step out of the door. Senior Sister Lu Yao. However, at that moment, a disciple hugged Lu Yao from behind and kept rubbing his body against hers. He said boldly, Senior Sister Lu Yao, if you want us to shut up, of course we can, but can't you at least give us some benefits? Let go of me, Yan Han. Lu Yao said coldly, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Senior Sister Lu Yao. Immediately, two more disciples stood up and said, Senior Sister Lu Yao, we're not asking for too much. You and Muyun already have it anyway. Can't you just treat it as hush money? The impact on these people was too great. It was difficult for them to get over it. What do you think you're doing? However, before Lu Yao could speak, a shout suddenly rang out. The door to the room opened, and a figure walked in. Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Haoren. Lu Yao's face turned completely pale when she saw him. The last person she wanted to see at this moment was Chen Haoren. Lu Yao hurriedly said, these people are trying to do something to me. Senior brother Chen, kill them. As Lu Yao spoke, she immediately flipped her hand and beheaded the disciple behind her. Blood flowed out, and the ground looked very bloody. Lu Yao wanted to continue attacking and kill the rest of the people. Senior brother Chen, save us. A disciple immediately flew over and shouted, Senior Sister Lu Yao has been defiled by that brat Muyun. Senior Sister Lu Yao wants to kill us to silence us. As soon as he said that, the scene immediately fell silent. Nonsense. Lu Yao was completely furious. She was about to kill these people when Chen Haoren suddenly stopped her. What are you doing? Yaoer, listen to them first. Chen Haoren said again, if they're talking nonsense, I'll kill them for you. The disciple saw a chance and immediately cowed out and said, Senior brother Chen, we heard Senior Sister Lu Yao shouting so loudly downstairs. We even saw Senior Sister Lu Yao naked. Muyun even said that she tasted good. In just an instant, before the disciple could finish speaking, Chen Haoren used his palm like a knife and finished off their lives. Nonsense. Chen Haoren said with a cold expression. Brother Chen, that Muyun deliberately framed me. It's true. Lu Yao immediately said nervously. She and Chen Haoren were childhood sweethearts and had long decided to be together. I know. Chen Haoren nodded and said, don't worry, I'll definitely kill that Muyun and tear his tongue out so that he can't talk nonsense anymore. Lu Yao nodded and obediently leaned against Chen Haoren's chest. However, Chen Haoren was getting angrier and angrier. Gradually, Lu Yao's hands touched Chen Haoren. Squat down. Chen Haoren did not allow any explanation and directly pressed down on Lu Yao's head. In the room, moaning sounds gradually sounded. Lu Yao was very unwilling, but she did not dare to provoke Chen Haoren at this moment. She knew that Chen Haoren would not believe her. At this moment, she hated Muyun to death. Chen Haoren was also extremely furious in his heart. He did not know whether his woman had been touched by Muyun or not. However, whether she had or not, this was a thorn in his heart. If he did not kill Muyun, how could he appease his anger? In his heart, he had already treated Muyun as a dead person. However, Muyun did not care at all at this moment. After leaving the small building, he continued to the next one. However, he did not find anything strange after entering a few small buildings in succession. It was like a blind man touching an elephant. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Fighting their way out, they searched the place for a long time, but they did not find anything. The disciples of the three parties did not find any treasures. Instead, the conflicts between the disciples of the three parties intensified. They fought and killed each other, and many people died. Mu Yun encountered a few groups of disciples along the way, and he casually killed a few of them. Gradually, many disciples began to lose their patience. Mu Yun was also a little irritated. At least until now, he had not encountered anything special. He did not even see the rotation of the formation. This seemed to be a dead city, a city that no one cared about. At this moment, the black iron was no longer solemn. Instead, it was mocking them as if they had found nothing. Damn it, there is nothing here at all. I think this secret treasure is just like that. There is nothing good at all. Mu Yun was in a black pavilion when a voice suddenly sounded from below. This black iron is not bad, but we can't take it away. Moreover, we came here just to take some black iron away? What are we after? That's right. Damn it, it seems that there is only one way. Try to kill more disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword sect and the Blood Fiend Divine sect. A few figures were standing below the pavilion, complaining incessantly. Mu Yun felt a little helpless at this moment. It seemed that everyone was like that. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay in this place. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The few people below were still there. Mu Yun did not want to cause trouble, so he waited for a while. There was nothing special in the pavilion that he was in. There was a table, a chair, and a brush and ink on the table. Mu Yun sat on the chair and looked at the brush and ink on the table. On a whim, he picked up the brush, unfolded the paper, and wrote a big Mu character on the paper. Looking at the Mu character that he wrote, Mu Yun smiled in his heart. But suddenly, something surprising happened. The Mu character slowly floated up and rose into the air. Then, it suddenly sped up and slammed directly on Mu Yun's back. Dong, a dull sound was heard. The wall behind Mu Yun suddenly exploded, and a tunnel appeared. Flashes of light spread out one after another, and the entire pavilion was immediately illuminated. Mu Yun stepped into the tunnel, and the world gradually changed. What appeared in front of him was no longer a black city. On the contrary, some of the buildings were piled up with white jade like crystal jade. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard from the pavilions in the Black Castle. The change seemed to have started with Mu Yun's destruction and was gradually spreading. In an instant, those impatient disciples began to cheer. The situation had finally taken a turn for the better. Even though they had entered the world created by the crystal jades through the same passageway, they were still separated from each other. One person walked towards a tunnel. There were thousands of people in the Black Castle, and thousands of tunnels connected to each other. They did not interfere with each other and seemed to communicate with each other. Mu Yun continued to move forward. As he continued to move forward, he gradually realized that there was a figure walking towards him. It's you. The man smiled when he saw Mu Yun. You are Xianxia, right? Mu Yun looked at the person opposite him. Since you still recognize me, then commit suicide in front of me. Commit suicide? Mu Yun was confused. What? You don't understand? Do you still want to live after offending junior sister Lu Yao? Junior sister Lu Yao said that if I meet you, I will kill you immediately. She will reward me handsomely. Oh? So that's the situation. Mu Yun nodded and said, in that case, die first. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hand and pointed his finger. Refining earth finger. Boom, a violent force suddenly spread out. A fingerprint went along the tunnel and directly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia did not take Mu Yun's attack seriously. He waved his long sword and blocked in front of him. Xianxia had already thought it through. If he blocked Mu Yun's attack, he could directly kill Mu Yun. However, this was only Xianxia's idea. In the end, it only became Xianxia's idea. Mu Yun's finger shot out, and Xianxia was sent flying with his sword. After tumbling a few times, Mu Yun's finger pierced a hole in his body. After struggling for a while, Xianxia suddenly stopped breathing. A 7th grade golden immortal destroyed him with one finger. Even Mu Yun herself did not expect this. Looking at her finger again, Mu Yun was sure that she did not use the power of her bloodline. It was only the power of her immortal energy and physical body. Could it be? Mu Yun could not help but have a bold idea in her mind. The power of her physical body had increased by more than 100 times. Being able to reach this stage could only be attributed to the tyrannical power of her physical body. A 6th grade golden immortal has a more tyrannical physical aura than a 7th grade golden immortal. In addition to my sword realm sword technique, my gradual understanding of the rainbow sun penetrating spear, the power of the bloodline duality, and the killing technique of the blood codex, an 8th grade golden immortal is no threat to me. I can even fight against a 9th grade golden immortal. Mu Yun cared more about the power of her bloodline. My understanding of my bloodline now should only be superficial. When I recover to the immortal king realm in the future, I'm afraid that I will be able to touch the real changes in my bloodline. Mu Yun muttered to herself. She could not help but feel happy. However, this happiness did not last long. In front of her, there were originally 2 intersecting tunnels. At this moment, there was only one left. At the same time, on the other side, another figure had already appeared. What was going on? Mu Yun looked around at this moment and realized that the tunnel just now had been reduced by nearly half. Could it be, when 2 sides met, only when one side died could the 2 tunnels merge into one, which was also a way out. In this way, in the end, only 1 out of 1,000 people would survive, but what would the last person encounter? However, now was obviously not the time to think about this question. The disciple in front of Mu Yun had already charged over. However, this disciple obviously did not see the situation clearly. Mu Yun was a 6th grade golden immortal, but the disciple in front of her was only a 1st grade golden immortal. The gap between them was too big. Mu Yun waved her hand gently, and the opponent in front of her was directly choked. He could not move at all and finally died. The tunnel changed again. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with anticipation again. Who would her next opponent be? A figure slowly walked toward them. Seeing this person, Mu Yun was stunned. Qinyu, what a coincidence. The people she met were all acquaintances of Lu Yao. You don't have to say anything. I reckon you're going to kill me too. Mu Yun said directly. How do you know? Looking at Mu Yun, Qinyu was very calm. Because Xianxia said the same thing just now. Hearing this, Qinyu's expression remained unchanged. Kid, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think you can scare me by telling me this? Qinyu chuckled and said, You're too childish. Is that so? I feel that I'm very childish too. After saying that, Mu Yun directly pointed her finger. However, this time, Qinyu did not underestimate Mu Yun. Regardless of whether it was true or not, even if he was facing a perfected immortal, he would not let his guard down. With a wave of his hand, Qinyu took a step forward. A rumbling sound was heard. With this step, the long sword in Qinyu's hand slashed out. Dong, a dull sound was heard, and Qinyu immediately retreated. On the other hand, Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she saw this scene. Compared to Xianxia, you're still more cautious. After saying that, Mu Yun pointed her finger for the 2nd time. At this moment, Qinyu was already stunned. He was shocked by Mu Yun's powerful strength. If it were anyone else, they would probably have died from this finger. However, he was a 7th grade golden immortal, and Mu Yun was only a 6th grade golden immortal. Mu Yun's powerful fleshly aura was truly impressive. However, at this moment, he had no time to be amazed. The 2nd finger had already arrived. Qinyu resisted again. However, this finger was several times more powerful than the previous one. He wanted to dodge, but he could not dodge at all. At this moment, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. Mu Yun directly pointed her finger for the 3rd time. Qinyu was already unable to resist the 2 consecutive fingers. His entire body was enveloped by a strong aura. He was completely dumbfounded. Bang! Bang! 2 low and deep sounds resounded as Qinyu's body directly exploded. The Purgatory Holy Finger was the saint's finger of judgment in the Purgatory. Yu could not withstand it. He was finished with 3 fingers. At this moment, there were only about 100 passages left in the surroundings. This was proof that there were only about 100 people left out of the 1,000 people. Following that, a 4th figure appeared. However, Mu Yun did not recognize this 4th figure. However, his realm was only a 3rd-grade golden immortal. Mu Yun easily dealt with him. There were only about 50 passages left in the field. There were only about 50 people left in the 50 passages. Mu Yun perked up. However, the next 3 people that Mu Yun encountered were not very strong and were easily dealt with by him. In the end, there were only 8 passages left. This time, Mu Yun's opponent finally piqued his interest. This person was one of the 2 8th-grade golden immortals who followed Luo Gufeng. Looking at this person, Mu Yun smiled. It was only interesting to fight with such an opponent. Oh? A 6th-grade golden immortal? Chu Ping looked at the person in front of him and said with a frown, "Your strength is too weak. Do you still need me to fight?" "Of course." Mu Yun said seriously, "Could it be that you think I will commit suicide?" Haha, hearing Mu Yun's seemingly humorous words, this person laughed. "I met Chiron before. It is said that this person is a 7th-grade golden immortal and can kill an 8th-grade golden immortal expert. Unfortunately, he still died in my hands. I see that you are also a disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, right? You can't choose whether to live or die, but I can let you choose how to die." Hearing this, Mu Yun put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You are a disciple of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, right? You can't choose whether to live or die, but I can let you choose how to die." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio White Jade Altar. It seems that you think I'm joking with you. Chu Ping said coldly, "If that's the case, die." With a wave of his hand, Chu Ping rushed toward Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun also took a step forward without holding back. Against such an egomaniac, the only thing he needed to do was to step forward and beat him into a pulp regardless of the consequences. That way, he would know what true despair was. Not long after, in the passage, a figure stood still, and another figure fell to the ground. Mu Yun looked at Chu Ping, who fell to the ground, and smiled. "How is it? The result of boasting is not good, right? You, puff puff." Before Chu Ping could finish his sentence, he spat out blood. His body twitched unwillingly, but in the end, he fell to the ground and could not get up. Seeing this, Mu Yun clapped her hands. There should be only 4 people left. I wonder who my next opponent will be. With this thought in mind, the next figure had already walked out. Mu Yun raised his head and looked ahead with a smile on his face. Finally, a heavyweight opponent had arrived. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun took a step forward. Strength surged all over her body at this moment. Mu Yun was not unfamiliar with the person who came. The disciple of Levitation Heavenly Palace who led the team, He Rue. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. This person was a 9th-grade golden immortal. And he was only a 6th-grade golden immortal. The difference between them was not small at all. The gap of 3 grades. I thought that the remaining 4 people would be Luo Gufeng, Yan Yu, and an 8th-grade golden immortal. I didn't expect it to be you. He Rue almost instantly concluded that Mu Yun was purely lucky to come to this step. Alright, I don't want to waste time with you. Let's end this. I really want to see what the final result of more than 1,000 people's lives will be. He Rue waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Mu Yun was immediately interested. The sun-piercing rainbow spear appeared in his hand. Seeing the sun-penetrating rainbow spear in Mu Yun's hand, He Rue's eyes immediately lit up. Sun-penetrating rainbow spear. He Rue said excitedly, "You're just a 6th-tier golden immortal, and yet you're so lucky to have obtained such an immortal item. You know him? Who doesn't?" He Rue said proudly, "This spear used to belong to exterminating heavenly flames. Later on, it belonged to his disciple, Mu Yun. Speaking of which, it has the same name as you. It seems like it's destined. However, it's a pity that you met me. This spear belongs to me." This sun-penetrating rainbow spear was refined to be tyrannical and unparalleled. In your hands, it's a complete waste. That's not necessarily true. But Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Whether it's a waste of God's good gifts or not, you'll know once you try." "You sure are confident." As soon as he finished speaking, Hirue raised his gun and moved out. "This spear is just right for me. It just so happens that my younger brother, Tianyu, has been clamoring for this spear of mine. Since I took yours, I can give it to him." "Your younger brother is Tianyu?" Mu Yun smiled at this moment. "What a coincidence. Tianyu is dead. He died in my hands. I don't think you can give me this spear." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Hirue went completely crazy. "You killed my younger brother." "Impossible. With your strength, you're no match for him at all." "Whether it's possible or not, you'll know when you try the spear in my hand." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. All the strength in her body exploded at this moment. The exploding heavenly flame spear technique and the sun-penetrating rainbow spear could be said to be a perfect combination. At this moment, Mu Yun exuded a strong battle aura. At the same time, Hirue's aura was unstoppable. It was not difficult to see that this person was definitely an expert in using a spear. But on the contrary, this completely stimulated Mu Yun's battle intent. In his previous life, he was best at spear techniques. In this life, in order to change, he had been working hard to learn swordsmanship from the beginning. But now, he could pick up his spear techniques again. Holding the long spear in her hand, Mu Yun was full of confidence. The two figures immediately began to fight. At the same time, in another passage, two figures were also facing each other. Chen Haoran of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect and Luo Gufeng of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. "Chen Haoran? You're the one who survived to the end." "I thought it would be Yanyu." Luo Gufeng said confidently. "Yanyu was just arrogant. It would be a miracle if he could survive to the end. Moreover, it was a coincidence that he met me and was killed by me." Chen Haoran said coldly, "Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Although you're a 9th grade golden immortal, you're still dead in the end. Before you die, do you have anything to say?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. Chen Haoran's words could be said to be full of confidence. He did not take Luo Gufeng seriously at all. Luo Gufeng was a 9th grade golden immortal. How could he bear such contempt? But on the surface, Chen Haoran still did not say a word. However, when he looked at Chen Haoran, it was as if he was looking at a corpse. "Looks like you still don't believe me. In fact, whether it's you, Luo Gufeng, or Hirue, the ending will be the same. I'm already faintly anticipating what kind of great opportunity will be in the end. You're thinking too much." As soon as Luo Gufeng finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged directly at Chen Haoran. At the same time, on the other side, the fight between Mu Yun and Hirue became more and more intense. Both of them held long spears in their hands. When they clashed, it was obviously more intense. At this moment, Hirue was even more certain that his younger brother, Tianyu, might really be killed by Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun was only a 6th grade golden immortal, her spear technique was extremely exquisite. Moreover, the path of each spear was completely different. Mu Yun's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than Mu Yun's by 3 grades, he might really have been defeated by now. "You're courting death," Hirue suddenly shouted in a low voice. He grabbed Mu Yun and swung her in the air. Then, he took a step forward with his long spear. Bailing spear slash. As the spear slashed down, Hirue's aura gathered at this moment. The violent aura gave people the feeling that it was like a surging river. A spear shadow pierced directly at Mu Yun. Slash. At this moment, Mu Yun did not evade. She also slashed out with her spear. Clang, as the two spears collided, a clanging sound was heard. The two figures immediately retreated. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that the web between her thumb and index finger had split open, and blood was dripping out. On the other side, Hirue was in an even worse state. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun's strength was indeed tyrannical. Her physical body was tyrannical, and the attack power of her spear technique was even more tyrannical. This fellow, no matter how one looked at it, had abnormal strength. Hirue simply could not believe that a 6th-grade golden immortal had such tyrannical strength. Are you comfortable? Muyun shook off the blood on her palm and sneered. I think you have just entered the 9th-grade golden immortal realm, right? It seems that you are not familiar with the control of your strength at all. You must have forcefully entered the 9th-grade golden immortal realm for this trial, right? It's none of your business. As if Muyun had stabbed his vital point, Hirue shouted and took a step forward. All the strength in his body swarmed out. You are no match for me. At this moment, Muyun was full of confidence. There was no other reason. After a few exchanges of blows, she had already discovered Hirue's weakness. In addition, Hirue himself should have swallowed some heavenly treasure in order to enter the 9th-grade golden immortal realm. His control of his own strength was not perfect. At this moment, Muyun was very confident. In less than 3 moves, Hirue would definitely be defeated. You are courting death. At this moment, Hirue had to admit that it was difficult for him to kill Muyun. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, it was unacceptable for him to admit his defeat. Muyun was only a 6th-grade golden immortal. She was nothing. The two figures met again. Stab. Chop. Chop. At this moment, Muyun didn't say a word as he launched 3 attacks at Lin Fan. At this moment, the aura of his whole body flickered, and his strength kept rising. A 6th-grade golden immortal was like a 7th-grade golden immortal. His aura was majestic. After 3 moves, the figure opposite him fell straight to the ground. I said, you will definitely be defeated in 3 moves. Muyun exhaled and looked at the other 2 remaining passageways. There seemed to be 2 people fighting there. Who would the final opponent be? Muyun was also very curious at this moment. At this moment, in the other passageway, Xianxia was covered in blood and panting. However, while he was standing, the blood fiend divine sex Luo Gufeng was lying on the ground opposite him, gasping for breath. You have lost. Xianxia walked forward. With a wave of his hand, the long sword in his hand directly pierced through Luo Gufeng's chest. You are a monstrous talent, it's too late to know now. Xianxia did not care at all. He withdrew his hand, and blood spurted out. Luo Gufeng's body twitched twice and no longer had any signs of life. At this moment, looking at the other side, at the last passageway, Xianxia licked his lips and laughed sinisterly. The last person should be Hirue, another 9th-grade golden immortal. However, he is not as good as Luo Gufeng. He is really not a challenge. After Xianxia finished speaking, he walked step by step toward the other side of the passageway. At this moment, Muyun also walked toward the other side. Both of them walked toward the center. At this moment, the difference was that this passageway led straight in one direction, and the final destination was an altar. The white jade altar had a diameter of about 10,000 meters. The 2 figures walking on the altar were so small that they could be ignored. Even so, Muyun and Xianxia were able to see each other at a glance. Eh? It's you. It's me. Muyun looked at Xianxia, a little surprised. She had originally thought that the last person would be Luo Gufeng. She did not expect Xianxia to have reached this step. At this moment, Xianxia was even more surprised. Muyun. Looking at Muyun, the anger in Xianxia's heart immediately rose to 300%. Now, everyone who had entered here was dead. Only the 2 of them were still alive. Lu Yao was probably also dead. He did not feel sorry for Lu Yao's death at all. At most, he would just change to another woman. However, what he was angry about was that Lu Yao had been defiled by Muyun when she was his woman. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Are you afraid of me? Moreover, even if it was fake, Muyun must have seen through Lu Yao's entire body from the retelling of the disciples. How could he tolerate that? It seems like it's fated for me to kill you so that I can stabilize my state of mind. How can it be so fated? It's just a path. I live and you die. That's the end. A long sword appeared in Muyun's hand. She smiled and said, since you and I are both disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, let's see whose swordsmanship is better. As you wish. A long sword suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. This sword is called the Demon Suppressing Sword. It's an upper gold grade celestial artifact. I've used this sword to kill thousands of people. You're not the first and you won't be the last. So, when you go to the underworld, remember to tell those who I've killed that it's their greatest honor to die under my sword. Oh. Mu Yun gave an indifferent "oh" before continuing. This sword of mine is called the Secluded Speech Sword. It's used to kill arrogant and conceited people like you. If you go to the underworld, tell those fellows like you that they should keep a low profile in their next lives. Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile in the face of Mu Yun's rebuttal. This guy won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. The two figures stood in front of each other and looked at each other. Their fighting spirit was gradually ignited. At this moment, the two figures looked at each other. The swords in their hands were gradually buzzing. Swoosh, swoosh, almost at the same time, the two figures collided with each other. At that moment, a series of explosions could be heard. The entire circular altar was filled with crackling sounds. The two figures were moving back and forth at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that Xianxia was indeed extraordinary. No wonder you're so confident. You're an 8th grade golden immortal. No wonder you can reach this stage, Mu Yun said with a smile. You're not bad either. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a smile on his face. However, he was already shocked in his heart. No matter how Mu Yun looked at it, something was wrong. This guy's talent seemed to have surpassed that of a demon. Could he be a heavenly saint? Or a peerless saint? At this moment, Xianxia's heart was already unfathomable. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. At least until now, his cultivation level was above Mu Yun's. Compared to him, a tier 6 golden immortal was much weaker. Even if Mu Yun was more talented than him, he would still win in the end. Are you starting to doubt yourself? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile. No. Hee, don't deny it. The speed of your sword was obviously a little slow and careless. You saw that you couldn't defeat me even though you're an 8th tier golden immortal, so you've given up. Mu Yun smiled and said, also, you killed Luo Gufeng, right? You thought that you could easily kill me, but you didn't know that I killed He Rui. Shut up, shut up. At this moment, Xianxia was crazily attacking Mu Yun. However, this time, Mu Yun saw that Xianxia was already in a mess. One sword was enough to take his life. Soaring purple rainbow. With a wave of her sword, Mu Yun's body was constantly condensing, and a violent aura spread out. A stream of sword chi directly penetrated Xianxia's body and exploded with a loud bang. Me? I'm fine, but unfortunately, you're going to die. Mu Yun kept her silent speech sword and stood on the altar, waiting quietly. Where exactly was this place? Now, he was the only one left. What would happen below? Mu Yun waited quietly and did not say anything. Gradually, there was a buzzing sound on the altar. The entire altar began to spin. As it spun, thumb-sized holes appeared on the altar. Those holes were evenly distributed, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the middle of the altar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Under the altar, pillars of water rose into the air. The entire altar was instantly filled with water. However, at this moment, those water droplets scattered on the altar. Mu Yun's clothes were drenched by the water droplets, but when those water droplets landed on Mu Yun's body, Mu Yun felt that her body was floating. The power contained in those water droplets was mysterious and profound. For a moment, Mu Yun was completely engrossed in it. All of a sudden, a figure walked over. She was wearing a light blue dress, and the hem of her dress was spread on the ground. She was floating after being drenched by the water droplets. A pair of jade-like feet stepped on the altar and waded through the water droplets. Her long hair was spread out, and there was a crown on her head, which made her look rather majestic. Under the crown was a clear face, and her skin was as tender as water. Her nose was slightly tall, and her lips were slightly closed. She wore a pair of exquisite earrings on her earlobes. She was like an empress descending from the sky, and also like a young girl wading through the water to pick lotus seeds. The woman walked out step by step and finally came in front of Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not feel anything at all. the transparent power all merged into her body. Muyun only felt that the power contained in the dew was even purer and stronger than the pure young immortal dew. However, the pure young immortal dew that she and Wang Xingya encountered in the holy tomb was only the size of a water jar. However, now, the water droplets spurting out from these holes were as rich as a lake or a river. Gradually, Muyun understood the wonders of these water droplets, and her heart skipped a beat. With her current strength, it was absolutely impossible for her to absorb all the power in these water droplets. Since that was the case, she would absorb all of it into her blue sky underworld diagram. As soon as she thought of this, Muyun immediately wanted to take action. With a wave of her hand, the blue sky underworld diagram appeared. However, at this moment, Muyun opened her eyes and looked in front of her. Oh my god! Muyun's heart was about to jump out of his chest as he sat on the ground. Dream, it must be a dream. Muyun patted her cheeks and looked at the person in front of her in shock. This was too much of a coincidence. She actually met her here. She was simply unlucky, extremely unlucky. Long time no see. Muyun looked at the person in front of her and waved her hand. She could not afford to offend this person. Has it been very long? However, the woman in front of him smiled faintly. That smile was filled with nobility, coldness, a smile, and a charm. Looking at this person, Muyun could not help but take a few steps back again. Mingyue Xin, why are you here? Haha, it's simple. Because this is the place I left behind. The woman who appeared in front of Muyun was Mingyue Xin. Ever since they parted last time, Muyun's first thought when they met again was to avoid her. He was really afraid of this woman every time he saw her. He recalled that every time they met in the immortal world, he seemed to be defiled by Mingyue Xin. It was hard to tell this aggrieved feeling to anyone. Muyun was even more puzzled. Why did this woman insist on not letting him go? Moreover, the most puzzling thing was why he would always run into the place this woman left behind. Ahem, I didn't know this was your place. Since that's the case, you stay here. I'll leave first, as Muyun spoke, he was about to leave this place. At this moment, Mingyue Xin waved her hand, and a stream of water directly swept Muyun up. Don't go yet. Mingyue Xin looked at Muyun and said, I can give you an opportunity later. An opportunity. Hearing these 4 words, Muyun immediately felt that his head was about to explode. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't need it, Muyun spoke again. However, Mingyue Xin completely ignored him at this moment. Mingyue Xin took a few steps forward and walked to the center of the altar. She chanted in a low voice and opened her hands. In an instant, Muyun only saw that on this altar with a diameter of 10,000 meters, the water swept like a river and directly swept towards Mingyue Xin's body. The sound of splashing filled his ears. The streams of water formed an unstoppable tyrannical force that was all instilled into Mingyue Xin's body. At this moment, crackling sounds circulated in Mingyue Xin's body. Seeing this scene, Muyun wanted to run, but he couldn't escape at all. His advancement was already fast enough, but compared to Mingyue Xin, he was still slow. This woman was probably at least at the golden immortal realm now. This time, if she absorbed this power again, she would probably reach a higher level and take another step forward. Muyun waited quietly. At this moment, Mingyue Xin completely ignored Muyun and only focused on absorbing the water. Time passed slowly. In the end, all the water on the altar disappeared. At this moment, Mingyue Xin's entire body was wet. Her clothes clung to her body, highlighting her exquisite figure. Even the white clothes under the light blue dress were clearly visible. Step by step, she walked towards Muyun. Mingyue Xin had a playful smile on her face. Are you afraid of me? Afraid? Muyun said indifferently, why would I be afraid of you? You won't eat me. Mingyue Xin looked at Muyun and walked forward. She held Muyun's chin with her jade-like hand and said with a smile, is that so? Aren't you afraid that I'll really eat you? As she spoke, Mingyue Xin's other hand held Muyun's vital point tightly. Wait. Muyun spoke again, tell me first. Why do you want to sleep with me every time you see me? There are so many men in the world. Who can't you sleep with? There are many who are more handsome and stronger than me. You are the reincarnation of the water god. Why would you fancy a small figure like me? Small figure? Ming Wuxian chuckled. Mu Yun, you don't know that in the entire immortal realm, no one is qualified to say that you are a small figure. Even in the entire divine realm, no one is qualified to say that. Ming Wuxian said in high spirits, when you know who you are and where you come from in the future, you will understand everything. You know? Looking at Ming Wuxian, Mu Yun immediately said excitedly. Of course I know. Ming Wuxian smiled faintly and said, and I also know why you have lived 3 lives. However, since that person doesn't want you to know, of course I won't say anything. However, I look forward to seeing what kind of scene it will be when you reach the divine realm one day. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Golden-backed Blue Wolf Wait. Mu Yun suddenly said, you are the reincarnation of the water god. You should know a lot of things in the god realm. Let me ask you, do you know the first god emperor? Hearing this, Ming Wuxian's movements immediately stiffened. You know this person? I've heard of him. Haha, I don't know this person either. He just left behind countless legends in the god realm and disappeared in the end. No one knows where he went. Ming Wuxian seemed to be unwilling to talk more with Mu Yun and just brushed it off. However, the more it was like this, the more curious Mu Yun was. Ming Wuxian stood up from Mu Yun and said with a smile, the great thousand world is vast and boundless. You might not be able to see the whole picture in your lifetime. Your vision should not be limited to this place. Sooner or later, you and I will meet again. At that time, the doubts in your heart will naturally be solved. At that time, I'm afraid that it will be impossible for me to force you. As soon as Ming Wuxian finished speaking, he waved his hand and a glass bead appeared in his hand. This glass bead can help you condense a golden body. You have to work hard and grow up quickly. I'm also looking forward to what you will look like in the future. As soon as Ming Wuxian finished speaking, he bent down and exposed his snow-white skin to Mu Yun's eyes. With a click, Ming Wuxian placed his hands behind his back and pressed his lips on Mu Yun's lips. I don't have time to play with you this time. Take care of yourself. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Ming Wuxian chuckled and said, oh, by the way, there should be something you want here. It depends on whether you can find it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Wuxian's figure completely disappeared. Feeling the warmth on her lips, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. This woman was still extremely strange at all times. Glass bead? Mu Yun held the glass bead in her hand. In an instant, the water droplet disappeared and melted into Mu Yun's body. Immediately after, Mu Yun felt a spatial will enter her mind. Along with the will of space, there was also a series of gentle power. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Mu Yun carefully controlled the 2 kinds of power, comprehending the space law and condensing the golden body at the same time. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, the 7th golden body began to form on the surface of Mu Yun's body. 7th tier golden immortal, arrived. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The glazed water droplet that Ming Wuxian had given him was probably not as simple as it seemed. A single water droplet had given him an inconceivable boost in strength. I didn't expect this place to be a gift for Ming Wuxian. Looks like it's time to leave. More than 1,000 people fought desperately for the last spot. However, if it were anyone else, they would have been killed by Ming Wuxian with a single slap. However, Mu Yun was satisfied to be able to obtain a glazed water droplet. After leaving this place and appearing on the ground, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. At this moment, the entire black castle turned into ashes and disappeared. The place where he appeared was only a piece of dark red land. Everything seemed to have disappeared completely. Mu Yun took a step forward and looked around. The vast land was as usual. After choosing a direction, Mu Yun continued to move forward. It was as if the Black Castle had never existed. Now that he was a 7th grade golden immortal, he finally had some ability to protect himself. However, Lin Yu still did not dare to be careless. After all, there were golden immortals in this place. If he encountered 1 or 2 of them, he was afraid that he would not have a chance to fight back and would be directly smashed into pieces. Mu Yun moved forward carefully. Along the way, he encountered many small teams. However, those people did not intend to provoke him, and he did not intend to cause trouble. Finally, after passing through a mountain forest, Mu Yun discovered that several groups of people had appeared in front of him. However, those groups of people seemed to have come from the same place. They had gathered here and were waiting for something. Mu Yun concealed himself and looked at the groups of about 100 people. He was careful and did not slack off. Chen Yuan, why did you summon us here? It's nothing good. We're not done with you, a bearded man said. Yeah, did you find something good here? We've been in this mystic realm for more than half a month. There's not even bird poop. I really wonder what kind of lousy place this is. The man called Chen Yuan looked at the three men who spoke and smiled. Don't be anxious. You'll know why I called you here later. After saying that, the few of them waited with great interest. Mu Yun was also looking around at this moment. In general, this mountain forest was not big. It had a radius of about a few dozen miles. Moreover, it was surrounded by low mountain peaks that were only a few hundred meters high. The mountains were densely covered with trees, and nothing strange could be seen. However, gradually, as they waited, the mountain forest began to change. A vortex appeared above the tranquil mountain forest. Originally, the vortex was only about a dozen meters in diameter and was not obvious. However, gradually, the vortex began to expand and gradually became obvious. The sound of wind whistling could be heard from the vortex. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The speed at which the vortex was expanding became increasingly fast. Everyone's hearts gradually became nervous. Chen Yuan, is this what you wanted to show us? The bearded man said again. That's right. Chen Yuan said seriously. I've been observing this vortex for 10 days. There should be a secret treasure inside. How about it? Do you want to go in and take a look? Hearing this, the bearded man immediately laughed and said, Sure, let's go in and take a look. Hu Yan, your brain is really in your pants. Suddenly, another fair-skinned man laughed and said, Chen Yuan is such a shrewd person. If there really is a secret treasure, will he keep it for himself and tell us? Xiaoyun, what do you mean by that? Hu Yan was stunned. With Chen Yuan's personality, it did not seem like he would do that. My meaning is very clear. Xiaoyun laughed. Chen Yuan is very cunning. Be careful that he doesn't sell you off and you still count the money for him. Chen Yuan? Of course I won't do that. Chen Yuan laughed awkwardly. We're all disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. Even if we're not in the same hall, we're still from the same sect. Why would I harm everyone? It's just that there's a gold-class immortal beast in the vortex. It's estimated to be a rank 9 golden immortal. I'm no match for it alone, so I asked for your help. As for what's inside, I can't be sure. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Mo Fei, say something. Xiaoyun looked at the other man who had been silent all this while and said. Everyone, let's go in and take a look. Mo Fei looked gentle. After pondering for a moment, he said, We came to this secret realm to find the secret treasure. This vortex is very strange. If we don't go in and take a look, I'm afraid we won't be satisfied. Haha, sure. Since Mo Fei said so, let's go in and take a look. Hu Yan laughed again. But Chen Yuan said it's a rank 9 golden immortal beast. The four of us are rank 8 golden immortals. I'm afraid, Mo Fei said worriedly. Can I join in? At this moment, a figure walked over. This person was naturally Mu Yun. When they saw Mu Yun appear, they immediately became nervous. But when they saw that Mu Yun was a rank 7 golden immortal, they relaxed. You? Disciple of the 33 Heaven Sword Sect. Hu Yan snorted. The 33 Heaven Sword Sect's sword cultivators are more cunning than the other. Why would you join in? As soon as Hu Yan said this, the way they looked at him changed. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Chen Yuan and the other two smiled bitterly in their hearts. Mu Yun obviously came alone. If he came alone, he probably had some strength. However, there were more than 100 of them. A rank 7 golden immortal was no match for them. On the other hand, Mu Yun came forward to invite them. He probably wanted a share of the loot. They could let Mu Yun take the lead. How good would that be? Hu Yan's words were like a direct rejection. He was really brainless. Brother, don't be angry, Chen Yuan said with a smile. If you're willing to join, it's naturally very good. But you're a rank 7 golden immortal after all. I'm afraid I can take the lead, Mu Yun said directly. I'm Mu Yun from the 33 Heavens Sword Sect. I have some methods that can help you deal with that golden immortal beast. I can at least guarantee that 10 fewer of you will die. As soon as he said that, they immediately thought about it. 10 people was not a small number. Even if they joined forces to kill that immortal beast, they would probably have to pay a heavy price. Mu Yun was willing to take the lead and attack. They had no reason to refuse. All right, Chen Yuan decided, and they began to prepare. Chen Yuan looked at Mu Yun and said, Brother Mu, that immortal beast looks like a wolf, but it also looks like a hyena. It's 100 meters tall and baring its teeth. I think it's a goldback blue wolf. Goldback blue wolf, everyone was shocked when they heard that. Goldback blue wolf was the king of golden immortal beasts. It was covered in golden armor and had a strong defense. Moreover, it had a mouth full of fangs that were comparable to golden immortal artifacts. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun smiled faintly when she heard that. Goldback blue wolf. I have a method that might be useful to it. How about this? I'll go in and take a look first. Then, everyone can plan the battle. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the few of them were naturally very happy. They hurriedly urged Mu Yun to enter the whirlpool to take a look. Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared from the ground. In the next moment, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the whirlpool. At this moment, the whirlpool was chaotic. The sky was vast and the earth was boundless. There was no existence in sight. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind whistled, and a fishy wind directly pounced from behind. Almost instantly, Mu Yun turned around and stabbed out with the Yoyu sword. With a swoosh, the Yoyu sword bloomed with sword light, and crackling sounds immediately sounded. The Yoyu sword felt as if it was looking at a piece of solid iron, and flames suddenly appeared. Mu Yun pulled away and looked behind her. It was indeed a goldback blue wolf. The goldback blue wolf's golden fur was shining from head to toe. Each of them stood upside down like golden thorns, shining with a terrifying light. She took a step forward, and a trembling sound was heard. At this moment, Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit, and she was not afraid at all. Hee, I came in to kill you. Hearing this, the goldback blue wolf's huge body erupted with an oppressive force. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing each other. If Mu Yun was still a 6th grade golden immortal, she might temporarily avoid the attack. However, now that she was a 7th grade golden immortal, Mu Yun was very curious about how many methods she would need to kill the goldback blue wolf. With a wave of her hand, a sword ray shot out from Mu Yun's hand. At this moment, outside the vortex, Chen Yuan, Xia Yun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yan waited quietly. This kid hasn't come out yet. Could he have died in there? Hu Yan said somewhat anxiously. Hu Yan, why are you so anxious? Xia Yun could not help but scold. If he died, he would be a good scout for us. Moreover, he has only been in there for less than 15 minutes. He probably hasn't encountered the goldback blue wolf yet. That shouldn't be the case. Chen Yuan said calmly, when I first entered, that big guy appeared. It killed everyone along the way and lost a few people. I had no choice but to come out. This kid hasn't come out yet. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that he was killed by the goldback blue wolf. The second is that he is fighting with the goldback blue wolf. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Why don't we go in and take a look? Hu Yan said again. Sure. The 4 of them agreed and prepared to go in. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a figure flew out of the vortex. It's Mu Yun. When they saw Mu Yun return, they immediately surrounded her. How was it? How strong is the goldback blue wolf? Hu Yan asked impatiently. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at them and said with a bitter smile, there is no goldback blue wolf inside. There is nothing at all. When she said this, everyone was stunned. Impossible. Chen Yuan shouted, I clearly saw it. A few disciples were killed. When Mu Yun said this, everyone present felt that it was interesting. Either Mu Yun was lying, or Qin Yuan was lying to them. At the end of the day, one of them was lying. Whether it is or not, let's go in and take a look. Mo Fei said again. Okay. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately flew up and entered the vortex. Everyone was extremely cautious as the sky darkened. However, the surroundings were dim and there were no signs of life at all. At this point, Xia Yun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yan all looked suspiciously at Qin Yuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Yuan was a little flustered. It's clearly there. I really saw it. Moreover, that golden-backed blue wolf is huge. Just because it doesn't appear now doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's possible that it was killed by Mu Yun. Hee, Mu Yun suddenly said, this brother, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Not to mention the gold-backed blue wolf, even if it was the four of you, I wouldn't be a match. As soon as he said this, Mo Fei and the other two looked at Qin Yuan, clearly no longer believing him. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, looked like he was about to cry. He couldn't wait for the gold-backed blue wolf to appear right now to prove his innocence. In the end, Xia Yun said, everyone, let's not bother about it. Maybe the gold-backed blue wolf isn't here for the time being. Our main task now is to see if there are any strange spaces in this vortex. Hearing this, the others no longer looked at Qin Yuan. They spread out and looked around. Qin Yuan looked at Mu Yun and widened his eyes. There was a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for Mu Yun, they wouldn't have suspected him now. However, when Mu Yun saw Qin Yuan's glare, he could only shrug helplessly, indicating that it wasn't his fault. The team of more than 100 people was divided into 4 teams and spread out. However, they were not far from each other to ensure that they could support each other at the first moment of danger. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a team and moving forward. Inside this vortex, the ground was solid and the sky was dim. There was nothing strange about it. As everyone moved forward, changes gradually appeared in front of them. A tall tower blocked everyone's path forward. The tower was about 100 meters tall. There were blood-colored sails hanging around the tower. It looked very terrifying. Everyone immediately became more cautious. The 4 teams merged into one and entered the tower. Woo-woo, the sound of the wind whistled. Just as the 100 people entered the first floor of the tower, a fishy wind assaulted their faces. Something that looked like a floating ghost was flying straight towards them. Instantly, a series of screams rang out. A few disciples immediately died tragically. However, it wasn't over yet. Those illusory figures flew towards the crowd, biting and tearing at them. At this moment, Mu Yun immediately activated his 7 golden bodies. A golden immortal's golden body was not only able to defend against physical attacks, but also against soul attacks. The floating ghostly things that appeared in front of them looked like souls that had been killed by someone. They couldn't find a new host and could only float here. Puff, an illusory soul directly charged in front of Mu Yun. However, that illusory soul looked like it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When it approached Mu Yun, a bang sounded and it turned into ashes. Even Mu Yun's 7th golden body didn't break through. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also very surprised. It seemed that the effect of the glazed water droplet was not that simple. This golden body was even thicker than his previous 6 paths golden body. Moreover, Mu Yun had also verified it previously. When the gold-backed blue wolf's attack landed on him, the attack wasn't that strong. That was why he could quickly deal with the gold-backed blue wolf. This caused a rift between the 4 of them. At this moment, the attacks of those illusory souls were very domineering and fierce. They were targeting everyone's souls. As immortals, once their souls were gone, their bodies would be corpses. However, there were more than 1,000 vile souls on the first level. They attacked with a majestic howl and an astonishing aura. Everyone, go to the 2nd level immediately. In the crowd, Mo Fei directly shouted. Everyone immediately rushed to the 2nd level without caring about anything else. At this moment, the ferocious spirits naturally saw through this and chased after him without any regard for their lives. Gradually, everyone entered the 2nd level. Those vile souls were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. When they saw this scene, none of them dared to walk to the second level. At this moment, everyone checked their own safety and found that there were only 100 or so disciples left out of the hundreds of disciples. At this moment, everyone's hearts were heavy. However, suddenly, a cry of surprise broke the silence. Everyone turned around and looked at the second level. They were all stunned. On the walls of the second level, rays of light flickered. Those rays of light seemed to contain a strong aura. If all of them were to spread out, it would most likely be like an energy storm. At this moment, everyone immediately began to approach the walls. With a wave of their palms, those light spots floated one by one. The moment they landed on their palms, they directly entered their bodies. In an instant, everyone felt that pure energy entered their bodies, increasing their perception and the condensation of the golden body's law. Without saying anything, everyone immediately understood that this pure energy was most likely condensed from the lifetime energy of those dead people below. Everyone immediately began to crazily snatch it. Every light spot contained an abundant amount of energy, making people unable to give it up. The scene immediately became chaotic. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally began to collect those light spots and fused them into her body. The strengthening of the spatial law and the strengthening of the golden body could be seen instantly. In a short time, everyone had snatched it up. The surrounding walls no longer had anything special. However, at this moment, everyone was extremely excited. They had already obtained what they wanted. Although their realms did not increase, their strength had greatly increased. At this moment, Mu Yun also observed the improvement of her body. During this period of time, her realm had increased very rapidly. At this moment, it was not suitable for her to increase her realm again. This surge of energy came at just the right time, allowing him to stabilize his cultivation base. In the golden immortal realm, from the 4th grade to the 7th grade, if it were anyone else, it would be impossible to do so without 100 years. However, she did not stop advancing. Now, the improvement of her realm was indeed a little fast. At this moment, everyone was not in a hurry to continue moving forward. Instead, they sat on the spot and began to digest what they had comprehended. Everyone was satisfied with what they had achieved. Time passed bit by bit. Qin Yuan was the first to stand up. Everyone, has it been settled? Now, let's continue forward and take a look at the 3rd level. As soon as Qin Yuan finished speaking, he immediately received everyone's approval. It was not that he was highly supported in everyone's hearts. It was simply because everyone was thinking the same thing at this moment. They all knew that the 2nd level was such an amazing existence. The 3rd level was probably even more mysterious. Everyone raised their morale to 120%. As for the danger of the 1st level, they had long forgotten about it. When they arrived at the 3rd level and saw the scene on the 3rd level, some disciples were immediately excited. Immortal artifacts. Immortal pills. Many disciples were overjoyed at this moment. Looking at the immortal artifacts and immortal pills on the 3rd level, their faces lit up with joy. However, Qin Yuan and some other disciples with higher realms sighed in their hearts. Those immortal artifacts and immortal pills were mostly low-grade gold grade. To them, they were not very effective and were not very useful. Xianxia looked at the entire 3rd level. There were more than 1,000 immortal artifacts and immortal pills. He sighed and said, "If you like them, take them all." The few of them were obviously not very interested. Mu Yun naturally did not care. Last time at the Sunset Mountain Range, he collected a large number of gold-grade immortal artifacts and immortal pills. There were even a few sacred-grade immortal artifacts. Standing around and looking at other places, Mu Yun also became cautious. Meanwhile, the other disciples were all overjoyed at this moment. They frantically snatched those gold-grade immortal artifacts and immortal pills. However, suddenly, a scream was heard. A disciple who took an immortal artifact actually charged toward a disciple beside him without saying a word. Then, a series of screams were heard. Those disciples took the immortal artifacts and immortal pills and began to kill the people beside them without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's expression changed. These people seemed to have lost their minds. They all began to attack the disciples beside them. There's something wrong with these immortal pills and immortal artifacts. Mu Yun immediately said. Immediately throw away the immortal pills and immortal artifacts in your hands. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 3 Immortal Swords Jin Yuan, Xia Yun, and the other two also had ugly expressions. They did not expect such a problem to occur. But now was not the time to consider the reason. How could they solve it? Those disciples were completely out of control. Senior brother Qin Yuan, what should we do? A disciple asked anxiously. There's no other way. Qin Yuan shouted, kill them. Huh? What are you talking about? These disciples are completely possessed by evil spirits. They don't recognize us at all. What else can we do but kill them? Do you want to die with them? Yes. Immediately, the remaining 30 or so people rushed out. Although there were only 30 or so people left, these 30 or so people were all disciples who looked down on those immortal artifacts and elixirs. They were all above rank 5 golden immortals. The 30 or so people immediately began to kill the dozens of people who had gone crazy. Mu Yun laughed in his heart. Kill them? Sure, anyway, they were disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. He did not mind killing a few more. He raised his sword and attacked. Mu Yun's sword was very fast now. Rank 5 golden immortals were like vegetables in his hands. Not long after, there were only 30 or so people left in the original 100 or so people. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Qin Yuan, Xia Yun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yan's expressions turned ugly. Such a loss was too heavy. Mu Yun put away the Yoyu sword. Although he looked solemn, he was overjoyed. The fewer people there were left, the less danger he would be in. Put away their corpses and continue forward. Mo Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and said bitterly. Mo Fei turned around and looked at Mu Yun. He said lightly, I saw that you were having a good time killing. No, I just wanted to save my life. Mo Fei looked deeply at Mu Yun and did not say anything. Everyone continued forward. At this moment, the remaining 30 or so people also walked toward the 4th floor with heavy expressions. More than 30 figures appeared on the 4th floor. They could see a pond at the center of the floor. There was nothing in the pool. There was nothing unusual. Everyone looked around and realized that there was nothing special about the 4th floor. There was only an empty pool. Everyone continued to investigate their surroundings. However, Mu Yun started to wander around the pool. Logically speaking, the person who left the tower behind wouldn't be so bored as to leave behind only a pool of water on the 4th floor. The only possibility was that the item had been taken away. However, the items on the 2nd and 3rd floors had not been touched. It was impossible to skip the 2nd and 3rd floors and directly reach the 4th floor. Gradually, everyone lost their patience and prepared to continue forward. Mu Yun, you're not leaving? Hu Yan looked at Mu Yun and shouted. Oh. I'll be right there. You don't have to wait for me. I'll find you in a bit. Hearing this, the few of them could not be bothered with Mu Yun and directly walked up to the 5th floor. Not long after, Mu Yun heard numerous exclamations coming from the 5th level. Clearly, they had found something good on the 5th floor. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She stood by the pool. I got it. Suddenly, Mu Yun seemed to have thought of something. She waved her hand, and streams of water shot out from her palm. Those streams of water quickly gathered in the pool. Gradually, the water in the pool overflowed, and a shadow suddenly appeared. That shadow looked like a box. Mu Yun bent down and easily took the box in her hand. She opened the box, and a glittering elixir appeared in the box. Seeing the elixir, Mu Yun's expression immediately became strange. Gold Essence Dragon Elixir. At this moment, Mu Yun was ecstatic. Gold Grade Elixir, Gold Essence Dragon Elixir. The name of this elixir sounded very tacky, but this elixir was extremely rare. Although this elixir was only a gold-grade elixir, even some saint-grade elixirs could not compare to it. There was no other reason. This elixir required dragon blood to be refined. Moreover, it was the blood of the most domineering dragon among the divine dragons. Dragon blood was not commonly seen. In the entire immortal realm, there was only one divine dragon, Xianxia. However, even Xiaxing himself did not know its attributes, let alone others. To be able to refine such an elixir, one had to be lucky enough to obtain dragon blood in some ancient realm to be able to refine it. Otherwise, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. In the past, he also wanted to rely on Xiaxing's dragon blood to refine some elixirs. However, this shameless dragon refused to give him a drop of blood. He was extremely stingy. Now, this Jinyuan tyrant dragon pill was simply too suitable for him. He had reached the golden immortal realm, condensed the golden body, and comprehended the law of space. This gold essence dragon elixir was a great supplement for him. Mu Yun, come up quickly. At this moment, a call came from the 5th level. Mu Yun put away the elixir and immediately went to the 5th level. When she reached the 5th level, Mu Yun was extremely surprised when she saw the scene on the 5th level. The entire 5th level was like a crystal palace. It was crystal clear and sparkling. In the center, 3 long swords hung. At this moment, the 3 swords appeared to be of different lengths and shapes. Saint-level immortal artifacts. Looking at the 3 immortal swords, Mu Yun said, "Do you have a way to open this restriction?" Chen Yuan looked at Mu Yun and said urgently, "This is a saint-level immortal artifact." "I'll do my best." Mu Yun nodded and said. However, when he was about to use it, his mind was filled with thoughts. 3 immortal swords, and they were saint-level immortal artifacts. However, at this moment, there were 4 of them, Chen Yuan, Xia Yun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yen. 4 of them divided into 3, however, when she thought of the battle between these people, Mu Yun already had a conclusion in her heart. "I can open it." Not long after, Mu Yun said directly. "Oh? You have a way?" Mo Fei also looked at Mu Yun in surprise. "Yes." Mu Yun said again, "It's just that it's a little difficult for me to open this restriction. I need golden yang pills. The more, the better." "Brat, you're not playing with us, are you?" Hu Yen immediately shouted. "Playing with you?" Mu Yun smiled. "If I don't want to die, I naturally won't play with you." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I think you should also understand that I don't have the right to play tricks in the hands of the 4 of you." Mo Fei was the first to take the lead and said, "I have 4 million pills here. I have 7 million pills here. I have 3 million pills here. I have 5 million pills here." The 4 of them spoke at the same time. A few million golden yang pills in exchange for a saint-level immortal artifact was definitely a huge profit. A total of 19 million golden yang pills. Mu Yun thought carefully and said, "I'm afraid it's not enough. I should need at least 30 million golden yang pills." 30 million? Hearing this, the others looked at Mu Yun as if they were looking at a lunatic. "Mu Yun, are you courting death?" Hu Yen shouted again, 30 million golden yang pills, aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? "I'm not using it for myself, I'm using it to open the restriction." Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Do you want to open it or not? These 3 saint-level immortal swords won't be in my hands anyway. If you're not willing, I'm not willing either." "How dare you?" Alright. Chen Yuan said, "Everyone, gather the golden yang pills you have. This time, when we return to the sect, I'll definitely repay everyone." Hearing this, Xia Yun and Mo Fei also started to ask for more. After gathering 30 million golden yang pills with great difficulty, the 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun said again, "I'll have to trouble everyone to leave the 5th floor temporarily and wait on the 4th floor. Remember, don't come in during this period. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for anything that happens. Mu Yun, the 5th floor is the top floor. He can't escape. If he wants to leave, he'll have to go through the 4th floor. We'll just go down and wait." Xia Yun also said. After saying that, Xia Yun gave Hu Yen a look. On the other side, Mo Fei and Qin Yuan also left this place. In the blink of an eye, only Mu Yun was left on the 5th floor. Looking at the empty 5th floor, Mu Yun immediately waved his hand. Array talismans appeared one after another, and the 3 immortal swords flew directly into his hand. He could easily open this restriction. The 30 million golden yang pills he wanted was just to take advantage of them. However, Mu Yun did not plan to leave immediately. Walking to the entrance of the 5th floor, Mu Yun waved his hand and set up a restriction. Then, he returned to the center and sat down cross-legged. After obtaining the golden dragon pill, he was prepared to consume it here. This time, he did not want to raise his cultivation level, but only wanted to consolidate it and make his 7 layers of defense as a tier 7 golden immortal stronger. After swallowing the golden dragon pill in one gulp, Mu Yun immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to digest it. If an ordinary warrior swallowed it like this, his body would have exploded and he would have died. However, Mu Yun's bloodline was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he had once tempered his body with dragon blood and dragon soul. His current endurance was far from what ordinary people could compare to. After the pill entered his stomach, the power was dissolved. At this moment, Mu Yun began to circulate his power without saying a word. The immortal pill contained not only the power of a warrior's physical body, but also some power of rules and comprehension. Mu Yun had even heard that some powerful immortal pills, or even divine pills, could transform into human form and run around. They could also cultivate. It sounded very unbelievable. Mu Yun did not know whether it was true or not. At least, he had never seen an immortal pill refined by his master, Meng Zimo, fly away. Time passed by bit. In Mu Yun's body, the medicinal effect of the golden dragon pill gradually spread. The power spread out one by one. Mu Yun felt the power in his body gradually spreading out. Moreover, it activated the dragon power in his body. Mu Yun felt that with his current comprehension of the spatial laws and the bloodline power in his body, condensing the 8th golden body should not be a problem. However, now was obviously not the time. Those people outside were still waiting for him. Mu Yun made up his mind and stood up. For the time being, he did not condense his 8th golden body. He began to obediently place the 3 immortal swords on the ground. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The fisherman benefits. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. Her face turned pale as she staggered to her feet. She went to the entrance of the 5th floor and opened the restriction that she had set up. It's done. After shouting to the people below, Mu Yun fell to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. It's done? The group of people below immediately started discussing animatedly as they flew up impatiently. At this moment, Mu Yun leaned against the door, panting heavily. It's really done? Chen Yuan and the others were overjoyed when they saw the 3 immortal swords standing still. Just the 3 saint-level celestial swords alone were priceless and incomparably valuable. It was worth it. However, there was a problem. The 4 of them led the team, but there were only 3 immortal swords. How were they going to split them? Chen Yuan looked at the 3 of them and said, "First of all, I was the one who discovered this place. If I didn't call the 3 of you over, I'm afraid the 3 of you wouldn't have gotten any of the 3 sacred immortal swords. So, it's not too much for me to take one, right?" As Chen Yuan spoke, he was about to walk forward. Wait. However, at this moment, Mo Fei spoke up. Chen Yuan, you're wrong. If you say that, I can say that if the 3 of us didn't come, you wouldn't have been able to enter this place. The 3 of us can take one each. That's right. Xiayan also spoke up. The 4 of them were no longer in a cooperative relationship. They were enemies now. They were all looking at each other with disdain. After all, it was a sacred immortal artifact. No one was willing to give it up. In the future, when they entered the golden immortal realm, a sacred immortal sword would be extremely important to them. In that case, what do you think we should do? Chen Yuan regretted it so much. If he had known that there was no danger here, he wouldn't have informed the 3 of them. There are only 3 sacred immortal artifacts here. How are the 4 of us going to split them? Chen Yuan looked at the 3 of them and said. At this very moment, the 3 of them looked at each other without saying a word. How about this? The 4 of us will draw lots, and the sword will belong to whoever obtains it. As for the one who didn't obtain it, everyone will compensate with golden yang pills or immortal artifacts of equivalent value. What do you think? Xia Yun, are you kidding me? Chen Yuan said again, I gave the golden yang pill to Mu Yun just now to open the formation. How many gold-grade immortal tools do you have? 10 pieces? Or 100 pieces? Even 100 gold-grade immortal artifacts can't compare to a saint-grade immortal sword. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded in agreement. The allure of a saint-grade immortal artifact was too great. No one would be willing to make such an exchange. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing at the side and watching the four of them discuss. She laughed in her heart. These fellows were destined not to be at a disadvantage. In the end, it was likely that they would have to fight to determine who would be the winner. I don't care. Anyway, I deserve one. At this moment, Hu Yan took a step forward and waved his hand, wanting to grab one of the immortal swords in front of him. Clang, however, before his hand could land, a long sword blocked in front of him. Hu Yan, if you take it, what will happen to the three of us? Xianxia snorted. I don't care. After thinking about it for a while, I can't think of a good idea. It's better to let whoever can grab these three immortal swords get it. After saying that, Hu Yan took a step forward and waved his hand, directly grabbing the immortal sword. At this moment, how could Xiaoyun, Mo Fei, and Chen Yuan just watch? The three of them stepped forward and directly grabbed the immortal swords. The four of them tangled together and immediately began to fight. Low banging sounds could be heard on the 5th floor. At this moment, Mu Yun had come to the 4th floor and sat cross-legged on the ground. Her complexion returned to normal. Mu Yun sat on the ground and began to prepare to condense the 8th golden body. Now that she had stepped into the 8th stage golden immortal realm, when the four of them were almost done fighting, it would be best for her to go up and take the three immortal swords. After making up her mind, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and condensed her aura from head to toe. The condensation of the 8th golden body could begin after she consumed the Jinyuan Tyrant Dragon Elixir. However, it was not the right time just now. Now, the four of them were fighting for the three immortal swords. To her, the three immortal swords were definitely hers. It was fine to let the four of them have some fun first. Mu Yun made up her mind and began to cultivate. Gradually, a golden light appeared on the surface of her body. That golden light spread out and gave off a very gloomy feeling. Upon closer inspection, that golden light carried a sharp golden aura. Although it was gloomy, its aura was domineering. This golden body was condensed from the Jinyuan Tyrant Dragon Elixir and more or less carried a bit of dragon aura. It was greatly beneficial for Mu Yun's strength to increase. At this moment, the 30-odd people on the 5th floor were already fighting fiercely. Chen Yuan, Xiaoyun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yan were already in a killing frenzy at this moment. They couldn't wait to take each other's heads immediately. As time passed, the four of them looked at each other and became more alert. Do you still have the strength to fight? Chen Yuan panted and looked at the three of them. If I don't have the strength to fight, these three immortal swords will belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan stepped forward. In your dreams. However, Hu Yan attacked again at this moment. His aura shrouded him as he threw a punch at Chen Yuan. On the other side, Mo Fei saw the opportunity and stepped forward, wanting to snatch the swords. Mo Fei, you're really confident. Xiaoyun stopped Mo Fei and the two of them fought again. The four figures didn't care about the lives of the other disciples and fought with all their might to kill each other. However, the four of them were all tier 8 golden immortals. They couldn't kill each other at all. Each of them was injured. After fighting for a long time, there was still no winner. Swoosh, however, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The three sacred immortal swords disappeared in an instant. Who is it? Seeing this, the four of them immediately became nervous. They were fighting like tigers. Now that someone suddenly jumped out to snatch their spoils of war, how could they tolerate this? When they saw the figure clearly, the four of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was Mu Yun. They weren't worried at all when they saw Mu Yun. If Mu Yun dared to snatch the swords, the four of them would immediately beat her to death. Everyone. Mu Yun smiled and said, I see that you guys are having a hard time fighting. Why don't these three immortal swords belong to me, Mu Yun? Hearing those words, the four figures looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Mu Yun. Is her brain damaged? However, Mu Yun actually kept the three sacred immortal swords. Mu Yun, do you know that you're playing with fire? Looking at Mu Yun, the four of them surrounded her. Playing with fire? Muyan smiled and said, I'm not playing with fire. I just followed you guys all the way. I did play with you guys. Now that it's about time, there's nothing else here that I want, so I won't play with you guys. Play with us? Chen Yuan immediately shouted, you're just a mere 7th grade golden immortal, and you want to play with us? Who told you that I'm a 7th grade golden immortal? Muyan smiled slightly, and the aura of an 8th grade golden immortal immediately appeared. An 8th grade golden immortal, seeing this scene, the few people present were instantly dumbfounded. When did this fellow advance to an 8th grade golden immortal? Could it be just now? But how was that possible? Alright, I can't be bothered to talk to you guys. Now, I'm taking the 3 sacred immortal artifacts. If you guys want to fight, continue fighting. After saying that, Muyan took a step and was about to leave. Want to run? Stop right there. The 4 of them were immediately furious. They had been going around in circles for a long time, but Muyan actually took them away. Was she playing with monkeys? The 4 figures immediately rushed towards Muyan. At this moment, Muyan's expression didn't change. She took a step forward and waved her hand. She directly pointed the earth-refining finger. With a loud bang, Hu Yan, who bore the brunt of the attack, had a bloody hole appear in his chest. He endured the pain, but his face instantly turned pale. Without saying a word, Muyan pointed her finger again. Heaven-refining finger. Directly pointing her finger, Muyan's aura bloomed. At this moment, she took a step forward, and the murderous aura on her body bloomed. Dong, 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 3 muffled sounds were heard. Chen Yuan, Xia Yun, and Mo Fei's faces instantly turned pale, and they all retreated in a sorry state. Come at me if you want to die. The 4 of them were all seriously injured in the first exchange. As for the other disciples, they were even more unbearable at this moment. They didn't dare to approach at all. Muyan looked at the few of them and sneered, do you know now? I've only played with you for half a day. Hearing this, the 4 of them immediately looked as ugly as pig liver. Even so, the 4 of them were still unwilling to give up. Everyone, bring out whatever trump cards you have. 3 sage great immortal swords are no joke. Chen Yuan snorted and swallowed an immortal pill. On the other side, Xia Yun, Mo Fei, and Hu Yan did the same. At this moment, the 3 of them were filled with hatred. They couldn't wait to kill Muyan immediately. Looking at the changes in the 4's aura, Muyan was even more expectant. After entering the 8th stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, she could only feel the power in her body churning. The comfortable power all surged in her body. Kill. Without saying a word, waves of majestic power surged out. On the 5th floor, there was a bloody storm. Slowly, after half an hour, a spotless figure walked out of the 5th floor. It was Muyan. At this moment, on the 5th floor, corpses were strewn all over the ground. 3 sacred immortal swords that have reached the 8th stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. This time, it's a sure win. Muyan muttered to himself as he stepped forward and left the place. At this moment, on the 5th floor, a corpse slowly moved its finger. Big brother Lu Yuan, avenge me. The corpse said this to a crystal in its hand. In the end, it died completely. At the same time, thousands of miles away, dozens of figures gathered and surrounded a burly immortal beast. Among them, the leader was a handsome young man with long hair tied up in a golden silk robe. He stood at the side and looked at the dozens of people. He kept scolding, "Are you all idiots? Send 5 more people here to attack its rear. Send 3 people over there." Crack. Flesh of the fighting ghost, huh? The young man was startled when he heard the crack. It's Chen Yuan. What is he doing? Why is he only replying to me now? The young man frowned. With a wave of his hand, one of the crystals in his hand shattered into pieces. Brother Lu Yuan, avenge me. A voice could be heard. Several illusionary figures appeared in front of the young man. It was the scene of Muyan killing a few people. 3 sacred immortal swords. That kid went to look for treasures behind my back. Lu Yuan harumphed and mumbled to himself, he was killed before he could find them. Who is he? Muyan, sounds familiar. That being said, I might ignore you after killing the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, but I can't just give you the 3 sacred immortal swords for free. Lu Yuan glanced at the people in the distance and yelled, "Get the F***K back here, get the F***K back here. Now, come with me and leave this place at once." "Brother Lu Yuan, don't you want the cores of the immortal beasts?" Want your head." Lu Yuan cursed, "Now, come with me. There's a huge deal waiting for us." "A huge deal?" One of the disciples chuckled, "Should we tell Brother Lu Shan? He's a first-grade great golden immortal," and he said, Tell me. Lu Yuan punched the disciple on the head and said, "It's always Lu Shan talking. Are you following me, Lu Yuan, or Lu Shan?" Lu Yuan said furiously, "Remember this, find a guy called Mu Yun. He has some good treasures on him. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you mess it up, don't blame me for being merciless." "Got it." The group immediately left the place. At this moment, Mu Yun was unaware of all this. Chen Yuan was only his underling in the Blood Fiend sect. Now that he had found the sacred immortal swords without telling him, he deserved to die. However, the reason he was looking for Mu Yun was not for revenge, but for the 3 sacred immortal swords. That was a saint-grade immortal artifact. Just thinking about it made Lu Yuan very excited. The group of people galloped towards the abyssal abyss. On the other side, Mu Yun had already left the tower, but she couldn't get out of the vortex for the time being. This spatial vortex seemed to open every once in a while. Mu Yun decided to cultivate inside. Along the way, his cultivation had risen rapidly. It was much better than his bitter cultivation. The most important reason was that he had encountered some powerful opponents and some strange places that could raise his cultivation level everywhere. This kind of improvement was really comfortable. But now was not the time to be proud. At the very least, he had yet to meet a perfected golden immortal. Once he met one, he would still have to run. After waiting for about half a month, the vortex opened again. Mu Yun's figure appeared in the forest. "Phew. We're finally out. It seems like there are many good places in this mystic realm. We need to search for them slowly." Mu Yun exhaled. At this moment, a crackling sound suddenly sounded. Behind Mu Yun, several figures charged out without warning. Mu Yun reacted quickly and killed them with a backhand slash of her sword. Screams sounded, and 3 figures fell to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Right at this moment, the clear sound of a slap was heard. Dozens of figures gathered from all directions. "Amazing, amazing." The young man in the lead clapped his hands and applauded. "I carefully arranged the assassination and hid here for 10 days. You actually reacted in an instant. It seems that I really underestimated you." "Who are you?" Mu Yun asked coldly when she saw the person who came. "Why do you care who I am?" The man snorted. "You killed my people and snatched my people's treasures. Mu Yun, hand over the 3 saint-grade immortal swords. I'll consider letting you die a little faster." Hearing this, Mu Yun roughly understood. This person was most likely notified by the people in the pagoda before they died. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun shook her head. "I definitely can't give you the 3 saint-grade immortal artifacts. However, what you said just now makes sense." "I'll also consider letting you die a little faster." "You're courting death." Lu Yuan immediately shouted. "All of you, get lost. Don't let him run away. I'll kill this kid with my own hands." "Yes." The rest of the people immediately stepped aside. They knew Lu Yuan's temper. As for Lu Yuan's strength, there was no doubt about it. Mu Yun was a mere 8th-grade golden immortal. She was not a big deal. Dozens of people immediately spread out in all directions, spreading out 1,000 meters away. They were ready to see how Lu Yuan would kill Mu Yun. However, at this moment, the Yoyu sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. She looked at Lu Yuan and did not intend to run at all. "You're not running? Why should I run?" Mu Yun smiled. "I've just advanced to the 8th-grade golden immortal realm. I'm using you to practice. If I run away, how aggrieved would that be?" The Yoyu sword in Mu Yun's hand swayed. She became more cautious. This Lu Yuan was a 9th-grade golden immortal. Although he had killed a 9th-grade golden immortal when he was a 7th-grade golden immortal, this guy was not the same. Mu Yun could feel that the aura on his body had become stronger. However, the stronger it was, the stronger Mu Yun's fighting spirit became. You still want to fight with me? Fine, fine, fine. I'll satisfy you. Come, come, come. If you can hurt me today, I'll call you Grandpa. Lu Yuan smiled contemptuously. He looked at Mu Yun with ridicule. An 8th grade golden immortal dared to put on an act in front of him. You're not going to fight back? I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can touch me within 3 moves, I'll call you Grandpa. Come, come. Lu Yuan waved his hand indifferently. All right. Mu Yun looked at Lu Yuan's confident look and could not help but smile in her heart. However, she was not careless at this moment. Lu Yuan had this confidence. Firstly, he looked down on her. Secondly, this guy had a certain level of strength. As her words fell, the Youyu sword in Mu Yun's hand bloomed with rays of light. Purple chi from the east. Sword chi whistled as she swung her sword. Violent sword chi surged in front of Mu Yun. The law of space and the nirvana sword realm surged and charged toward Lu Yuan. Whoosh, the hum of a sword rang out as Mu Yun waved his sword. Lu Yuan instantly felt a wave of pressure coming at him. Clang, without saying a word, a soft armor appeared on the surface of Lu Yuan's body. The soft armor was completely black. It appeared on the surface of Lu Yuan's body and was particularly eye-catching. Even so, the power of Mu Yun's sword and the tyrannical vibrations caused Lu Yuan to retreat continuously. Dull thuds sounded. At this moment, power exploded from Mu Yun's body. Lu Yuan bore all the power and retreated step by step. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Are you calling me Grandpa? Mu Yun said slowly. I'll call you Grandpa. Lu Yuan was furious. He did not expect Mu Yun, who was only an 8th grade golden immortal, to be able to unleash such tyrannical strength. This was simply unbelievable. What? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? You're courting death. How could Lu Yuan endure Mu Yun's mockery at this moment? He took a step forward and condensed his aura. At this moment, he stood up arrogantly. At this moment, an aura bloomed from Lu Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. This was the body of the war ghost, the body of the war ghost. It sounded like a strange name, but such a physique was very rare. Once a martial artist awakened the body of the war ghost, he would be like an evil spirit. However, he would also have terrifying combat power. If one underestimated it, they would definitely pay a painful price. Stimulating such a physique could allow a martial artist to awaken twice their combat power. Most importantly, this physique had a strange change. I didn't expect you to have the body of the war ghost. No wonder. Oh? You know about the body of the war ghost? Lu Yuan laughed and said, Kid, you made me vomit blood just now. Now, I've decided to play you to death. The body of the war ghost is very powerful, but I don't know how much you can control. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yuan with a cold look in his eyes. It's enough to kill you. Boom, suddenly, a black tentacle appeared behind Lu Yuan's back. The black tentacle seemed to be Lu Yuan's 3rd arm. It grew out of Lu Yuan's body. At the same time, a blade grew out of the 3rd arm. The blade was only a meter long, but it was full of saw teeth, giving people a terrifying feeling. I'll let you see to what extent my body of the war ghost has reached. However, the price is heavy. You'll have to pay with your life to see it. Lu Yuan attacked immediately after he finished speaking. At this moment, the dozens of onlookers cheered. They had long known that Lu Yuan had the body of the war ghost. Moreover, Lu Yuan was a 9th grade golden immortal. Other than a golden immortal, who could fight him, they were willing to follow Lu Yuan because of his tyrannical strength. At this moment, everyone was excited. They wanted to see how Mu Yun, this arrogant guy, would die. Rumble, rumble after rumble rang out. The two were fighting in the mountain forest. The entire mountain forest was completely destroyed. Between the two figures, immortal weapons crisscrossed, turning into flying killer weapons to attack each other. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this at all. Her heart was calm. She attacked with her sword without the slightest panic. Lu Yuan's every violent attack was neutralized by her. Under such circumstances, Lu Yuan's heart became more and more angry. Looking at Mu Yan's face, it became more and more gloomy. Evil ghost travel. Suddenly, Lu Yuan roared. The third arm behind him held the sawtooth blade in an instant and attacked. The third arm speed soared, and it ran all the way. Its speed became faster and faster, dazzling the eyes. Slash. With a low shout, Lu Yuan's third arm doubled its speed. The blade slashed directly at Mu Yan's head. With a swoosh, Mu Yan's figure retreated quickly. However, the blade still hung on Mu Yan's long hair. A few strands of hair fell down. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The might of a zenith heaven golden immortal purple condensation third slash. Mu Yan did not retreat at all. She drew her long sword, and each slash was faster than the previous one. She slashed 3 times with each slash, and the sword shadows charged towards Lu Yuan. You're courting death. Lu Yuan snorted, and the armor on the surface of his body took the attack head-on. The 3 streaks of sword chi hit the armor, but only left white marks. The armor was still strong. Seeing this, Mu Yan knew that this guy's armor was not ordinary. It seemed that Lu Yuan's position in the Blood Fiend Divine Sect was not ordinary. However, compared to Lu Yuan's position in the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, Mu Yan admired the armor on his body more. That armor was indeed very attractive. Its defense was amazing. Hee, kid, you can't even break my armor now, and you still want to fight me? Lu Yuan sneered. You're now a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, do you understand? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with intense excitement. Bloodthirsty excitement. Dark ghost slash. The blade on his back fell, and crackling sounds immediately sounded. The dark ghost slash roared and slashed towards Mu Yan's position. Seeing this, Mu Yan's aura spread out from her body. Crackling sounds could be heard again. Purple seal sword slash. She swung her sword, but the sword was shattered by the blade slash in an instant. Mu Yan scurried back in a sorry state. Lu Yuan followed up with another attack. There's no other way. Mu Yan suddenly felt as if his blood was boiling. Bloodline dual path was activated, the rumbling aura skyrocketed. Purple chi from the east. She swung her sword again, and the sword chi slashed at Lu Yuan's armor. At this moment, crackling sounds could be heard. Lu Yuan still did not care. You've already tried, but you can't break this defense. Why? Still not giving up? Lu Yuan sneered. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yan's lips curled into a cold sneer. Crack crack, 2 cracking sounds rang out. Immediately, a crack appeared on the black armor on Lu Yuan's chest. The crack spread, and a stream of blood flowed out. The armor was broken. At this moment, Lu Yuan's entire body was surging with a berserk aura as he completely exploded. You're courting death. It was the same sword move, but Mu Yan's sword actually broke through his armor. This was simply a threat to his life. But why did this fellow suddenly emit such a different aura? The aura of this sword was far stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Yuan couldn't care less. He held the short stick with both hands and swung it at Mu Yan. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than Mu Yan. Purple condensation third slash. Once again, she slashed out with her sword, splitting it into 3. Above Mu Yan's hands, sword chi spread out. The power of the 3 sword chi was more than 10 times stronger than before. Clang clang clang, the armor on Lu Yuan's body began to crack inch by inch. This time, it was completely destroyed. At this moment, Lu Yuan didn't care anymore. He crossed his 2 sticks, and a black aura charged directly at Mu Yan. That black aura was like a ferocious ghost. With a whimpering sound, it was extremely terrifying. The few sounds gave people a heavy feeling. Get lost. The heavenly fire spread on the surface of Mu Yan's body. After the scorching aura met the Yin ghost aura, it immediately exploded. Lu Yuan didn't expect Mu Yan to have such a move. He screamed, and his face turned pale. Heavenly fire, you actually have heavenly fire. Lu Yuan roared furiously. Do I have to tell you in advance so that you can be prepared? Mu Yan sneered. The body of the war ghost was mainly deceitful, and the techniques it used were all Yin ghosts. To Yin ghosts, they were most afraid of lightning, followed by fire. When Mu Yun released her heavenly fire, it could be said that she directly crushed Lu Yuan. Purple seal sword slash. She slashed out with her sword again, and a purple seal spread out. At this moment, Lu Yuan wanted to release his Yin ghost aura, but he was afraid of Mu Yun's heavenly fire. Helpless, he could only brandish his short stick and directly attack Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. The power of the second bloodline was activated, and the strength of his body increased several times. Boom, an intense collision exploded at this moment. The two figures separated as soon as they touched. Mu Yun couldn't help but cough up blood, and her face was slightly pale. On the other side, Lu Yuan was even more miserable. His hair was scattered, and he looked extremely miserable. It seems that you still haven't mastered the body of the war ghost. Mu Yun sighed. It's a pity that you are no match for me. T. Lu Yuan snorted, and the third hand behind his back held the blade. Light flickered, and before long, it transformed into something that looked like a shell of armor, which he placed in front of him to protect himself. The ghost of the underworld laughs, hell is my heart, bright heaven and earth, all things turn into Yin. Lu Yuan shouted in a low voice. The light in front of him gradually spread out. The black light seemed to have solidified and slowly spread out. A heart-palpitating aura also spread out. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not disappear. A few heavenly fire and the 9 heavenly thunder all surrounded her body, combining with the 8 golden bodies to form a tight defense. Kill! Lu Yuan suddenly burst out and rushed out. His speed and strength had increased by a level at this moment. Mu Yun waved her sword. Soaring purple rainbow. A sound of impact rang out. At this moment, the Yoyu sword in Mu Yun's hand rushed straight up. Rays of light shot into the sky, and the scorching sword light illuminated the earth. The second bloodline path, the Nirvana sword realm, and the power of Mu Yun's flesh and blood. This sword had reached its peak. On the other side, Lu Yuan obviously did not give up. He shot straight up into the sky, and the violent aura was like a ferocious ghost from hell, whistling as he attacked. As he rushed forward, waves of aura were released. The aura, as if thousands of ghosts were worshipping him, rose to the sky. Dong, a series of dull explosions could be heard as the two figures collided with one another. The sky changed color, and the surrounding disciples had no choice but to dodge again. The violent aura made it impossible for them to face it head-on. The explosions continued, and the two figures separated. However, it was obvious that one figure landed on the ground, and the other figure floated down. Seeing your brother Lu Yuan. Seeing the figure that floated down, everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, the two of them were neck and neck, but now, he suddenly died. This was too strange. Mu Yun was panting heavily. The golden yang pills in her body turned into a stream of pills and entered her body. She had consumed a lot of energy. If she did not recover quickly, it would be difficult for her to deal with these small fries if they found out. However, at this moment, the dozens of people looked at Mu Yun and did not dare to breathe loudly. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Even a 9th grade golden immortal was killed just like that. What else could this Mu Yun not deal with? No one in the golden immortal realm could kill her. At this moment, Mu Yun was panting heavily and quickly sat down to recover. Lu Yuan's war ghost body was indeed very strong. If it were any other 9th grade golden immortal, they would have died. Fortunately, the power of his bloodline was rising. Moreover, his 2 golden bodies were different from the others. Coupled with the power of the Nirvana sword Dao, his strength instantly exploded to the extreme. Lu Yuan was finally dead. From then on, Mu Yun put away his contempt. In this immortal realm, she was not the only one who was favored by the heavens. Buzz, however, just as Mu Yun was continuously swallowing golden yang pills to recover the immortal chi that she had consumed, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the void. Immediately after, a figure appeared beside Lu Yuan's corpse without warning. This person was tall and looked almost the same as Lu Yuan. His entire body exuded a different kind of terrifying deterrent force. That force spread out, giving people the feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. A zenith heaven golden immortal, Mu Yun was almost certain at a glance. Moreover, this person suddenly appeared beside Lu Yuan's corpse. In other words, this person must have left some space node on Lu Yuan's body. That was why he could directly appear beside Lu Yuan at this moment. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the person frowned, and his tone was somewhat sinister. "You idiot, I told you to be careful. In this mystic realm, you don't have the final say. You were still so careless. Now that you're dead, you deserve it." The man scolded Lu Yuan in a low voice. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan could not hear him now. "You killed him, right?" The man looked at Mu Yun and asked directly. Without waiting for Mu Yun to answer, the man said again, "You dare to stay here after killing someone? Are you waiting for me to kill you for revenge? Who are you?" "I'm this bastard's brother, Lu Shan," the man immediately said. In an instant, Mu Yun only felt a headache coming on. She killed a younger brother, and an older brother came. These guys were really a headache. Although my younger brother is arrogant, despotic, and not likable, he is still my younger brother. You have to pay with your life for killing him. I think you don't have any objections, right?" Lu Shan said calmly, "You should know that there are some people in the immortal world that you can't kill just because you want to. You'd better be obedient and prepare to die. Compared to a golden immortal, you should know how strong a golden immortal is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shan waved his hand. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that the space around her was completely imprisoned. Even time stopped for a moment at this moment. However, at this moment, Lu Shan's figure was already in front of her. With a splurt, Lu Shan's entire arm directly entered Mu Yun's abdomen and came out from her back. Fresh blood flowed on the ground. A bloody hole was instantly dug out from Mu Yun's abdomen. Even so, Mu Yun still swung the Yoyu sword and slashed at Lu Shan's arm. However, Lu Shan's reaction was faster. He flipped his hand and pulled it out from Mu Yun's abdomen. Fresh blood stained Lu Shan's arm, but at this moment, Lu Shan did not care at all. At this moment, a fist-sized bloody hole appeared in Mu Yun's abdomen. Fresh blood flowed out, and there were even traces of minced meat and internal organs on the ground. "I told you. You should know the difference between you and me." Lu Shan waved his hand, and the blood on his arm disappeared completely. He looked at Mu Yun as if he was looking at a pitiful little sheep. Mu Yun spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. At this moment, he felt like the world was spinning around him. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios exterminating swordsmanship sect. You noticed it too, right? Lu Shan spoke again, "Your golden body is like a piece of paper in front of me. It has no defense at all. Now, your best choice is to die peacefully. Then I might have to disappoint you." Mu Yun covered her wound to stop the bleeding. She looked at Lu Shan and smiled. "So what if you're a golden immortal? Even an immortal king is like dog shit in front of me, Mu Yun. Arrogant." Hearing this, Lu Shan looked at Mu Yun as if he was looking at a dead person. "Die." He waved his hand and clawed out. His power was released at this moment. Bang, Mu Yun retreated again. Crackling sounds rang out. Even the space in front of Mu Yun was faintly torn apart. "Aren't you very stubborn? Why aren't you fighting back?" Lu Shan sneered. "Don't tell me you don't have the strength to fight back? You're thinking too much." However, as soon as Lu Shan finished speaking, Mu Yun leaped up. Immortal chi burst out from her body. Golden bodies appeared on the surface of her body. At the same time, Mu Yun held the spear in her left hand and the sword in her right hand. She activated the dual bloodline power again. Lu Shan was stronger than her in the control of the space and time laws. However, she had her own Nirvana Sword Realm. Nirvana Sword Realm could not only be used against others, but it could also form a defense around her body. At this moment, the blood essence and blood pearls in Mu Yun's body were spinning continuously. She now had the dual bloodline power. The speed at which the blood essence and blood pearls condensed had become faster and stronger. However, she did not want to detonate the blood essence and blood pearls unless she had no other choice. Looks like she hasn't given up and wants to fight to the death. Lu Shan's eyes were even colder. She was just an ant. He did not need to waste time. This time, Lu Shan was determined to kill her. He waved his hand and a palm print swept past the two of them. It instantly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Exploding flame heavenly spear technique. Soaring purple rainbow. Almost instantly, Mu Yun's left and right hands attacked at the same time. Boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion. At this moment, crackling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's entire body surged with power. That kind of tyrannical aura collided with each other, causing a tsunami-like surge. However, when the sound of an explosion rang out, Mu Yun's figure was still miserably retreating. Crackling sounds rang out from within his body. Trash, die. Lu Shan had clearly lost his patience at this moment. Mu Yun was really worthless in his eyes. You're the trash. But at this moment, Mu Yun did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, abandoning the Youyu sword and the sun-piercing rainbow spear. 9 Nether Blood Claw. In an instant, the blood and chi in Mu Yun's body surged. Using the blood skill, Mu Yun waved her hand. 9 claw prints appeared in front of her and charged towards Lu Shan. Initially, she could only activate 1 claw print. Later on, it was 3 claw prints, then 6 claw prints, and now, it was 9 claw prints. The 9 claw prints merged into one and charged towards Lu Shan. It's useless. Lu Shan waved his hand, and a vigorous power spread out at this moment. Dong, this time, the sound of an explosion rang out. However, Mu Yun was still miserably retreating. Her entire body was smashed into the bottom of a small mountain. Her entire body was in pain. I already said that you're trash, so, drip. Before Lu Shan could finish his sentence, blood flowed out. He looked at his chest carefully. A claw print had actually scratched a bloody hole in his chest. He was injured. It was a great humiliation. Lu Shan looked at Mu Yun and could not help but growl, "You hurt me." His voice was like the growl of a wild beast before it became angry. It gave people a very gloomy feeling. Haha, should I apologize to you? Mu Yun sneered at this moment. Sorry? Then you can apologize with your life. After saying that, Lu Shan's figure flashed and charged towards Mu Yun again. However, this time, Lu Shan's speed was more than twice as fast. Blood Dragon's Roar. However, in an instant, Mu Yun did not have time to think. She immediately attacked with her blood skill again. A crazy roar came out of Mu Yun's mouth. At this moment, Lu Shan actually felt that the blood in his body was faintly boiling and becoming uncontrollable. What the hell was Mu Yun doing? That aura caused his entire body to tremble. His blood was uncontrollable and irritable. Kill. In an instant, Mu Yun charged out. Accompanying her body was a long blood-red dragon. The dragon's roar was like the thunder from the 9 heavens, making an ear-piercing sound. Puff, in an instant, a stream of blood spurted out from Lu Shan's mouth, and he immediately retreated. The whistling roar followed closely behind. Soul-destroying dragon's roar palm. As he retreated, Lu Shan hurriedly waved his hand and struck out a palm print. Bang, with a loud explosion, the dragon's roar dissipated. The sky was still covered with dark clouds, but the ground was already beyond recognition. Lu Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Mu Yun. The cold look in his eyes became even more sinister. He was injured by Mu Yun. He did not expect this person to have such a strange trump card. If she reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, he would definitely not be her match. He would not be happy if he did not get rid of her. Lu Shan bellowed and took a step forward. His entire body was bursting with energy. Die. Soul-destroying divine seal. With a wave of his hand, the palm print condensed and changed, forming a square seal that charged towards Mu Yun. As the square seal blasted out, the sky kept changing color. The wind whistled, and the aura condensed. Seeing this, Mu Yun took a step back. Let's see whose seal is stronger. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun covered her body with both hands. Her 2 palms quickly formed a seal. The prosperous and complicated seal was completed in an instant in Mu Yun's hands. After images fell, and a seal appeared in front of Mu Yun. Bone-destroying blood seal. It was the 4th blood skill obtained from the first 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward. Blood chi surged all over her body. The three blood skills could be said to be her most powerful trump card now. This move would determine life and death. Boom boom boom, between heaven and earth, there was a loud explosion. Everything was completely destroyed at this moment. The forest here had long been razed to the ground. The tree trunks were on fire, and smoke filled the air. Two figures were suspended in the air. When the explosion ended, the two figures were still standing proudly. However, at this moment, if one took a closer look, one would see that both of them were bleeding. Mu Yun looked like she was riddled with wounds. On the other side, Lu Shan was not any better this time. Both of them seemed to have exhausted all their strength. Lu Shan realized that Mu Yun was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Even so, he was still confident that he could kill Mu Yun. Prepare to die. Lu Shan said again. This time, I won't give you a chance. Lu Shan shouted. To be able to force me to use my trump card to kill you, you can die without regrets. As Lu Shan spoke, a faint layer of death qi surrounded his body. At this moment, he looked even darker than before, just like Lu Yuan's war ghost body. Every once in a while, I would absorb ghost qi from Lu Yuan's body to strengthen my body. This ghost qi is absolutely lethal to any cultivator. It's a pity that Lu Yuan is dead. I'm afraid this is the last time I'll be able to use this power. Lu Shan looked at Mu Yun and said angrily, because of you, I have to use this move. This is a disgrace. Seeing this, Mu Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. You're still smiling? You're going to die. Lu Shan waved his hands and gradually condensed his power. Ghost qi gathered around his body and became more and more violent. At this moment, Mu Yun waved his hand and waves of power spread out from his body. The blood essence condensed. The blood essence and blood orb had not moved for more than 10 years now. Mu Yun had never used the blood essence pearl before. Instead, he kept condensing and condensing. Up until now, he had no idea how much power he had gathered. The reason why he did not use it just now was that he was not confident that he could kill a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal with the blood essence pearl. Now, he was still not confident, but he was already forced into a desperate situation. Therefore, he had to fight to the death. The two figures faced each other from a distance. One was shrouded in ghost qi, while the other was shrouded in blood essence. Lu Shan was sure that Mu Yun would die. However, Mu Yun knew that even if he was no match for him, he would not die from this attack. Kill! Kill! In the blink of an eye, the two figures were like two cannonballs. With a loud boom, they completely exploded. With the ground as the center, a semicircular ray of light exploded. It had a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. Dust flew up and the entire sky seemed to darken at this moment. This tremor spread out for dozens of miles, time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the boiling smoke settled down. On the ground, the two figures were superimposed. One was on top of the other. The two figures were dressed in ragged clothes. Their bodies were covered in blood and mud. They looked ferocious and strange. Not long after, the fingers of the figure lying on top of the two superimposed figures trembled slightly. Gradually, he opened his eyes. The figure on top struggled to stand up slowly with pain all over his body. He's not dead, Mu Yun looked at his hands. He wanted to get up, but his entire body was in excruciating pain. The pain almost caused him to faint. He looked at his left hand. At this moment, his entire left hand was covered in blood. However, his left palm had disappeared without a trace. After losing an arm, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. Luckily, I'm still alive. Looking at Lu Shan's stiff body, Mu Yun held the Yoyu sword in her hand. I'm sorry, I won. Lu Shan looked at Mu Yun as she raised her sword. He wanted to say something, but he could not. His entire body was stiff, and he could not move at all. Do you have any last words? Mu Yun ignored the fear in Lu Shan's eyes and asked directly. Lu Shan wanted to say something, but he could not. Don't have any last words? Mu Yun smiled. The Yoyu sword in her hand pierced through Lu Shan's head. After the sword landed, Lu Shan's aura dissipated completely. Mu Yun sat down and panted heavily. His left hand was crippled. It's gone. One of the men in a red robe said. what's gone? Lu Shan's soul aura has disappeared. I can't track it anymore. The man in a red robe said. The short man in a green robe beside him said, we're not far away. We should be able to find it soon. That guy better not mess around and ruin our plan. Lu Yuan was killed. It's no wonder he's furious. The man in a red robe said, Qi Tianyi, we have to stick together. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. I know. Do you think I don't know who you are, Cui Yan? Don't worry, the two of us will work together to improve our strength in the mystical ground. Our status will surely rise when we return to the sect. The two of them moved forward together, continuing their search. Ahead. Cui Yan suddenly said while looking ahead. The ground in front of them cracked and the flames were extinguished. The place was filled with ashes. Over there. Suddenly, Qi Tianyi's expression changed. He quickened his pace and appeared in a pit with a whoosh. Inside the pit, Lu Shan's corpse was lying quietly. He's dead? Cui Yan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. How did he die? Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi exchanged glances with one another in disbelief. The two went closer to Lu Shan's corpse and inspected it carefully. Lu Shan was really dead. Without wasting any time, the two of them quickly scanned their surroundings. However, there was no one around at all. Cui Yan said, there's no need to search anymore. Who would stay here after killing someone? Lu Shan's interspatial ring is gone. Qi Tianyi cursed in his heart upon hearing this. Damn it, the two fell silent as they looked at Lu Shan's corpse. In the end, Cui Yan broke the silence and said, Lu Shan is dead. I'm afraid the person who killed him is at least a first-grade great golden immortal. Lu Shan mentioned that he was just an insignificant person. It seems like this person has an extraordinary background. That person is called Mu Yun. Qi Tian nodded and said, I heard from Lu Shan that this guy's name is Mu Yun. I haven't seen any powerful people called Mu Yun in the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. There aren't many perfected golden immortals, so I haven't heard of this person before. Damn it, this Lu Shan looks calm, but he's actually as arrogant as his younger brother. Cui Yan scolded, let's leave this place first and go back to report to Senior Brother Yu. Yes. The two silhouettes collected Lu Shan's corpse and left the place. As the two of them left the ruins, time passed bit by bit. Soon, in the middle of the night, a hand climbed out of the ground. This person's entire body was covered in mud. His body was stained with blood and scabs, and his clothes were torn. There were wounds all over his body. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun looked rather wretched. Bah! Spitting the mud from the corner of his mouth, Mu Yun panted heavily and sat on the ground. Lu Yuan's death attracted Lu Shan. Therefore, when Lu Shan died, Mu Yun immediately restrained his soul aura and hid under the ground. Only then did he dare to appear. Sure enough, someone really did come. Senior Brother Yu, Mu Yun muttered in his heart. His name was already known. He was afraid that there would be endless trouble in the future. These guys would probably not let him go. However, this time, he had used all his strength to kill Lu Shan. The next time he encountered a perfected golden immortal, he would not have the blood essence pearl to save his life. To improve his realm, he still needed to improve his realm. Mu Yun's heart was filled with a desire to improve his realm. However, at this moment, his left hand was destroyed. It was difficult to condense it in a short period of time. As a swordsman, although he held a sword in his right hand, without his left hand, his strength was greatly reduced. He had to quickly condense his left hand. Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to swallow the golden yang pill to recover the immortal qi in his body. Wisps of immortal qi and the medicinal effects of the golden yang pill filled his body. Some of the shallow wounds on Mu Yun's body began to heal and scab. At this moment, the two main injuries on his body could not be healed in a short period of time. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen, his left hand disappeared. Damn it! The sky was slightly bright, and Mu Yun opened his eyes. These two injuries are really too serious. It's impossible to recover from such injuries in a short period of time in this mystic realm. Mu Yun's heart became more and more blocked. Swoosh swoosh, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds suddenly sounded. A few figures were flying at a low speed in midair. Suddenly, those people seemed to have discovered Mu Yun and immediately landed. Eh? They are disciples of our 33 Heavenly Sword sect. A petite and cute female disciple said in surprise. Qingqing, be careful. Among those people, a man walked out and looked at Mu Yun carefully. Be careful, it's a trap. How is that possible? The woman called Qingqing smiled and said, didn't you see that he is seriously injured? We are all disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. We should help when we need to. Hello, my name is Gu Qingqing. I am from the 26 peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. I see that you are seriously injured. Are you all right? Gu Qingqing looked thin, but she looked very pure, giving people the feeling of a little girl next door. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Mu Yun bowed and struggled to stand up, but she had no strength at all. Let me help you. Gu Qingqing walked forward and supported Mu Yun. Qingqing. Qingqing. The other two men immediately stepped forward and looked at Mu Yun nervously. The leader looked tall and had a square face. He gave people a feeling of honesty. Brother, may I know your name? Which peak are you from? Senior Du Yuan, can't you see that he is seriously injured? Why are you still interrogating him? Gu Qingqing said unhappily. Du Yuan hadn't spoken when another disciple with a robust figure and a sword scar on his face spoke. Qingqing, one must always be vigilant against others. The peak master asked us to follow you this time because he was afraid that you would suffer a mishap. Look, Shi Yun also agrees with me. Du Yuan said with a faint smile. Seeing that they were arguing, Mu Yun said, my name is Mu Yun. I am from the 34 peaks. I am the disciple of Peak Master Lin Wenxuan. You are Mu Yun? Gu Qingqing exclaimed when she heard that. Wow, so you are Mu Yun. Gu Qingqing said again, I have heard of you. When you first entered the sect, you caused quite a stir. Later on, you went against the Lu and Ning families. You are very bold. Hearing those words, Du Yuan and Shi Yun both frowned. They had also heard of Mu Yun, but they did not expect to meet her here. Moreover, Mu Yun was seriously injured. However, should they save Mu Yun and be on the same team as Mu Yun, their worries were not without reason. They had heard of Mu Yun's reputation. She had offended the Lu and Ning families. In this trial, there were many disciples from the Lu and Ning families. Moreover, among the top 100 disciples of the 33 Sky Sword sect on the Sky Pillar list, the second was Ning Chongxing from the Ning family. This person could be said to be a smiling tiger. He was so vicious and merciless that it made people tremble. If nothing went wrong, this fellow would definitely be one of the 33 peak masters in the future. Du Yuan and Shi Yun could not make up their minds when they thought of that. Don't just stand there. Gu Qingqing said, can you help me support her? Du Yuan and Shi Yun walked forward helplessly when they heard that. Mu Yun, we need to make things clear to you in advance. Firstly, if we can take care of you when you encounter danger, we will naturally take care of you. However, if we can't take care of ourselves, we might abandon you. Secondly, you have to hide your appearance. Otherwise, if the Ning and Lu families see you, it will be difficult for us to deal with you. Thirdly, you have to follow us, but you can't cause trouble. The two of them looked at Mu Yun and spoke seriously. Du Yuan, Shi Yun, you are too unsympathetic. Gu Qingqing said indignantly. He is already so severely injured, and he is a disciple of the 33 Sky Sword sect. If we don't take care of him, are we going to let the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and Levitation Heaven Palace kill him? The two of them blushed when they heard that. Sympathy, of course, they had sympathy. But in this world, too much sympathy could lead to death. If you don't support him, I'll do it myself. Gu Qingqing said as she pulled Mu Yun up. No problem. Mu Yun said, if you encounter danger, you can leave me behind. As for my appearance, Mu Yun said as she took out a black cloak and draped it over her body. The hood of the cloak covered her head, and the long hood covered half of her face. This way, no one will recognize me. As for causing trouble, if no one recognizes me, they won't find trouble with me. In my current state, I don't have the energy to cause trouble. Seeing that Mu Yun's attitude was good, the few of them nodded. Qingqing, let me do it, let me do it. Du Yuan immediately put on a smile and brought Mu Yun to his side. Yes, yes, don't tire yourself out. Shi Yin also hurriedly took Mu Yun. Gu Qingqing looked at the two of them and smiled. Hey, Mu Yun, why are you so severely injured? Gu Qingqing saw that Mu Yun's palm was missing and asked in confusion. I see that your current realm is an 8th stage golden immortal? 8th stage golden immortal. Even Gu Qingqing herself was taken aback when she heard this. She suddenly remembered that when Mu Yun first entered the 33 Skysword sect, she had not even reached the golden immortal realm. Now, she had reached the 8th stage golden immortal realm, and it had only been less than 20 years. This guy, on the other side, Du Yuan and Shi Yin were also shocked. As expected of a peerless saint. I met Lu Yuan from the Blood Fiend sect. Mu Yun coughed and said, he wanted to kill me, but I killed him. However, I also paid a terrible price. Mu Yun did not say that she killed Lu Shan. Lu Shan was a golden immortal. Even if she said it, they would not believe her. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan with the body of a war ghost? Gu Qingqing suddenly became excited. Where's his corpse? Hearing this, Mu Yun looked around and said, it should be buried in dust. Look carefully, you can find it. Senior Du Yuan, Senior Shi Yin, look for it. Gu Qingqing immediately said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Tianlua Mystic Realm. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you. Gu Qingqing explained. Lu Yuan has a deep grudge against me. My elder brother, Gu Qingshan, was killed by him. All these years, I have been cultivating hard to take revenge. Not long after, Du Yuan and Shi Yin returned. Found him. Gu Qingqing immediately ran out. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Gu Qingqing immediately confirmed that it was really Lu Shan. After keeping the corpse, Gu Qingqing returned and looked at Mu Yun. Seeing that you killed Lu Yuan, I will definitely protect you. Mu Yun did not say much. An 8th grade golden immortal killed Lu Yuan, who was a 9th grade golden immortal. Moreover, Lu Yuan had the body of a combat ghost. You're good, kid. Du Yuan laughed and patted Mu Yun's shoulder. The heart-wrenching pain made Mu Yun grit her teeth. Be careful. Gu Qingqing shouted. Sorry. Gu Qingqing no longer underestimated Mu Yun at this moment. Being able to kill Du Yuan, Mu Yun's strength was very, very strong. However, now that she was severely injured, it would be difficult for Mu Yun to guarantee her own safety in the upcoming trial. Let's continue on our way. Gu Qingqing said. Everyone, slow down a little. Mu Yun, come with me. Gu Qingqing said as she supported Mu Yun. The two figures were closely attached to each other as they flew forward at a low altitude. Seeing this scene, Du Yuan and Shi Yin were extremely envious in their hearts. Along the way, Mu Yun also knew who this person was. Gu Qingqing, the daughter of the 26th Peak Master, Gu Tianing. Gu Qingshan was killed by the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect when he went out to train. In the end, Gu Qingqing found out that it was Lu Yuan who did it. This time, she was here for revenge. She did not expect Lu Yuan to be killed by Mu Yun. The place they were heading to now seemed to be the place where the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects gathered. Within a city, the disciples of the 33 Heaven Sword sect discovered something strange. Thus, they gathered everyone and headed there together. I don't know what the city looks like. However, the disciples of our 33 Heaven Sword sect have received the news. Those who are in the vicinity should be rushing over. Gu Qingqing explained. It seemed that this was another place that was not simple. But I've heard that this place is related to an expert from the immortal realm 100,000 years ago. This person was very powerful and was called the Great Immortal of Heaven Luo. This continent is actually a different space opened by the Great Immortal of Heaven Luo. However, no one knows if anyone has come here in the past 100,000 years, and whether there are any treasures here is uncertain. Tian Luo Immortal, Mu Yun had never heard of this person's name before. That's why there are many strange places in this Tian Luo secret realm. Previously, we explored several strange places and lost several of our senior and junior brothers. Those were not dangerous places, but we found sacred-grade celestial artifacts. I reckon that only senior brother Jian Wendian and senior brother Gu Manqing have gone to investigate the truly dangerous places. The two people you mentioned are both on the Sky Pillar list, right? Mu Yun asked. Yes. Gu Qingqing said again, the Sky Pillar list is the most authoritative list set up by the Sword Sect. In fact, more than half of the 33 peak masters used to be the overlords of the Sky Pillar list. That Jian Wuxuan has been at the top of the list for 300 years. Mu Yun naturally knew Jian Wuxuan. He was the peak master of the 33 peak masters. He was relatively inexperienced, so he seemed to be in charge of everything. Jian Nantian also seemed to be very assured of him. Could there be disciples from other sects in the city you mentioned? There should be. Gu Qingqing was not very sure. She said, I reckon that it's impossible that only the 33 sword sect's disciples discovered a city. The other disciples should be able to discover it too. Now that the three major sects are here, unless there is a deep grudge between the disciples of the sects, everyone should put aside their hatred for the time being and unite against the outside world. After all, our sword domain, Huatian domain, and blood domain are neighbors. For so many years, there have been no major conflicts between us, but there have been many minor conflicts. For example, the death of Blood Fiend Sect's first hall master, Lei Du, is a big problem. I don't know how the sect will deal with it. There hasn't been a war, right? That's only temporary. Do you think it's so simple to start a war? Gu Qingqing said again, a war between two sides is not like two people fighting. If things go wrong, it might lead to a war in the entire immortal realm. Moreover, our 33 Sword Sect has a deep relationship with the Zhouyuan Domain's Zhouyuan Immortal Sect and Zhao Domain's Zhao Domain. If we really start a war, it's hard to predict the outcome. Yes, our relationship is very deep. Mu Yun said lightly. Back then, it was the Zhouyuan Domain and Zhao Domain that clamped down on the Cloud Domain. That was why the heaven-destroying swordsmanship sect did not help. This caused Mu Yun to regret for the rest of her life. We're here. As the two of them talked, a city suddenly appeared in front of them. If one were to look at the city from high up in the sky, they would be able to see that the city walls had already collapsed. The entire city was extremely dilapidated, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. It was as if it had gone through a great war and was in ruins. At this moment, there were many figures in the city. Some were in groups of 3 or 2, and some were in groups of more than 10 people, looking around. From the looks of it, this city should be able to accommodate the daily lives of hundreds of thousands of people. But now, there was nothing but broken walls and ruins. Let me down. Mu Yun said with a smile, I can fly on my own now. Is that okay? Yes. Gu Qingqing let go of her hand, and Mu Yun stood on her own. In order not to cause trouble for you, I'll just stay behind the crowd. Mu Yun nodded with a smile and walked toward the back. Gu Qingqing nodded. The three of them took the lead and led more than 10 disciples to land and enter the city. Miss Gu. Just as the three figures landed in the city, a surprised voice was heard. However, Gu Qingqing frowned when she saw the person who had arrived. Jun Wuyo, if I knew you were here, I wouldn't have come. Gu Qingqing snorted. Qingqing, how can you say that? Jun Wuyu, dressed in a colorful robe, looked like a flowery flower, with an evil smile on his face. I knew you would definitely come. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. What a glib tongue. Gu Qingqing snorted. The Tianluo secret territory is so vast, and this city is just one of them. How did you know I would come here? Telepathy. Jun Wuyo didn't care. He looked at Du Yuan and Shi Yun and greeted them. You two are only 8th grade golden immortals. How can you protect Qingqing? Why does Peak Master Gu want you two to protect Qingqing? I'll do it. Jun Wuyo, get lost. Do I, Gu Qingqing, need your protection? You run faster than anyone when you encounter a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. Shu, hearing this, Jun Wuyo immediately looked around anxiously. Then, he said in a low voice, don't talk nonsense. There are really disciples of great overarching golden immortals in this city. It's not just our 33 heavenly sword sects. Bloodfiend Divine Sect and Levitation Heavenly Palace also have disciples of great overarching golden immortals. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing frowned. Levitation Heavenly Palace and Blood Fiend Sect? That's right. We're not the only ones who found this place. So, Qingqing, you have to be careful. I'll be very safe if I follow you. Unless we meet a great golden immortal, we'll be invincible if we work together. Shut your stinky mouth. Gu Qingqing couldn't help but snort and enter the city directly. Qingqing, Qingqing. At this moment, Jun Wuyu was following them all the way. Along the way, he chattered non-stop. Mu Yun also found that there were disciples of various sects searching the entire city. Just as they entered the city, they found no less than 10 groups of people carefully searching for something. Did you see that? Those are disciples of our sword sect, those are disciples of Blood Fiend sect, and those over there are disciples of Levitation Heavenly Palace. Jun Wuyu nagged. Don't look at them. If you look at them, they'll think you're looking for trouble and want to steal their treasures. Everyone has been searching this city for a few days. There's nothing worth looking at, but with a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven here, everyone thinks there's something good and didn't leave. So, Qingqing, I've already found a place for you to stay temporarily. This city is very strange. During the day, the sun is shining brightly, but at night, there's a thunderous rainstorm. A thunderous rainstorm. Although Gu Qingqing didn't want to, she still nodded when she thought of Mu Yun. Hee, I knew you'd listen to me. As Jun Wuyu spoke, he led everyone into the city and arrived in front of a dilapidated temple. Here, it's here. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingqing frowned but didn't say anything in the end. This dilapidated temple looked very old, but at least the hall in front was intact. It was enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Behind the dilapidated temple, there were more than 10 rooms. They looked very old, but they had obviously been repaired. It seemed that Jun Wuyu had put in a lot of effort. Thank you. Haha. Jun Wuyu immediately laughed and said, I knew you must be very touched now and have already decided to repay me with your body. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing's good impression of him instantly fell to the negative. Qingqing, you've worked hard. Take a rest first. I'll look around and see if there are any immortal beasts nearby. I'll make you some delicious food to relieve your fatigue. Oh, right, I'm in the nunnery next to you. As Jun Wuyu spoke, he had already left. Gu Qingqing looked at the room behind and said, Everyone, stay here temporarily and see what's going on. From today onwards, 2 people will be in a shift. Take care of yourselves. Yes. More than 10 people immediately dispersed and looked for their own rooms. Mu Yun. Gu Qingqing shouted and then changed her words. How about this, we'll all call you Brother Yun. I'm afraid someone will investigate your name. Just choose to stay close to me. After all, one of your hands is injured. It's inconvenient for you to do anything. Thank you. Now, Mu Yun could be said to have no ability to protect himself. It was naturally safer to be next to Gu Qingqing. Senior brother Du Yuan, senior brother Shi Yun, the 2 of you stand guard first. Everyone has worked hard. Take a rest first. We'll decide what to do next. Okay. Although Gu Qingqing looked innocent, she did these things in an orderly manner. Mu Yun returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. Looking at his left hand, he realized that there were no scabs on his arm. The tender new flesh had already begun to grow. However, the speed of growth was really slow. Without his left hand, his spear and sword skills would be affected. Moreover, the accumulated injuries in his body recovered slowly. Now that the bloody hole in his abdomen had disappeared, his internal organs were still in a state of serious injury. A golden immortal martial artist's physical body was extremely strong. It was difficult to destroy, and even more difficult to recover. Mu Yun took out a few blankets, spread them on the bed, and sat down cross-legged. It's very difficult for my left hand to grow in a short period of time. My strength is limited. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to kill a 9th grade golden immortal. As for the internal organs in my abdomen, I'll need to constantly refine pills to grow. Mu Yun muttered to himself. In that case, let's start with the injuries in my abdomen. After making up his mind, Mu Yun closed his eyes and pondered. The immortal chi in his body began to circulate. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Beautiful Companionship. The organs in his abdomen had been shattered by Lu Shan's punch at the beginning. They were almost all broken. However, during this period of time, there was nothing special about the journey. But now, just as Mu Yun was about to try to recover, the organs in his body actually followed the flow of his blood and gradually healed on their own. First, the meridians were built. Then, the blood flowed. Gradually, those organs began to grow. This speed was so fast that Mu Yun couldn't react in time. But gradually, Mu Yun followed the flow of his blood and found some clues. The destroyed internal organs all relied on the bloodline and the tiny flying guillotine to grow. His body could continuously produce blood essence. When his body was intact, the blood essence would continuously gather and store, condensing into blood essence and blood pearls. However, when his body was severely injured, the blood essence he produced would gradually begin to heal his injuries. Mu Yun didn't notice it before, but this time, his injuries were so serious that he noticed it. And as his body healed, those internal organs grew step by step and gradually became complete. The magical effect of the bloodline is really magical. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh at the power of the bloodline. Unfortunately, in the immortal world, no one seemed to pay attention to cultivating their bloodline. It was puzzling. When he opened his eyes again, it was already late at night. And at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared outside the door. It was Gu Qingqing. Mu Yun, are you asleep? Not yet. Mu Yun stood up and put on a cloak to cover her palm. Her left hand was blown up and suffered great injuries. It was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. It just so happens that you're on duty with me. Replace Du Yuan and Shi Yun. Okay, no problem. Is your body okay? It's just night duty. I'm fine. Mu Yun dressed neatly and followed Gu Qingqing to the front hall of the temple. At night, the sky was dark, and the roaring heavy rain rolled down. Just as Jun Wuyo said, it was raining heavily at night here. Senior brother Du, senior brother Shi, the two of you should go back and rest. I'll be on duty with Mu Yun for the rest of the night. Gu Qingqing said. Originally, Du Yuan and Shi Yun weren't happy about it. But after a day of hard work, they could only let Mu Yun benefit by being alone with their junior sister. After the two of them left, Gu Qingqing sat on a haystack in the front hall. Are you not going to sit? Seeing that Mu Yun was still standing, Gu Qingqing said with a smile. Oh. Mu Yun sat down. Their bodies were very close to each other, and a faint fragrance wafted from her body. The hall was only 3 meters long, but it was more than 10 meters wide. It was dilapidated and could only be said to be a place to block the rain. Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing sat down and looked at the night sky. It was as if an invisible giant mouth had opened, wanting to devour everything. It seems to me that you don't know anything about the secret realm? Gu Qingqing asked. I really don't know. Mu Yun said frankly. My father has only heard of the great deity Tian Luo's name and has never seen him. It is said that this person ascended to the immortal emperor realm and stepped into the void. He is no longer in the vast great world. Maybe he has reached the illusory divine realm. Divine realm? Don't tell me you don't know about the divine realm? Gu Qingqing asked in surprise. I know a little about it, but I don't know where the so-called divine realm is and whether it really exists. Gu Qingqing said again, it should exist. Back then, there was a divine dragon under the command of the Cloud Alliance's leader, Mu Yun. It was named Xianxia. This divine dragon's body was exceptionally sturdy. Even when Mu Yun self-destructed as an immortal king, this divine dragon was not hurt at all. Moreover, whether it is in many small worlds or the immortal realm, there are traces of divine dragons in some ancient ruins. This proves that the dragon clan exists, and it is not in the immortal realm. I'm afraid it is in the divine realm. Gu Qingqing looked at the night sky and said, legend has it that the gods are beyond the restraints of heaven and earth and rule the entire human race. The small worlds and the immortal realm are actually subordinate territories of the gods. I hope that one day, I can reach the divine realm and see what it is like there. Hearing this, Mu Yun did not say much. The divine realm, the most important thing for him now was to think about how to return to his former realm, return to the Cloud Alliance, and take revenge for his previous life. It is not difficult for a golden immortal's body to regrow a severed arm. I see that your internal injuries seem to have healed, but your left hand has not recovered. It should not have been injured by Lu Yuan, right? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, I met a golden immortal. When we fought, my left hand was injured. Now, the wound has the power of the golden immortal's time laws, so it has not been reconstructed. Golden immortal. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Yun in surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to escape from a golden immortal. It seems that I have underestimated you. Mu Yun smiled and did not say much. If Gu Qingqing knew that he was severely injured because he killed Lu Shan, a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven, he wondered what Gu Qingqing would think. Just as the two of them were chatting, a figure swept across the sky. Qingqing. The person who came was Jun Wuyo. Jun Wuyo entered the hall and saw Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing sitting together. His face was immediately unhappy. At that time, when he immediately went to Gu Qingqing's side, he laughed happily. Qingqing, I spent a lot of money to find out a lot of useful information. Jun Wuyo immediately chattered, first of all, many disciples from the 3 sects have come to this city. There are about a dozen teams of people, and all 3 sects have golden immortals. The one from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect is senior brother Luo Yuan. This guy is the nephew of the 16th Peak's Luo Yujia, a second-stage golden immortal. There is also someone called Han Yu following him. Luo Yuan, the disciple of the 16th Peak. Mu Yun remembered this name. Since he was the nephew of the 16th Peak's Peak Master, Luo Yujia, he was also Luo Yoyun's cousin. If he knew that Luo Yuyun was killed by him, he wondered if this guy would kill him. Then there is Gong Zong from the Levitation Heavenly Palace. He is also a second-stage golden immortal. There is also Gong Zhang's little lover, Lu Qi. This woman is ruthless. Don't provoke her. Then there are the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. The leader is someone called Yu Tianqin. This person is ruthless. Even the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect are afraid of him. He has 3 capable subordinates, Cui Yan, Qi Tianyi, and Lu Shan. But this time only Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi followed him. I don't know where Lu Shan went. Hearing this, Mu Yan's heart thumped. Cui Yan. Qi Tianyi, these 2 people were the ones who were looking for him previously. 2 first-stage golden immortals. That Yu Tianqin was at least a second-stage golden immortal. Thinking of this, Mu Yun knew that this time, he had to be more careful in this city. Jun Wuyo's arrival interrupted the conversation between Gu Qingqing and Mu Yun. He chattered on. Mu Yun was too lazy to listen. He sat on the ground and began to heal his internal injuries. For 10 days, Gu Qingqing, Du Yuan, Shi Yun, and Jun Wuyo, the chatterbox, wandered around the city for a long time. However, they did not find anything. Mu Yun, on the other hand, stayed in the room. After knowing that Luo Yuan was here, in addition to Yu Tianqin from the Blood Fiend sect, Mu Yun felt that it was better for him to be honest now. In these 10 days, the regeneration ability of his flesh and blood was really fast. His serious injuries were mostly healed. But only his left hand, which had a different bloodline, could not grow again. Most importantly, when he fought with Lu Shan, the power of Lu Shan's move was too strong. Lu Shan's death also caused a devastating blow to his left hand. Mu Yun understood that unless he encountered some heavenly treasures, it would be difficult for his left hand to regrow with his own flesh and blood. This was very troublesome. For 10 days, Gu Qingqing always took him to work in the middle of the night. Every night, heavy rain fell. During the day, everything was as usual, and the sun was shining brightly. On this day, Mu Yun was cultivating in the room, trying to condense his left hand. Suddenly, there was a quarrel in the temple. This is senior sister Gu Qingqing's place. Ning Tong Tian, don't go too far. A shout was heard. It was Shi Yun's shout. Hee, Shiyun, we are all disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword sect. Lu Feng and I just arrived at this city yesterday and were drenched in the rain for the entire night. I can see that you have repaired this temple very well. Can't you spare 10 rooms for us to stay in? A hoarse voice was heard. Ning Tong Tian, don't go too far. Shi Yun shouted again. Spare 10 rooms for you? Where will we stay? Can't we just squeeze a little? Another voice was heard. Lu Feng, it's easy for you to say. Why should we squeeze a little? We came to this place first. Seeing your sister Gu Qingqing brought us here. Do you think we can squeeze a little just because you say so? Hearing those words, Ning Tongtian and Lu Feng appeared to be very impatient. Xian, I'm giving you face. You don't want it, do you? Don't keep calling her Gu Qingqing. Can the Gu clan compare to our Ning clan and Lu clan in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? Ning Tongtian spoke again. You're not leaving? If you don't, then die. After saying that, Ning Tongtian took a step forward and gathered his aura. Then, he threw a punch at Shooting Cloud's face. Ning Tongtian, how dare you attack? Shi Yun was a rank 8 golden immortal after all. He was not to be trifled with. He immediately slammed his palm forward. However, Ning Tongtian was a rank 9 golden immortal. The difference of one rank was obvious when their palms collided. Ning Tongtian's palm slammed forward. However, Shi Yun's face turned pale and he kept retreating. The sound of footsteps could be heard continuously. Just as Shi Yun's figure was about to touch the dozen or so houses behind him, a figure suddenly appeared behind Shi Yun and caught him with a palm. Brother Yun. Shi Yun nodded gratefully when he saw Mu Yun. What happened? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Instant kill Ning Tongtian and Lu Feng are too much. They want us to give up our rooms for them. Mu Yun took a few steps forward. Who are you? Ning Tongtian looked at Mu Yun and snorted. Gu Qingqing is not here. Is there no one who can make the decision here? Don't think that we are afraid of Gu Qingqing. Even if that little girl is here, she will give up her rooms for us. What a big tone. A voice suddenly sounded from under the black hat. Mu Yun said slowly, this place does not welcome you. You should leave. You can always find a place to stay in such a big city. Hearing those words, Ning Tongtian and Lu Feng looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Brat, Shiryun doesn't even dare to fart. You want to stand up for him? If you stand up for him, you will pay with your life. As soon as Ning Tongtian finished speaking, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Mu Yun's face. Are you trying to act cool by hiding under your black clothes sneakily? Or is there something you don't dare to see? Ning Tongtian's speed increased. The murderous aura in his punch became stronger and aimed directly at Mu Yun's heart. However, when Mu Yun saw that, he took a step forward and grabbed Ning Tongtian's arm with his palm facing downwards. Chirp chirp chirp, you will die if you don't leave. Mu Yun did not say much. She grabbed Ning Tongtian's arm and kicked him. With a bang, Mu Yun grabbed Ning Tongtian's arm and kicked him in the chest. With a crash, his entire body fell to the ground, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. You bastard. How dare you touch me? You talk too much. Mu Yun did not say anything. She did not let go of Ning Tongtian's arm. Instead, she stepped forward. With a bang, Ning Tongtian's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted out. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. A rank 9 golden immortal was controlled by Mu Yun and killed in less than 5 seconds. Go, go, go. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart was already filled with fear. The strength of this black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared was extremely terrifying. After all, who could kill a 9th-tier golden immortal in a single breath? At this moment, Lu Feng was running away as fast as he could. At this moment, Gu Qingqing's followers were all dumbfounded. They had always thought that Mu Yun had been severely injured and her strength had been greatly reduced. However, even if Mu Yun had recovered her strength, she would have to fight a tier 9 golden immortal until the heavens and earth were turned upside down. After all, when he met Mu Yun that day, Mu Yun killed Lu Yuan, but he almost lost half his life. But now, Mu Yun's strength seemed to have recovered within 10 days. But even if he had recovered, this method of instantly killing Ning Tongtian was too shocking. Where are Miss Gu and Du Yuan? Mu Yun asked calmly. They went out to check, oh. Mu Yun nodded and said, clean up this corpse. If the Ning family and Lu family's experts come to make trouble, tell them that I did it. Okay. At this moment, Shi Yun's heart was about to jump out of his chest. To be honest, when Mu Yun went with them and saw Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing being close, he was already unhappy. Usually, he would only greet Mu Yun with a cold attitude. But he did not expect that such a person, who he treated coldly and was only a dying person in his eyes, now had the strength to kill him at any time. It was simply too terrifying. Mu Yun casually killed Ning Tongtian and returned to his room. It was true that he was an 8th-tier golden immortal, but no matter how one looked at it, his 8th-tier golden immortal strength far exceeded that of a 9th-tier golden immortal. This was something he was used to. But to Shi Yun and the others, it was unbelievable. After returning to his room, Mu Yun carefully checked his left hand. At this moment, the incision on his left hand was still scarred. If these scars were not healed, his left hand would not be able to regenerate. If this went on, it would be difficult for him to display his strength when he encountered a golden immortal. And now, in this place, there was nothing strange. It would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation to 9th-tier golden immortal. The most important thing was still his left hand. A golden immortal was still terrifying. Night was about to fall. Gu Qingqing and the others also returned. After a day, they still did not gain anything. However, after knowing everything, Gu Qingqing became more curious about Mu Yun. But she did not ask Mu Yun anything. At this moment, on the other side, Lu Feng was already scared out of his wits. On the other side of the city, in a relatively well-preserved attic in a slightly huge palace, Lu Feng was trembling all over. He was sitting on a chair, and the teacup in his hand was trembling constantly. Lu Feng, you are a 9th-tier golden immortal, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Looking at you, I really wonder if the Lu family can continue to be strong in the 33 heavenly sword sects in the future. Beside him, a young man in a purple robe said with an evil smile. Su Qinyun, don't make fun of him. I think Lu Feng is scared out of his wits. Another tall young man laughed and said, until now, I still don't know what happened. You guys, stop laughing. Lu Feng finally regained his senses and said, Gu Qingqing came to this city. Did you guys know? Yes. Su Qinyun said with a smile, I saw her a few times during the day. She's becoming more and more beautiful. This time, there was an expert who came with her. His left hand was broken, but he killed Ning Tongtian in an instant with his right hand. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he immediately drank a cup of water and sat down again. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Su Qingyun and Luo Zhonghai looked at each other without saying a word. Killed a 9th-tier golden immortal in an instant? Is he a golden immortal? No, he's an 8th-tier golden immortal. Lu Feng confirmed again. You're not talking nonsense, right? I can guarantee it with my life. Lu Feng said excitedly, yes, he's an 8th-tier golden immortal. There's no way I'm wrong about his aura. However, an 8th-tier golden immortal killed Ning Tongtian in an instant. Who is he? Su Qingyun and Luo Zhonghai looked at each other when they saw Lu Feng's nervous expression. They were both confused. Who could be an 8th-tier golden immortal with such strength? Hee, Lu Feng, don't worry about it. Just take us there tomorrow. Su Qingyun said with interest, after hearing what you said, I'm very interested in this guy. Let's meet him tomorrow. Don't provoke him. He's really scary. He's still so strong even though he's missing an arm, look at your cowardly face. Luo Zhonghai clicked his tongue and said, my big brother Luo Yuan is in this city. Does he dare to kill me? Besides, he has to have the ability to kill me first. After hearing what you said, I want to know who this guy is. Luo Yuan, Lu Feng said excitedly, is it big brother Luo Yuan? He's here. It's best if he's here. Let's call him and let him kill that guy. That guy is really scary. No need. Tomorrow, we'll bring some people to find that guy and avenge Ning Tongtian. Luo Zhonghai said confidently, I don't believe that an 8th-tier golden immortal can survive under my hands. Brother Luo, hey, Lu Feng. Seeing that Lu Feng still wanted to say something, Su Qingyun stopped him and said, you still don't know, right? Brother Luo has already begun to comprehend the law of time. He only needs an opportunity to enter the almighty immortal realm. A mere cripple is not enough. Besides, big brother Luo Yuan is here. If we want that guy dead, he'll die. Hearing this, the fear in Lu Feng's heart finally lessened a lot. At night, Gu Qingqing dragged Mu Yun to work the night shift together as usual. In the front hall of the temple, Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Yun and said, "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" "Explain?" Hearing this, Mu Yun scratched her head and said, "No." "About Ning Tong Tian?" Hearing this, Mu Yun said, "Ning Tong Tian, I just saw that he was too much of a bully, so I killed him." "You've recovered your strength?" "Apart from my left hand, everything else is fine. However, I'm afraid, it will take time for my left hand to recover." Gu Qingqing was silent for a moment before she said again, "You're really a freak." Mu Yun did not care whether this sentence was a compliment or an insult. "I received news that after Lu Feng left this place, he went to Su Qinyun and Luo Zhonghai's place. Luo Zhonghai likes to flaunt his superiority. Moreover, the Ning family and the Lu family are on the same side, while the Luo family and the Su family are on the same side. However, the relationship between the two groups is not very good. However, if Lu Feng instigates discord with a few words, I'm afraid that Luo Zhonghai will be hot-headed and find trouble with you." Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Qingqing said again, "It is said that Luo Zhonghai has begun to comprehend the rules of time. It is very likely that he will enter the realm of Almighty Immortal. Moreover, Luo Yuan's father and his father are biological brothers. The two of them have a close relationship. Even if you can deal with Luo Zhonghai, you can't deal with Luo Yuan, right?" "I'll deal with it as it comes," Mu Yun said lightly. It was not that he was very confident, but because if Luo Zhonghai and Su Qinyun really came, he really did not know any better way except to face them head-on. "Don't worry. I'll solve the trouble I caused," Mu Yun said with a smile. "After all, you're Gu Ningtian's daughter. They won't dare to make things difficult for you. I'm not saying that you caused trouble, but..." Gu Qingqing was quite unhappy when she heard this. "It's just that sometimes, you have to make concessions when it's necessary." "Make concessions?" Mu Yun smiled. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I naturally know how to make concessions. However, for some people, it's not enough to make concessions. The more you make concessions, the more those people will want a yard after taking an inch." Hearing this, Gu Qingqing felt that it was very reasonable and could not help but nod. At this moment, Mu Yun stood up and walked into the rain. "What are you doing? Don't you feel that the rainstorm every night is very strange?" Mu Yun said, "Ever since we came here, it has been raining heavily every night. It's very strange, but I've checked it out and found nothing wrong." "That's because you didn't check it carefully enough." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Buddha's left hand. Seeing Mu Yun rise to the sky, Gu Qingqing immediately chased after her. Heavy rain fell from the sky in the entire city. Mu Yun soared into the sky. A protective light rose around her body. The rainwater was unable to get close to her body at all. As she rose into the sky, the rain became heavier and heavier. Mu Yun only stopped when she was 10,000 meters in the sky. Gu Qingqing followed closely behind her. "Did you see anything?" Gu Qingqing stood 10,000 meters in the sky. The heavy rain was still falling from the sky. Below her, the entire ruined city could no longer be seen. "Nothing." Mu Yun stood in the rain and watched everything. Hearing that, Gu Qingqing frowned. She had checked the heavy rain more than once. However, she did not discover anything special. She originally thought that Mu Yun would discover something. However, it seemed that she was overthinking. "Let's go. I think Luo Yuan and the others should have also checked the heavy rain. I'm afraid they did not discover anything either," Gu Qingqing said. "Wait." However, Mu Yun did not seem to have given up. With a low shout, Mu Yun withdrew the protective light around her body. In an instant, the heavy rain drenched Mu Yun's clothes. At that moment, Mu Yun even let go of her body. She spread her arms and lay down. In an instant, she drifted downward. Seeing that, Gu Qingqing wanted to say something. However, she was stunned the next moment. It was true that Mu Yun's figure was falling downward. However, the trajectory of her fall was like a leaf. It was not falling straight down. Gradually, Mu Yun's trajectory deviated from the center. She fell toward the surroundings. A height of 10,000 meters seemed very long at that moment. In the end, when Mu Yun's figure reached a height of 1,000 meters, an invisible ray of light appeared. Once the ray of light appeared, Mu Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. Even Gu Qingqing's figure disappeared from sight. It was as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the heavy rain in the sky suddenly stopped. This scene immediately stunned everyone. They seemed to have gotten used to the heavy rain every night. But now, it had stopped. Everyone couldn't understand it. Could it be that someone discovered the problem here, or did someone find the secret? But at this moment, the two figures disappeared in midair and appeared in a city. The sky was full of stars, and the sun was setting. It was a city that looked exactly the same as the ruined city. But the difference was that this place was perfect. It was as if their previous location had been destroyed, but this place was completely intact. Gu Qingqing was stunned when she saw this. Gu Qingqing found it hard to understand. How did you discover the difference here? Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Yun and asked in confusion. Mu Yun smiled mysteriously and did not speak. Miss Gu, this city is quite big. I think there are quite a few good things here. I think we should split up and search for them. TSK, if you don't want to tell me, then so be it. If you encounter any danger, call me immediately. No. Gu Qingqing's womanly nature appeared. She immediately walked in a direction without looking back. At this moment, Mu Yun chose another direction. To be precise, he was walking in the direction he was familiar with. But gradually, he arrived in front of a temple. The temple was decorated extremely luxuriously and magnificently. The main hall was 3 meters long, and the width on both sides was more than 10 meters. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly recalled that this was the place where they used to live, but he almost couldn't recognize this brand new place. After entering the main hall, Mu Yun realized that the 3 Buddha statues were originally damaged. The Buddha statues looked very strange. They didn't look like they were sitting upright and chanting sutras. Instead, they were 3 crooked scenes. Each Buddha statue had a different expression. He walked around the Buddha statues and entered the backyard. There were still more than 10 rooms neatly arranged. Seeing this, Mu Yun shook his head and turned to leave. However, when he turned around, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. No, he quickly turned around and looked ahead. He looked at the 3 Buddha statues again. As he walked forward, he suddenly felt that these 3 Buddha statues were very different. One of them looked a little different from the other 2. Mu Yun walked forward and touched it with his palm. However, he realized that these 3 Buddha statues felt the same. No. Mu Yun still felt that something was wrong. When he glanced at them just now, they were clearly different. That's right, Mu Yun walked forward again and touched the left hand of the Buddha statue on his right. This hand was real. Mu Yun was instantly shocked. This left hand was the real feeling of touch. Unlike the other parts of the 3 Buddha statues that were cold statues, this left hand was actually real. At this moment, Mu Yun walked forward and easily removed the left hand. At this moment, he had a strong urge to press this left hand on his arm. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he actually did it involuntarily. That palm looked very different from his palm. However, when Mu Yun pressed this left hand on his arm, the scar on the broken part of his arm instantly disappeared. At this moment, the palm and arm had actually fused together perfectly. Immediately after, that feeling of clarity filled his entire body. Not only that, the appearance of the palm also began to change. It became the same size as his right hand. The bloodline patterns completely intersected. Mu Yun stood rooted to the ground in a daze, completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Where did this Buddha's left hand come from? Was it such a coincidence that he met this Buddha's left hand here? Mu Yun tried to wave his left hand. However, as he waved his hand, he suddenly realized that the power of his left hand had skyrocketed. This Buddha's left hand was simply like a divine weapon that pressed against his left arm. It was too strange. Before Mu Yun could think further, suddenly, a Buddha's voice directly entered his mind. The dull thumping sounds were reciting a rhythm that Mu Yun did not understand. They were all reciting Buddhist scriptures, so how could he understand them? However, it was the strange scripture that was continuously recited. Muyan felt that his entire body seemed to be bearing the purest power in the world. At this moment, the three Buddha statues behind Muyan shone with golden light. Streams of power directly entered Muyan's mind and spread throughout his body. At the same time, a Buddha seal directly entered Muyan's body and disappeared. However, that pure power seemed to be changing Muyan's body and bones. Layer by layer, strand by strand, it caused all the hidden injuries in Muyan's body to dissipate at this moment. It was as if a great opportunity had descended. All of this came and went in a hurry. However, the power that remained in Muyan's body did not disappear. Muyan shouted in his heart. All the power in his body spread out at this moment, and the ninth golden body was completely condensed. However, this ninth golden body was really a golden body that shone with golden light. There were even 10,000 words of mantra on it that were faintly discernible. Muyan clenched his hands and felt that everything had returned to the peak. The ninth golden body was condensed at this moment. The super-tyrannical power that surged into Muyan's heart filled with pride. Muyan did not stop there. He was condensing the power in his body and the 9 golden bodies on the outside. To enter the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, the first thing was to comprehend the laws of time. To comprehend the laws of time, Muyan only needed an opportunity. The second was to fuse the 9 golden bodies condensed in the Golden Immortal Realm into his body and combine with his soul. The 9 golden bodies combined with his soul and body to form the most powerful Zenith Heaven Immortal Body. The Zenith Heaven Immortal Body was one of the most powerful parts of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. At this moment, comprehending the laws of time required time. Muyan did not have much time now. And the Zenith Heaven Immortal Body required a vast amount of power to condense and shape. At this moment, what he did not lack the most was power. Without saying much, Muyan sat cross-legged on the ground and directly condensed all the power in his body. He wanted to condense his Zenith Heaven Immortal Body here. This way, he would be one step closer to reaching the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, and he would be one step closer to stirring up the vastness of the immortal world. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the 9 golden bodies on the surface of Muyan's body decreased one by one. The first one disappeared. The second one disappeared. The third one, the fourth one, in the end, the 9 golden bodies completely dissipated. And Muyan's immortal soul leaped up at this moment. That immortal soul was exactly the same as him, and it looked even more agile. At this moment, the immortal soul was supported by the 9 golden bodies. In addition to Muyan's powerful soul power, his immortal soul could already be said to be able to hold its own. The biggest change was naturally his body. The 9 golden bodies were originally condensed outside his body, but now they appeared inside his body. It strengthened his physical strength and the strength of his immortal soul. This way, after successfully condensing the Zenith Heaven Immortal Body, he would be one step closer to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, the fusion of power in his body was a step in the growth of his strength. I only need time to comprehend and control the laws of time, and then I can directly step into the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. At that time I will finally have the power to protect myself in this Tianluo secret realm with the magical use of time and space. Muyan was very excited. What are you doing? At this moment, Gu Qingqing's voice sounded. Muyan stood up and looked at Gu Qingqing. I'm listening to the Buddhist mantra. Oh? Listening to the Buddhist mantra? Why are you sitting in front of these 3 demons so piously? Hearing this, Muyan was stunned. Demons? What the hell? However, when Muyan turned around, his expression changed instantly. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 Buddha statues began to fall off. The golden light on the surface of the statues turned into black skin and lush hair. They looked like evil spirits that had walked out of purgatory. Seeing this, a strange look appeared in Muyan's eyes. How could this be? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The 3 great demon kings. At first, the 3 Buddha statues looked very ordinary. However, gradually, their skin peeled off, revealing black fur, and they became different. The skin of the 3 statues peeled off, revealing their true appearances. First, it was the first statue. His entire body was covered in shiny fur. His skin was so fair that it looked as if it was covered in snow. It was the body of an extremely enchanting woman. There was nothing on her body. Her chest was high, her figure was slim, and her long hair was snow white. Such a woman simply made people unable to control themselves. It was as if she was a woman of the highest quality in the world that was completely carved out of ice and snow. She gave off an extremely breathtaking feeling. As for the second Buddha statue, it turned into a tall and sturdy figure. That tall and sturdy figure had bulging muscles and exuberant hair on its chest. It was close to 3 meters tall, and its nostrils were pointed to the sky. Most importantly, it had 2 horns on its head, which were particularly dazzling. As for the third statue, it was a monster with red skin. Its skin was full of cracks, and it looked very complicated. It was like a layer of skin wrapped in magma. The magma seemed to be about to explode. Seeing the third demon statue, Gu Qingqing could not help but take a step back. At this moment, Mu Yun stood where she was and looked at the 3 demon sovereigns that had turned into Buddhas. Her entire body stiffened. When Gu Qingqing saw this scene, she could not help but go forward. She wanted to take a closer look at what exactly these things were. Don't move, don't move. At this moment, Mu Yun grabbed Gu Qingqing's arm as if she had gone crazy. Let's go, let's go. Immediately, right now. Without saying anything, Mu Yun grabbed Gu Qingqing's arm and directly left this place. Mu Yun ran all the way. At this moment, she appeared in the center of the city. She rose into the sky and looked at the entire city. Her expression changed drastically. It's over, it's over. At this moment, the entire city that was originally bathed in holy light gradually began to turn black. Waves of demonic aura soared into the sky. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Quickly, find the exit. Find the exit. Mu Yun's body trembled slightly. She seemed to have fallen into great shock. What's wrong with you? Gu Qingqing was confused. When she told Mu Yun about Luo Yuan, even Mu Yun wasn't this terrifying. But now, Mu Yun felt as if the sky was about to fall. Don't ask so many questions. Leave this place immediately and leave the trial grounds. Otherwise, everyone will die. Mu Yun suddenly spoke with an unquestionable tone. Gu Qingqing was also stunned when she heard this. What's wrong with this guy? Not long after, Mu Yun finally found the exit. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately brought Gu Qingqing away. At the same time, the 3 Buddha statues that had transformed into demonic statues stood quietly in the temple. However, gradually, the body of the horned demon in the center started to tremble. Puff, 2 strings of black air came out from the nostrils of the demon venerable. All of a sudden, a pair of purple eyes that resembled the stars opened. F***CK. Has Ronding's seal been undone? The demon venerable opened his eyes and immediately shouted. Barbaric bull demon king, can you stop chattering? An impatient voice rang out. The fiery red man next to him opened his eyes. His eyes were purple and looked quite demonic. Candle demon king, you're not dead yet? Haha. You 2 stinky men, why are you shouting here? Just at that moment, a delicate voice rang out. The fairy-like girl with snow-white skin also opened her eyes. Her eyes were also purple, and they flickered with impatience. At this moment, the 3 figures were stretching their muscles and bones as they walked down to the ground. How long has it been? The barbaric bull demon king said in a muffled voice, damn it, that old bastard Dipankar Buddha spent an ancient Buddha's left hand to imprison us. This old bastard, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Stop talking. As the candle demon king spoke, a scorching breath came out of his mouth. Which of the 3 great Buddhas of the Buddhist region are you a match for? I, Randang, only used a left hand to seal you. It's useless even if you keep chattering, the candle demon king snickered. You say it like you're useful. The barbaric bull demon king clicked his tongue. As soon as he finished speaking, the barbaric bull demon king looked at the naked woman beside him and laughed. The snow demon race is indeed good. We're sealed, but Snow Demon King, you've frozen yourself. Your body is still pretty good. Close your eyes. The woman called the Snow Demon King waved her hand, and a dress that looked like an ice sculpture covered her body. This seal wouldn't open for no reason. What happened? And we don't know how much time has passed. more importantly, I can feel my power weakening. The Snow Demon King said with a frown. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's see where this place is and see if we can get out. Okay. The three of them walked out of the temple. At this moment, the entire city bathed in holy light was already filled with demonic chi. Many burly, snow-white, and fiery red figures filled the entire city. At a closer look, there were no less than 10,000 people. These people were divided into three types. At a closer look, they were similar to the barbaric Bull Demon King, the Snow Demon King, and the Candle Demon King, but their auras weren't as strong. Mother, my calves aren't dead yet, haha. The barbaric Bull Demon King looked at the city and laughed. When we get out, we'll make those old monks of the Buddhist region pay the price in blood. Dipankara is the Buddha of the past. Of the three great Buddhas, that old thing is the hardest to deal with. We can't rush this matter, the Snow Demon King said indifferently. If we get sealed again, it won't be worth it. Why would the 18 of us be afraid of three ancient Buddhas? The barbaric Bull Demon King said loudly, I'm not afraid. You bull demons are all barbarians. You're all idiots. The Snow Demon King said coldly, the three Buddhas represent the past, present, and future. Dipankara alone is enough for us to deal with. There's also Qingdang Immortal Buddha and Mitian Buddha, and the four Bodhisattvas. What do you think you can do? The barbaric Bull Demon King stiffened his neck and said no more. Also, how long have we been sealed? We don't even know who's the king of the demonic region now. Which of the 18 demon clans is the strongest? Let's figure out the situation first, the Candle Demon King said slowly. Yes, but our first task is to find out where we are. After being sealed for so long, I feel like my body is very weak. The Snow Demon King licked his snow-white lips and smiled. I need blood. I need the blood of those immortals to increase my strength. Haha. I haven't fought in a long time. My blood is boiling. I can't wait to go to the other realms and fight. As the three demon sovereigns spoke, they walked out of the temple and called for their subordinates. At this moment, Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing were trapped in a strange spatial circle. They were constantly shuttling back and forth in the space. How can this be? Gu Qingqing said in surprise. Maybe it's because of the changes in the city that caused the space to fluctuate. It should be fine in a while. Mu Yun frowned. What's wrong? You've changed completely since just now. Gu Qingqing was puzzled. Although he had not known Mu Yun for long, he knew that she was not afraid of anything. But now, she seemed very anxious. Do you know what that was just now? Gu Qingqing shook her head when she heard Mu Yun's question. Mu Yun said again, of the 10 realms in the immortal realm, the Buddhist realm has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. But no one doubts the strength of the Buddhist realm. Besides the Buddhist realm, the two most powerful immortal realms are the Demon realm and the Demon realm. Yes. You should know the 18 demon clans in the Demon realm, right? You're saying that the three people just now are demons? That's right. Mu Yun said again, the Snow Demon Clan, the Ox Demon Clan, and the Candle Demon Clan. Mu Yun paused and said again, and if I'm not wrong, those three are the sealed demon sovereigns of the three great demon clans. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale when she heard that. Impossible. Gu Qingqing suddenly said, why would the demon sovereigns of the three great demon clans appear in the Tianluo mystic realm? Mu Yun was also very surprised about this, but he would not be wrong. In his previous life, as the alliance leader of the Cloud Alliance, the master of the Cloud Realm, and one of the 10 great immortal kings, he had many dealings with the Demon Clan. The 18 demon clans of the Demon Realm were all ferocious. The Demon Clan was a clan whose combat power was off the charts. Regardless of why these 3 demon kings of the Demon Clan are here, we must leave this place quickly. I can find the way out, but it doesn't mean that they can find it immediately. But after a long time, they will definitely find it. Mu Yun said again, once these 3 demon kings are born, they will need fresh blood, and the fresh blood of humans is what they desire the most. By then, I'm afraid that no one will survive in the Tianluo mystic realm. However, it's also good that these 3 demon sovereigns seem to have exhausted most of their strength. Even so, they are not people that we can deal with. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Gu Qingqing also knew how serious the matter was. Those were the 3 demon kings of the demon clan. Compared to the 33 peak masters of the 33 heavenly sword sects, they were only stronger. It was simply bad news for such a powerful place to appear here. When the space fluctuation stabilizes, we should be able to get out. By then, we will leave this city immediately. The further, the better, Mu Yun said. Gu Qingqing, on the other hand, was astonished. What exactly did you do in there? Gu Qingqing asked again. However, Mu Yun remained silent and did not speak. Gu Qingqing only thought that he was thinking about something and did not ask further. At this moment, Mu Yun was only holding his left hand. This left hand that suddenly appeared was connected to his mind. Now, it had completely become a part of his arm. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The might of the left hand in this side, Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing were frozen in space. In the real city, in the dilapidated temple. Early in the morning, Shi Yun, Du Yuan, and the others woke up early to find that Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing were missing. They searched the entire temple but did not see the 2 of them. This made Du Yuan and Shi Yun extremely anxious. Jun Wuyo also rushed over when he heard the news. What are you 2 doing? My Qingqing is missing. As senior brothers, it's fine that your strength is not as good as junior sisters. Now, even she is missing. Jun Wuyo was burning with worry. Could it be Luo Zhonghai and Su Qinyun who did it? Du Yuan suddenly said. Shi Yun immediately said, it's possible. These 2 guys are not to be trifled with. Mu Yun killed Ning Tongtian previously. Lu Feng is looking for them. It's very likely that he will take action at night. Damn it. Shi Yun immediately shouted. Humph, I know that Mu Yun is a troublemaker. Du Yuan could not help but shout. Can the 2 of you stop talking nonsense here? Jun Wuyo was speechless. Now think of a way to find my Qingqing. I'll go look for Luo Zhonghai now. Du Yuan said and turned to leave. Look for me? Look for me for what? However, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The man in the lead had his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. He looked at everyone and said with a smile, I haven't looked for you yet, but you want to look for me first? Luo Zhonghai. Du Yuan could not help but take a step back. Brother Luo. Jun Wuyo said at this moment, I don't know if you have seen Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was on duty here last night and disappeared this morning. If Brother Luo wants to stand up for Lu Feng, just capture Mu Yun. There's no need to make things difficult for Qingqing, right? Oh? That extremely arrogant guy is called Mu Yun? Luo Zhonghai said faintly. Mu Yun. At this moment, Lu Feng exploded like a frying pan. Mu Yun of the 34th peak? It's him? At this moment, Du Yuan and Shi Yun realized that Jun Wuyu didn't know Mu Yun and had let it slip. Impossible. Lu Feng shouted. It can't be him. What level is he at? Now, he is at most a tier 2 golden immortal. That tier 8 golden immortal is definitely not him. For the sake of Gu Qingqing's safety, Jun Wuyu immediately said, don't say that it's impossible. It's him. He's Lin Wenxuan's disciple, Mu Yun from the 34th peak. Qingqing only brought him along because she saw that he was seriously injured. Jun Wuyo looked at Luo Zhonghai and said, Brother Luo, this matter has nothing to do with Qingqing. If you want to capture Mu Yun, just do it. Please release Qingqing. Arrest? Luo Zhonghai, Su Qinyun, and the others were dumbfounded. They were indeed here to capture him, but they hadn't caught him yet. Jun Wuyo, are you kidding me? Luo Zhonghai snorted. It's none of your business here. I won't provoke Gu Qingqing, and she shouldn't provoke me. I'm here to look for Mu Yun, the guy with a crippled hand. Call him out and let me deal with him. I, Luo Zhonghai, will let bygones be bygones for what happened to Ning Tongtian yesterday. What? Hearing this, Du Yuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. Luo Zhonghai, what do you mean? Shi Yun shouted. Gu Qingqing and Mu Yun disappeared early this morning. Now you're here to blame us and ask us to hand over Mu Yun. Disappeared? Hearing this, Luo Zhonghai sneered. Why? Are you scared? You don't dare to admit what you did? Mu Yun, get out. With a roar, more than 10 houses behind the temple collapsed and turned into ruins. Stop. Du Yuan shouted. Luo Zhonghai, don't go too far. Your Luo family is powerful in the 33 heavenly sword sects, but our 26 peaks are not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with? Then do you mean to eat shit? Luo Zhonghai sneered. You've gone too far. Du Yuan bellowed and rushed out. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, before Luo Zhonghai could make a move, Su Qingyun had already stepped out and grabbed Du Yuan's hand with a wave of his hand. Kneel. With a deep shout, Su Qingyun exerted force in his palm. With a crack, Du Yuan knelt on the ground with a plop. The heart-wrenching pain almost made him faint. Du Yuan. Seeing this scene, Shi Yin was furious. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Luo Zhonghai, Su Qingyun, and the others were 9th-grade golden immortals. It was said that Luo Zhonghai had condensed the Daluo golden body. He only needed to comprehend the law of time to reach the Daluo golden immortal realm. This kind of strength was not something he could fight against. Where is Mu Yun? Su Qingyun looked at Du Yuan and snorted coldly. I don't know. Du Yuan immediately roared. What did you do to junior sister Gu? Where is she? Stubborn. Su Qingyun waved his hand and with a rip, Du Yuan's entire right arm was torn off. Ah, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the temple. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Mu Yun? Su Qingyun asked again. I don't know. At this moment, Du Yuan was even more furious. He shouted, even if I know, I won't tell you. You're courting death. Su Qingyun shouted and was about to make a move. You're looking for me? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. 2 figures appeared behind the crowd. Ching Ching. Junior sister Gu. Seeing one of the figures, Jun Wuyo, Shi Yun, Du Yuan, and the others immediately looked happy. Gu Qingqing came forward at this moment and frowned. Su Qingyun, what do you mean by this? Du Yuan is a disciple of our 26th peak. Su Qingyun, your hands are too dirty. Dirty? Su Qingyun sneered. We came here this time to find him, but these idiots said that you disappeared and that we caught you. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that this secret realm is still the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing's face turned pale. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Su Qingyun directly swept past Gu Qingqing and looked at Mu Yun. You're the famous Mu Yun in the sect? Haha, you've really offended the Lu clan and the Ning clan. Now you've killed Ning Tongtian. You're really not afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Mu Yun said slowly, of course I'm afraid of death, but you're not enough to make me afraid of death. Mu Yun looked at Lu Feng and said, as a disciple of the Lu clan, you're on good terms with the Ning clan. After I killed Ning Tongtian, you didn't find the geniuses of the Ning clan. Instead, you found Luo Zhonghai and Su Qingyun. You want me to have a dispute with them and offend the Luo clan and the Su clan in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, right? You're so scheming. You want me, Mu Yun, to offend the Ning clan, the Lu clan, the Luo clan, and the Su clan in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and then lose my footing? Hearing these words, Lu Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, don't talk nonsense. Brother Luo and Brother Su just don't like you, alright. Mu Yun said with a smile. As you wish. Miss Gu, I brought the trouble here. I'll solve it. Mu Yun looked directly at Su Qingyun, Luo Zhonghai, and the others. Aren't you looking for me? You want to stand up for others and be their tool. You have to be qualified to do so. Humph, arrogant and conceited. Su Qingyun shouted and immediately took a step forward. He waved his hand and attacked Mu Yun. You're courting death. However, at this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and waved her left hand. In an instant, a tyrannical force spread out. He had condensed the Daluo sacred body. The 9 golden bodies merged into one. This Daluo sacred body was also known as the Daluo golden body. No matter what, he stood at the peak of the golden immortal realm. In addition to this strange Buddha's left hand, the power of this hand was unexpectedly strong. With a crack, Mu Yun made his move and grabbed Su Qingyun's neck with one hand. "You're not qualified to stand up for others," Mu Yun said and exerted force in her hand. With a crack, Su Qingyun's head suddenly shattered and his headless body fell to the ground. Even his soul was directly crushed by Mu Yun. "How dare you!" Luo Zhonghai shouted, but Su Qingyun's body had already turned into a corpse. "You're courting death." Luo Zhonghai's voice was cold. However, Mu Yun ignored him. "Lu Feng, I'll let you see that your plan has succeeded. You wanted to provoke the hatred between me, the Luo family, and the Su family. You did it." Mu Yun ignored Luo Zhonghai. Was condensing the Daluo golden body very powerful? When Luo Zhonghai saw this, his lungs were about to explode. At this moment, Mu Yun deliberately ignored him. This was a blatant humiliation. "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Zhonghai directly attacked. However, Mu Yun didn't care at all. The Buddha's left hand seemed to have endless power. Everything that was displayed by the Buddha's left hand was completely raised to a higher level. Taking another step forward, Mu Yun directly stretched out her palm. At this moment, Luo Zhonghai only felt that all his power had become useless at this moment. When Mu Yun's palm stretched out, he completely fell into a state of powerlessness. In the next moment, he watched as Mu Yun's left hand grabbed at his body. A suffocating aura spread, and his entire body instantly stiffened. Mu Yun's killing intent transmitted to his body, causing his entire aura to dissipate at this moment. Even though he had condensed the Daluo golden body, he felt that as long as Mu Yun wanted, she only needed to use a little strength to kill him. "Watch carefully." At this moment, Mu Yun didn't put Luo Zhonghai in her eyes at all. She directly clenched her fist, and her gaze was always on Lu Feng. Bang, a loud bang sounded, and the crowd didn't dare to look anymore. Luo Zhonghai was dead, instant kill. Mu Yun's left hand had recovered, and her strength had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Lu Feng's face was already ashen. Naturally, there were experts from the Ning family and the Lu family in the Tian Luo mystic realm, but in this city, there were people from the Luo family and the Su family. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to find Luo Zhonghai. He knew that Luo Zhonghai was proud and arrogant. He only needed to appear terrified in front of Luo Zhonghai to make Luo Zhonghai think that Mu Yun's talent was terrifying, and Luo Zhonghai would make a move. The facts proved that Luo Zhonghai did make a move. However, he never dreamed that the outcome would be like this. "Mu Yun, aren't you afraid Luo Yuan is still in this city?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The great battle with Han Yu. However, he was not in the mood to think at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun was already close to them. Don't come over." Lu Feng was completely dumbfounded. "You killed Luo Zhonghai. Luo Yuan is in the city. Once he hears the news, you're dead." Lu Feng's body trembled. He could not help but shout, "You're dead, Mu Yun." "I'm dead?" Mu Yun smiled faintly. "That should be right. I'm dead. Unfortunately, you're going to die with me." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun struck out with her palm. With a bang, Lu Feng could not resist at all. He vomited blood and died. He was a 9th grade golden immortal. However, in front of Mu Yun, he was as weak as a child. Su Qingyun, Luo Zhonghai, Lu Feng, 3 figures fell to the ground. They did not even have time to resist before they were killed by Mu Yun. The rest of the people were completely dumbfounded. First of all, Mu Yun's strength was far beyond their imagination. After his left hand recovered, Mu Yun's strength was simply off the charts. Secondly, whether it was Ning Tong Tian at the beginning or Luo Zhonghai and the other 2 now, they all had deep backgrounds in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Even if Luo Zhonghai acted recklessly today, he would not kill Gu Qingqing. After all, Gu Qingqing's father was Gu Tianing. Gu Tianing was the peak master of the 26th peak. Although the Gu clan was not as powerful as the 4 major clans in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, they still had a certain foundation. However, Mu Yun killed them without hesitation. At this moment, they did not know what Mu Yun was thinking. Originally, his left hand was injured. These people were no match for him. Moreover, his left hand had recovered and he had a new hand. Mu Yun now vaguely understood that this left hand was not simple. When his left hand disappeared, the three demon kings showed signs of awakening. This left hand was probably related to the Buddhist domain. Moreover, his purpose of entering the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was to stir up the situation. The more chaotic, the better. All of this was Mu Yun's arrogance. However, Mu Yun represented the Heavenly Sword son of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Wenquan. Even if the Su, Luo, Lu, and Ning clan were angry, they would vent their anger on Lin Wenquan. Lin Wenquan's, if Lin Wenquan's, the translation, and Lin Wenquan. In short, Lin Wenquan, translation, Lin Wenquan, Mu translation now, Mu translation, Lu Lin, translation Fong to translation. If the 33 Heavenly Sword sect could really have internal strife, when the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine sect attacked, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect might not even need the Heavenfall Netherworld sect and the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect to make a move, and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would be destroyed. And now, it was time for an important figure to appear. Whoosh! As expected, not long after the disciples were scared out of their wits, a piercing sound could be heard. In the sky, a figure landed directly on the ground. Luo Suet, that figure looked at the two corpses on the ground and suddenly exclaimed. Both of them were dead. Good. Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to be so daring. The person was dressed in silk. His aura was condensed from head to toe, and he looked oppressive. Hanyu, this matter is not as you think. Gu Qingqing said hurriedly. Hanyu was a first-stage golden immortal. Now that things had escalated to this point, it was not just Mu Yun's problem. She had to fight for Mu Yun's survival. However, just as she finished speaking, Gu Qingqing realized that her arm was being pulled. Mu Yun, it's okay. Leave it to me. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Today, I want to tell them that whether it's the Luo, Su, Ning, or Lu clan, they can dream on if they want to kill me, Mu Yun. I also want to tell them that I'm Lin Wenquan's disciple. Even if I die, Master will avenge me. None of them can escape. Wishful thinking. Hearing this, Hanyu sneered. You're just a golden immortal, and Lin Wenquan is just a has-been Tian Jianzi. Do you really think that the 33 Heavenly Sword sects are the Heavenly Sword sects from 10,000 years ago? The Heavenly Sword sects that Lin Wenquan monopolizes? The second and third Tian Jianzi have arrived. Lin Wenquan is no longer the same as before. Hanyu looked at Mu Yun and sneered. Now, all the peak masters are thinking about how to build a relationship with the second and third Tian Jianzi. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're relying on Lin Wenquan? No. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, don't you dare. But what I mean is, you can't kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. Crackling sounds could be heard immediately. At this moment, Mu Yun held the rainbow sun-penetrating spear in her left hand, and the Yoyu sword in her right hand emitted rays of light. A golden immortal, the former first-grade golden immortal, Lu Shan, died in his hands. Although he paid the price of a palm, that was in the past. Now, not only was his realm close to that of a golden immortal, but his left hand had also undergone a shocking change. This Hanyu might not be his match. Mu Yun held the long sword in her hand tightly and attacked with the Yoyu sword. You're courting death. Hanyu snorted at this moment and stepped out, condensing his aura. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing couldn't help but want to attack. Junior sister. However, Du Yuan and Shi Yin suddenly pulled Gu Qingqing back. What are you doing? I'm going to help him. He also stood up for us. He killed Ning Tong Tian and got himself into trouble. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Junior. Sister, don't cause trouble. Du Yuan's right arm was broken, and he said, with our realms, not to mention the three of us, even if there are 30 of us, we can't be Hanyu's match. We'll be courting death if we go up. Yes, Qingqing, this Mu Yun isn't simple. She should be fine. Jun Wuyo also said at this moment. What can you do? Looking at Jun Wuyo, Gu Qingqing asked expectantly. Let's see first. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing glared at Jun Wuyo, but in the end, she didn't make a move. She knew that in the face of a golden immortal, she would be defeated with just one attack. But if she knew this, how could Mu Yun not know? What should she do? At this moment, Mu Yun swung her sword, but when Han Yu took a step forward, Mu Yun's sword seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Han Yu was a golden immortal. He controlled space and condensed time. Mu Yun hadn't been able to control the power of time, so how could she persist in Han Yu's hands? However, just as everyone saw that Mu Yun seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and couldn't move at all, Mu Yun's left hand quietly moved. Her left hand was out of control. Mu Yun was instantly stunned. Her left hand was not affected by Han Yu's time law at all, and she could still use it flexibly. Mu Yun, you've caused too much trouble. Not to mention offending the Ning and Lu families, offending the Luo and Su families will only lead to your death. As Han Yu finished speaking, he pointed his finger. That finger continued to expand until it was hundreds of meters tall. It directly condensed and pointed at Mu Yun. In Han Yu's eyes, this finger was enough. It was enough to kill Mu Yun hundreds of times. But at this moment, Han Yu saw a sneer at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Smile, this guy, even at this point, he could still laugh, but in the next moment, Mu Yun's figure suddenly moved. Under the control of his time law and space law, Mu Yun's body actually moved at this moment. A long spear directly passed through the layers of finger seals and arrived in front of him. Han Yu immediately reacted and directly grabbed with his palm. But this palm actually grabbed empty air. With a puff, the blood vessel soared. Suddenly, a wound appeared on Han Yu's shoulder. He was injured and bleeding. Han Yu was completely stunned. He was actually injured by Mu Yun. This was simply a great humiliation. But how did Mu Yun escape from his time imprisonment and space shackles? And when the surrounding people saw this scene, they were already dumbfounded. Mu Yun's movements were smooth, as if she had a card up her sleeve. A first-grade golden immortal is nothing more than this. At this moment, Mu Yun was holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. She looked at Han Yu with a sneer on her face. On the long spear, blood flowed down the body of the spear and flowed into Mu Yun's hand. This blood is really disgusting. How could Han Yu tolerate such a blatant provocation? Great Jade Heaven Sealing Palm. Suddenly, Han Yu's entire body suddenly charged out. The aura of his entire body condensed, and a violent power suddenly attacked. Mu Yun grinned, merged the spear and sword, and immediately rushed out. The two figures were locked in a fierce battle in the sky. At this moment, at the west of the city, a few figures floated in mid-air, watching everything. Senior brother Yu, this Mu Yun should be the Mu Yun who killed Lu Shan. Cui Yen cupped his hands and said respectfully to a young man in front of him. Qi Tianyi smiled and said, I really didn't expect such a freak to appear before reaching the golden immortal realm. Time and space are actually ineffective against him. It's not ineffective against him, it's ineffective against his left hand. Suddenly, in front of the two, Yu Tianxin, who was dressed in white, spoke. Every time he attacks, his left hand moves first, driving the long spear in his hand. The power rotates, and then his entire body, breaking through Han Yu's control. Yu Tianxin said slowly, this kid is interesting. No wonder he could kill Lu Shan. It seems that he's not ordinary. Not only is he not ordinary, but he can make Lin Wenxuan accept him as a disciple. I think this kid is not simple in many ways. Cui Yen said again. However, Yu Tianxin sneered. Lin Wenxuan is definitely a scourge in the sword sect. He will definitely cause a dispute in the future. To the Blood Fiend sect, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. I think this kid is most likely under Lin Wenxuan's orders. Let's wait and see. If Han Yu is killed, I think Luo Yuan will be furious. However, I'm really interested in this kid's corpse. Yes. Yes. At this moment, in the east, there were also some figures watching the battle from afar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Chaotic Magnetic Field. The 33 Heavenly Sword Sect prides itself on being a great sword sect and dominating the sword domain. They think they're great, but they've suffered great losses since 10,000 years ago. Gongzong sneered. Because of Immortal King Mu Yun, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect lost many Immortal King experts. Now, their peak masters are not even at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. The two Tianjianzi who returned are now in seclusion. They're useless. As long as the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect join forces and the Zhao Domain and Jiao Yuan Domain don't interfere, we'll definitely take down the Sword Sect. Gongzong sneered as he spoke. At that moment, the battle between Mu Yun and Han Yu in the city had reached its climax. Han Yu tried to control Mu Yun time and time again, but he was powerless. Mu Yun's figure was agile and changeable. He couldn't control Mu Yun at all. On the other hand, this brat always relied on his clumsy spear skills to escape, which always brought him danger. This made him feel embarrassed. He was a great overarching golden celestial from the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, while Mu Yun had yet to become a great overarching golden celestial. If he let Mu Yun escape, Mu Yun would be far stronger than him when they met again. However, would Mu Yun run? Obviously not, he was here to kill. How could he run? The strongest people here were Luo Yuan, Gongzong, and Yu Tianqin. The three of them were second-grade perfected golden immortals. Unless the three of them attacked, he would consider escaping. Otherwise, Han Yu alone wouldn't be able to force him to escape no matter what. Damn it. At this moment, anger rose in Han Yu's heart. He was already impatient. Mu Yun, you're still not strong enough to be arrogant in front of me. You'll never be strong enough. Han Yu roared as his aura spread out from his body. At this moment, the accumulated power in his body was dispersing layer by layer. The tyrannical power spread out, giving people a very oppressive feeling. At this moment, Mu Yun had to be careful as she looked at Han Yu. After all, this person was a perfected golden immortal. Even if he had formed the perfected golden body, there was still a big gap between him and a perfected golden immortal. This time, Mu Yun's translation of the word was the sword art translation. The Buddha's left hand was indeed the sword art. Buddha's hand. Holding the sun-piercing rainbow spear in his left hand, Mu Yun even felt that he wasn't a golden immortal, but an immortal king. Furthermore, how could it be easy to seal the three demon kings with his left hand, but now that it was connected to his arm, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. It was translation or Mu Yun translation that you translation or translation Han Yu, you're no match for me. Let Luo Yuan come out. I'm too lazy to explain this matter. Everyone knows who's right and who's wrong. I killed Luo Zhonghai and the others. They were courting death. Translation is ice translation. Is sect, realm, death war, you, death translation R, UF sect, you, how dare you. Mu Yun's voice could be said to have resounded throughout the entire city. Anyone who wanted to hear it would be able to hear it clearly. Even if they didn't want to hear it, they could hear it clearly. It was a slap to his face. Die. Han Yu and Mu Yun had been talking for a long time. As if they had prepared something, Han Yu bellowed, took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded. Layers of spatial fluctuations spread out. Han Yu didn't say a word. An invisible magnetic field quietly spread out around his body. Han Yu's chaotic magnetic field. At this moment, Gongzong, who was watching this scene from afar, smiled and said, "This Mu Yun is amazing." He actually used Han Yu's trump card, the chaotic magnetic field. Hearing this, the others were puzzled. Gongzong laughed. Han Yu's chaotic magnetic field is very famous. This guy was born to be a crazy guy. He once entered a land of death for training and accidentally comprehended this chaotic magnetic field. His strength improved greatly, and he stepped into the almighty immortal realm. It is said that once this chaotic magnetic field is used, the space that Han Yu can control will be filled with strange areas that disturb the immortal chi and spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Once you enter it, you won't be able to distinguish north from south and you won't have a sense of time. It's like being put into a spatial ring. However, this chaotic magnetic field isn't as stable as the spatial ring. Gongzong looked at everything and laughed. It seems that this Mu Yun really has some skills. No wonder Lin Wenchuan likes him. You don't say, I'm really interested in him. At this moment, the two people in the air exchanged blows again. The moment Han Yu rushed out, an invisible force condensed around his body. Gradually, the condensed force became stronger and stronger, and gradually enveloped Mu Yun. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if his body had sunk into purgatory. The chaotic force around him disrupted his understanding of everything. His knowledge of space, time, and all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had collected along the way. However, the confusing emotions gradually spread, and Mu Yun's consciousness also became blurry. Seeing this scene, Han Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. So what if Mu Yun was powerful? Once he used his true means, Mu Yun would still die. However, just as Han Yu was approaching Mu Yun step by step, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. At this moment, Mu Yun's left hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. As the light rose, Mu Yun looked as if he was standing on a sacred pond and holding the moon and stars. His entire body was filled with a powerful divine aura. This is impossible," Han Yu said in astonishment. "Even a second-stage golden immortal would not be able to move after being enveloped by my chaotic magnetic field. What kind of power is this?" Han Yu was extremely nervous at this moment. This was the first time that his chaotic magnetic field had a problem. It was actually because of Mu Yun. His chaotic magnetic field did not have the crazy dominating power that it had in the past. Wonderful. At this moment, Mu Yun was observing his left hand. At this moment, his left hand was emitting rays of light. The rays of light around his body were spreading from his left hand. Those rays of light had an aura that made people worship him. Even Mu Yun himself had to admit that after feeling that aura, his arrogant heart had also sincerely concealed itself. Is the Buddha's left hand so powerful? Mu Yun looked at his left hand and immediately waved the rainbow sun-penetrating spear in his hand. In an instant, a violent force spread out. Crackling sounds could be heard, and the fear that Mu Yun felt all over his body completely disappeared. Scram! With a low shout, the rainbow sun-penetrating spear in Mu Yun's hand exploded with an extraordinary power. The violent aura immediately spread out. Puff! At this moment, in the originally strange sky, Han Yu's entire body suddenly retreated in a sorry state, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chaotic magnetic field was actually broken by someone in an instant. This was simply inconceivable, but it really happened. Han Yu's face was pale as he looked in front of him. Mu Yun's figure was standing proudly with a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. Everything seemed to have not changed, but everything seemed to have become different again. What's going on? As for the surrounding martial artists, they were even more clueless. In an instant, Han Yu's attack was broken by Mu Yun. What's going on? At this moment, Mu Yun's left hand gradually calmed down, and he stood still. How is it? Looking at Han Yu, Mu Yun said indifferently. Even without this strange left hand, with his current strength, he could still kill Han Yu. However, with the sudden addition of his left hand, Mu Yun's overall strength had doubled, and he had received a great improvement. Now, seeing Han Yu's shocked expression, Mu Yun's lips curled into a sneer. Humph, don't be so smug. At this moment, Han Yu suddenly shouted, Senior brother Luo Yuan is still in the city. Mu Yun, it's better for you to obediently accept your death now. Hearing this, the surrounding people were instantly stunned. What's going on? Just now, this guy was still aggressive. Why did he bring out Luo Yuan in the blink of an eye? Could it be that there was a clear winner after the two of them exchanged blows? However, they only saw Han Yu's figure rapidly approaching Mu Yun. Mu Yun originally looked confused, but gradually regained her clarity. On the contrary, Han Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He admitted defeat just like that. The crowd really did not understand. However, Mu Yun sneered and said, Are you out of tricks? You want to admit defeat just because you're out? You're thinking too highly of yourself. After saying that, Mu Yun directly waved her hand, and all her strength spread out. Holding the rainbow sun-penetrating spear, she directly charged towards Han Yu. Seeing Mu Yun's left hand move, Han Yu's expression became strange, and he immediately retreated. Run? Do you think you can run away? However, at this moment, Mu Yun stuck close to Han Yu, and she immediately followed him closely, not moving at all. Boom, 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 with a violent surge of strength, Mu Yun's long spear pierced out, and the swarming and whistling power spread over Mu Yun's left arm. Immediately after, it continued to extend into the rainbow sun-penetrating spear, strengthening step by step. Slash. After saying that, Mu Yun directly slashed down with her spear. Impudent. Just as Han Yu was forced into a desperate situation, a shout suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a tyrannical aura spread throughout the entire city. A figure floated up into the sky and quickly appeared in front of Han Yu. He directly swung his sword and completely blocked Mu Yun's terrifying strength. The person who came was dressed in a white long robe, and his aura was deep. He wore a purple crown on his head, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He blocked Mu Yun's attack with his sword, and his pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through Mu Yun from top to bottom thoroughly and clearly. Senior brother Luo. Seeing the person who came, Han Yu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The demon clan broke out of the seal. Stand down. Luo Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently when he saw Han Yu's sorry state. But senior brother Luo, I asked you to stand down. Didn't you hear me? Luo Yuan's tone was cold. Yes. Han Yu glared fiercely at Mu Yun before retreating. Mu Yun, I didn't care when you killed people in the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. However, you're still so presumptuous in the Tianluo secret territory? Luo Yuan said coldly. I'm presumptuous? Mu Yun laughed. We, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples, should be united to face the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and Levitation Heaven Palace together. Why are you still killing each other here? Well said. Mu Yun suddenly replied, in that case, I think you should consider the bigger picture and not find trouble with me after I killed them. In that case, let's part ways here. After saying that, Mu Yun actually turned around and left. You're courting death. Luo Yuan was even angrier when he saw that. He took a step forward and looked at Mu Yun with a murderous aura. At that moment, Han Yu had a cold smile on his face. Since Luo Yuan had made his move, Mu Yun would definitely die. Hold on. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The three figures instantly landed on the ground. Mu Yun had seen two of them before. They were Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi from the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. However, he had never seen the other person before. Yu Tianqin, what are you doing here? Luo Yuan frowned when he saw the person leading the group. It turned out that this guy was Yu Tianqin. Mu Yun became cautious. He probably knew what this guy wanted to do. Yu Tianqin smiled and said, you'll have to ask your fellow disciple, Mu Yun. Yu Tianqin originally didn't want to appear. However, now that Luo Yuan had appeared, he had to appear. Mu Yun seemed to have a lot of secrets. If she was killed by Luo Yuan, then all of Mu Yun's secrets would belong to Luo Yuan. This was obviously not what he wanted to see. Him? Mu Yun? What does it have to do with him? There was a hint of impatience in Luo Yuan's eyes. Yu Tianqin, don't even think about messing around. Mu Yun is a disciple of the 33 Heaven Sword Sect. It has nothing to do with you. Originally, it had nothing to do with me. However, this brat killed a disciple of my Blood Fiend Divine Church. Luo Yuan took a deep look at Mu Yun. He did not expect that Mu Yun was not the only one who had caused trouble. Who? Lu Shan. Yu Tianqin waved his hand and Lu Shan's corpse appeared. That Mu Yun was in such a tragic state that it was hard to look at. This person killed Lu Shan. Lu Shan is my man. Therefore, he must pay the price. Yu Tianqin looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently. At this moment, looking at Lu Shan's corpse, Han Yu could not help but touch his chest. Lu Shan was also a first-stage perfected golden immortal. If Mu Yun could kill him, it proved that he could also kill Han Yu. This was simply too terrifying. This guy made people fearful. Hearing this, Luo Yuan's eyes were filled with coldness. Mu Yun could have provoked anyone, but why did he provoke Yu Tianqin? This person was very difficult to deal with. This time, the three major sects had sent out the top disciples of their respective domains. There were many perfected golden immortals. Every golden immortal of the great overarching heaven was famous in the entire immortal world, let alone in their respective sections. After the perfected golden immortal was the immortal king. To be called a giant, the strength of a perfected golden immortal was self-evident. Luo Yuan was silent for a moment and said, Yu Tianqin, I don't want to bicker with you. However, this person killed my cousin, Luo Zhonghai. I have to interrogate him carefully. If you want to find trouble with him, wait for me to finish the interrogation and I will hand him over to you. Luo Yuan had already taken a step back. However, Yu Tianqin laughed. What a joke. Do I need you, Luo Yuan, to give me who I want to kill? Cut the crap. I must have this person. Now, immediately. Yu Tianqin said domineeringly. Don't be too presumptuous. Luo Yuan said again. The impatience in his eyes was even stronger. Presumptuous? Yu Tianqin laughed and said, I'm sorry, Luo Yuan. If I'm not wrong, it should be you. Don't be too presumptuous. As soon as Yu Tianqin finished speaking, he waved his hand. The disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine sect behind him flew out one by one. Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi were among them. They were 3 perfected golden immortals, but Luo Yuan only had Han Yu by his side. Han Yu had fought with Mu Yun and was seriously injured. If they really fought, Luo Yuan would not have the upper hand. However, in this city, there were not only disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, but also many disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine sect and Levitation Heavenly Palace. If he backed down now, Luo Yuan would lose all face. Mu Yun stood at the side. Looking at the 2 people who were at daggers drawn, she only felt that it was funny. At this moment, the 2 people seemed to treat her as a commodity and were bidding against each other. Looking at the 2 people, Mu Yun could not help but sneer. Yu Tianqin, are you threatening me? Luo Yuan said again, do you think my 33 Heavenly Sword sect will be afraid of your Blood Fiend Divine sect? Don't. This is between you and me. Don't involve the sect. No matter who it is, the 2 of us can't represent the sect, right? Yu Tianqin smiled and said, how about it? Either you give Mu Yun to me now, or I'll snatch her away. But if you snatch her away, you may have to suffer some superficial injuries. Hearing this, Luo Yuan's expression changed a few times. At this moment, the sky in the entire city gradually darkened. The earth even began to turn dark brown. Some people noticed that the sky was dark, but they did not notice that the ground had also become abnormal. Mu Yun raised her head and looked at the sky at this moment. There was something else in her eyes. The sky didn't look normal at all. She thought of the strange space that she had entered and the 3 demon sovereigns that had appeared in it. Go, almost immediately, this was the only thought in Mu Yun's mind. She immediately landed and looked at Gu Qingqing, saying, take your people and leave this city immediately. The farther the better. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing did not ask why. She called Du Yuan and Shi Yun and immediately left with more than 10 disciples from the 26 peaks. At this moment, Yu Tianqin and Luo Yuan saw that Mu Yun was actually trying to run away. They immediately attacked at the same time and attacked Mu Yun. Damn it! Seeing the 2 people attacking at the same time, Mu Yun did not care at all and directly fled. But how could 2 second-grade great golden immortals be so easy to get rid of? The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, quickly stopped Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was filled with thoughts of leaving this place. She was not in the mood to fight with the 2 people at all. In just a moment, she waved her hand. 7 soul-destroying bullets were directly thrown out. These 7 soul-destroying bullets were originally obtained by her when she was in the true immortal realm. They could only cause casualties to true immortal realm warriors. But now, Mu Yun did not have time to think about it. When Luo Yuan and Yu Tianqin saw the 7 black thunderbolt bullets coming directly at them, their speed was immediately slowed down. They thought that Mu Yun was preparing to escape and used some killing move. But in an instant, the soul-destroying bullets in Mu Yun's hand exploded, and the 2 figures stopped. However, the rumbles were like fireworks. They were simply unable to harm them in the slightest. They were fooled, their eyes were immediately filled with anger. They were fooled by Mu Yun, Yu Tianqin shouted, chase, catch up with her and kill her. As soon as she finished speaking, Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi immediately attacked. At this moment, everyone also noticed that something was wrong in the city. Gongsun looked around and shouted, inform the people below to leave this place immediately. Leave? Lu Qi was puzzled and asked, why? There is no why. Gongsun said calmly, that Mu Yun, you see, was not afraid of. The two of them at all. When the two of them quarreled, she did not leave immediately. But after the change here, that guy escaped in an instant. You're saying that this guy might know why there was a change here? Luchi looked at the few figures who escaped in the distance and suddenly said in surprise. It's very likely. Let's leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsong's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, the crowd below was originally watching the show, but the show disappeared as they watched. Everyone secretly guessed how long it would take for Mu Yun to be captured by Yu Tianxin and Luo Yuan. As for escaping, Mu Yun was not at the Golden Immortal Realm, so it was almost impossible for her to escape from the two of them. Crack crack, suddenly, as everyone was guessing, a series of cracking sounds were heard, and the ground gradually cracked. Wisps of black smoke gradually rose into the air. As the black gas condensed, figures emerged from the ground. A snow-white snow demon. A tall and big bull demon with horns on his head. A candle demon with cracks all over his body, and his whole body was red, as if he was on fire. Tens of thousands of demons from the three major demon clans rose to the ground at this moment. The smell of fresh blood. My children, you're lucky. Three figures with strong auras stood in front. The three of them looked rather mighty, and a unique aura was quietly released from their bodies. Strange cries were heard, and the demons immediately rushed out to kill. At this moment, the shocking change immediately alarmed Yu Tianxin and Luo Yuan, who were chasing after them. Looking at the strange change in the city, their expressions changed drastically. The demons! Luo Yuan could not help but shout, "Why are the demons here?" The Candle Demon Clan, the Snow Demon Clan, and the Bull Demon Clan, 18 demon clans. The three major demon clans are here. Yu Tianxin's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "My men are still in the city." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Tianxin wanted to return. At this moment, Cui Yan and Qi Tianyi immediately pulled Yu Tianxin back. "Senior brother you can't. From the looks of it, there are tens of thousands of them." Cui Yan immediately said, "There are many of them, and they all seem to be at the Golden Immortal Realm. If we go now, we'll die." Hearing this, Yu Tianxin stopped in his tracks. If they went now, they would die. They would really die. The tens of thousands of demons were at least at the Golden Immortal Realm. If they attacked, they would be drowned by the army, and they would not even be able to make a dent. Are we just going to watch? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. He was truly furious. He had to have his own people if he wanted to establish a foundation in the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. These people were all groomed by him. Now that they were all going to die, it was a heavy blow to him. Damn it, that Mu Yun must have noticed something wrong, so he ran away in a hurry. Luo Yuan cursed in a low voice. Other than Hanyu, the others were all in the city. The demon race had always devoured humans to increase their strength. What they loved the most was to kill humans. The men would be slaughtered, and the women would be enjoyed first before being slaughtered. Those who were left in the city would not be able to escape. At this moment, Gu Qingqing and the people from the 26 peaks were shocked. Demon Clan, the Demon Clan had really appeared. Gu Qingqing could not calm down. Mu Yun had saved her life. Du Yuan and Shi Yun were scared out of their wits. They saw that the Demon Clan were not people they could provoke. "Qingqing, how did you know?" Jun Wuyo looked at Gu Qingqing and grinned. "It's not me, it's Mu Yun." Gu Qingqing looked into the distance and said, "I hope he can escape." Mu Yun, Jun Wuyo did not speak, but there was a faint smile in his eyes. It was a strange smile. In the city, hundreds of martial artists and disciples from the three major sects had no chance to fight back. Bull Demon King laughed and said, "These guys are too weak. I just asked around. This is the Tianluo secret territory. The Golden Immortals and Daluo Golden Immortals of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, 33 Heavenly Sword Sect and Levitation Heavenly Palace are all training here." Candle Demon King laughed and said, "Interesting, I didn't expect Old Man Randang to trap us in such a place. If it wasn't for a disciple who opened the seal, we would have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years." The Snow Demon King wore an indifferent expression. "Looks like Randang's Buddha divine hand was obtained by one of the disciples here. Don't let me meet that guy, or I'll chop off his left hand." Bull Demon King and Candle Demon King didn't say anything. The three Buddhist supremacies of the Buddhist region were all extremely powerful. Dipamkara's left hand alone had sealed the three demon kings for tens of thousands of years. He wondered how the Ox Devil Clan, Snow Devil Clan, and Candle Devil Clan were doing in the Devil Prison during the past 10,000 years. However, there were only two situations. The three great demon clans were unable to choose a new demon king, so internal strife broke out and they were eliminated by the other 15 great demon clans. Otherwise, another 3 devil kings would appear in the 3 great devil clans and take their place, allowing them to develop honestly. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to the 3 of them. After being sealed for 10,000 years, the demonic chi in their bodies had been mostly depleted by Dipankara Buddha. It was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. There were 18 demon clans within the demon race. Unless it was a war against the outside world, it was still rather chaotic. Furthermore, the devil race worshipped strength. Whoever was stronger would be the devil king. With their current strength, even if they left the mystic realm and returned to the demon race, it would be impossible for them to become demon kings. Therefore, neither of these two situations were good for them. The only thing they could do was to continuously improve their strength and recover to their peak state. That way, they would still be devil kings when they returned to the demon region. At this very moment, the 3 great demon clans had a clear idea in their minds. They kept killing and plundering. Panting heavily, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The 3 great demon kings had indeed come out. It was just that he did not know what realm these 3 great demon kings were in now. If things went wrong, all of the disciples on this training trip would be buried here. Mu Yun's speed did not decrease at all. Yu Tianxin and Luo Yuan both reacted. After they rescued the remaining disciples, they would definitely vent all their anger on him and chase after him. Therefore, he could not stay. Facing one of the two was enough to make him feel strained. Now, not to mention that both of them had come. His speed gradually increased. Mu Yun was already thousands of miles away from the city. The surrounding scenery had already changed a lot. Arriving at a mountain range, Mu Yun stopped and walked into the mountain range. This mountain range looked very vast. It was the most vast mountain range that Mu Yun had seen so far. During this time, there were constantly figures coming and going. Mu Yun was alone, so it was easy for him to attract people's attention. Not long after, the small group of 3 figures saw Mu Yun. "You, stop right there." The 3 of them walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. Their eyes were full of ridicule. "I'm calling you. Stop right there, do you hear me?" Seeing that Mu Yun actually ignored them, the 3 of them immediately had coldness in their eyes. "What's the matter?" Looking at the 3 of them carefully, Mu Yun replied. "3 great golden immortals." "Hee, can't I call you if there's nothing?" The man in the lead, whose long hair was draped behind his head, shook his head and said with a smile, "Take out the pure yang pills on you." "If you don't have pure yang pills, golden yang pills will do too?" "Yes." The 3 men immediately surrounded Mu Yun. "Pure yang pills?" Mu Yun smiled. "Look at me, do I look like I have pure yang pills?" Mu Yun waved her hand with a smile on her face. "Then take out the golden yang pills." Pure yang pills were more precious pills than golden yang pills. They were suitable for great golden immortals to recover their immortal chi and improve their cultivation level. Mu Yun had not reached the great golden immortal realm yet, so she did not look like she had pure yang pills. The 3 disciples immediately changed their attitude. If she did not have pure yang pills, golden yang pills would do too. "Sorry, I don't want to give them to you." Mu Yun said slowly, "I need to keep the golden yang pills for my own cultivation. It's too wasteful to give them to you." Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately looked at each other with ridicule in their eyes. She didn't want to give them to them? "Hee, kid, it's not up to you. You have to give them even if you don't want to." One of them immediately took a step forward and put his palm on Mu Yun's shoulder. Whoosh, however, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. With a puff, the man's palm suddenly disappeared, and blood spurted out. This scene happened too quickly. It was not until the man's arm disappeared that he realized it. he screamed and his body could not help but tremble. At this moment, the other two were also looking at Mu Yun in shock. They didn't expect something like this to happen. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and 6 figures suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" The other 2 disciples looked at the 6 people and immediately became nervous. "Kill." However, the leader did not say anything and directly gave the order. The 3 figures died in a short while. At this moment, the leader looked at Mu Yun and smiled. "Thank you very much." Mu Yun naturally knew these 6 people. They were the 7 martial arts students of Biluo Huangquan School: Jian Yiming, Li Yun, He Tianqi, Su Lin, Ma Shilai, and Xia Shan. As for Huaran, according to Jian Yiming, she accidentally died when she entered a dangerous place during her training. Mu Yun did not have any impression of Huaran and did not take it to heart. However, now it seemed that Huaran was not a person who died so easily. At least, when she first saw the 7 martial arts students, the strongest among them was only at the Xian immortal realm. However, she could not see through the realms of the 6 people in front of her. This was very strange. The martial arts students of Biluo Huangquan School seemed to be hiding their realms. What they could let others see was their realms. "Thank you very much." Seeing the 6 people, Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled. "No need, we are just doing something unnecessary. You should be able to deal with it yourself. I see that you are now at the peak of the 9th grade Golden Immortal Realm. You only need to comprehend the rules of time to reach the Golden Immortal Realm, right?" Jian Yiming said. "Yes." Hearing this, the rest of the people looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. "Jian Yiming, you are also a member of Biluo Huangquan School. Do you know what Bao Qingyu is busy with?" "I don't know." Jian Yiming shook his head and said, "I am not guarding against you. I really don't know. This time even our great Hell King has left. Now, the 3 Hell Kings are handling the matters in the sect. The sect leader, the great Hell King, and Miss Bai seem to have gone to do other things." "Other things?" Mu Yun was a little puzzled. "Yes, so the plan against the 33 Heavenly Sword sect may be delayed. Before the great Hell King left, he asked us to stop. You were in seclusion before, so I did not have time to tell you." Jian Yiming explained. "However, when the sect leader, the great Hell King, and the others return, they should continue to execute it. Young Master Mu, you should wait for a few more days to improve your realm." "How long will it take?" "This? I can't say for sure." Hearing this, Mu Yun was very unhappy. Ever since he entered the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he had been working hard to improve his realm. In order to create trouble for the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he had been working hard to offend people. The Lu family, the Ning family, the Su family, the Luo family, and the Dou family. Now, the sect leader of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect had left. The great Hell King, Bai Zhongtian, and Bao Qingyu had also left. Mu Yun roughly knew that these 3 people were the 3 most powerful people in Biluo Huangquan School. Without the 3 of them, the plan would be delayed. How long would it be delayed? Does the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect know about this? "They know." Jian Yiming replied. "Yes, I know." Mu Yun waved his hand and turned to leave. To be honest, he was very unhappy when he heard this news. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. He had been looking forward to offending more people with Lin Wenxuan as his backing. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect would be in chaos. When that time came, the Biluo Huangquan School and the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect would join forces and take them down in one fell swoop. He could also logically return to the Cloud Alliance. But now, the time had been delayed. He did not know how long it would take. Because of the change in Biluo Huangquan School, everything had changed. If it was his own power, he could launch an attack whenever he wanted. The difference between the two was too great. "Young Master Mu, young Master Mu," Jian Yiming called out to Mu Yun, but Mu Yun ignored him and left the place. Seeing this, Li Yun said bitterly, "This guy is really angry." "It's okay if he's angry. But if he thinks that our Biluo Huangquan School is playing with him, that's not good." Jian Yiming said helplessly. He Tianqi said, "Who does he think he is?" Our Bilua Huangquan school made contact with him only to deal with the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect. Now that we have established contact with the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect, he's useless. Smack. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio don't speak carelessly. Jian Yiming slapped Xianxia and said, if you say these words in front of me today, I'll only give you a slap to teach you a lesson. If you say these words in front of Miss Bai in the future, you'll lose your life. Some words can't be spoken carelessly. Jian Yiming looked at Mu Yun's departing figure and said, young Master Mu, we have to treat him with respect. After all, Jian Yiming pursed his lips halfway and didn't say anything else. Xianxia covered his face and didn't refute. Last time, because of Mu Yun, they were suddenly killed and one of the 7 martial arts students was missing. From then on, he knew that Mu Yun couldn't be provoked. However, he really couldn't understand why a mere Mu Yun was worthy of Bilua Huangquan School's treatment. There are some things that we shouldn't know. The reason why I know is because of my father. Jian Yiming's words made the rest aware. Jian Yiming's father was the 3rd Hell King of Bilua Huangquan School. Bilua Huangquan School had 18 Hell Kings. The last 9 Hell Kings didn't have powerful backgrounds, but the first 9 Hell Kings had extraordinary status and strength. The 9 Hell Kings were once famous figures in the immortal world, but they were subdued by their sect master. They really wanted to know what kind of big shot the sect master was. You just have to remember that we have to treat this young Master Mu with respect. Jian Yiming said again, moreover, we have been cultivating wholeheartedly for 10,000 years and hiding our realms. Therefore, to outsiders, our realms are improving very quickly. But look at him. Think about what realm he was at when we first met him. Less than 100 years have passed, and he is about to break through to the golden immortal realm. In another 100 years, do you dare to say that you can compare to him? When Jian Yiming said this, everyone's expression changed. Jian Yiming was right. The current Mu Yun was only about to break through to the golden immortal realm, but in a few decades or 100 years, she might far surpass them. Furthermore, I can tell you that my father used to be a single sword immortal. Many people in the sect don't know about this, but you do. I can tell you that the 1st Hell King, 2nd Hell King, and 3rd Hell King are related to this Mu Yun. I won't say anything else. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Mu Yun, you'd better be polite when you meet. After saying that, Jian Yiming looked at them and didn't say anything else. He had indeed done everything he could to help them. Actually, he also understood what Li Yun and the others were thinking. Last time, because of Mu Yun, Huarun was directly killed by Bao Qingyu. It was inevitable that they would feel uncomfortable. It was just that the 5 of them didn't know what had happened behind the scenes. But Jian Yiming could not tell them. After all, that would be disadvantageous to Mu Yun. The fewer people who knew about Mu Yun's true identity, the safer Mu Yun would be. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a bad mood. She left without saying goodbye to them. Although she was in a bad mood, she needed to find a place to break through. However, not long after she left, Jian Yiming suddenly followed her. Young Master Mu. Jian Yiming said, this is a voice transmission jade covered with a wisp of my soul. If you need me, you can crush the jade to find me. I promise to find you as soon as possible. Moreover, our Bilua Huangquan school definitely hopes to destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and establish a good relationship with the Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect. The sect master's matter was indeed rushed. The Great Hell King and Miss Bai also left in a hurry, so please don't take it to heart. I think with the sect master's planning, there won't be any accidents. I hope young Master Mu doesn't mind. I won't. Mu Yun said with a smile on the surface. Since they had already said so, he couldn't say anything more. After all, the other party was a large sect, and he was just one person. Oh, by the way, I found the Candle Demon Clan, Snow Demon Clan, and Ox Demon Clan in this secret realm. There are about 10,000 of them. They are in the northwest direction. You'd better not go there. Those people are all at the Golden Immortal Realm. I think they will be here soon. The Demon Clan? Jian Yiming's expression changed. What do you know? I'm not sure. Jian Yiming said, I only know that 10,000 years ago, the three giant demons of these three clans seemed to have a fight with the ancient Dipankara Buddha of the Buddhist domain. Then, they disappeared. But I haven't seen the three of them yet, so I'm not sure. Are you talking about Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Xianxia? Mu Yan also asked. 10,000 years ago, when he was still alive, the demon clan had 18 demon kings. The three of them were the demon kings of these three clans. Yes. After that, the Raging Ox Demon Clan, Snow Demon Clan, and Candle Demon Clan were suppressed for thousands of years. Then, 3 new demon kings appeared in the 3 clans and stabilized the situation. Otherwise, the 3 clans wouldn't exist in the demon domain now. There was also this matter: Mu Yun had returned to the immortal realm after her rebirth. Many things were still in the immortal realm from 10,000 years ago, so she naturally did not know. If it's really the 3 of them, I'm afraid the 3 clans will fall apart again. That might not be the case. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled. The 3 of them are not at their peak now. They haven't even reached the Celestial King realm. I have a feeling that they will be killed by the 3 major sects of the 3 domains before they even leave the Tianluo secret realm. They won't. Jian Yiming said, the demon clan has an amazing recovery ability. If the 3 of them want to escape, the 3 major sects won't be able to stop them. It seems like there will be chaos in the Tianluo secret realm this time. Young Master Mu, you take care too. Let's go check out the situation first to be prepared. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart gradually relaxed. He suddenly had a bold plan in his mind. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Xianxia were the former demon kings of the 3 major demon clans. In the demon clan, only strength mattered. But now, the 3 of them were definitely not qualified to return to the demon realm and assume the position of demon king. So, where should the 3 of them go? They definitely cared a lot about their former demon king status. Should they return to be a general after falling from the demon king status? They would definitely be unwilling to accept that. No matter how one looked at it, the situation of the 3 of them was not very good. Gradually, thinking of this, Mu Yan's lips curled into a smile. Since the 3 of them were in a bad situation, then he could do something. Rope them in. When Mu Yan thought of this, his heart was beating like a drum. He was not even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal now. If it was the Cloud Alliance in the past, he could consider it. But now, he was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the 3 demon kings. What should he do? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Let's find a place and prepare to advance to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm first. The current Mu Yun had already condensed the Zenith Heaven Golden body. The golden body superimposed perfectly. What he needed to comprehend the most was the law of time. Once he succeeded, he would reach the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. It was not difficult for him to comprehend the law of time. After all, the comprehension he had back then was not in vain. As time passed, Mu Yun already had a plan in mind. Wandering in the mountain range, Mu Yun gradually chose a mountain range. The mountain peak was not more than 100 meters high. At the foot of a few huge mountains, it looked very inconspicuous. Mu Yun effortlessly punched a few times and dug out a cave. Then, he entered and began to set up a formation, preparing to stay here for a while. After making all the preparations, Mu Yun began to meditate. Golden Immortal experts comprehended the law of space. They could escape through space and condense space to attack. As for Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, they comprehended the law of time and controlled time. They could reverse the time in the space they controlled, accelerate it, and so on. As long as they were strong enough, it was not impossible to control the entire immortal world and reverse time. However, that kind of strength was close to that of a god. Not to mention immortal kings, even immortal emperors could not do it. The most important thing now was to break through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were more powerful than Golden Immortals in that they comprehended the law of time and could control the space fluctuations they controlled. Time and space, no matter when and where, were the divine powers that everyone was keen to explore. With the control of time, warriors could even live forever. With the control of space, in this vast immortal world, there was no world outside the immortal world that could not be reached. Time and space could be said to be the endless pursuit of all living beings in the eternal immortal world. At this moment, Mu Yun spread out his law of space and enveloped the entire cave under his space. As long as he could control the time fluctuations in his space, he could gradually transmit them. According to all the cultivation comprehensions from his previous life, Mu Yun began to explore slowly. From the initial body tempering realm to the current zenith heaven golden immortal realm, he had already walked the path twice. This kind of journey gave people a very strange feeling. Now that Mu Yun was on the path to becoming a zenith heaven golden immortal, he recalled his past and sighed in his heart. Time passed little by little. Gradually, a layer of invisible energy spread out from the surface of his body. According to the method he knew, Mu Yun began to move forward, at this moment, in the entire Tianluo secret territory. The Snow Demon Clan, the Candle Demon Clan, and the Ox Demon Clan, the three demon kings, led their clansmen to carry out a massacre. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the immortal beasts in this secret territory, none of them could escape. This large-scale killing gradually attracted the attention of the disciples of the three major sections. After a year of killing each other, both sides had figured out each other's strength. On this day, in a dilapidated city in the Tianluo secret territory, figures gathered. These disciples could be seen to be divided into three groups. One of them was the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, and the other two were the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace. At this moment, there were about 3,000 disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, and the other two major sects were about the same. The figures in the lead each had a very powerful aura. They looked different from each other. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Shui of the Divine Sect. The most outstanding disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect were gathered at the towering sky peak of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Hence, there was a list on the peak called the Towering Sky List. The four of them were the top disciples on the Towering Sky List. Jian Wentian did not look as relaxed as before. Ning Chongqing and the other two looked gloomy. Everyone, don't keep quiet. Let's talk. Jian Wentian said. The disciples of the three sects have gathered. It seems like we will be cooperating with the Blood Fiend Divine sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Ning Chongqing frowned. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect had always been at odds with the Blood Fiend Divine sect in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. They also had conflicts with the Levitation Heavenly Palace in the Skyscreen Mountain Range. They were not happy to cooperate with the two sects this time. However, there was nothing they could do about it. This time, the three demon clans had come aggressively. They had tried their best, but they were still defeated one by one. Jian Wentian said again, I fought with one of the demon kings, but I was no match for him. I ran away in the end. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They knew Jian Wentian's strength very well. This guy was definitely the strongest in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Even he was no match for one of the demon kings, let alone the others. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at that moment, the sound of people flying through the air could be heard. One figure after another arrived at this moment. Shui Wuk is here. There were many geniuses in the Blood Fiend Divine sect. Shui Wuk was the most outstanding one. It was said that he was only 1,000 years old, but he had already reached the 9th stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It was unbelievable. Haha, as soon as Shui Wuk arrived, he looked at the people from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and laughed heartily. Jian Wentian, your brother has already become the peak master of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. You have to work hard. Don't embarrass your father and brother. Shui Wuk, when will you be able to control your bird's mouth? My brother and I just happen to have the same surname, but you listen to rumors. Are you like the rest of the people who can't tell right from wrong? Look at your temper, you are not as calm as your big brother. I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Otherwise, with the bad relationship between Swords Gate and Blood Religion, how are we going to cooperate later? Wu Kei Shui had a head full of blood-red hair. His entire person had a demonic aura, especially his pair of eyes, which looked very evil. This joke isn't funny at all. Jian Wentian said with a displeased look. Alright. Your 33 Heavenly Sword sect can't take a joke. I wonder if the disciples of the Divine sect in the Setting Sun Mountain Range have scared you recently? You, haha, Shui Wuk laughed and said, come, let me introduce you. This is the most talented disciple that our blood evil sect has recruited in the past 100 years. His name is Shui and he comes from the lower world. He and his father, Shui Wuqing, are the treasures of our blood evil sect. Blood One, meet these prodigies. They may be your greatest opponents in the future. When Shui Wuk finished speaking, the expressions of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect's disciples changed. Blood One, over the past 100 years, the blood evil sect had produced many geniuses. However, this person was definitely one of the most famous. Shui Wuqing and Shui were known in the blood evil sect for killing without batting an eyelid. The two of them had improved rapidly in the blood evil sect. They had practically surpassed the growth of an innate sage. It was said that Shui Wuqing had already started taking on the duties of a deacon in the blood evil sect. Within the blood evil sect, the 6 hall masters were all top immortal kings. As for the deacons, they had to be at the immortal king realm. This meant that Shui Wuqing had already reached the immortal king realm. Shui wasn't simple either. During this trial, Shui Wuk had brought him along. This showed how much importance the blood evil sect placed on him. No matter what, the two of them had made a name for themselves in the blood evil sect in the past 100 years. Greetings, my fellow disciples. Shui walked forward. His blood-red robe was embroidered with a snake flower, which looked extremely strange. His eyes, in particular, were filled with evil. Being stared at by him was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. This person was already an 8th grade perfected golden immortal. Within 100 years, he had reached such a level. This was simply unheard of. Shui Wuk looked at them and said, how is it? My junior brother Shui is not bad, right? Junior brother Shui is now the apple of the blood evil sect's eye. Even our sect master has personally received him. As soon as he said this, it was like a thunderbolt had exploded, causing a huge uproar. The sect master of the blood evil sect had always been elusive. It was said that in the entire blood evil sect, only Shui Zhongtian and Qin Yu, the 2 great guardians, had seen him before. Now, he had actually met Shui in person. This was definitely an unparalleled honor for the disciples of the blood evil sect. Shui Wuk, I don't think any of the top geniuses in the blood evil sect other than you are. How can an 8th grade perfected golden immortal have such status? Ning Chongqing of the 33 Heavens Sword sect sneered. Sir, are you looking down on the blood evil sect? A faint smile appeared on Blood One's face upon hearing this, and he took a step forward. So what if I look down on you? Ning Chongqing clenched his fist and sneered. It's not up to you to speak. In that case, do you dare to exchange a few blows with me? Shui smiled. There was no anger in his eyes, only contempt. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chongqing had already stepped forward. Shui wasn't afraid and rushed forward. The two of them immediately rushed forward. Shui Wuk didn't stop them. He couldn't wait for Ning Chongqing to kill Shui. This kid had entered the blood evil sect less than 100 years ago, but he had already experienced all the good things in the blood evil sect. If the sect master had given him those experiences, he would have at least reached the immortal king realm. But he hadn't. The sect master doted on Shui Wuqing and Shui too much. His father, Shui Zhongtian, was a guardian of the blood evil sect, but he didn't have the right to enjoy those benefits. Although he was angry, Shui Wuk knew that Ning Chongqing was no match for Shui. Because even he was only half as strong as Shui, at this moment, the two of them had already exchanged blows. Ning Chongqing swung his sword, and a domineering sword aura soared into the sky. Shui, on the other hand, stretched out his palm to meet the attack. However, the moment he stretched out his hands, sharp nails grew out of his 10 fingers. The nails split open like sharp blades and slashed towards Ning Chongqing. Boom, in an instant, the two figures collided, and a crackling sound immediately exploded. The two figures separated as soon as they collided. The explosion in the sky didn't stop. The collision of power had reached its peak. Shui retreated, and a few strands of hair near his earlobe were cut off. On the other side, a blood mark appeared quietly on Ning Chongqing's neck. It was obviously left by Shui's attack. The comparison between the two made it obvious who was stronger. You're courting death. Ning Chongqing was furious. Chongqing. Jian Wendian stopped him at this moment. On the other side, Shui Wuke saw this scene and secretly hated Ning Chongqing for not living up to his expectations. But on the surface, he smiled and said, Ning Chongqing, don't underestimate the disciples of the Blood Evil sect, otherwise, humph. Ning Chongqing snorted and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a group of people rushed over. Taking a closer look, the person in the lead was tall and strong. His aura was deep, and he was comparable to Shui Wuke and Jian Wendian. Chu Xianyuan, you're finally here. Hua Wuke smiled when he saw that person. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Must the 33 Heaven Sword sect and the Blood Evil sect be so hostile every time they meet? Chu Xianyuan raised his eyebrows and said. Of course not. Jian Wendian walked out and said, everyone is here to discuss how to deal with the 3 demon kings. I hope that everyone can put aside their previous grudges. After all, we can't contact the sect here. The 3 demon kings are in the realm of the 9th grade great all-embracing golden immortals, and they seem to be injured. I've already investigated. Chu Xianyuan continued, but I've already found out who the 3 of them are. Oh? Everyone was immediately interested. Demon King Man Yuan of the Bull Demon Clan. Demon King Zhu Li of the Candle Demon Clan. Demon King Xianxia of the Snow Demon Clan. Chu Xianyuan said, I'm sure you've heard of these 3. 10,000 years ago, they were the 3 demon kings of the Demon Clan. They ruled over the barbarian Bull Demon Clan, the Candle Demon Clan, and the Snow Demon Clan. They were insufferably arrogant. Rumor has it that the 3 of them fought with the Buddha domain's Dipankara Buddha and were killed by him. Now it seems that the 3 of them weren't killed, but suppressed. Everyone fell into despair when they heard that. Just one of the 18 demon kings of the Demon Clan was enough to fight against the top experts of their sects. And there were 3 of them. In the 10 great domains of the immortal realm, apart from the 10 strongest immortal kings, the 18 devil kings of the 18 devil clans were definitely the strongest. Chu Xuanyuan's Huatian domain was adjacent to the Buddha domain, and on the other side of the Buddha domain was the demon domain. Indeed, Chu Xianyuan knew more than they did. In the entire immortal world, the Levitation Heavenly Palace's location was the best. That was because they were adjacent to the Buddha domain. In fact, the Buddha domain was stronger than the demon domain and the Yao domain, but no one had considered the Buddha domain in their evaluation. The Buddha domain had never been fond of fighting and was always quiet. In the history of the Huatian domain's establishment, they'd never fought with the Buddha domain. Therefore, the Levitation Heavenly Palace only needed to guard against the neighboring Sword domain. But there's no need to worry. These 3 demon kings are in a hurry to recover their strength. That's why they've been wantonly slaughtering. Chu Xianyuan continued, they've been suppressed for 10,000 years and their strength has regressed. I'm guessing that someone must have broken the seal this time. Otherwise, the seal would have remained, and the 3 demon kings would have disappeared into history. A confrontation. Everyone agreed with Chu Xuanyuan's words. This was not the worst. However, I hope that all the disciples who have reached the perfected golden immortal realm can band together and let bygones be bygones. Once the demons devour more cultivators, they will continue to recover. As long as one demon king recovers to the immortal king realm, all of us will die. Therefore, we must get rid of the 3 demon kings as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of them grows stronger, all of us will die. Chu Xianyuan brought everyone back to the problem they had to face. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect has no objections. Jian Wendian said as he looked at Shui Wuke. Why are you looking at me? I have no objections either. Shui Wuke squinted his eyes and smiled. Don't worry, I will spread the news. If any disciple dares to fight among themselves in front of me, I will kill them without mercy. As soon as he said this, the others immediately nodded. All right. Chu Xianyuan said, then our 3 sects will each deal with a demon king. First, the Ox Devil Clan. The demons of this clan have thick skin and flesh. They are very difficult to kill, but soul power attacks are very effective against them. Second, the Candle Devil Clan. People in the immortal world say that the Candle Devil Clan is the son of heavenly fire. They are born with a love for fire, so they are afraid of strange water. strange water is very effective against them. The Snow Devil clan is the opposite. They are snow spirits. Heavenly fire is the best way to deal with them. Chu Xianyuan continued, heavenly flame and strange water are very rare in the world, so I won't talk about them here. However, there are plenty of disciples who cultivate fire-type immortal magics, or who have earthly flame or beast flame. They can deal with the snow fiends. On the other hand, disciples who cultivate water elemental or ice elemental immortal techniques with strange spirit water can deal with the Candle Devil clan. Chu Xianyuan looked at the others and said no more. They had to make their own decisions. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect will deal with the Ox Devil clan. Jian Wentian said. The Ox Devil clan has amazing defense. In terms of offense, the sword is naturally the strongest. The Blood Fiend sect will deal with the Snow Devil clan. Alright, since that's the case, the Ascension Heavenly Palace will deal with the Candle Devil clan. Chu Xianyuan said firmly, now that the 3 devils have split into 3 groups, each of our sects has to deal with one group. I hope that everyone can forget about the past and forget about the past. This time, if the situation that I have described occurs, all of us will die. After saying that, Chu Xianyuan left with the disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Jian Wentian, it's time for the disciples of Swords Gate to display their strength. You have to do your best. Shui Wuk chuckled and led the crowd away. Jian Wentian looked at them and said, everyone, try your best to avoid conflict with the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect and Ascension Heavenly Palace. Our objective this time is to kill Man Yuan from the Ox Devil clan. Yes. Alright. Immediately, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate began to disperse. What was originally a training exercise had now turned into a confrontation. It was as if the 3 major sects had joined forces to deal with the invasion of the 3 demon clans. However, for some disciples, this was also another type of experience. The disciples of the 3 major sects opened up their battle lines and fought against the demons from 3 different directions. As for the disciples who had not reached the perfected golden immortal realm, they were arranged to be at the back. On one side, they could replace the injured disciples. On the other side, they could send the golden immortal realm disciples to search for treasures at the back. The battle was unavoidable and everyone's heart was surging with excitement. However, the first wave of battle had already dealt a great blow to the disciples of the various sections. The disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate boasted of their strong offensive power, especially when it came to using swords. They were not afraid of the Ox Devil clan's thick leather armor. However, reality had given them a heavy slap in the face. A rank 1 perfected golden immortal Ox Devil was not a match for a single disciple of theirs. It would take at least 3 to 5 disciples to kill the Ox Devil clan. Although the Ox Devil's defensive power was shocking, its defensive power was too shocking. It was as if they were wearing a Saint-grade immortal artifact battle armor. If that was all, it would be fine. The demons' attacks were also very strong. At the same time, the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect were also gradually losing ground against the snow demons. The warriors of the 3 major demon clans were each stronger than the last. As demons, they were naturally bad at refining pills and weapons, so their bodies were exceptionally strong. The disciples of the 3 major sects had been dealt a heavy blow this time. They had originally spread out and established an offensive force. But as time passed, after 3 years of fighting, the result was that they had started to defend. In these 3 years, the demons had lost a lot of people, but the disciples of the 3 major sects had lost even more. Fortunately, many disciples had found treasures at the back. Some of the disciples of rank 8 and rank 9 golden immortal realm had risen from the ashes and broken through to the perfected golden immortal realm under the pressure. Otherwise, the 3 major sects would have been utterly defeated. Even so, the losses were gradually increasing. In these 3 years, several cities had been built in the secret realm. It was convenient for the disciples on the various battlefronts to communicate with each other. It was also convenient for the disciples on their side to evacuate and for the other disciples to take care of them. At this moment, hundreds of people were bustling about in a city that had just been established. There were about a dozen severely injured perfected Golden Immortal Realm disciples recuperating in the city. Some Golden Immortal Realm disciples were taking care of them. At this moment, there were dozens of Golden Immortal Realm disciples standing around, constantly patrolling. At this moment, outside a pavilion in the city. Worried woman, don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you're pretty. Go to the front lines immediately. So many of our disciples have been injured, and you're enjoying yourself here? A man with triangular eyes looked at the woman in front of him and immediately shouted. At this moment, there were about 7 or 8 people standing beside the woman. There were both men and women, and they all looked reluctant. Why should I go? The woman was beautiful and pure. She wore a long dress that could not hide her curvaceous figure. She was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the man in front of her and said, Yan Yuchuan, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Even if I die on the front lines, I won't agree to your bastard brother's words. If I meet Jian Wendian, I'll definitely ask him why even disciples who are not perfected golden immortals have to go to the front lines. Cut the crap. Just go when I tell you to. Yan Yuchuan snorted. The front lines are tight now. 9th and 8th golden immortals have to go. If you don't go, then get out of this gathering place. Let's see if those frightened immortal beasts will eat you up. You're too much. Xianxia shouted. I've just ascended to 8th golden immortal. There are many other 9th golden immortals in this gathering place. Aren't you, Yan Yuchuan, a 9th golden immortal? Why don't you go? Me? I still have to take care of everything here. There are so many things to do. Take care of everything? I think you're coercing a female disciple to use her power for personal gain, right? Xianxia sneered. If your brother, Yan Long, wasn't here, you, Yan Yuchuan, would have been killed many times over. How dare you? Yan Yuchuan shouted again. Xianxia, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're Mu Yun's woman. Mu Yun is just Lin Wenchuan's disciple. Lin Wenchuan is nothing in the 33 Heavenly Swords sect now. What is he? Moreover, I've asked around in a few gathering places. I've never heard of his name. Maybe he's already dead. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. The one who saw Mu Yun early was senior brother Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan is a 2nd stage perfected golden immortal. This kid has offended him. He's dead for sure. You're talking nonsense. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia bent her palm and a zither appeared. With a flick of her fingers, a tune was played. Boom, suddenly, Yan Yuchuan threw a punch, and the tune dissipated. Xianxia, I advise you not to cause trouble. You know my brother's strength. He's the only perfected golden immortal in charge of this gathering place. You might as well serve him well. Then, I'll consider not letting you go to the front line and replace you with someone else. Dream on. Xianxia snorted. I don't want to stay in this gathering place. I'll leave this place now. That won't do. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Yan Yuchuan snorted. Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? Do you think you can stop me? Xianxia's eyes were cold. She looked at Yan Yuchuan with a mocking smile. You guys, stop her for me. As soon as Yan Yuchuan finished speaking, she took a step back. 7 to 8 9th stage golden immortals stepped forward. Seeing this, Xianxia was not flustered at all. She played the zither in her hand, and the heavenly sonar conch spun in her mind. As a musical martial artist, her strongest move was to show it in a group battle. The sound of the zither rang out, and the faint sound condensed into a physical attack, enveloping her body. Several disciples immediately surrounded her, but Xianxia was not afraid at all. She played the zither with both hands, and the sound of the zither was wrapped in immortal chi. It condensed into long swords and attacked instantly. Xianxia was fighting against 7 to 8 9th stage golden immortals alone. She did not seem to be in a hurry, and she even injured some of them. Yan Yuchuan was enraged. A bunch of trash. Without saying much, Yan Yuchuan stood outside the battle. She looked at them with a long sword in her hand, ready to attack at any time. Good timing. Suddenly, 8 people attacked Xianxia directly. Yan Yuchuan raised her sword and stabbed at Xianxia's back. The sword light was cold, and it was extremely fast. It slashed at Xianxia's back. Wang Xinya would definitely be severely injured if the sword hit her. Ding, however, at the critical moment, Yan Yuchuan suddenly felt that her sword was blocked. Time seemed to have stopped, and a figure appeared behind Wang Xinya. In the next moment, her sword could move freely, but it was caught between two fingers by a figure that suddenly appeared, and it could not move at all. Who are you? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Why did you touch my woman? Who am I? The person was dressed in a long black robe. His hair was tied up, and a strand of hair was in front of his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, I should be the dead person you mentioned. Mu Yun. Hearing this, Yan Yuchuan immediately shouted, You. Let go of my sword. Let go of your sword? Okay. Mu Yun said slowly, but there's no rush. I want to ask you first, why did you touch my woman? You, let go of my sword. This is the gathering place that my big brother, Yan Long, is in charge of. Don't mess around. My big brother is a first-grade golden immortal. Yan Yuchuan felt the terrifying killing intent on Mu Yun's body and immediately shouted. Your big brother? Mu Yun smiled again and said, Is your big brother very powerful? I'm afraid it's not up to you to judge whether I'm very powerful or not, right? However, all of a sudden, a hoarse voice sounded. In front of the pavilion, a figure appeared. The person was tall and had an imposing appearance. He looked very vigorous and powerful. When he walked, his aura was restrained. Brother, this kid, let go of my brother. Yan Long looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, You are Mu Yun? In the past 3 years, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect have fought against the barbarian Bull clan. As a disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, the first thing you did when you appeared was not to help us fight against the demon race, but to attack your own disciple. Are you still a disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? You don't have to flatter me. Mu Yun still held Yan Yuchuan's sword tightly, making him unable to move. She smiled and said, This has nothing to do with you. I'm just asking him, who gave you the courage to touch my woman? As Mu Yun spoke, her gaze finally landed on Yan Yuchuan. Being stared at by Mu Yun like this, Yan Yuchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to move, but he couldn't. Seeing Mu Yun ignoring him so impudently, Yan Long's heart was already filled with anger. This person was too arrogant, he didn't give him any face at all. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Long snorted and waved his hand, charging towards Mu Yun. When she saw this scene, Mu Yun immediately smiled and waved her hand. Bang, their powers converged and dissipated. Mu Yun was obviously a first-stage perfected golden immortal. Seeing this, Yan Long's face was filled with shock. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Mu Yun looked at Wang Xinya and said, Xianxia, how did they treat you? Tell me about it. I'll see how they should be punished. This Yan Long wants your Xianxia to be his woman. Xianxia doesn't want to, so she sent Xianxia to the front lines to send Xianxia to her death. This Yan Yuchuan is a despicable person. Wang Xinya snorted. Alright, Yan Long, Yan Yuchuan, since that's the case, prepare to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun pinched the long sword in Yan Yuchuan's hand with both hands. The sword was bent 360 degrees, and with a pft, it stabbed into Yan Yuchuan's neck. Blood flowed out incessantly. Mu Yun released his fingers, and with a bang, the sword sliced off Yan Yuchuan's head. Seeing this scene, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Yan Yuchuan was dead, she was killed cleanly by Mu Yun. Was Mu Yun crazy? Yuchuan. Seeing this scene, Yan Long's eyes were about to split open. He glared fiercely at Mu Yun and charged forward. Just nice, I'll use you to practice. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Her figure was like a ghost as she appeared behind Yan Long. With a wave of her palm, her left hand turned into a knife and slashed out. Bang, Yan Long wanted to block with his arm, but when his bent arm was in front of him, he saw Mu Yun's palm pass through his arm. In the next moment, Yan Long's body trembled. He suddenly realized that his arm was gone. Mu Yun's palm cut off his arm. What kind of palm was this? It was even more terrifying than a saint-level immortal artifact. Fresh blood flowed out from the broken arm. Mu Yun did not move at all, but Yanlong endured the pain and looked at Mu Yun in shock. This was really unbelievable. Mu Yun's attack was simply beyond his imagination. How could this guy be so powerful? What? Are you convinced now? Mu Yun looked at Yanlong's stunned expression and said, I've said that touching my woman is courting death. Yanlong, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have someone backing you up. I just want to tell you that you've offended the wrong person. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. With a wave of her hand, a ray of holy light surged out from her left hand. How dare you? But at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. The ray of holy light from Mu Yun's palm was immediately blocked. When the holy light dissipated, Yanlong was completely scared out of his wits. He was so close to losing his little life. How dare you? The voice rang out again, and a figure appeared in front of Yanlong looking carefully. That figure was Luo Yuan. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He actually bumped into Luo Yuan here. Seeing Luo Yuan, Mu Yun had an indifferent smile at the corner of her mouth. Luo Yuan, long time no see. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It's really surprising. No one knew better than Luo Yuan how difficult it was to enter the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. A moment of carelessness could even cause one to be smashed to pieces. The comprehension and control of the time law and space law could cause spatial distortion and time reversal if one was not careful, and one's life was likely to be lost. At this stage, even an ordinary genius would not be able to do it without 8 to 10 years, but Mu Yun actually did it. It was really unbelievable. You don't have to thank me for saving your life last time. Just remember this kindness in your heart. Kindness last time. Hearing this, Luo Yuan was immediately furious. This kindness should be engraved in his heart. Some of his close confidants who followed him were almost all buried. It was all Mu Yun's doing. Humph, Mu Yun, I suspect that you colluded with the 3 demon clans and released them from the forbidden area. So, you only have one choice now. Obediently be captured and accept the investigation. Otherwise, why don't you just say it directly? Mu Yun smiled and said, You said I colluded with the demon clan? Aren't you just putting a big label on me? If that's the case, just say it directly. Otherwise, you'll kill me, right? Moving her fingers, Mu Yun said again, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As soon as these words came out, killing intent appeared in Luo Yuan's eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, Now, you can make your move and kill me. As you wish. Luo Yuan snorted and took a step forward. The strength of his entire body increased rapidly at this moment. However, there was only a strong fighting spirit in Mu Yun's eyes. There was no fear at all. Everyone did not understand where Mu Yun's confidence came from. But then, Mu Yun showed them where her confidence came from. With a wave of her palm, waves of tyrannical power spread out continuously. In Mu Yun's palm, the power increased violently. Everyone was only surprised that Mu Yun's palm strength was so exaggerated. However, they did not notice that Mu Yun attacked with her left hand almost every time. As Mu Yun gradually fought with Luo Yuan, she realized that her left hand was getting stronger. The power of the Buddha's left hand was unbelievably strong. Moreover, the power gathered from her left hand was increasing her strength every minute and every moment. Gradually, in Mu Yun's body, not only her left hand, but her entire body became more agile. The transformation and utilization of the laws of time and space was vividly displayed by Mu Yun, a first-grade Great Golden Immortal. Luo Yuan was extremely surprised at this moment. He was surprised by Mu Yun's strong improvement. They had not seen each other for only 3 years. How could Mu Yun have such a strong power? This was really unbelievable. Whoosh, the Yoyu sword suddenly appeared in her right hand. Mu Yun slashed with her sword and the Nirvana sword realm condensed. Along with it, her laws of space and time were condensed. Especially the combination of the laws of space and the Nirvana sword realm, it was like 2 spaces controlled by Mu Yun that were pushed towards Luo Yuan. Great Luo mystical palm. Luo Yuan knew that things were not going well and immediately struck with his palm. The sword and the palm collided with a loud bang. However, Mu Yun's figure did not stop there. Instead, she attacked directly. With a swoosh, the long sword rushed out. Mu Yan's sword slashed across Luo Yuan's chest. A bloody wound spread from his neck to his waist. Seeing this, Luo Yuan roared angrily. However, it was useless and he kept retreating. On the other hand, Mu Yan kept moving forward. Her attacks never stopped. Seeing this, the surrounding people were already stunned. This Mu Yan was simply too terrifying. A first-grade great golden immortal had forced Luo Yuan to this extent. With such a realm and strength, it was no wonder that she had the aptitude of a peerless saint. At this moment, Luo Yuan was unable to speak. Mu Yan was really too abominable. She had a good grasp of the laws of space and time. Not only that, even the long sword in her hand was unusually fierce. And this guy's sword technique changed too quickly. The first move might be the sword technique of one sword technique, but the next move would become the sword technique of another sword technique. Moreover, Mu Yan did not feel uncomfortable at all with such a change. On the contrary, every change of the sword gave people the feeling that she was blending a sword technique. Damn it! Luo Yuan cursed. At this moment, there were already 3 bloody wounds on his chest and thigh. They were all left by Mu Yan's sword. If this continued, he would definitely die. Stop. Suddenly, Luo Yuan looked at Mu Yan and shouted, Mu Yan, now that the 3 major sects have joined forces to deal with the demon race, I don't want to fight with you. If you have the ability, go to the front-line battlefield and fight with the demon race. You talk too much nonsense. You can't win, so you're telling me to stop? Mu Yan sneered and took a step forward. A roar suddenly sounded and the power in her body exploded again. Only at this moment did she activate the power of dual bloodline and attack again. Enough. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio unable to make ends meet. A figure appeared between the two of them. This person was tall, close to 2 meters tall. He had small eyes and thick eyebrows. He looked very strange. You two, are you done yet? That person shouted as he looked at Mu Yan and Luo Yuan. His tone was cold. What time is it now? The devil race wants to kill us all, and you're still fighting each other here? The person's dull voice sounded, and everyone immediately retreated. Seeing your brother He Hai, Mu Yan attacked first and killed Yan Yuchuan and Yan Long. If I don't do anything, who knows what else he will do? Luo Yuan cupped his hands and lowered his head. He Hai was also a disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, but his strength was only at the 3rd stage Golden Immortal realm. Therefore, Luo Yuan did not dare to disobey. Luo Yuan, this is your fault. As a disciple of the Luo family, and a 2nd stage Golden Immortal, you can't even deal with a 1st stage Golden Immortal? At this moment, 2 figures slowly walked over. One of them was wearing gold and silver from head to toe. His appearance was extremely luxurious. As for the other person, he had a serious expression on his face as he looked at the crowd. Gupu, don't cause trouble. Hearing the man's words, He Hai could not help but frown and say, the situation at the front is already tense. We have to rush over as soon as possible. He Hai, I didn't say anything. It's just that the more we fight, the stronger the devil race is, and the weaker we are. Don't you think it's our last struggle? Gupu chuckled. Hearing this, He Hai frowned. Gupu, what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Everyone can see what I'm trying to say. Gupu sneered and said, if we continue fighting now, the devil race will become stronger with every death. It looks like we're exchanging lives for lives, but in reality? The remaining devil race are all elites. The remaining ones here are all golden immortal disciples. They're useless. Then do you have a better idea? He Hai snorted and said, isn't it suicide to let the golden immortal disciples go to the front line? At that time, I'm afraid none of us will survive. But if I hide alone, at least I can wait for the sect to rescue me, instead of sacrificing my life for these disciples. Gupu. Before He Hai could say anything, the man standing beside Gupu immediately stopped him. Cut it out. Gupu smiled. Gupu, He Hai didn't say anything. He Hai's face was cold. He turned to Mu Yan and Luo Yuan and said, the two of you, follow me to the front line. If you have the strength to fight here, why don't you go to the front line? Vent your anger on the demons. But, senior brother Pooh brother, no but. He Hai suddenly snorted and said, what, you don't want to listen to orders? Luo Yuan, don't think that just because you're a member of the Luo clan, I won't dare to do anything to you. Yen studio to kill studio 2. Mu yen yu. Yen mu is. Yun demon. Hearing this, Mu Yun did not refute. Is. Mu is. Mu is. That said, from another perspective, it would appear that the disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword Gate were already struggling to make ends meet. Even when he killed Yan Long, He Hai did not punish him and only asked him to go to the front lines. This time, the fiend race was truly coming in a menacing manner. Are you still here to watch the show? He Hai snorted and said, the disciples in your hands are doing this for your survival. Those who need to be taken care of, take good care of them. Those who are about to break through, seize the time to break through. Don't think that you will be fine if you don't break through. If the front line can't hold on, the 9th stage golden immortals will come. With that, He Hai snorted and turned to leave. Gupu looked at Mu Yun and smiled deeply. Then, he turned around and left. The man beside Gupu walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. He said, you're Mu Yun, right? You cut off Do Feng's arm, didn't you? You killed him too, didn't you? Who are you? Do Qing Tian. Oh. I cut off his arm, but I didn't kill him. I suggest you look for the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Maybe you'll find out. Do Qing Tian. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this person had a close relationship with Do Feng. However, he was not the one who killed Do Feng. He was captured by the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect in the Sunset Mountains and died. Mu Yun did not know how he died. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Oh? Do Qing Tian raised an eyebrow and said, I thought you were someone who dared to take responsibility for your actions. I do dare to take responsibility for my actions, but I will never admit that I didn't do it. That's good. I hope I don't have any evidence against you. With that, Do Qing Tian left without a change in expression. Big brother Yun. At this moment, Wang Xianxia stepped forward. Mu Yun. Luo Yuan snorted. Don't be so smug. At the front line, the lowest cultivation of the demons is at the perfected golden immortal realm. There are all kinds of levels from stage 1 to stage 9. You're only a stage 1 perfected golden immortal now. Take care of yourself. You're quite concerned about me. Mu Yun flipped the Yoyu sword in her hand and said with a smile, do you want me to show you some concern now? You. Humph. Luo Yuan looked at the long sword in Mu Yun's hand with fear and left with a flick of his sleeves. Wang Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and carefully sized up Mu Yun. Big brother Yun, are you alright? I'm fine. Mu Yun nodded and said, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly after not seeing you for a few years. You're not any weaker than me. Hee, I had some adventures in the past 3 years. Let's go. I'll tell you about it. As Wang Xianxia spoke, she pulled Mu Yun to her residence. In the attic, it was a simple house with a bed and stools. It was more than 20 square meters and Wang Xianxia kept it clean. The two of them had not seen each other for a few years. When they met again, they naturally had nothing to hide. No wonder you've improved so much. This zither is not simple. Looking at the long zither in Wang Xianxia's hand, Mu Yun nodded. That's right. Every time I practice and spar with the zither, I can feel the strength in my body increasing. This feeling is very mysterious. Therefore, my realm improves almost every moment. Mu Yun also knew that Wang Xianxia was quite talented in music. Wang Xianxia's talent in arrays was also not bad. However, as the difficulty of arrays increased, Wang Xianxia fell short. Now, Wang Xianxia could choose music and find her own path. Mu Yun was also very happy. Then, Wang Xianxia told Mu Yun about everything that happened in the Tianluo secret territory in the past 3 years. There were tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 major sects who entered the secret treasure. There were at least 10,000 disciples in each sect who were at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. However, they were no match for the 10,000 warriors from the 3 major demon clans. Wang Xingya sighed and said, this result also shocked everyone. Of course they were no match for them. Mu Yun smiled and said, the barbarian bull clan is born with thick skin. When they reach the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, their body is a sacred fairy artifact. Although the candle demon clan is afraid of water, they are afraid of strange water. Ordinary water is useless to them. The snow demon clan is afraid of heavenly fire, earth fire, and beast fire. At best, it will only cause them a little trouble. Moreover, the three major demon clans are not fools. They don't need to. Every demon king brings his own disciples. They can choose 3 demons from the 3 major demon clans to form a small team. In this way, no matter what kind of opponent they encounter, they won't have to worry about their lives. Wang Xingya immediately shouted, that's what they did. These demons are extremely intelligent. The demon clan in the immortal realm is not the demon sex in the small world. They are neither humans nor beasts. They are demons. They have the intelligence of humans and the strong bodies of demons. Their only weakness is that they can't learn how to refine pills and forge weapons. However, they have the advantages of humans and demons. This is enough for them to dominate a region. Hearing this, Wang Xingya kept nodding. What Mu Yun said was right. Those devil clan members were all very powerful and very intelligent. In fact, Mu Yun had expected this outcome. The strength of the demon clan was not something that the disciples of the 3 sects could deal with. After all, they were disciples. Unless the elders of the sects took action, the elders had cultivated for a longer time and were experienced in dealing with the demon clan. Now, it seemed that it was as he had expected. This was not the time to decide their life and death. If Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi were to break through to the immortal king realm, then they would truly be finished here. However, Mu Yun could not understand. Did these people not have any way to contact the sects outside the secret realm and ask for help? Dong, dong, dong. Just as Mu Yun was pondering, a series of thumping sounds suddenly resounded. Wang Xingyao's expression changed when he heard the thumping sounds. What happened? The demon clan is here. Wang Xingya hurriedly said, when I was at another gathering place, a group of demon clan broke through the defensive line and entered the rear. In the end, the entire gathering place was destroyed. At that time, there were no perfected golden immortal disciples in the gathering place. That's why there are a few perfected golden immortal disciples in each gathering place now. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Yun stood up. He originally wanted to be intimate with Wang Xingya and see if he could use the effect of his profound qi to help Wang Xingya improve. After all, he was now a first-stage perfected golden immortal and his bloodline power had reached the 2nd Dao. Perhaps the profound qi in his body would also be greatly improved, however, it seemed impossible now. The demon clan was here. This was the first time he faced the demon clan after his rebirth. However, this time, Mu Yun was full of confidence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Natural and Smooth. After leaving the pavilion, Mu Yun and Wang Xingya appeared outside. At this moment, it was possible to see many 3 to 5 meter tall figures outside the city. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were like cannonballs as they swiftly approached. The candle demon, the bull demon, and the snow demon are here. Wang Xingya's expression changed slightly when she saw the warriors from the 3 major demon clans. Xianxia, find a place to hide first. Don't come out. I'll go and have a look. Okay. Wang Xingya knew that she was only an 8th grade golden immortal. She was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the demons. Following Mu Yun would only make things worse. After all, Mu Yun was now a perfected golden immortal. Her body had changed a lot, and she had a strange palm. Even if she could not kill those demons, she could still protect herself. Wang Xingya immediately returned to the pavilion. The sound of her zither rang out. She set up many floating sound threads. Those sound threads intertwined and formed a huge net that gradually surrounded the entire room. At this moment, Mu Yun had already rushed out. Damn it! Not far away, He Hai, Do Qing Tian, and Gu Pu rose into the air. Luo Yuan and Han Yu were also on the other side. At a closer look, this time only the 6 of them were perfected golden immortals in this gathering place. However, there were more than 30 demons galloping toward them. It was 6 times their number. Seeing this, He Hai's face was full of worry. Luo Yuan, Mu Yun, come here. He Hai called out to the two, and the 6 figures gathered together. If I'm not wrong, these demons should have come from the loophole in the front line. Both of you are first-grade perfected golden immortals now. It's up to you whether we can protect this gathering place. He Hai said firmly, Doqing Tian, Gu Pu, I don't care what grudges you have. There are disciples from your own peaks in this gathering place. If you don't want them to die, I hope you can put aside your grudges for now. When he heard this, Doqing Tian glanced at Mu Yun and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. Luo Yuan also said sullenly, If he doesn't provoke me, I won't touch him. Mu Yun only smiled and did not mind. If these people wanted to touch him, they would have to see if they could do it. At worst, he could just take Xianxia and leave this place. After all, there was no one close to him in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Since that's the case, let's begin. While He Hai was speaking, the demon race warriors were already closing in. There are 36 demon fighters in total. These demon fighters have learned their lesson. They form teams of 3 to guard against their weak points. Therefore, it's very difficult for the 6 of us to cooperate with each other. You three's main task is to delay their steps as much as possible and disrupt their formation. Doqing Tian, Gu Pu, and I will be responsible for killing them. Am I clear? Understood. Alright, let's move out now. After He Hai finished speaking, he immediately led the group forward. Mu Yun, Luo Yuan, and Han Yu separated and went in 3 different directions. He Hai and the other 2 also separated and followed closely behind. At this moment, Mu Yun noticed that those demons seemed to have escaped from the front line and sneaked through the war zone to come here. Their strength was not considered high. Most of them were first-stage Great Golden Immortals. Naturally, there were very few second-stage Great Golden Immortals. Judging the realm of the demon fighters was very simple. There was a big difference between the different realms of the demon fighters. For example, the barbarian bull clan had wrinkled fur on their chests. One wrinkle was a first-stage Great Golden Immortal. This was the mark left behind by the demon fighters when they advanced their realms. The demon fighters regarded it as an honor. At this moment, Mu Yun rushed into the crowd. His left hand was ready to attack at any time, and his right hand was holding the Yoyu sword tightly. His entire body was extremely fast. The Yoyu sword had accompanied him for a long time. Today, the Yoyu sword seemed to be somewhat inadequate. However, Mu Yun did not have the time to exchange for a higher-grade Sage Great Immortal artifact, so he kept it in his hand. At this moment, a snow demon, an ox demon, and a candle demon charged out in a triangular formation. Of the 3 demon warriors, the ox demon was at the front, waving his arms. His body was 3 meters tall, and his arms were a meter long. He waved his claws and charged at Mu Yun. The snow demon condensed a snowball in his hand and was about to greet Mu Yun. The candle demon emitted a faint scorching aura on the surface of his body. He stared coldly at Mu Yun. What is he doing? Seeing this scene, He Hai could not help but curse. Is he courting death? Bastard, I just asked him to divert the attention. Why did he charge forward directly? He Hai's angry shout immediately attracted the attention of Doqing Tian, Luo Yuan, and the others. Seeing that Mu Yun did not attract the attention of the 3 demon fighters from the side but attacked head-on, the others sneered in their eyes. Mu Yun's action was tantamount to courting death. There were 3 first-tier perfected golden immortal devil warriors, and they were the combination of Candle Devil, Ox Devil, and Snow Devil. Mu Yun was alone, and he would definitely die. Not to mention Mu Yun, even He Hai did not dare to act blindly without thinking. The combination of the 3 demon race warriors, with both offense and defense, was simply terrifying. Courting death, human scum. The bull demon, who was the leader, sneered when he saw that Mu Yun did not put them in his eyes. He took a step forward, and his aura rose from his body. Rumbling sounds were heard one after another. The bull demon clenched his hands into fists and clamped at Mu Yun's head. These 2 fists were like 2 extremely aggressive Sage Great Immortal artifacts. As long as they clamped Mu Yun's head, her brain would definitely burst open. Moreover, the Candle Demon and Snow Demon at the back were ready. Even if Mu Yun dodged the Bull Demon's attack, they would attack directly and kill Mu Yun. Prepare to die. The Bull Demon roared and punched out. Everyone seemed to have seen Mu Yun's head being crushed and her entire body exploding. Puff puff puff, however, in an instant, the Yoyu sword in Mu Yun's hand swung out countless times. Her left hand directly rushed forward and swung at the Bull Demon's arm. With a puff, the Bull Demon's sturdy arm was cut off by Mu Yun like tofu. The Snow Demon and Candle Demon behind her were enveloped by the two converging sword chi. Inside their bodies, one was like an ice sculpture, and the other was like molten lava. Prepare to die. Mu Yun did not say a word and swung her palm again. With a crack, the Bull Demon's head fell to the ground in front of Mu Yun. With this set of moves, Xiaoqin killed the 3 demon warriors in one fluid motion. At this moment, He Hai, Luo Yuan, and the others were dumbfounded. The other golden immortal disciples in the city did not know what to say. The moment Mu Yun made his move, a set of attacks that flowed smoothly like water directly beheaded the 3 great devil warriors. At this moment, in the gathering place, Xianxia saw this scene from the top of the pavilion. At the same time, her hanging heart was relieved. She originally thought that Mu Yun was doomed, but she did not expect Mu Yun to directly kill the 3 demon fighters. It was simply unbelievable. However, this was her man, he should be like this. Well done. At this moment, He Hai was no longer cursing. Instead, he was looking at Mu Yun with joy. Mu Yun's performance was really beyond his expectations. For the past 3 years, none of the disciples in the sword sect was a match for a demon fighter of the same level. However, Mu Yun faced the 3 of them together and directly killed the 3 demon fighters. This move was as smooth as flowing water. It was simply a visual feast for the eyes. Don't be complacent yet. There are still many demon fighters. Mu Yun looked at the few of them and said indifferently. He Hai did not mind. He laughed and said, "Kid, do whatever you want. If you see an opening, just kill those guys. Our sword sect disciples have suffered a great loss in their hands." I understand. Of the 36 demon warriors, only 33 remained. In the next moment, Mu Yun's action undoubtedly attracted the other demon fighters. Immediately, 6 demon fighters divided into 2 teams and directly surrounded Mu Yun. Her left hand showed its power again. Mu Yun just discovered that attacking with her left hand seemed to be able to greatly suppress the attack power and reaction of these demon fighters. However, after thinking carefully, Mu Yun understood. This left hand was the Buddha's left hand that sealed the 3 demon kings. Although she did not know why it merged with his body, she could tell that this left hand was powerful. The 3 demon kings were suppressed. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals probably had a natural fear of the holy light contained in the left hand. The Buddhist domain and the demon domain were adjacent. If not for the suppression of the Buddhist domain, the demon domain would have started a war in the immortal domain. The Buddha's heart was kind, and the demon's heart was evil. This holy hand was probably just enough to suppress the demons. In addition, he had the heavenly fire and mutated water. If he used them well, the Snow Demon and Candle Demon fighters could not hurt him at all. Seeing the 6 demon fighters approaching, Mu Yun sneered. "Brat, be careful." He Hai scolded again at this moment. "Don't worry." Mu Yun was not afraid at all. She took a step forward. Fire and water dragons instantly condensed and flew out from the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram. The 2 Candle Demons and Snow Demons immediately screamed and tried to escape. However, how could Mu Yun give them the chance? She attacked again. Her left hand formed a knife, and a ray of holy light and immortal chi shot out. The 2 bull demon fighters wanted to resist, but they were split into 2 by her palm. To them, Mu Yun was invincible and irresistible. The suppression of the Buddha's holy hand, the suppression of the heavenly fire and mutated water, Mu Yun was born to suppress them. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled. The 6 demon fighters were instantly dealt with. However, Mu Yun did not stop there. Instead, she continued to run wildly and attacked again. The crackling sounds made everyone feel completely numb at this moment. Out of the 30 over devil warriors, Mu Yun instantly dealt with 9 of them. The remaining 20 or so beasts were already terrified and wanted to escape. However, how could Mu Yun let those guys escape? She controlled 5 types of heavenly fire and 3 types of mutated water. She directly transformed them into 8 fire and water dragons and charged out instantly. The candle demons and snow demons no longer formed any teams with the bull demons. They just ran for their lives. As for the bull warriors, they were scared out of their wits. Mu Yun waved her hand, and their strong defense was simply tofu. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A whole new level of respect at this moment. He Hai and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on, but Mu Yun was in the mood to kill. She chased after the remaining 20 or so groups of demon soldiers and killed them non-stop. Mu Yun chased them for dozens of miles before he finished off all the remaining demon clan members. Only then did he return. He Hai, Do Qing Tian, and the others looked at each other and were completely speechless. Mu Yun was really abnormal. They had nothing more to say. Good boy, you have heaven fire and strange water in your body. This time, not to mention the first-grade candle demon and snow demon, even the second-grade and third-grade demon would have to take a detour when they see you. He Hai looked at Mu Yun and said happily. He didn't care about the disputes between the families. He knew that everyone had to unite at this moment, otherwise, everyone would die. Mu Yun was able to kill the demon soldiers, which was her ability. She was worthy of his admiration. These demon soldiers are not strong. They were just lucky. Mu Yun said, I'm afraid there are many gathering places behind the front line. If other gathering places encounter such a situation, I'm afraid they won't be so lucky. That's right, so we need to go and support them now. He Hai said again, there are several gathering places near us. Since we have demon soldiers here, they probably have them there too. So Mu Yun, can you come with me to take a look? He Hai had already noticed that Mu Yun had a natural restraint against the demon soldiers. With him, there was no need to be afraid even if there were hundreds of demon soldiers. However, now the demon soldiers were fighting with the disciples of the 3 major sects at the front line. The truly powerful demon soldiers who had reached the 4th grade and 5th grade almighty immortal realm could not cross the front line. Those who could cross the front line were only the remnants of the defeated soldiers during the battle. No problem, but my wife, don't worry, your wife is here. If anyone dares to touch her, He Hai, will be the first to kill him. Okay. Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia said a few words and left with He Hai. Actually, Mu Yun also knew that with the invasion of the fiend race's army, just him alone was completely useless. Even the heavenly geniuses on the Sky Pillar leaderboard flew up and formed teams to fight. He had just entered the 1st grade perfected golden immortal realm. Compared to those people, he was still a far cry. However, the appearance of these devils was more like an experience for him. The heavenly fire and mutant water had a strong suppressive effect on the snow demon and the candle demon. His sword Dao Cultivation was strong and his attacks were domineering. Together with the power of the Buddha's left hand, it was a perfect suppression. Unless he encountered those powerful demon warriors, these people really couldn't kill him. He followed He Hai to the other side of the gathering place. Sure enough, there was a foul atmosphere in the gathering place at this moment. More than a dozen demon race warriors were wantonly slaughtering. From afar, Mu Yun was able to see that there were over a dozen 33 Heavenly Sword Gates disciples fighting back with all their might. However, those perfected golden immortals were all seriously injured and had retreated from the front line to recuperate. Who would have thought that before he recovered from his injuries, he would encounter a demon warrior here? For a moment, many disciples were cursing, unable to calm down. They were simply unlucky. Swoosh, suddenly, 2 sounds of something breaking through the air were heard. Mu Yun and He Hai flew over. There were more than a dozen demon race warriors, and 3 of them were 2nd grade perfected golden immortals. He Hai glanced at Mu Yun. He was about to say that he would deal with the 3 2nd grade perfected golden immortals when Mu Yun stopped the others. However, before he could say anything, Mu Yun had already rushed out with her sword in one hand. Her target was the 3 2nd grade perfected golden immortals demon race warriors. Falling rain. With a slash of her sword, Mu Yun's entire body glowed and a rain of swords shot out. Damned human, you're here to die again. Seeing Mu Yun rushing over, a demon race warrior immediately snorted. His huge body bounced up 100 meters high and directly slapped at Mu Yun. He was from the Ox Demon clan. These days, he had witnessed the power of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples. Their swordsmanship was just a little more gorgeous, but their attacks were not enough. The Ox Demon clan's ability to resist attacks was incomparable to ordinary people. Therefore, when he saw that Mu Yun dared to charge over, it was tantamount to courting death. His eyes immediately turned cold. "You're courting death." Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She directly slashed with her Yoyu sword. Suddenly, a puffing sound could be heard. Ox Demon, who had rushed over, wanted to punch Mu Yun's head, but suddenly realized that his arm was gone. Ah! A scream was heard, and Ox Demon's face immediately turned pale. The hair all over his body also became dispirited and listless. Die! Mu Yun rushed forward and slashed her sword again, directly ending Ox Demon's life. Ox Demon's defense was amazing, but in front of a swordsman, it was nothing. Not to mention in front of Mu Yun, with a slash of her sword, Mu Yun's aura condensed at this moment. When the other two Ox Demons saw Mu Yun cut off their companion's arm, they immediately roared and charged out. With a wave of her left hand, a ray of light spread out. A ray of holy light appeared all over Mu Yun's body. When the holy light appeared, the two Ox Demon warriors immediately screamed and fell to the ground. 3 second stage Golden Immortal Realm Demon warriors were just a match for Mu Yun. To be precise, they could not even withstand one match. Mu Yun clenched her left hand. She felt that the holy power in her left hand was too strong. It was a completely suppressive force to the demon clan. At this moment, on the other side, He was besieged by 3 demon warriors. Mu Yun did not say anything and knocked an arrow on her bow. 3 immortal slaying arrows were directly shot towards the 3 demon warriors with the power of heavenly fire. Puff, 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 3 puffs were heard. The immortal slaying arrows directly pierced through the bodies of the 3 demon warriors and exploded. The heavenly fire burned, and He immediately retreated. "Thank you." Looking at Mu Yun, He nodded and said, "Now is not the time to thank me." Mu Yun smiled slightly and took a step forward. There were still 7 or 8 demon warriors left. The golden immortals in the gathering place were seriously injured, and a few of them even died. Mu Yun's figure flashed out. She knocked an arrow on her bow and shot it out. Not long after, the remaining demon warriors were dealt with one by one. At this moment, the hundreds of golden immortal disciples in the gathering place were completely shocked. More than 10 demon warriors were simply a destructive blow to them. However, Mu Yun and He appeared and dealt with these demon warriors in just a few moves. It was really unbelievable. "Thank you both." At this moment, a golden immortal disciple in charge of the gathering place walked up. "Xiao Yan, why are you so polite to me?" He obviously knew this person. He laughed and said, "If you want to thank me, thank Mu Yun. I didn't do anything." "You are Mu Yun." Xiao Yan looked at Mu Yun and nodded. "You are indeed powerful. As expected of a peerless saint. You were accepted as a disciple by Senior Lin Wenquan. You flatter me." Mu Yun cupped her hands. "Alright, old Xiao, we won't talk to you anymore. Help the nearby gathering place as much as you can. Goodbye." "Goodbye." With that, He left with Mu Yun again. At this moment, a disciple behind Xiao Yan walked up and said in a low voice, "Brother Xiao, I remember that when Mu Yun entered the sword sect, wasn't he only a golden immortal?" "Yes." Xiao Yan sighed and said, "Who would have thought that this kid would actually improve so quickly? But then again, Mu Yun has the potential of a peerless saint. In addition, he is Lin Wenquan's disciple. That means he is the grand disciple of one of our 3 ancestors, Su Lin. It's not surprising that he improved so quickly." With all these identities added up, Mu Yun was simply a prince of the 33 heavenly sword sects. At this moment, Mu Yun did not have the time to care about all this. She followed He to various gathering places. The 2 of them killed no less than 100 demon warriors. He had a whole new level of respect for Mu Yun. Those 100 demon warriors were almost all killed by Mu Yun. It had nothing to do with him. In less than half a day of walking with Mu Yun, he realized that Mu Yun's strength was indeed terrifying. Haha, previously, I looked down on those so-called geniuses, monsters, innate saints, and peerless saints. Now that I see you, I have to say that you are indeed a proud son of heaven. He smiled bitterly and said, every move and style you used really made me look at you in a different light. Practice makes perfect. Mu Yun said indifferently, if you practice a sword technique thousands of times, you will also be able to figure out the profound meaning within it. Mu Yun was not spouting nonsense. The swordsmanship that he had displayed was the swordsmanship that he had mastered in his previous life. As for combat experience, from a puny body tempering realm to a former mortal king. Now that he had walked through it again, his experience was simply too rich. There should be another gathering place nearby. Let's go back after we finish it. After all, the gathering place we are at is not very safe. If another demon warrior enters, it will be terrible. Okay. The two of them made up their minds and moved forward again. At the last gathering place. At this moment, 30 to 40 demon warriors were approaching the gathering place. This gathering place was located in the valley of a mountain forest. At this moment, dozens of disciples of the 33 heavenly sword sects were standing at the entrance of the mountain valley, waiting for battle. At this moment, they were looking at the dense mountain forest with fear on their faces. Are you sure there are demon warriors coming this way? The leader, a short man with a pair of mung bean eyes, asked. Yes. A disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, there are about 40 demon warriors. The barbarian bull clan has the most. There are also many snow demons and candle demons. Damn it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Gu Qingqing's despair. Senior brother Tai, what should we do? A disciple asked in fear. What are you afraid of? Tai Yuan snorted. These guys are just big. Our brothers and sisters at the front line will do our best to kill them. These are all fish that slipped through the net. Don't worry. If everyone works together, these demons will not be a match for us. Despite Tai Yuan's words, his body could not help but tremble. Why would these demons suddenly appear here? Did the front line collapse? He was very worried. However, compared to the front line, he was more worried about his own life. Gather all the disciples of Grade 8 and Grade 9 Golden Immortal Realm here. Tai Yuan said. Now is a critical time. Golden Immortal Realm disciples need to fight as well. Yes. A disciple beside him accepted the order and left the place. Tai Yuan looked at the dense forest in front of him. He did not dare to relax. If he was not careful, he might die. The demon warriors would not give him a chance to surrender. At this moment, numerous figures had gathered in the mountain forest. A few of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Young mistress, if we need to fight later, you don't have to do it. We will do it. Yuan stood with one arm and looked ahead. Those demons are extremely ferocious. We can't afford to offend them. How can we do that? Gu Qingqing said firmly. Senior brother Du, you have lost an arm. I can't let you take the risk. Otherwise, how can I explain it to my father? Qingqing, don't fight anymore. Xian also opened his mouth and said, if anything happens to you, Senior Du and I will really be consigned to eternal damnation. You too, Gu Qingqing snorted. Stay behind me. After all, I am stronger than you too. Junior sister Gu, you three, come here. Before the three of them could finish, a snort was heard. A few figures flew into the valley. He looked at them and said, Gu Qingqing, the three of you, go to the entrance of the valley immediately. The demons might be here soon. Now, the rank 8 and rank 9 golden immortal disciples will be joining the battle. Hearing this, the three of them turned pale. What are you waiting for? The demons will be here soon. Your grade 8 and grade 9 golden immortal realm disciples need to go too. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Will you be happy? The disciple immediately shouted. Let's go. Why are you so fierce? Gu Qingqing snorted and took a step forward. Yuan and Xian followed closely, not daring to delay. Gu Qingqing's life was more valuable than theirs, so they had no choice but to follow her. If you serve me well, Lin Yuan, how dare you? Du Yuan immediately snorted, Gu Qingqing is Peak Lord Gu's daughter. How dare you be so frivolous? Lin Yuan snorted. Gu Qingqing, as long as you're willing to serve me, I can guarantee that the three of you will be safe here. I'm a perfected golden immortal after all. Even senior brother Tai Yuan has to give me some face. Don't forget that I'm Lin Yuan in this gathering place. Hearing this, Du Yuan and Shi Yun's face turned cold. Gu Qingqing frowned and said, Lin Yuan, you still have such dirty thoughts at this time. Do you want to die here? I don't know if I'll die here, but senior brother Tai Yuan has already asked for help. I can be sure that you'll die first or later. If you die and help comes, then, you're abusing your power. I'm looking for senior brother Tai Yuan. Du Yuan immediately took a step forward and shouted angrily. Get lost. Lin Yuan took a step forward and kicked Du Yuan in the chest. Du Yuan immediately rolled a few times and fell to the ground. It was self-evident who was stronger between a grade 1 perfected golden immortal and a grade 8 golden immortal. Shi Yun growled and was about to attack. Stop. Gu Qingqing suddenly shouted at this moment. We'll go. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's face showed a touch of mockery. Bitch, you're willing to die rather than enjoy the romance with me. Don't worry, I'll put you in the most conspicuous position and let you die first. Hearing this, Du Yuan and Shi Yun were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Yuan was too powerful for them to deal with. Gu Qingqing pulled the two of them and endured it. Let's go to the entrance of the valley. If we're late, the demon soldiers will rush in and we'll all die. Gu Qingqing did not say much. She took a step forward and led Du Yuan and Shi Yun to the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there were already dozens of people gathered at the entrance of the valley. Most of them were grade 9 golden immortals. Only a few were grade 8 golden immortals. Du Yuan and Shi Yun were also grade 8 golden immortals. The three of you, go to the front. Lin Yuan ordered arrogantly. At this moment, Tai Yuan stood at the front and looked around cautiously. How could he care about this? Lin Yuan ordered all the disciples to stand around the entrance of the valley. At this moment, Lin Yuan asked Gu Qingqing and the other two to go to the front. Thump thump thump, suddenly, the sound of the earth trembling could be heard. One after another, huge figures directly trampled the 100-meter-tall trees into pieces and charged straight at them. The demon army had arrived. Kill. Tai Yuan knew that at this moment, he could only rush forward and wait for his death. Otherwise, he would die more miserably. In an instant, Lin Yuan urged Gu Qingqing and the others to rush forward. These guys were not respectful to him. Now, he had to teach them a lesson and let them know what a real almighty immortal was. The barbarian bull clan took the lead and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Their bodies were bursting with energy. A grade 9 golden immortal disciple rushed forward, but before he could react, he was grabbed by a 3-meter-tall barbarian bull clan member and stuffed into his mouth. With a cracking sound, blood flowed out and the disciple's body turned into blood. Thump thump thump, however, the barbarian bull clan warrior was still stomping his feet excitedly and continued to approach the valley. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Yuan cursed in a low voice. Even a grade 9 golden immortal wouldn't be so weak when facing an almighty immortal. These demons were truly born to be crazy for battle. They were no match for them at all. Tai Yuan was a grade 2 almighty immortal, but at this moment, his heart was filled with fear. However, he knew that he couldn't be afraid. Once he was afraid, the others would run away. If they ran around in this place and encountered the demon army, they would die even more miserably. Only by working together would they have a way out. Don't be afraid, everyone. Once you are afraid, you won't be able to exert your strength. Now, form groups of 3 or 4 to deal with those demons. They all have their own weaknesses. Tai Yuan's words were pleasant to hear, but at this moment, everyone had already been slaughtered by the barbarian bull devil clan. How could they still form a group? Gu Qingqing, Du Yuan, and Shi Yun were standing at the forefront at this moment. A barbarian bull devil clan directly charged towards the three of them. Fight! Du Yuan and Shi Yun immediately rushed forward. They waved their swords, but before the sword chi could be released, the barbarian bull had already charged forward. Be careful. Gu Qingqing was the strongest among the three. She and Du Yuan had been protecting her all this time. How could she let the two of them be in danger? Gu Qingqing directly drove her sword, overtook Du Yuan and Shi Yun, and directly arrived in front of the barbarian bull. Courting death. The barbarian bull issued a vague sneer and directly slapped his palm. Gu Qingqing couldn't dodge in time and blocked with her sword. Thump, the power of that palm was simply enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Gu Qingqing's whole body suddenly retreated in a sorry state and spurted out a mouthful of blood. But when the barbarian bull saw Gu Qingqing's beauty, he suddenly laughed and directly rushed out. Big stupid bull, come here. Seeing this scene, Du Yuan understood that if Gu Qingqing was caught by the barbarian bull, she would definitely suffer more than death. He directly rushed forward without thinking about his own safety. Get lost. But the barbarian bull directly slapped out. With a bang, Du Yuan's whole body was suddenly slapped into a meat paste. The perfected golden immortal realm was more than one level stronger than a golden immortal. Du Yuan's action was tantamount to courting death. Senior Du. Gu Qingqing's eyes were red at this moment. Du Yuan had been treating her like his own sister since young, but now, he was actually dead. Qingqing, be careful. At this moment, Shi Yun also hurriedly rushed forward to block the barbarian bull's attack. Get out of the way, Shi Yun. Gu Qingqing directly shouted at this moment. But it was too late. Shi Yun was only an 8th grade golden immortal. When facing the barbarian bull, he was like a child. The barbarian bull's pair of eyes fell on Gu Qingqing. How could he care about Shi Yun? With a wave of his palm, a huge palm print directly slapped Shi Yun's whole body to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. No. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingqing was on the verge of collapse. Two senior brothers who were like brothers were instantly killed. Demons, abominable demons. Gu Qingqing stood up with her sword in hand, looking at the demons in front of her with anger in her eyes. Die. Gu Qingqing's hand clenched the longsword tightly, already prepared to face death unflinchingly. Her two senior brothers who were like brothers to her were dead. Her mind was no longer rational, only angry roars. Heavenly rain sword slash. With a wave of her sword, Gu Qingqing's whole body exploded with power, and at this moment, she completely rushed out. Hee. But seeing Gu Qingqing rushing forward, the barbarian bull only laughed, his mouth full of yellow teeth, and saliva flowed out. With a click, the barbarian bull's palm directly grabbed Gu Qingqing's whole body tightly. Piercing pain spread all over her body. Gu Qingqing's face was pale, and there were streaks of blood around her body. She was only a 9th grade golden immortal. In front of the perfected golden immortal barbarian bull, she was really weak. But the barbarian bull did not seem to have the intention to kill her. Hee. Human beauties are indeed soft and tender. I don't know if you can withstand the good brother between my legs. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Get lost. Seeing this, Gu Qingqing waved her hand and stabbed out with her long sword. Clang, however, that sword could not even break through the bull's body. The bull's body was too sturdy. Gu Qingqing's face was filled with despair. Hee, beauty, I wonder if you can withstand our bull's big parts. I think your mouth is really tempting. Come, I'll let you use your mouth. The bull laughed loudly and pressed Gu Qingqing's arms with both hands, forcing her to kneel down. In your dreams. Gu Qingqing roared angrily, but it was useless. At this moment, it seemed that she had no other choice but to roar. I'm not dreaming. Don't worry, I'll serve you well in a while. The bull warrior chuckled, his eyes full of pride. His crotch was valiant and spirited, and his aura was astonishing. Come. Without another word, the barbarian warrior directly pressed Gu Qingqing down. Puff, however. Right at that moment, a poochie sound was suddenly heard. Blood flowed, and sword light flashed. A figure appeared in front of Gu Qingqing. Is it good to show off such a small thing? A teasing voice sounded in front of Gu Qingqing. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Gu Qingqing's limp body struggled to stand up. Kill him, kill him. He killed Du Yuan and Shi Yun. Help me kill him. I'm willing to do anything for you. Killing him is no problem. You don't have to do anything for me. After all, you saved my life. As Mu Yun finished speaking, she waved her left hand. With a crack, the bull's head was separated from his body. Blood spurted out like a pillar, and the bull fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingqing was completely stunned. Mu Yun had entered the Golden Immortal Realm. However, even if Mu Yun had entered the Golden Immortal Realm, her strength could not be so exaggerated. She killed a bull warrior with a sword. Are you okay? At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Gu Qingqing and said, I'm sorry. I came a little late and wasn't able to save your senior brothers. It's Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is abusing his position to avenge private wrongs. He sent my 2 senior brothers, who are 8th-tier Golden Immortals, to their deaths just because I refused to serve him for a night. Hearing this, Mu Yun sneered. Oh? Who is it? I would like to see who is so generous as to unite the entire Swords Gate. Who would dare to do such a thing? I can just kill him. Hearing this, Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes went blank. Mu Yun was so arrogant. At this moment, a few more demon race warriors had already charged over. Seeing those demon warriors, Gu Qingqing's heart trembled. The devil race was simply a nightmare to them. Let's take care of these first, then we'll settle the score with Lin Yuan. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she took out the Immortal Slaying Bow and Immortal Slaying Arrow. The Immortal Slaying Bow and Immortal Slaying Arrow were sacred grade immortal artifacts. Back then, they were the weapons of Lei Do, the Hall Master of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. However, Lei Do had reached the Immortal King realm, and sacred grade immortal artifacts could no longer satisfy him. Therefore, the bow and arrow were handed over to Lei Huayun. After Lei Huayun was killed by him, the Immortal Slaying Bow and Immortal Slaying Arrow were in his hands. However, he was in the Golden Immortal Realm back then and could not unleash the strongest attack of the bow and arrow. Now, the Buddha's left hand was very powerful. Combining the power of the Immortal Slaying Arrow and Immortal Slaying Bow, 3 arrows were shot out. Puff! 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 The 3 arrows directly pierced the heads of the 3 demon race warriors. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingqing looked at Mu Yun again with a completely different gaze. This fellow was simply changing every day. Let's go. Mu Yun pulled Gu Qingqing up and said, Tell me who is Lin Yuan. I'll avenge your 2 senior brothers. Okay. Gu Qingqing couldn't care so much at this moment. Du Yuan and Shi Yun shouldn't have died, but now that they were killed by Lin Yuan, she absolutely couldn't bear it. Even if she returned to the sect, her father couldn't execute a Golden Immortal Realm disciple because of this. Don't worry, you once saved my life. Now, I'm doing my best to repay your kindness. Mu Yun nodded. Now, unless it was a 3rd or 4th stage Golden Immortal, he was really not afraid. The dozen or so demon race warriors that appeared outside had already gathered at the entrance of the valley at this moment. Those disciples couldn't resist at all. Tai Yuan's face had already changed in shock. He was really terrified. The strength of these demon race was too terrifying. No wonder the demon realm and the demon realm were considered the 2 most powerful realms. These guys, one of them could fight against 3 or even 4 people. They only had a dozen or so Golden Immortal Realm disciples here. Facing a dozen or so demon race warriors was simply courting death. Retreat, retreat, gather at the entrance of the valley and defend. Tai Yuan suddenly saw another 20 demon race warriors charging over, and immediately shouted loudly. It's over, it's over. Tai Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Tai Yuan. At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded. At this moment, He Hai's figure landed and stood at the entrance of the valley, looking at the demon race. He Hai, you're here. Seeing He Hai, Tai Yuan seemed to have seen his savior. But seeing the 20 demon race warriors running over, Tai Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. What was the use of He Hai coming alone? He immediately grabbed He Hai's shoulder and said, How many people did you bring? I brought 1 person. He Hai looked around and suddenly saw Mu Yun rushing over with Gu Qingqing. He pointed and said, There, it's him, Mu Yun. 1 person? Tai Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this sending himself to death? What was the use of 1 person? Tai Yuan suddenly said bitterly, He Hai, you're simply walking into a trap. What can the two of you change? Who said two people can't do it? He laughed heartily and said, this kid is really amazing. Powerful. Which one of the disciples present was not powerful? But when facing the demon race, they were all reduced to dregs. Taiyuan immediately ordered the other disciples to retreat to the entrance of the valley. More than a dozen stage 1 golden immortal disciples immediately formed a line. Remember, at least we need to fight to prevent the demon race from advancing, and then find a chance to retreat, understand? Yes. After Taiyuan finished instructing, he ignored He and minded his own business. Senior brother Taiyuan. At this moment, in the valley, a figure suddenly flew out. It was Lin Yuan. Not good. Lin Yuan's face changed, and he shouted, there are more than a dozen demon race warriors rushing up from all around the valley. What? Hearing this, Taiyuan was completely dumbfounded. Why were they here again? Could it be that these demon race warriors were endless? It's over, this time we really can't escape. Taiyuan was completely dumbfounded. Taiyuan, don't be so desperate. He did not care and said, I said I'm here to help you, so I'm here to help you. Mu Yun is very powerful. At this moment, Mu Yun came with Gu Qingqing. It's him. Gu Qingqing pointed at Lin Yuan and said, Senior brother Du Yuan and senior brother Shi Yun were stage 8 golden immortals, but Lin Yuan insisted that they fight, which led to their deaths. As soon as she said that, Lin Yuan immediately shouted, Gu Qingqing, don't make false accusations. It's unavoidable for Tier 8 and Tier 9 golden immortals to fight. There are so many demon warriors. Are you going to hide in the back and wait for us to all die before attacking? Lin Yuan. Gu Qingqing shouted, don't use your position to avenge private grudges. There are more than 30 stage 9 golden immortals in the valley, and some of them are close to you. You didn't let them fight at all, but let some stage 8 golden immortals fight. Aren't you using your position to avenge private grudges? Hearing this, He frowned. Taiyuan, there's such a thing? I don't know. Taiyuan said with a dumbfounded look, I'm already in a terrible fix, how can I care about this? Mu Yun spoke at this moment. So, Lin Yuan, this was all arranged by you? Looking at Lin Yuan, Mu Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Humph, I'm just doing my job. Death is inevitable. Who are you? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Lin Yuan looked at Mu Yun's realm, which was about the same as his. He didn't take Mu Yun seriously. This matter is not your business, and you can't do anything about it. So, I advise you to get lost. Hearing this, Mu Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. Okay, is this the time to talk about this? Taiyuan also shouted, the demon race is about to invade. Let's think about how to deal with the demon race. At this moment, He was silent. He could see that Mu Yun and the girl beside her seemed to know each other. That girl's companion seemed to have died because of Lin Yuan. Mu Yun was here to avenge this girl. Taiyuan. He immediately shouted, how can you be so careless? Even if they can't hold on, the 9th stage golden immortal should be the first to fight, followed by the 8th stage golden immortal. How did you arrange it? Do you think I want to? Taiyuan shouted, the demon race is here, and everyone is in a panic. I can only let Lin Yuan do it. Taiyuan looked at Lin Yuan and shouted, how did you arrange it? Aren't the 8th stage golden immortal disciples courting death? Stop. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, my friend's 2 friends shouldn't have died, but they died because of you. So, you have to pay the price. I have to pay the price? Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. Brat, don't think that you can show off just because you came with He. If you want me to pay the price, you have to have the strength to do so. Strength. I have it. After saying that, Mu Yun took a step forward, and a domineering force wrapped around her left hand. In an instant, Lin Yuan's arm was grabbed by Mu Yun. The Youyu sword appeared in her hand, and she slid it towards Lin Yuan's neck. However, Lin Yuan was a first-stage golden immortal after all. In a moment of desperation, he leaned back and dodged the sword. However, Mu Yun didn't care at all and changed the direction of the sword. Puff, blood spurted out. One of Lin Yuan's arms was cut off by Mu Yun. Ah. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio United in defeat. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Tai Yuan immediately shouted, look at the situation now. You still want to kill each other and deal with your own sect's disciples. What about those demon warriors? Tai Yuan was really frightened. He did not expect that Mu Yun would actually attack at this moment. She did not give him any face at all. Seeing your brother Tai Yuan, Lin Yuan's face was pale at this moment. Sweat dripped down and stopped the bleeding. He immediately shouted, this kid is here to cause trouble. Kill him. As soon as he said that, Tai Yuan looked at Mu Yun with a cold light in his eyes. Hey, hey. However, at this moment, He Hai suddenly stepped forward. Tai Yuan, Tai Yuan. He Hai pulled Tai Yuan to the side. Don't bother about this matter. He Hai could tell that Mu Yun and Gu Qingqing had a close relationship. Lin Yuan had offended Gu Qingqing, so Mu Yun stood up for Gu Qingqing. If Tai Yuan stepped forward to stop her now, Mu Yun would probably kill Tai Yuan directly. He could tell that this kid did not care about anything when he killed Yan Long and Yan Yuchuan. How can this be? Tai Yuan said angrily, even if Lin Yuan is at fault, he is a golden immortal. With one less person, our situation will be even more difficult. Don't worry, it won't happen. Mu Yun said at this moment, kill this person. I, Mu Yun, will deal with these demon warriors alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun walked forward. Lin Yuan, if you harm others, I, Mu Yun, will not care about you. But if you harm my friends, you will have to pay the price. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun directly waved her palm. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Lin Yuan was at his wit's end. He could only resist. But his resistance was really weak. In Mu Yun's eyes, it was completely negligible. Buddha waved his left hand, and the power was even more terrifying than a second-stage Golden Immortal's attack. Mu Yun immediately charged out. Without a single scream, Lin Yuan's head was already separated from his body. The other disciples of the great overarching Golden Celestials did not dare to speak when they saw this. However, Mu Yun said to Gu Qingqing, I've repaid your kindness. Take care in the future. Of course, if you're willing to follow me to the gathering place, I can protect you for the time being. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she did not wait for Gu Qingqing's reply and immediately flew up. Around the entrance of the valley, more than 20 demon race warriors had already begun their charge. Mu Yun flew up and shot out 3 immortal slaying arrows. As the 3 immortal slaying arrows were shot out, the 3 demon race warriors fell to the ground. However, Mu Yun's figure did not stop and continued to attack. This scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd, and they only felt that it was inconceivable. Was this still a demon? Why was it that the devil clan they were facing was so powerful that they could fight against 10 devil clans alone, but the devil clan Mu Yun was facing seemed to be reversed? Was this guy really that terrifying? Tai Yuan was also stunned at this moment. He originally thought that He Hai and Mu Yun's arrival was just a suicide mission. But now, it seemed that this was simply Mu Yun's personal massacre. Those demon race warriors could not withstand Mu Yun's combined strength at all. Other than the warriors of the barbarian bull clan who could resist a little, the warriors of the snow demon and the candle demon were directly dead. In less than half an hour, Mu Yun had already turned around and returned. The aura on her body surged and gradually calmed down. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said, this time, many demons seem to have taken advantage of the loophole from the front line and came to the rear. You'd better be careful in the future. After saying that, Mu Yun looked at Gu Qingqing and said again, how about it? Come with me. Okay. Gu Qingqing nodded. Without saying much, He Hai patted Tai Yuan's shoulder meaningfully and then left with Mu Yun. They had already arrived at several gathering places and dealt with many devils. If they went any further, their own gathering places might not be safe. At this moment, when the 3 figures returned to the gathering place, what they saw were horrified faces. Doqing Tian, what's the situation? He Hai asked in surprise when he saw everyone frowning. It's over. Although Doqing Tian was a 3rd-stage Golden Immortal, he could not guarantee that he would remain calm at this moment. At the front line, it said that the barbarian bull clan's patriarch, Man Yuan, has broken through to the Immortal King realm. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. What about senior brother Jian Wendian and the others? Jian Wendian, Ning Chongqing, and the other senior brothers on the Sky Pillar list can't hold on anymore and are preparing to retreat. Doqing Tian said, I'm afraid the demon race's army is coming. The senior brothers mean to retreat while fighting. There are still many unknown places behind us. If they enter, they might be able to find a way to break through to the Immortal King realm. Otherwise, fighting now is just courting death. Everyone knew what an Immortal King represented. It was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Moreover, this Immortal King was a demon race. It was a tiger. If that's the case, prepare to retreat. He said firmly, not only the senior brothers on the Sky Pillar list, but we also have to seize the time to improve our cultivation. We don't know when the secret place will open. All communication has been cut off. We can't ask the sect for help. We can only rely on ourselves. Quickly inform everyone to retreat from the rear and spread out as much as possible. If we can find any secret treasures, we might be able to hide. If we can improve our cultivation, that would be great. At this moment, Mu Yun also received the news and prepared to leave with Xianxia. In the entire Tianluo secret realm, he was only worried about Xianxia. If Xianxia was not in danger, he would not mind. The large army was preparing to leave. However, just as everyone was about to leave, a group of demon race warriors suddenly appeared. This time, the demon race warriors that appeared were no longer in the first or second stage. Most of them were in the third stage of the great all-embracing golden immortal realm. There were even a few leaders who were in the fourth and fifth stage. Retreat! Retreat quickly! At this moment, He no longer hoped that Mu Yun could create any miracles. It was impossible to create a miracle. If there were 100 first or second stage great all-embracing golden immortals, there might be a miracle. However, it was impossible now. Even if Mu Yun had heavenly fire and mutant water, those demons had higher cultivation realms. It would be difficult for Mu Yun to fight against 10 of them alone. Let's go. At this moment, Mu Yun was naturally more aware of this. It was not that he thought he could not deal with them, but it would take time to deal with them. He did not know how many demon race warriors were charging from behind. Moreover, judging from the way these demon race warriors were charging, it was likely that the front line had been torn open, allowing the demon race warriors to pour in. Immediately, everyone began to flee. Mu Yun wanted to take Gu Qingqing with him, but the crowd was in chaos. He did not know where Gu Qingqing had run to. Helpless, he could only take Xianxia with him. The two of them ran all the way to the south. Along the way, Mu Yun was surprised to find that the demon race army in the entire secret realm had already gathered into small groups of 3 or 2. They were separated from each other and carried out a carpet-style chase. He wanted to kill everyone, not leaving a single one alive. Ruthless, the demon race had always been the most warlike race. However, because it was adjacent to the Buddhist domain, the demon race did not dare to make a big fuss even if they wanted to. However, they were not in the immortal realm now, but in the Tianluo secret realm. The demon race could be said to be fearless. Moreover, Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi were the former kings of the demon race. Now that their strength had declined, they naturally wanted to recover to their peak. In this place, only immortals, powerful immortals, could help them recover quickly. Mu Yun's speed wasn't very fast as she escaped with Xianxia again and again. He hadn't discovered anything in the entire secret realm yet, but the demon tribe had already appeared. There were still many unknown existences in this place, and he didn't want to let them go. At the same time, on the main battlefield. At this moment, the thousands of perfected golden immortal disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect were utterly defeated. Jian Wentian's face was ashen. Jian Wentian. At this moment, Ning Chongqing came over with a sword in his hand. He was bathed in blood. The blood belonged to the demons. Man Yuan has broken through to the Immortal King realm. We have to retreat. Damn it. Jian Wentian had originally thought that their opponents in this trial would be the geniuses from the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. He had not expected them to be from the demon race. Everyone, scatter and retreat. Remember, do not fight the demon clan head-on. The Heavenly Luo secret area is vast. Everyone, go and find more treasures to improve your cultivation. Jian Wendian immediately ordered. Swish swish swish, ear-piercing sounds could be heard as everyone received the order and immediately dispersed. Jian Wendian stood at the front and looked at the demon army. Demonic Ji churned as he sighed in his heart. Senior brother Jian. At this moment, ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Something bad has happened. A disciple's face was covered in sweat as he shouted, Zhu of the Candle Demon clan has also broken through to the Immortal King realm. And Xianxia of the Snow Demon clan. As soon as these words were said, the faces of the disciples present turned pale. One Immortal King was enough to wipe out their entire army. Now, there were suddenly 3 of them. Jian Wendian roared, you are all disciples of the Sky Pillar list. There are also many disciples who have reached the 9th stage perfected Golden Immortal Realm. Try to break through to the Immortal King realm as soon as possible. This time, the sect can't help you, so we can only save ourselves. Scatter. As soon as Jian Wendian's words fell, all the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect immediately scattered. At the same time, the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace also scattered and fled in all directions. If there were no immortal kings, they could still fight and fight. But now that an immortal king had appeared, if they did not run, they would be courting death. Shui, let's go. Shui Wuk immediately shouted when he saw that Shui was still fighting crazily. What's the hurry? Blood One wiped the blood off his face as a smile appeared on his face. I haven't killed enough yet. These devilish beings are pitifully weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui crushed the head of a 9th stage perfected golden immortal bull demon, causing blood to spurt out. To be honest, I really want to meet an immortal king. I want to see why an immortal king is called a peerless expert. Shui chuckled, his eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Lunatic. Shui Wuk could not be bothered with Shui at this moment. In a flash, he disappeared. At the same time, the disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace also scattered. They were simply courting death by gathering together at this moment. Now, everyone understood that only by breaking through to the Immortal King realm could they fight the demons again. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Immortal kings controlled the power of the laws. All the laws of space and time were useless in front of an immortal king. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Ningjing Mountain Village. Numerous figures had already begun to rush towards the south. Meanwhile, in the army of the devil race, the 3 devil kings Manitoba Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi looked at each other and laughed. Man Yuan patted his chest and said with a smile, the disciples of the 3 sects have a lot of pills and treasures. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take for me to recover to the Celestial King realm. You're satisfied with that? Zhu Li sneered and said, they're just first-grade Celestial Kings. I was a peak Celestial King back then. Now, I have to continue killing and chasing after them. Only after we've recovered to our peak can we take back the throne that belongs to us. That's right. Shui Yunqi also shouted, don't be fooled by how majestic we are now. Once we leave the secret realm, even the 3 sects can easily kill us. Now is not the time to be arrogant. I understand. Man Yo chuckled and said, in that case, let's wait for a good show. Those disciples must be heading south to search for treasures and kill us at the same time. At the same time, they'll advance to the Celestial King realm and fight us to the death. We can wait for them to find the treasures. It won't be too late to kill them then. After all, these cunning humans are quite skilled in this aspect. Old Nyo, you're amazing. You've learned how to use your brain. Zhu Li laughed. Get lost. The 3 devil kings chatted happily. The increase in their strength made them confident as they walked toward their former thrones. Meanwhile, Mu Yun and Wang Xinya were fleeing south. The 2 of them only stopped when they arrived at a mountain range. The mountain range was filled with rows upon rows of pavilions and buildings. It was a dazzling sight. However, these pavilions and buildings seemed to have a history of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They were extremely dilapidated, as if they would collapse at any time. At this moment, there were hundreds of mountains in the mountain range. Some figures could be seen moving around. There were disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, the Blood Fiend Divine sect, and the Levitation Heavenly Palace. However, they were separated from each other and seemed to be searching for something in the dilapidated pavilions. Let's go in and take a look. These pavilions and buildings were located in the forest. No one knew how long the Tianluo secret realm was in existence. No one knew if anyone had been here during this period of time. However, everyone's purpose was to search for treasures to improve their celestial king realm and improve their strength to prevent themselves from being killed by the demons. The addition of Mu Yun and Wang Xinya did not attract the attention of others. The two of them entered a pavilion on the peak of a mountain. The entire pavilion was leaning against half of the mountain while the other half was suspended in the air. Creaking sounds could be heard as they stepped on it, as though it would break apart at any moment. Mu Yun Mu. He discovered that there was a Buddha statue in every room. The Buddha statues were different, but it wasn't hard to see that this place was related to the Buddhist realm. Coupled with his Buddha's left hand, it was highly likely that this heavenly Luo great deity of the Tianluo mystic realm was from the Buddhist realm. Could it be that his left hand was the left hand of the heavenly Luo great deity? Yun is. Studio is. It seemed that it was not a coincidence that the 3 demon kings were sealed in this place. But he did not know what kind of hardships this place went through to become like this. Brother Yun, look here. Wang Xinya shouted at this moment. Wang Xinya is. They came to a room. The room was neatly arranged. Everything looked brand new and spotless. At this moment, on the wall of the mountain peak, there was a picture scroll with flowing water. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. However, in the painting, the mountains were dead, but the water was alive. Mu Yun is. She felt a chill. The water followed the painting and flowed to her injury. Mu Yun said, Xianxia, take a step back. This mountain is not that simple. Mu Yun is. She is. She was attacking with her right hand, but as if she thought of something, Mu Yun changed to her left hand and slammed it on the wall. She was now at the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. It was easy for her to destroy this mountain with her palm. But at this moment, when Mu Yun slammed his palm onto it, his entire body sank into the mural and disappeared. A cave passageway appeared in front of her. Xianxia, come in. After observing that there was no danger in the cave passageway, Mu Yun said. However, Wang Xinya did not enter. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Wang Xinya. I can't go in. Wang Xinya said bitterly. Come, I'll pull you. With that, Mu Yun grabbed Wang Xinya with her right hand and slammed her left hand on the mural. In a flash, the two of them appeared in the cave passageway. It was extremely dark in front of them. The light was weak. They could only roughly see that the cave was more than 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The two of them walked side by side. It was just right. As they continued forward, Mu Yun realized that they seemed to be walking into another dimension. Although it seemed that they were still walking in the mystic realm, Mu Yun felt that they had arrived in another dimension. The two of them continued to move forward. Gradually, light began to appear in front of them. When they reached the edge of the cave entrance, a strange world appeared in front of them. The fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds were everywhere. There were short trees and thatched cottages in the fields. What appeared in front of them was like an ordinary town. That said, the scenery in the small town was indeed very beautiful. It was like a paradise. Mu Yun and Wang Xinya walked down the hill along the mountain peak. There were small bridges, flowing water, and houses. There was a gentle breeze on the ancient road. This place looked really beautiful. It was different from the beauty of nature or man-made beauty. It was a combination of man and nature, the combination of houses and wheat fields, trees and roads. It looked like it was for nature, the beauty of nature. It was not completely natural. It was very comfortable. Even when they walked down, Mu Yun felt the immortal qi in her body become cheerful. It's so beautiful. Wang Xinya opened her arms and looked around. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Big brother Yun, if we can stay here with big sister Yao and Yun, it will definitely be very lively. Big sister Yao's child is about to be born. When the time comes, we can gather together happily. This place is too enjoyable. Wang Xinya couldn't help but take a deep breath. She felt all the hair on her body stand up in joy. Mu Yun looked around at this moment, but she didn't dare to be careless. The more beautiful a place was, the more one didn't dare to be careless. The two of them walked into the village. The huge village was enough for hundreds of people to live in. However, there wasn't a single person here. There wasn't even a living thing. Finally, Mu Yun and Wang Xinya sat on a wooden chair in a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo poles. Mu Yun looked around again. At this moment, there was an indescribable feeling. It seemed that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Xianxia, let's leave this place. I keep feeling that something is wrong here. Mu Yun frowned and said, I keep feeling that time and space are in a mess. It can't be, right? Wang Xinya was bewildered. Then, she raised the heavenly sound conch and floated above her head. Wang Xinya closed her eyes. Something's wrong. Wang Xinya suddenly opened her eyes. What's wrong? Big brother Yun, time and space are not right. Wang Xinya was horrified. I can feel the wind, the water, and your breathing, but all of these don't seem to be beside me. But you are clearly beside me. Mu Yun understood Wang Xinya was Her Majesty. The two of them seemed to be in the same space, but in fact, they weren't in the same space. However, their voices could alternate. It was as though they were in the same space. Mu Yun walked forward and grabbed Wang Xinya's arm tightly. No matter what happens, don't let go of my arm. Okay. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely cautious. Knowing the danger was not scary. Knowing nothing was the scariest. Mu Yun closed Her Majesty's eyes, and the power of the spatial laws gradually spread out. When it spread, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Her Majesty's body seemed to be in a space, but when the spatial laws were activated, Mu Yun saw Her Majesty's body was divided into countless pieces in countless spaces. However, the strange thing was that he was able to remain intact within these layers of space. Mu Yun forced herself to calm down. What was this place? Array formation. Mu Yun was angry that she didn't put in much effort when learning array formations back then. Her Majesty's understanding of array formations was only at the Grandmaster level. As for the giants and magnates, she was His Majesty. What should she do now? Mu Yun led Wang Xinya into the room and sat down. Her Majesty's body seemed to be divided by space, but Her Majesty was His Majesty's complete body. Mu Yun was puzzled. Xianxia, stay here and don't move. Let me see what's going on. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she closed her eyes and fully activated her space ultimacy. Wang Xinya didn't say much. She also sat cross-legged on the bed. The two of them faced each other and didn't speak. At that moment, Mu Yun sensed that her body had arrived in a grotesque space. Those spaces divided his identity into different parts, making it very messy. His arms were in another space, and his toes were in an even wider space. Time passed slowly. Gradually, a strange thought appeared in Mu Yun's mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out the secrets of the space. He decided to unleash his immortal soul. Wisps of soul power began to wander through the space. In the end, only when Mu Yun left a wisp of his soul power in each space did he stop. Space is chaotic, and time is chaotic. If I can stack these spaces, time should return to the right track. Mu Yun mumbled to himself, if I can stack space and time back on the right track, this place will collapse on its own. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios benefiting others and herself. Mu Yun made up her mind and began to control the soul wills that she had spread out to regroup. There were tens of thousands of soul wills. If she wanted to regroup according to the established rules, time was indispensable. Mu Yun sat there for 3 years. In 3 years, Mu Yun was like a stone statue, motionless. And in 3 years, Mu Yun had only passed through dozens of space and time. Slow, it was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. But Mu Yun was not angry. If it were anyone else, they would have long collapsed in 3 years. But in these 3 years, Mu Yun's comprehension of the space and time laws had improved by a lot. Reaching the golden immortal realm did not only mean that one's control of time had improved, but also one's control of space. Space and time were the foundation of a martial artist's physical survival. In fact, from the beginning until now, no matter which realm it was a martial artist who increased their lifespan. Every time a martial artist's strength increased, their lifespan increased. Only with a more robust body could one have a longer lifespan. This was also why Muyun was so surprised when she saw Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian was the sword domain master, the sect master of the 33 Heavens sword sect. He was one of the 10 great immortal kings recognized by the immortal world. 10,000 years ago, Muyun still remembered that he was an old man with a white beard. But this time, he looked like a middle-aged man. This was the sign that Jian Nantian's strength had increased again. He was even more terrifying than 10,000 years ago. Golden Immortals comprehended the space laws. Golden Immortals improved their comprehension of the space laws and continued to explore the mysteries of the time laws. At this moment, Muyun was not only breaking the formation and looking for a way out, but also improving her comprehension of space and time. Instead of saying that this was a strange and mysterious formation, it was better to say that it was a cultivation holy land. It was just that if one succeeded in cultivating, their strength would increase greatly. If one failed, their Tao would disappear and they would be trapped here. As she continued to investigate, Muyun became more and more surprised. In 3 years, dozens of space and time sequences. However, as time passed, he would spend more and more time, but his efficiency would also increase. Time flew by, and another 10 years passed. At this moment, Muyun had already completed the sequence of 1,000 paths. His vision became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Muyun stopped moving and held Wang Xinya's jade-like hand tightly. At this moment, their bodies became one. Muyun had a premonition that when he succeeded, there would be earth-shaking changes. When the two of them merged into one, the increase in their strength would be maximized. Muyun was not anxious and continued to move forward. Although Wang Xinya did not know what Muyun was doing, she was sure that there was no danger. Their bodies merged as Muyun continued to explore. Space and Tao were being controlled layer by Muyun. Time was also integrated by Muyun piece by piece. Gradually, the path ahead became clearer and clearer. 100 years, it took Muyun 100 years to sort everything out. His body was no longer in the midst of the strange spatial fragments. Everything was back to normal. At this moment, a majestic force descended from the sky. It was the purest power of heaven and earth. Immortal Qi, nomological laws, they poured down from the sky and fell directly into the bodies of the two. However, Muyun did not choose to absorb all of it himself. Instead, he transported it to Wang Xinya through his body. In 100 years, Wang Xinya did not improve at all. But at this moment, the power of the space nomological laws, the power of the time nomological laws, and the pure power of immortal Qi were all instilled into Wang Xinya's body. Her realm increased rapidly, a 9th grade golden immortal, a peak golden immortal, a 1st grade zenith heaven golden immortal, a 2nd grade zenith heaven golden immortal. Wang Xinya's cultivation was like a fountain that soared into the sky, unstoppable. Finally, when she was a 5th grade zenith heaven golden immortal, Wang Xinya spoke. "Brother Yun, I can't hold on much longer." Hearing this, Muyun stopped. All the remaining pure power gathered in his body. He was originally a 1st grade zenith heaven golden immortal. Now, all the power of space and time swarmed down. His realm was also increasing. However, compared to Wang Xinya's improvement, his realm improvement was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. This time, Muyun was really going to explode. Wang Xinya was simply soaring all the way, which was also within his expectations. He spent 100 years, which was equivalent to unlocking a huge treasure. This treasure could help Wang Xinya advance to the Immortal King realm. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm was divided into grades based on the degree of comprehension of time. The reason why Wang Xinya was only a 5th grade Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was that Wang Xinya's foundation was not enough to support the rapid increase of her nomological laws. But when it came to him, damn it, it became that this power was not enough to support the increase of his realm. That was not the most important reason. Instead, it was the surging growth of the power in his body. It flowed through his bloodline and the dark seal of life and death. The 300 blood guards, including the subordinates who had been planted with the dark seal of life and death, were all improving crazily. In the Yi Sword sect, Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu, the three grand elders, were in seclusion at this moment. However, suddenly, an abundant power swarmed out from the dark seal of life and death in their minds. Without further ado, their realms suddenly skyrocketed. Skyrocketing was not enough to describe it. If mystic immortals were said to be faster, then golden immortals were said to be traveling through time and space. Now that their realms had increased, it was as if they were traveling through time and space. First-grade mystic immortal realm began to rise. Finally, it stopped at 9th-grade golden immortal realm. Similarly, it was because they could not withstand that power. At the same time, Lin Zhixiu, Fan Wuyan, Luo Jianxue, Huan Qingsha, and the others, as well as the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, Gu Feng, and the others who had been planted with the dark seal of life and death by Mu Yun, were all improving at this moment. It was completely unreasonable. In the Heaven Sword Tower, which had moved to the Qiankuan mountain range and was now a silver-ranked force, these dozens of people were completely stunned when they received an abundant power of heaven and earth. This transformation made everyone completely dumbfounded. What was it like to reach the heavens in a single step? This was reaching the heavens in a single step. Especially the three former grand elders of the Yi Sword sect. Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu had not only reached the golden immortal realm, but they were also 9th-grade golden immortals. Moreover, their old appearances made them look rather young at this moment. They looked completely like they were in their 30s. This was the benefit of increasing their lifespan. Lu Qingsong looked at the two people beside him and was instantly dumbfounded. In the next moment, Lu Qingsong fell to his knees with a thud. "Thank you, Master." With this kneeling, Qin Wenbin and Yan Ziqiu both fell to the ground with a thud. In this lifetime, they had thought that it would be impossible for them to enter the golden immortal realm in this lifetime. That was a realm that they did not even dare to think about. However, Mu Yun had helped them do it. This was simply a miracle. Mu Yun was not a human at all. She was not an immortal. She was a god, other than a god, who else had such means? However, if Mu Yun knew what they were thinking now, she would definitely vomit blood. God, Mu Yun only wanted to reply to them with 4 words, God. You. Numb. Numb, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He did not know why. That force should have entered his body, but now, it was first the 300 blood guards, and then those who had signed the seal of life and death with him. However, it did not reach his body bit by bit. In the immortal extermination painting, on the 4 9 spirits heaven capturing steels, the 300 blood guards were dumbfounded. They had always relied on absorbing the bloodline power on the 9 spirits heaven capturing steels to survive. When they reached the golden immortal realm, their improvement became slow and could not keep up with Mu Yun's footwork. It was not that their improvement was slow, but Mu Yun's improvement was fast. They could not keep up with Mu Yun's improvement in realm. And now, the sudden appearance of this force had greatly improved their strength. Congratulations, Master. Luo Tianqing took the lead and knelt on the ground. Congratulations, Master. The 300 blood guards' black robes fluttered without wind. They knelt on the ground in unison. Looking at the 300 blood guards, Mu Yun only wanted to curse. Scram, scram, scram. Congratulations my ass. Mu Yun was impatient. She watched as the huge force was left with less than 1%. In the end, it flowed pitifully into her body. 2nd grade, 3rd grade, only 3rd grade. That was it, that was it. F***CK. Mu Yun immediately cursed. 3rd grade Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. 3rd grade. It's just 3rd grade. It's only a 2-grade increase. Mu Yun scratched her heart and cheeks. She wanted to roar and flare up, but who could she flare up at? Brother Yun. Wang Xinya hugged Mu Yun with both hands and danced excitedly. What's going on? I can feel a force gathering in my body from your body. I can't describe the feeling of that force. It's powerful and unparalleled. It's full of impossibilities. 5th grade Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal has 3 stages of controlling time. Time stop, time flow forward, and time reverse. I've reached the stage of time flow forward. Look. As Wang Xinya spoke, she waved her hand and poured out a cup of water. In the next moment, the cup of water should have flowed to the ground. However, with a wave of Wang Xinya's hand, the water hit the ground at an incredible speed. With a bang, a hole was formed in the ground. Time flow forward. Martial artists who reached 4th grade Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would begin to control the flow of time. By controlling time, they could increase the speed of objects. Time stop, time flow forward, and time reverse. These 3 points of time control were completely 3 levels of energy fluctuations. Wang Xinya went one step further and reached 6th grade. Then, she could begin to touch the point of time reverse. When she grasped the point of time reverse, she could reverse the flow of time in the space she controlled. In her space, she could also bring the dead back to life. Mu Yun looked at Wang Xinya playing with cups of water. She was very happy. The helplessness in her heart also lessened a little. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Tianlua Golden Armor. What's wrong? Brother Yun? Why isn't your strength increasing quickly? I thought you could reach the Immortal King realm directly. Wang Xinya said in surprise. Your body's foundation is better than mine, and it's extraordinary in all aspects. Such vast power is enough to support you to reach the Immortal King realm directly. Mu Yun was helpless. Yes, I could have reached the Immortal King realm directly, but when I thought about how you had to work hard to catch up to me, my heart ached, so I gave up. Really? Brother Yun? Wang Xinya pursed her lips and smiled. Since that's the case, I'll reward you well. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xinya waved her hand, and the clear water in the cup in her hand filled her clothes. Wet, seduction, Mu Yun grunted and smiled when she saw Wang Xinya's actions. Is it appropriate to be so seductive? What do you think? In the room, 2 figures were entangled together. Time passed slowly. Wang Xinya was rather charming. She changed into a set of clothes and looked at the torn clothes on the ground. Then, she looked at Mu Yun resentfully. Are you satisfied? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and chuckled. I've been busy every day during this period of time. I didn't have time to dote on you properly. If you're satisfied, then get up. I've been waiting for 100 years. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun teased. I think your clothes look pretty good. It has a unique style. What do you want? 1, 2, 3, 4, one more time. Unbridled laughter sounded in the room. Mu Yun did not care about anything at this moment. She only wanted to be unbridled. The 2 figures were completely entangled together, forgetting time and everything. Wang Xinya naturally enjoyed it. After all, the profound qi in Mu Yun's body was strange. It could improve her physique and help her improve her strength. As long as Mu Yun kept asking for it, she could never refuse. It could be said that every time Mu Yun saw Wang Xinya, she was a new Wang Xinya. Whether it was the improvement of her realm or the gradual changes, Wang Xinya gave him a fresh feeling every day. Perhaps this was a special kind of attraction, a woman's attraction. After colliding with each other again and again, the 2 of them finally collapsed together. Even though she was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, every part of Mu Yun's body was a treasure. Just like an ordinary person, if he did this kind of thing too much, he would also lose his energy. Are you satisfied now? Little lion. Wang Xinya leaned against Mu Yun's chest and teased. If you want, we can continue. Mu Yun teased. I don't want to. My waist hurts. Wang Xinya stood up. Her smooth body flashed with an astonishingly beautiful arc. This tranquil little mountain village really makes one feel. With a creak, Wang Xinya got off the bed and opened the door, wanting to see the beautiful scenery outside. However, when the door opened, Wang Xinya was stunned. The world seemed to have changed. Brother Yun, look, Wang Xinya was so shocked that she forgot to put on her clothes. She was like a wooden chicken. Mu Yun turned his head and said casually, what? However, before he could say a word, he was stunned. At this moment, what appeared outside the small door was not the mountain village they were in previously. It was quiet and sunny. Instead, it was a vast world of darkness. Everything fell into darkness. The 2 of them could only see darkness. Mu Yun pulled Wang Xinya behind him. Be careful. After quickly putting on her clothes and holding the Yoyu sword in her hand, Mu Yun slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, the entire world in front of them was pitch black everywhere. However, not far from the two of them, there was a faint light shining. That faint light was really weak. If one did not look carefully, they might really think that it was an illusion. Mu Yun walked out step by step and looked ahead. She kept approaching. The darkness that filled the sky and earth gave off a feeling that it was devouring one's heart. Mu Yun walked forward and approached the place where the light was emitting. She realized that there was actually an armor on the ground. That armor was pitch black and shiny. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns. A surge of vitality was slowly released from the armor. "Wait for me here first. Let me take a look." Mu Yun walked forward carefully. The patterns on the surface of the armor looked very intricate. However, under the intricate patterns, there were cracks. It was as if this armor had existed for countless years, and had experienced countless tragic battles. Broken armor? Mu Yun walked forward and carefully picked up the armor. However, when he lifted it with both hands, Mu Yun did not pick up the armor at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. He was now a third-stage great all-embracing golden celestial. Not to mention a piece of armor, even a towering mountain was like tofu in front of him. However, at this moment, he could not pick it up. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed softly. However, he did not believe it and directly punched the armor. Whoosh, with just one punch, sharp spikes suddenly appeared on the surface of the armor. In an instant, Mu Yun's palm was directly pierced by the spikes, and blood flowed out. As a golden immortal, he knew how strong his body was. However, it was easily pierced by the spikes. This was simply unbelievable. Mu Yun looked at the armor and became cautious. However, at this moment, the armor floated up by itself. At this moment, Mu Yun saw blood staining the surface of the armor where his palm was pierced. This armor had established an invisible connection with him. A strange connection. With a thought, Mu Yun accelerated the speed of the armor and flew in front of him. Looking at the armor, Mu Yun immediately took 2 steps back. The armor had come alive. There was a look of disbelief in Mu Yun's eyes. At this moment, Mu Yun stretched out his hand again. This time, the armor did not cut his palm. He increasingly felt that this armor was not simple. Drip blood. Master recognition, Mu Yun murmured and directly pointed his finger. Drops of blood essence sprinkled on the armor. Gradually, he felt that the connection between him and the armor was getting closer and closer. Waves of power spread out layer by layer. Suddenly, in Mu Yun's mind, memories that did not belong to him gradually surged into his mind. Layers upon layers of power piled up, and the armor seemed to have established an invisible relationship with him. A name appeared in his mind. Tianluo Golden Armor. This name suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Scenes after scenes flashed through his mind like scrolls of pictures. Gradually, the memories in Mu Yun's mind seemed to be imprinted on his body. The Tianluo Golden Armor of the great deity of Tianluo. Mu Yun searched through the layers of memories and found memories that belonged to him. Crackling sounds rose and fell one after another. At this moment, the golden armor was covering his body. It was not put on, but the golden armor directly penetrated his body and covered his body. "Brother Yun," Wang Xianxia exclaimed at this moment. "I'm fine." Mu Yun said calmly, "The Tianluo Golden Armor is the armor of the great deity of Tianluo. Although it is damaged, it is still a supreme treasure." "Supreme treasure?" "Yes." Mu Yun said calmly again, "If I'm not wrong, it should be at least a king-grade immortal artifact." A king-grade immortal artifact, what kind of concept was this? An immortal artifact used by an immortal king. Moreover, this immortal artifact was a defensive armor. Wang Xianxia covered her mouth in shock. At this moment, as Mu Yun put on this armor, rays of light gathered around the two of them. However, it was black light that gathered. As the black light dissipated, white light appeared around the two of them. Their figures appeared in the pavilion. They were still in the room, in front of the mural. It was as if the two of them had never moved. However, feeling the armor on the surface of his body, Mu Yun understood that not only did they move, but they had also stayed inside for 100 years. Mu Yun was a little stunned. How long had it been outside for 100 years? Mu Yun could not help but be surprised. The sound of footsteps could be heard. At this moment, two figures walked into the pavilion. Big brother, there's someone. Oh? Let's go in and take a look. Seeing the two figures standing inside, one of them spoke. The two figures walked in at this moment. Disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and immediately said, "What time is it now? How long has it been since the disciples of the three sects retreated?" Mu Yun looked at the two people in front of him and asked. Haha, big brother, is this guy crazy? Our alliance army has just retreated. The demon race has not attacked yet, and he has already gone crazy. One of the men said. The woman beside him is so beautiful. The two of them almost ignored Mu Yun at the same time and looked at Xianxia. Mu Yun and Xianxia had just had a good time in the small house. Now, Xianxia was not only powerful, but she also exuded a feminine scent that made people drool. The two of them almost unanimously ignored Mu Yun and walked towards Xianxia. Beauty, this companion of yours is seriously ill. Why don't you do it with us? Look at this room, it has been maintained perfectly. It's a good time to exercise on the bed. That's right, that's right. That idiot. The demons haven't come yet, and he's already scared out of his wits. If the demons come, he'll definitely abandon you and run away. As the two of them spoke, they leaned towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the two of them and smiled shyly. Sorry, I don't think he will be willing. Him? He is a good-for-nothing. Good-for-nothing? Mu Yun smiled. With a wave of his hand, the two figures were immediately clamped by his palm. Brat, let go of me. One of the second stage grade all-embracing Golden Immortal Realm's disciples suddenly shouted and directly stabbed Mu Yun's chest with his sword. Ding, however, before the sword could get close to Mu Yun's body, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the surface of the heavenly golden armor. With a ding, the long sword completely broke. Seeing this scene, not only the two disciples, but even Mu Yun was stunned. He did not feel anything at all. The second stage Golden Immortal did not feel anything at all when he attacked. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios wanton and unrestrained. Even though the heavenly golden armor was so damaged, it could still defend against the attack of a Golden Immortal. If it was in its complete state, even an immortal king would not be able to overcome it. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with deep surprise. With two cracking sounds, the two of them were killed by Mu Yun. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun stroked the golden armor on her body, her eyes filled with joy. This time, although he had spent 100 years, his strength had only increased by 2 grades. However, Xianxia and the disciples who had signed the life and death seal with him had all improved greatly. Those people were all in the sword domain, and they were very likely to create value for him in the future. Most importantly, the most obvious improvement this time was the 300 blood guards. Not to mention that all of them were golden immortals. Luo Tianxing was even close to an immortal king. Although this was not his own increase in realm, it was still an increase in his strength. He had never thought that the 300 blood guards he had obtained from Biluo Huangquan School could actually grow to this extent. The 300 blood guards no longer had jade bones, but had bone membranes growing on their surface. The layers of bone membranes were like the golden body of a golden immortal, flowing with rich power. These blood guards would definitely bring him greater surprises in the future. I spent 100 years to improve to a 3rd-grade golden immortal realm, but the outside world hasn't changed. The time is still the same. This time, I've made a huge profit. Mu Yun said in surprise. No one knows how strong a heavenly golden immortal is in this Tianluo mystic realm, but just by looking at the heavenly golden armor and the left hand of the Buddha, it is enough to see that this place is unusual. I'm getting more and more interested. Not long after the disciples of the 3 sects entered this mystic realm, their exploration was interrupted by the demon clan. Right now, the 3 great devil kings of the devil race had all reached the immortal king realm. Their team had been scattered. This was a new experience, a new exploration. In addition, it was even more exciting because the devil race had been chasing after them non-stop. An even more exciting chase had just begun. Dear. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. She smiled slyly and said deeply, the real game has begun. You look so cheap. Xianxia cursed. The two of them stood side by side and walked out of the attic. With a third stage great overarching golden celestial, Xianxia, a fifth stage great overarching golden celestial, and 300 blood guards, Mu Yun suddenly realized that there was no one in this Tianluo mystic realm that he needed to be afraid of. 100 years of hard work was still worth it. The two of them walked out of the pavilion and walked along the mountain path. This time, there was no need for him to hide. He was here to search for treasures. Along the way, Mu Yun was communicating with the Heavenly Luo golden armor. The talismans inside the Heavenly Luo golden armor had been damaged to a great extent. Mu Yun was confident that she could complete it. However, this sort of formation not only required time, it also required precious treasures. Saint-level crystals and precious ores, as well as equipment and talismans. This was a mighty siege. Don't worry. Since you've fallen into my hands, it means that the heavens haven't forsaken you. I'll definitely make you return to your peak state and fight alongside me on the battlefield. Mu Yun said in a low voice. A ray of light flashed inside the armor. It seemed to be excited. The two of them continued forward and arrived at a mountain range. Many figures gathered there. Among the crowd, there were a few figures that Mu Yun was more familiar with. Fighting the clear sky, Quaint, He Hai, Luo Yuan and Han Yu were also among them. There were also some disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, the Levitation Heavenly Palace, and the Blood Fiend Divine sect. Hundreds of people seemed to be arguing about something. At this moment, a martial field was opened up on the mountainside where the crowd was. In the middle of the martial field, a huge rock stood in the air. On the huge rock, a 3-meter-tall crystal slowly floated. Purple crystal core. Mu Yun was shocked when she saw the 3-meter-tall purple crystal core. The purple crystal core was evolved from the purple caltrop origin crystal. The purple caltrop origin crystal was a common material used to refine saint-level and king-level celestial artifacts. It was very precious. The purple crystal core was born from the purple caltrop origin crystal. Generally speaking, a 10,000-ton purple caltrop origin crystal would evolve into a purple crystal core the size of a fingernail. Even an immortal king would be tempted to use this material to refine an immortal artifact. It was no wonder that these guys would gather here with swords drawn. However, when she saw hundreds of people gathered here, Mu Yun walked out with a smile. It's very lively here. Mu Yun spoke and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Mu Yun. He Hai saw Mu Yun and said happily, you're here too. Come over quickly. Mu Yun smiled and shook her head as she walked into the martial field. Xianxia was wearing a long dress. She had an impressive figure and a beautiful figure. She stood behind Mu Yun without saying a word. Behind her, a long zither lay quietly. This purple crystal core is very good. I, Mu Yun, want it. Mu Yun walked in front of the purple crystal core and said with a smile. Even a king-grade immortal artifact master would explode when they saw the purple crystal core, let alone a sage-grade immortal artifact master. It was an emotional explosion. Everyone present understood the significance of the purple crystal core. However, Mu Yun actually came here and said that she wanted it. What a joke. Mu Yun, you come over first. He Hai said in a low voice, these guys are not to be trifled with. He knew that Mu Yun was very powerful. When facing the demon race, Mu Yun was a first-grade great golden immortal. Even a third-grade great golden immortal demon warrior was no match for her. However, that was the demon race. Mu Yun mostly relied on heavenly fire and mutant water. However, it was different now. These people were all disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. They were no longer the demon race. Mu Yun had no advantage against them. Mu Yun shook her head again. She looked at the crowd and said, now, you can leave. I, Mu Yun, want this purple crystal core. When Mu Yun spoke again, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? There were more than 100 of them here. None of them dared to say such a thing. This kid was standing here and talking nonsense. Wasn't he ashamed? You want it? You're really shameless. A figure walked out and looked at Mu Yun with a smirk in his eyes. Who are you? I'm Choben from the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Oh. Muyun nodded and said, you don't want to leave. Are you going to fight with me? So what if I am? Bang, Muyun did not say anything. She waved her left hand and a blast of energy shot out. With a bang, the disciple's head was crushed by Muyun. Crackling sounds could be heard. A first-grade golden immortal's head was crushed by Muyun. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were completely dumbfounded. All of this seemed so natural. However, Muyun's action was simply suicidal. It could be said that she was slapping the faces of the disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Muyun realized that this way of doing things was still simple. In the past, she had always talked too much. The stronger one was, the less nonsense one needed to talk. Muyun understood in her heart. Only the weak would talk nonsense. The strong were only willing to ask if they were willing or not. Those who followed them would prosper, and those who opposed them would perish. This was a principle that would never change. Alright, next, is there anyone who disagrees? A first-grade golden immortal disciple died, and the scene suddenly became a little awkward. The disciples whose cultivation level was lower than the first-grade golden immortal stopped talking. As for the second-grade golden immortal disciples, they did not want to talk nonsense either. At this moment, they felt that it was better to keep their mouths shut. Only some third-grade and fourth-grade golden immortal disciples looked at Muyun angrily. However, the one who died was a disciple of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. If the people of the Levitation Heavenly Palace did not speak, why should they say so much? However, in the end, a figure walked out from the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Muyun, is it? That person was dressed in silk and satin. Her skin was fair, and she had a faint smile on her face. I am Ma Yingming, a disciple of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. I think Brother Mu should give me some face and give you a share of the purple crystal core. However, how about we share it equally? This? Impossible. Muyun waved her hand and refused. Sorry, this is impossible. I want the purple crystal core. All of you, leave this place, and I will spare your lives. After Muyun finished speaking, she looked at the people in front of her, and there was no hint of discussion. You mean you want to keep it for yourself? Someone from the Blood Fiend Divine Sect also stood up. Doqing Tian also spoke at this moment. Muyun, you can't be so overbearing. Otherwise what? Muyun looked at Doqing Tian and said, otherwise are you going to kill me? You want to stand up for me? Then come over and fight with me. You don't dare? If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Either get lost or stay here obediently. After Muyun finished speaking, Doqing Tian's face turned green. This guy was simply not giving them any face at all. These words were infuriating. At this moment, Gupu looked at Muyun. Doqing Tian could tolerate it, but he could not. At this moment, looking at Muyun, his mind was filled with anger. This guy was simply courting death. What? Is there something you're not convinced of? Muyun said again. Muyun, what are you so arrogant for? It's not your turn to speak here. Gupu took a step forward and looked at the crowd. Everyone should know the value of the purple crystal core better than I do. Are we going to let this kid get it himself? As soon as these words came out, they immediately received support from the crowd. You don't have that much power by yourself. When Gupu saw the crowd's support, he immediately sneered in his heart. Muyun wanted to pretend to be a big shot here. She was simply courting death. Xin. Looking at Xianxia, Muyun said, I want this purple crystal core. They're too annoying. Can you do me a favor? No problem. Xianxia naturally knew what Muyun meant. Taking a step forward, Xianxia's lips curled into a sneer. A zither appeared in front of her. Xianxia looked at Gupu and said, it seems like you're the leader? As soon as she said that, a sound rang out from the zither. The rhythm sounded, and the musical notes transformed into sharp swords that directly slashed towards Gupu. Boom, a roar sounded, and Gupu's entire body was directly pierced through by the musical notes. In an instant, it was an instant kill. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In an instant, it was an instant kill. What kind of concept was this? Even a rhythmic martial artist could not be so strong, right? But at this moment, it was no longer the time for them to think. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Purple Crystal Core. Mu Yun did not care about these people at this moment. He walked straight to the center and looked at everyone with a mocking smile. With a wave of his hand, a wave of pure energy was transmitted from the purple crystal core. At this moment, the moment Mu Yun's palm touched the purple crystal core, he felt the Tianluo golden armor on his body send out a desire. You want it? Mu Yun was a little surprised. This purple crystal core seemed to desire the Tianluo golden armor very much at this moment. Here you go. Mu Yun was not stingy. His entire body flew and sat on the purple crystal core. Suddenly, the Tianluo golden armor on his body emitted threads that wrapped around the entire purple crystal core. The majestic energy flowed through the purple crystal core and reached the Tianluo golden armor. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was Mu Yun doing? They had no idea what Mu Yun was trying to do. However, in an instant, the purple crystal core, which had seemed to be in high spirits, turned into ashes and disappeared. It was as if the power of the purple crystal core had completely dissipated and entered Mu Yun's body in an instant. Mu Yun absorbed the power of the purple crystal core. How was this possible? Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this too fast? Of course, the power of the purple crystal core was not absorbed by Mu Yun. Instead, it was absorbed by the Tianluo golden armor on Mu Yun's body. The Tianluo golden armor could be said to be full of holes. However, at this moment, although outsiders could not see it, Mu Yun could feel that the Tianluo golden armor on his body, the talismans inside, as well as the damaged materials of the armor, were gradually recovering on their own. This golden armor had absorbed the power of the purple crystal core and was now recovering on its own. Mu Yun was completely stunned. The change in the purple crystal core was beyond his expectations. Gradually, there was even a trace of power spreading from the Tianluo golden armor into his body. That feeling was very strange. Mu Yun muttered to herself indifferently. You must have at least a king-grade celestial weapon or even an emperor-grade celestial armor. Don't worry, I won't let you get away with it. After comforting the heavenly Luo golden armor, Mu Yun felt even happier. Go. Mu Yun said with a smile as she looked at Wang Xianxia. Yes. Wang Xianxia put away the zither and nodded slightly. The two figures walked together and were about to leave. You want to leave? Suddenly, a shout sounded. It was Ma Yingming from the Levitation Heavenly Palace who had spoken earlier. Yuan Shiming shouted, You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? The purple crystal core was swallowed by you alone. You should at least give us an explanation. There are still people who aren't afraid of death. At this moment, Mu Yun placed her hands behind her back and looked at Yuan Shiming seriously. What do you want? After witnessing how powerful Wang Xianxia was, Yuan Shiming was a little scared. However, the purple crystal core was really too precious. It was directly absorbed by Mu Yun, and they did not even get to touch its skin. They could not take this lying down. I don't want to do anything. Mu Yun nodded and said, Instead, what do you want? I have nothing to do with anything. Yuan Shiming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The rest of the people did not dare to look at Mu Yun directly. Mu Yun, you're too presumptuous. Suddenly, a voice sounded again. A figure walked out from the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. Mu Yun did not know that person, but Mu Yun knew the people behind him. Yu Tianqin? Cui Yan? Qi Tianyi? Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun smiled. I almost forgot. Didn't the three of you surround and try to kill me in the city? Come. I'll give you a chance now. Come and kill me. Mu Yun ignored the man in front of the three of them. She looked at the three of them and hooked her finger. Of course, Mu Yun remembered these three guys. Back then, they chased after her to kill her, but now, Mu Yun would not let them chase after her. Mu Yun, you'd better know what you're doing. The leader continued to speak. However, Mu Yun ignored him and walked forward. Yan Shichun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Mu Yun ignored him. Instead, she walked directly toward Yu Tianqin and the other two. At this moment, Yu Tianqin and the other two were already frightened out of their wits. This fellow was giving them too much pressure. They did not dare to look directly at the terrifying aura. Mu Yun, 3rd stage Great Luo, Wang Xianxia, 5th stage Great Luo. How long had it been since they parted? This guy's strength was like a dragon riding a phoenix. He changed every day. Not talking? Mu Yun looked at the three of them and said, "You wanted to kill me back then. Now you're not talking? If you don't talk, I'll take your lives." "How dare you?" Mu Yun waved her hand, but Yu Tianqin and the other two's expressions changed drastically. "Yan Shicheng, save us! How dare you?" Yan Shicheng's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect Mu Yun to kill right in front of him. "Get lost!" Yan Shicheng bellowed and struck out a palm at Mu Yun's back. However, Mu Yun did not care at all. Bang, that palm landed squarely on Mu Yun's back. If it was someone else, his palm would have pierced through their chest. However, Mu Yun's body was completely unobstructed at this moment. She looked very intact. A scream was heard. On the contrary, Yan Shicheng's entire palm was pierced full of bloody holes, and blood flowed out continuously. Yan Shicheng wanted to stop it, but he could not. The blood in his body seemed to be sucked out and flew out of his body. The crazy power made Yan Shicheng want to scream, but he could not make a sound. Blood spurted out crazily. If this continued, he would probably bleed to death. What kind of armor was Mu Yun wearing? Why was it so strange? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also stunned. He didn't expect that something like this would happen. "It seems that you are much stronger than I thought." Mu Yun muttered to herself with a hint of coldness in her eyes. "The three of you should be on your way. Let's fight." Yu Tianqin was terrified. It was as if the ant in front of her had turned into a giant elephant standing in front of her. This kind of feeling really made him feel very uncomfortable. However, there seemed to be no better way. At this moment, they could not escape at all. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the three of them were like zombies, unable to move at all. "Let us go, let us go." At this moment, the three figures' eyes were filled with horror. "Die. This is the best choice." Mu Yun waved her hand, and the three figures turned into three corpses. The powerful force in Buddha's left hand made Mu Yun fearless. That abundant force seemed to come from his entire body, but in fact, it only came from his left hand. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Mu Yun looked at the rest with a strange smile in her eyes. Is there no one else? Mu Yun said again, in that case, everyone, goodbye. Fight it out with her. However, at this moment, there were still people who were not afraid of death and continued to charge forward. Looking back, it was Ma Yiming. This guy really did not give up. "Luo Tianqing!" Mu Yun shouted, and a figure appeared behind her like a ghost. Luo Tianqing appeared directly, reached out his hand, and clawed Ma Yiming's head. In the next moment, Luo Tianqing's figure disappeared. It was as if this guy had never appeared. Everyone was in a daze when they saw this scene. At this moment, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia had already left the place together. The two figures disappeared. Only then did everyone gasp for breath. The world has changed. He exhaled, feeling that his back was drenched in sweat. It was only now that he felt his body relax. When did Mu Yun become so terrifying? No one could answer this question. Let's go, let's go. Doqing Tian did not say much and left the place immediately. Mu Yun was simply a jinx here. If they continued to stay here, they might be slaughtered by this god of death. At this moment, on the other side, the disciples of Levitation Heavenly Palace were looking at the two people who left with angry eyes. You're dead. Mu Yun, you're dead. One of the disciples said, Ma Yiming is senior brother Yuan Liang's biological brother. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the people of Levitation Heavenly Palace immediately took Ma Yiming's body and left the place. They could not stay here for long. With Mu Yun, the jinx, here, and the demon race following behind, they could not find other treasures here. The most important thing now was to leave quickly. The disciples of Blood Fiend Divine Sect were shocked when they heard the disciples of Levitation Heavenly Palace. Ma Yiming was Yuan Liang's younger brother. Yuan Liang was the favorite of Levitation Heavenly Palace's leader, Chu Shan Yuan. It was said that the two of them had a close relationship and often traveled together. Many disciples of Levitation Heavenly Palace said that they were very loving. This time, Mu Yun had offended someone she should not have offended. The disciples of Blood Fiend Divine Sect also left the place quickly. Mu Yun's strength had attracted their attention. A third stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and Wang Xianxia, a fifth stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, were the cornerstones of any sect. Moreover, what they were concerned about was not only Mu Yun's strength, but also his improvement. His improvement of 2 stages was too fast. And Wang Xianxia, who was beside him, was a Golden Immortal before and now a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. With such speed, he could not be called a genius. Unless he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, it was impossible to have such powerful strength. Gradually, the warriors surrounding the square in the mountain range began to leave. Mu Yun led Wang Xianxia around the mountain range a few times, but they did not find anything else. Although he was a little disappointed, Mu Yun was already very satisfied. Especially Wang Xianxia's improvement, he was even more excited than obtaining the Tianluo golden armor. Wang Xianxia had worked too hard to catch up with him. Although he said that he had worked hard for 100 years and gave all his strength to others, his heart ached. But seeing Wang Xianxia's improvement surpass his, he did not need to work so hard to catch up with his improvement. Wang Xianxia and Xiao Yuner were not like Qin Mengyao. Qin Mengyao was very talented, and he had awakened the Ice Phoenix spirit. In the future, he would definitely be a super powerhouse who stood above heaven and earth. But whether it was Wang Xianxia or Xiao Yuner, the two of them were not the strongest geniuses. The only thing that could make them follow him was strong pressure. The pressure that he increased forced the two of them to catch up. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Tianlua Divine Palace. Qin Mengyao had not seen each other for a long time since they parted in the small thousand world. He wondered how powerful her Ice Phoenix spirit was. Mu Yun was worried that the next time they met, Qin Mengyao would not recognize him at all, or directly draw his sword at him. The most important thing was their child. Qin Mengyao had awakened the Ice Phoenix spirit. The Ice Phoenix was a divine beast, an existence on the same level as the divine dragon. Whether it was the divine dragon or the divine phoenix, it was extremely difficult to give birth to offspring. The fusion of the Ice Phoenix soul in Qin Mengyao's body with his would definitely cause a great impact on his child. Xiao Yuner could be said to be unable to protect herself in the immortal world. What he was worried about was not only these two. The safety of his good disciple Yi Qiu and his wife. That Shan Yueling was not simple. There was also Qi Ming and Miao Shanyu, his 2 disciples. And Jiao whom he owed the most. He did not know how many times Jiao had undergone nirvana rebirth and whether she could withstand it. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Ah? No, nothing. Mu Yun shook his head and said, I just thought of those old friends, and Yuner and Jiao. Brother Yun, don't worry. Wang Xianxia consoled, think about it, you can even come back from the dead. What can't you do today? To be honest, ever since I found out that you were the former Mu Yun, I only felt that it was the wisest thing to shamelessly pester you back then. Shamelessly pester me? Did I? Of course, not. The two of them walked on the road and chatted happily. However, suddenly, a panting sound was heard. A demon race warrior suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the two of them, the demon race warrior did not say anything and directly flew out to kill the two of them. Courting death. Wang Xianxia formed hand seals with both hands, and a wave of water appeared. The wave of water emitted a faint light and immediately turned into a water ball, floating out. Bang! The instant the water ball exploded, a sound rang out. The water ball immediately turned into water swords, and on the water swords, there was a strange sound as they exploded. In an instant, the head of the demon race warrior was completely blown apart. Seeing this, Mu Yun cautiously said, leave this place. Yes. The two figures immediately rose into the air and teleported away. As they rose into the air, their expressions changed. From the back of the mountain range, numerous demons were rushing in their direction. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black, causing one's hair to stand on end. The devil army is moving too fast. Wang Xianxia said bitterly. They're trying to pressure us so that we won't be able to stay in any of the secret realms for too long. They're even trying to let us discover the secret realms so that they can enter and reap the benefits. Wang Xianxia said in surprise, the demons are so smart. They're not idiots. Apart from being inferior to humans in alchemy and weapon refinement, these demon warriors are not necessarily inferior to humans in other aspects. Some people say that the demons are the product of the combination of the monster race and the human race. In the beginning, they were just slaves to humans. But now, look, the demons are so powerful that humans can't compare to them at all. Mu Yun looked behind and shook her head. Now, the two of us are very weak in the devil army. Let's avoid them for the time being. Yes. Mu Yun knew that the top disciples of the three major sects were no match for the demons now. She did not want to fight with these demon warriors. General, there's someone ahead. A demon warrior immediately spoke. Chase. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia kept shuttling through space. The two figures fled quickly. Going against the devil army now was tantamount to courting death. Mu Yun was not that stupid now. The two of them continued to move towards the south. At this time, the north of the entire Tianluo secret treasure was already occupied by the demons, and they continued to move towards the south. All the disciples were moving towards the south. Some of the disciples discovered many ancient lands along the way, allowing them to acquire some fortunate encounters. Brother Yun, look. As Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia fled, the demon warriors behind them actually followed closely without stopping or giving up. At this moment, a huge door appeared in front of the two of them. There was only one door on the vast plain in front of them. The door was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. It looked mighty and magnificent. On the door, there were 4 big words written in regular script. Tianluo Divine Palace. Seeing the 4 big words and the whistling of the wind behind them, Mu Yun did not have time to think. She pulled Wang Xianxia and flew in directly. The two figures shuttled through the strange door, and the scene inside the door changed drastically. The houses and streets were lined up neatly, and it was like a castle. At a glance, there was a tall palace in the depths of the castle. Mu Yun pulled Wang Xianxia and chose a direction. After turning left and right, they entered the streets. General, there is only one door. One of the demon fighters said at once. Idiot, go in and take a look. The leader of the demon army, General Barbarian Bull, scolded. Tianluo Divine Palace, it seems like this place is the Tianluo secret territory. These humans are really good at searching for treasures. That gate must be connected to a different space. Everybody, follow me. Kill anyone you see and steal anything you see. Don't pay attention to these humans. Yes. Whoosh. 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 One figure after another rushed into the divine palace. There were hundreds of people in this troop of demon army. The scale was not small, and the leading general was a 6th grade golden immortal. Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia circled back and forth on the streets, and finally entered a loft. It's okay. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. In this palace, he saw many disciples of the 3 major sections. It seemed that someone had discovered this place in advance. Now that the demon army and the disciples of the 3 major sects were here, there would definitely be a battle between them. Tianluo Divine Palace, Mu Yun was very interested in this name. Moreover, when he entered the Tianluo Divine Palace, the Tianluo golden armor emitted an aura of longing. There seemed to be something here that it longed for. You guided me to the place where you need the thing? Mu Yun was surprised and doubtful. After receiving an affirmative answer, Mu Yun looked at the entire palace. In this palace, there were about 1,000 houses and dozens of streets. Each street was very wide, and the houses were more than 10 meters high. The demon army was tall, and the shortest one of the barbarian bull clan was more than 3 meters tall. However, the houses that were more than 10 meters high blocked their view. The central palace. Mu Yun confirmed the location. It seemed that this place was also a secret place left behind by the Tianluo Great Immortal. The two of them approached the center carefully. Along the way, some disciples saw the two of them but ignored them. After all, everyone was here to try their luck. There was no need to fight here. Moreover, the most important thing was that they had already discovered the signs of the demon army. If the demon army appeared here, they would be pushing themselves to death if they fought again. However, just because they did not look for trouble, it did not mean that the demon army would not look for trouble. It didn't take long for a battle to break out in the divine palace. Bang! In the center of the palace, the door of the tall palace was suddenly knocked open. Senior brother Zeng, this is bad. The demon army is here. A disciple said in horror. At this moment, there were no less than hundreds of people gathered in the main hall. Among the hundreds of people, there were people from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, the Blood Fiend sect, and the Levitation Heavenly Palace. The man called Senior Brother Zeng was a disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. Zeng Yunsheng looked at the two men in front of him and said anxiously, Han Yu, Chen Haomiao, what should we do? Zeng Yunsheng was a 4th stage grade overarching golden immortal, while Han Yu was a 6th stage grade overarching golden immortal and Chen Haomiao was a 5th stage grade overarching golden immortal. This place was originally discovered by Zeng Yunsheng himself. When he and a few disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were about to explore it, Han Yu and Chen Haomiao appeared. Later, some disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace also appeared. He originally wanted to use the opportunity here to reach the heavens in one step, but now, he could only listen to the orders of Chen Haomiao and Han Yu. Why are you panicking? Chen Haomiao said calmly, how many people are there in the demon army? Not sure, about a few hundred. Chen Haomiao sneered. Only a few hundred, what's the hurry? Aren't our friends from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace also here? Chen Haomiao said as he looked at the two groups of people on the other side. Levitation Heavenly Palace, I think you, Ma Wei, are the leaders? Han Yu said as he looked at a tall, thin man with a long face in front of him. That's right, it's me. Ma Wei looked at the people behind him and said, just a few hundred demon warriors are no match for us. Now, the most important thing is to open the divine gate in this divine palace. If there is any great opportunity in the divine gate, our strength will increase, and we will not be afraid of the demon army. Ma Wei said righteously as if he was really not afraid. Zeng Yunsheng looked at these guys and cursed in his heart. Each of them said it in a sanctimonious manner. Back when the three armies formed an alliance to fight against the demon army, the disciples of the three major sects suffered heavy losses. At that time, they were all scared witless. Now, they were confident. In the end, these people just wanted to get the treasure quickly and leave this place. Speaking of which, it was strange. This place was really unfathomable. In the entire Tianluo Divine Palace, there was nothing strange in the surrounding houses except for this hall. However, the hall was empty, and the only thing that could be seen in front of them was a door on the wall of the hall. This door shone brightly, but it could not be opened at all. However, there was a palm print on the door. The palm print connected the two doors, and it was more like a lock. Other than that, there was nothing else. The gate of God, that was why everyone had stayed behind to investigate. But now, the demon race had arrived. Does anyone have a way to open the gate? If we stay here for too long, I'm afraid, we'll die. At this moment, a figure walked out from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and asked. Luo Gu, do you have a way? Zeng Yunsheng looked at the person and asked. If I had a way, would I still be here asking? Luo Gu snorted. Then don't talk so much nonsense. Zeng Yunsheng didn't like Luo Gu. To be precise, he didn't like anyone from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. All of them claimed to be swordsmen and acted cool, but at the critical moment, they were all cowards. Now's not the time to quarrel. A young man beside Luo Gu said, you should know that the demon race's army is coming south to kill us all. The longer we stay here, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Finally, there's someone who knows how to talk. Su Yan, you should stay away from this guy. Otherwise, he'll kill you sooner or later. Zeng Yunsheng, Luo Gu was furious. You guys should stop talking. Ma Wei from the Levitation Heavenly Palace said. The secret of the Heavenly Palace must be hidden behind this gate. It's meaningless for us to quarrel here. Ma Wei looked ahead and struck out with his palm. His palm landed on the gate of gods, but there was no movement at all. This gate of God can't be opened without following the correct method. We have to find a way. At this moment, the demon race's warriors had spread out in the heavenly divine palace. The disciples of the three major sects had spread out and were fighting with the demon race. I have a way. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Two figures walked in from outside the hall. It was a man and a woman. The man couldn't be said to be perfect and handsome, but his appearance was handsome. His eyes were deep, and his figure was slightly thin. The woman, on the other hand, was exceptionally eye-catching. Her pure face, her facial features were perfect, and her figure was indeed nosebleeds. Especially the faint, pure aura emitted from the woman's body, as well as her charm, which made people reluctant to part with her. At a glance, one could tell that the woman was exceptionally beautiful after being nourished by the man. You have a way? Ma Wei looked at the person who came and said with some surprise and uncertainty. At this moment, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia both revealed their realms. One was a third-grade great overarching golden immortal, while the other was a fifth-grade great overarching golden immortal. I can give it a try. Mu Yun looked at the divine door in the main hall and said, I have some ways to remove the palm print on this door. I can try it, but whether it will work or not, we will only know after we see it. You are Mu Yun. However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly sounded. Three figures stood out from the 33 heavenly swords gate. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yun did not recognize the three of them. You are, of course you don't know us, but it's enough for us to know you. The three of them immediately walked forward and looked at Mu Yun with anger in their eyes. Lu Kan, Lu Hai, Ning Feitian, what do you three want? Ma Wei stood out and shouted, I don't care what enmity you three have with him. Now that everyone wants to open the divine door, he has a way. If you want to deal with him, you are dealing with me, Ma Wei. As soon as Ma Wei said that, the disciples behind him immediately stepped forward. The scene suddenly became a little hostile. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Kan looked at Mu Yun and glared. Mu Yun finally understood that the three of them were from the Lu and Ming families. Mu Yun, you have a way? I can give it a try. Mu Yun nodded and said, however, before that, I want to deal with these small fries first. Don't worry, I know that the demons are attacking from outside. It won't take too much time. Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone was stunned. What did Mu Yun mean? Lu Kan, Lu Hai, and Ning Feitian did not find trouble with him, but he wanted to find trouble with them now. Hearing this, Lu Kan laughed. His laughter was very wild. Ma Wei, you saw it. We are not the ones finding trouble with him. He is the one who is courting death. Lu Kan looked at Mu Yun and sneered. Mu Yun, how many disciples have you killed from the Lu and Ming families? This time, I wanted to spare your life on account of Ma Wei. Since you are courting death, you can't blame others. Why don't you take a look? Mu Yun said, how many disciples from the Lu and Ming families are rushing to deliver their heads to me? Each of them overestimated themselves and wanted to kill me. To tell you the truth, even if Ming Chongqing is here today, he can't do anything to me. What arrogance! Die! The three of them immediately rushed out. At this moment, before Mu Yun could make a move, Wang Xianxia, who was standing behind Mu Yun, played her zither. Notes turned into sharp sword rays and directly attacked. 5th stage golden immortal. Seeing this, the three of them were stunned. They knew that there was a woman called Wang Xianxia by Mu Yun's side, but that woman was only at the golden immortal realm. How long had it been since she entered the Tianluo secret realm? She had already reached the golden immortal realm, and she was even at the 5th grade. What a joke! When Wang Xianxia attacked, Mu Yun sneered and also took a step forward. Among the three of them, only Lu Kan was a 5th stage golden immortal, while Lu Hai and Ning Feitian were 4th stage golden immortals. The only advantage of being a grade 4 grade all-embracing golden immortal was that he was able to control the laws of time, which increased his attack power and speed by more than a fold. However, would Mu Yun be afraid? Obviously not. Mu Yun, who was a 4th stage golden immortal, took a step forward. She gathered all her strength and directly punched with her left hand. Bang! At this moment, Lu Hai was faster. He directly punched in front of Mu Yun. When he punched, the two figures did not speak. However, Lu Hai's face turned ashen and then pale. Bang, another loud bang rang out. At this moment, Mu Yun unleashed all of his power. The power on his fist surged once again, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Hai's entire arm suddenly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Ning Feitian was about to attack when he saw this scene. He was dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? This guy was simply a lunatic. However, Mu Yun would not give him time to be stunned. Her left hand clenched into a fist. Again. Mu Yun immediately rushed out. Even though he was a 4th-stage great overarching golden immortal with the power of time flow, it was nothing to a 3rd-stage great overarching golden immortal. With a crack, Ning Feitian's strength was exhausted. At this moment, all his bones were broken. The two of them rushed out, one on the left and one on the right. They were completely defeated by Mu Yun. At this moment, Lucan was completely lost in the face of Wang Xinya's rhythmic attack. He couldn't find his bearings at all. Seeing this scene, everyone no longer looked down on Mu Yun and Wang Xingya. Although one of them looked like a 3rd-grade great overarching golden immortal and the other was an item, their strength was simply too strong. Their attack power was really tyrannical. It was the first time for many disciples to see such a powerful sound cultivator. All right. Mu Yun clapped her hands and looked at the three of them. At this moment, Wang Xingya waved her hand. As the last note fell, the three of them immediately stopped breathing. At this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to look anymore. She looked at Ma Wei and said, "Let me see what's going on with this door." Walking forward, Mu Yun waved her hand. She floated up and her palm landed on the door. Unexpectedly, the palm print that had bounced them away time and time again stuck to Mu Yun's palm at this moment. Furthermore, it was tightly attached to his palm. Seeing this scene, Ma Wei, Han Yu, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Mu Yun's action really surprised them. "I think I can open this gate of God," Mu Yun said at this moment. "I just need a little time." Hearing this, Ma Wei immediately panicked. The demon army outside the door would not give them time. He immediately asked, "Probably, bang." However, before Ma Wei could finish his question, a voice suddenly sounded. The door was blasted open again. A disciple covered in blood fell to the ground with a plop and shouted, "The demon army has surrounded us and the exit is blocked by them. We can't fight our way out at all." Hearing this, everyone's face turned cold. The demon army's strength was beyond their imagination. "Everyone, please calm down," Mu Yun said at this moment. "I can open this gate of God in about 5 minutes. As long as everyone can hold on for 5 minutes. Hearing this, Han Yu of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and Ma Wei of the Levitation Heavenly Palace looked at each other and nodded. They already had no way out. If they did not give it a try now, what awaited them might be death. "Mu Yun, we're free," Ma Wei said. "We'll hold off the demon army outside the door. I hope you can open this gate of God in 5 minutes. It must be opened." Han Yu of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect looked at Mu Yun and said coldly, "If I can't open it, I'll definitely chop off your head before I die." Hearing this, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. "Xianxia, come here," Mu Yun said. "Guard me while I'm breaking this gate of God. I'm worried that some people will do something bad to me." "Okay." In fact, Mu Yun only needed 1 second to break this array. When he saw this palm print, he felt that this gate of God was inseparable from his Buddha's left hand. When his hand came into contact with the gate of God, he felt that all the energy in his body had been filtered. Then, he was able to easily push open the gate of God. But at this moment, that disciple rushed in. There were hundreds of disciples of the 3 major sects present. If Mu Yun opened the gate of God now, what exactly was inside? There were many competitors. He might as well let them fight for a while to wear down some of their power before entering the gate of God. At this moment, calling Wang Xingya to his side to protect her was just an excuse. He did not want his delicate little wife to suffer and tire herself out. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 major sects had already begun to formulate a plan. Each sect's disciple temporarily assigned 100 people to guard outside the main hall. Fortunately, the main hall was sturdy. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape. Outside, the massacre began. Inside, it was quiet. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios blood core. If the demon army broke through and Mu Yun didn't open the gate of God, they would be dead. Moreover, if the gate of God opened, it wouldn't be the escape door they had imagined, but a death trap. That would be a dead end. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about this. His palm landed on the gate of God, and all the restrictions in the gate of God disappeared. When his hand left the gate of God, all the restrictions returned to their original state. Mu Yun realized that whether it was the heavenly golden armor or the Buddha's left hand, they were completely related to the heavenly Luo immortal. He carefully placed his palm on the gate of God again. Outside, the disciples of the three major sects were already fighting with the disciples of the demon race. Mu Yun communicated with Xianxia. Xianxia, watch them carefully. Don't let them get close. I'll use my soul consciousness to check it out. Okay. Xianxia nodded in her heart. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Mu Yun. This guy had already opened the gate of God, but he told everyone that he needed time to consume their strength. He was really bad. Mu Yun didn't care how Xianxia scolded him in her heart. He sat cross-legged in midair and touched the gate of God with his palm. He looked calm, but his soul consciousness had already left his body and entered the gate of God. Behind the gate of God was not a way out, but a hall. The appearance of the hall was almost the same as the outside. The difference was that the two halls seemed to use the gate of God as a mirror. They were completely opposite. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gradually understood. According to the heavenly golden armor's instructions, it should be here. Where is it? Mu Yun didn't know what was going on. He communicated with the heavenly golden armor and wanted to ask. On the wall? When Mu Yun received the feedback from the heavenly Luo golden armor, he was enlightened. At the end, there was only a painting on the wall. In the painting, a figure stood high up, his body shining with golden light. He reached out his left hand and slapped out. On the right, there were three huge figures. They were none other than the three demon kings of the demon race. The three figures were instantly turned into stone statues after being struck by the palm print. As for the big shot shining with golden light, he held 3 blood beads in his left hand and directly fed them to the 3 demon kings. Next, his left hand was directly cut off, turning into a part of the stone statue. The person shining with golden light completely left. However, Mu Yun discovered that there was a blood core on the left hand that had turned into a stone sculpture. The blood core glowed with a blood-red light. Mu Yun looked at the other picture scroll again and was stunned. He could clearly see the scene in the painting just now. The person shining with golden light looked very illusory, and he couldn't tell what he looked like. However, in the painting, the person flickering with golden light could be clearly seen. F***ck. Mu Yun could not help but curse. Of course, he knew the person in the painting. In his previous life, as one of the 10 famous immortal kings in the immortal world, Mu Yun was very knowledgeable and naturally knew many people. He was even more familiar with this person. This person's fame could be said to be above the 10 great immortal kings. He was simply an old monster that did not appear in the world. Many people even said that he was dead. Debunker Buddha. Mu Yun was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. There were 10 great domains in the immortal world, and each domain had a domain lord. The Buddhist domain was adjacent to the demon domain and the Jiuyuan domain. It was worthy of being called the largest domain. No one knew how powerful the Buddhist domain was. This was because the Buddhist domain did not like to fight. However, anyone who dared to attack the Buddhist domain would end up dead. The strength of the Buddhist domain had been completely engraved in the hearts of all the immortal world experts since ancient times. In the entire Buddhist domain, the 3 great ancient Buddhas and the 4 great Bodhis were the top experts in the immortal world. Dipankara Buddha was the leader of the 3 great ancient Buddhas. This person had always been elusive. Compared to Qingdang Buddha and Maitreya Buddha, this person's strength was incomparable. There were even rumors in the immortal world that this person had already stepped into the illusory immortal emperor realm. This old thing sealed the 3 great demon kings. Could it be that this left hand was left behind by him? Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, looking at the next painting, Mu Yan's eyes narrowed. On the third wall, on the last painting, a figure appeared. He stood there, holding a blood core in his hand. Rays of bloody light spread out. Muyun saw that the blood core was absorbing the blood chi of the demon race warriors. As it condensed, it became brighter and brighter. At this moment, Muyun looked carefully and found that the blood core in the mural was not fake. It was real. Walking forward, Muyun habitually stretched out his right hand, but in the end, he calmed down and stretched out his left hand. The moment his left hand touched the blood core, Muyun's mind was filled with sounds of wanton slaughter. It was as if he had entered the world in the painting. He saw with his own eyes that the blood core directly sucked out all the blood essence of the demon race warriors in front of him, turning them into dried corpses. Tens of thousands of demon race warriors were continuously sucked into the blood core and turned into dried corpses. The crackling sounds made people feel as if the world had fallen into the color of blood. Muyun did not say anything and directly threw the blood core over. However, in the next moment, Muyun regained consciousness. He looked in front of him and saw that he was still in the main hall. However, at this moment, the murals in the main hall gradually disappeared. The entire main hall was empty. At this moment, a desire appeared in the Daluo golden armor. "You want this blood core?" Muyun was a little shocked. The blood chi in this blood core was really too powerful. Even the current him could not withstand it. "Okay, I'll give it to you." As Muyun spoke, he picked up the blood core. His immortal soul returned to his body, and he threw the blood core to his chest. In the next moment, Muyun did not think much. At this moment, the time for an incense stick to burn was up. Ma Wei and the others hurriedly urged Muyun. "Open!" At this moment, Muyun waved his hand, and the gate of God immediately opened. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were fighting with all their might seemed to have seen hope and directly rushed into the gate of God. At this moment, Muyun realized that there were only about 200 disciples left out of the original 400 to 500 disciples of the three major sections. It could be said that it was tragic. However, when everyone entered the gate of God and saw that there was no way out at all in the main hall, they were completely dumbfounded. How could this be? All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. This was just a main hall, a corresponding main hall. There was nothing in the main hall. "It's you." Luo Gu of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect looked at Muyun and immediately shouted, "It must be you who did this. I knew that you were up to no good." "Muyun, nothing good ever comes out of your appearance." Recently, Luo Gu had been investigating the deaths of several disciples of the Luo family. He found that some of them could not be separated from Muyun, but he had no evidence. Looking at Luo Gu, Muyun frowned. Before the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace could speak, the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect questioned her first. Hearing this, Muyun directly took a step forward. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Yan pulled Luo Gu aside. However, at this moment, Luo Gu did not know how to think. He had completely forgotten that Muyun had just killed Lu Kan and the other two in front of them without mercy. "Muyun, some of the disciples of the Luo family and the Su family are definitely related to you. Don't flaunt your strength here. The Su family and the Luo family can become two great families. There are also many disciples of the Luo family on the Sky Pillar list. Do you think that a third-grade golden immortal like you is something? Sooner or later, you will." Bang, however, before Luo Gu could finish his sentence, a bang suddenly sounded. Muyun directly took a step forward and grabbed Luo Gu's neck with one hand. "I don't know what will happen to me sooner or later, but I can guarantee that you will die now." With a crack, Luo Gu could not resist at all under her left hand. His head tilted, and he was completely dead. Everyone saw this scene, but no one cared at all. Now that the demons were about to attack, who would care about Luo Gu's life and death? At this moment, Su Yan was standing at the side, not daring to breathe. Muyun was simply domineering and fearless. This time, she killed Luo Gu in front of him. Luo Gu was a golden immortal that the Luo family had focused on nurturing for the past few hundred years. In the future, he would become an immortal king and become an elder of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects to help the Luo family gain a foothold. Muyun was simply crazy. "Do you have something to say?" Muyun turned to look at Su Yan and said indifferently. No, no. At this moment, Su Yan did not dare to breathe. I am responsible for opening this divine gate. How would I know what is inside? There is nothing now. If you want to stay here, then stay here. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she took Xianxia and was about to leave this place. Mu Yun. Ma Wei of the Levitation Heavenly Palace waved his hand and said, "The demon army is outside now. If we go out now, we will die. Why don't we join forces? It's a dead end for you, but not for me." Mu Yun did not bother to talk nonsense and left directly. At this moment, the entire palace was surrounded by the demon army. Hundreds of demon warriors were crazily slaughtering. There was not a single corpse to be seen on the ground. Those corpses were all swallowed by the demon warriors. Mu Yun looked around and directly chose a direction with Xianxia and flew out. At this moment, the group of disciples in the main hall had no way out. "Everyone, you can only choose whether to live or die." Ma Wei said calmly, "If you escape, you will live. Otherwise, you will die." Everyone could only secretly curse their bad luck. However, at this moment, they were waiting for death. At this moment, if they did not resist and fight, all of them would die. If they resisted, some of them might survive. It was better to fight to the death. Immediately, the remaining 200 or so people immediately rushed out of the main hall. At this moment, Mu Yun had already begun to gather at the city gate with Xianxia. The demon warriors that came and went were scattered. It was not the combined strength of the two of them at all. Xianxia's zither music easily confused the demon warriors. Mu Yun's attack was a natural restraint against the demons. She killed them one by one. The two of them kept moving forward and came to the gate of the divine palace. However, at this moment, there were more than 100 demon warriors standing at the gate of the divine palace. The barbarian warrior leading them looked even more mighty and majestic. A barbarian warrior of the 6th stage Golden Immortal Realm. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 3 Spiritual Swords. Big Brother Yun, what should we do? Xianxia saw that the demons ahead were densely packed and ready. There's no choice. We can only force our way through. Mu Yun said. Every time we delay here, the demon army will come closer. In the end, we will only put ourselves in danger. Xianxia held the zither in her hand and looked ahead cautiously. At this moment, the Yoyu sword in Mu Yun's hand began to emit a faint sword aura. Kill. Without another word, Mu Yun's entire body burst out. Xianxia stood in the distance and played the zither with her hand. A buzzing sound immediately sounded. A series of buzzing sounds sounded, and musical notes rushed directly toward Mu Yun. Those musical notes caused Cloud Herder's speed to gradually increase, becoming even faster. And some of the musical notes rushed toward the demon warriors, and the distance instantly increased. At the same time, Mu Yun waved her hand, and black figures immediately spread out. At this moment, the blood guards were directly released by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength and speed increased again. She waved the Yoyu sword and directly charged toward the 6th stage Golden Immortal Demon General. Courting death, human. Seeing Mu Yun charging toward him, the demon general directly waved his hand and rushed toward Mu Yun. His arms directly grabbed the Yoyu sword in Mu Yun's hand. Clang, a sonorous sound was heard, and the Yoyu sword directly broke. F***ck. Mu Yun immediately retreated and threw away the Yoyu sword. She looked at the demon general in front of her, and her expression changed drastically. This demon general's hand was simply a sage-level immortal artifact. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing Mu Yun so daring and releasing puppets to break through his defense, the demon general only felt that he had been humiliated. Mu Yun looked down on his strength. Kill her. The demon general immediately ordered, and more than 200 demon warriors standing in front of the gate of the divine palace immediately charged toward Mu Yun. But at this moment, Mu Yun released all the blood guards and directly charged out. And in his hand, 3 immortal swords suddenly appeared. They were the 3 sage-level immortal swords that he obtained previously. Out of the 3 immortal swords, Mu Yun held them, 1, and 2, 2, Mu Yun, 2, Yun, and 2. These were the 3 immortal swords. And the 3 immortal swords. And they were the 3 immortal swords. they were, the other two. Although Mu Yun only two, immortal studio, Yang. He didn't release Luo Tianqing immediately because he wanted to see how much strength he could exert against a 6th-tier golden immortal devil warrior. Moreover, he needed to hone his strength to reach the 3rd stage great all-embracing golden immortal realm. Studio Yun with Yun Mu Yun. What he used this time was a sword technique that he was more familiar with in his previous life, the falling feather heavenly sword art. This sword technique only had 3 styles. The first style was falling rain, the second style was heavenly sword wind howl, and the third style was falling feather sword slash. Although the 3 sword moves were few in number, the transformation of each move was all-encompassing. This was the first time Mu Yun had used a saint-level immortal sword again. The feeling of controlling such powerful strength was unforgettable. Fight! Mu Yun took a step forward. Her entire body was filled with sword energy. When the demon general saw this, he was even more furious. A mere tier 3 golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven actually dared to confront him head-on. He was simply courting death. Barbaric Bull Ram. With a low shout, General Barbarian Bull crossed his arms in front of his chest and charged towards Mu Yun in a spiral. Rain falls in succession. Mu Yun brandished her sword. Streaks of sword energy fell like heavy rain from the sky. However, every drop of rain was filled with sword energy. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the 2 swords beside him were following the sword in his hand and involuntarily releasing powerful attacks. Moreover, the attacks released were exactly the same as the sword in his hand. However, the attack power of the 2 swords beside him was weaker by half. The 3 swords are closely related. Mu Yun was secretly delighted. She did not expect these 3 swords to be treasures. In that case, I'll call you the 3 spiritual swords. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun gave up her deliberate control over the other 2 swords. At this moment, the 2 swords were floating in front of Mu Yun. They seemed to be attracted by the long sword in her hand. Wonderful! Without further ado, the sword rain flew out. Streaks of tyrannical sword energy condensed with the power of the Nirvana sword Dao and charged towards the demon general. The clanging of metal rang out. Barbarian Bull's attack was like a sharp immortal weapon. He used his own body to block Mu Yun's attack. However, at this moment, Mu Yun also realized that red marks appeared on the surface of Barbarian Bull's body. It did not look easy. Let's try again. Mu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile as he took a step forward. The long sword in her hand drew a strange mark in front of her. Finally, the long sword pierced the center of the mark. Boom, sky sword wind roar. The sword pierced out as if a violent storm was about to pour down. Booming sounds rose and fell, and the power gradually increased. Boom. Boom boom boom, that sword condensed a landslide and a tsunami as it charged towards the demon general. Get lost. The demon general took a step forward and punched out with both fists. Puff puff, however, in an instant, the sword seal directly broke through the demon general's arms. His arms were directly stirred into pieces. Not only that, Mu Yun's figure charged out at this moment. Falling feather sword slash. The sword fell, covering the sky and earth as it slashed down. Bang, at this moment, the long sword turned into streaks of sword edges, instantly covering the sky and earth. The demon general's figure was directly split into 2. The 6th grade golden immortal demon general was completely killed by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt the blood in her chest churning. This set of sword techniques, which flowed naturally, consumed a lot of energy for her. Let's go. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and immediately said. Go? Where to? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed up. Outside the door, several figures followed closely behind. The violent crushing pressure from the 2 figures made it difficult for Mu Yun to withstand. The strength of these 2 people from the Devil clan completely overpowered the Devil general that he had just killed. However, the ones who spoke just now were not these 2 people. Mu Yun immediately stood up. Everyone, stop. A roar suddenly sounded. All the buildings in the Divine Palace collapsed at this moment. Only the main hall remained standing. At this moment, the two 5-meter-tall demon warriors punched the palace with their fists each. Boom, in an instant, the main hall collapsed. Everything vanished into thin air. These two people were at least 8th grade golden immortals. At this moment, Mu Yun immediately returned to Wang Xianya's side and looked at everything. The disciples of the three major sects, Ma Wei, Xing Yunsheng, and the others, were completely dead at this moment. They did not even have time to react. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun looked at the two demon soldiers even more cautiously. "Little brat, you killed my demon. You are courting death." One of the demon soldiers directly jumped and came in front of Mu Yun. His huge palm grabbed toward Mu Yun. At this moment, the three spiritual swords attacked together. However, when the sword chi fell, it could not break the demon soldier's palm. And Wang Xinyao's musical notes were all useless. The gap was too big. "Luo Tianqing!" Mu Yun suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs. Seeing that the palm was about to reach Mu Yun, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. With a wave of his palm, the 5-meter-tall demon soldier was directly torn into pieces. Luo Tianqing's jade bones were covered with a faint layer of periosteum. Under the black robe, he looked quite awe-inspiring. As for the 8th-tier perfected golden immortal realm devil general, he was torn into two halves. At this moment, the other demon soldier suddenly snorted. "You killed Manqiu. Prepare to die." When the Mo battle general saw this scene, he immediately charged forward. At this moment, Mu Yun held Wang Xinya and heaved a sigh of relief. The 8th-grade golden immortal demon soldier was still too strong. At least now, he was no match for him. At this moment, Luo Tianqing snorted coldly and took a step forward. His power surged, and he was not afraid at all. He was now a 9th-grade golden immortal. Facing an 8th-grade golden immortal, he could easily kill it. Luo Tianqing waved his hand and stretched out his jade bone arm. His power directly collided. "How dare you!" Buzz, suddenly, a shout was heard. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be completely silent. A voice that seemed to be far away but also seemed to be right in front of them suddenly sounded. The roar was deafening. However, what was more terrifying than this was that after the roar was heard, Mu Yun realized that her body was completely stiff. The whole space was completely restrained at this moment. Everyone and everything became still. At this moment, Mu Yun knew very well that the only person who could do this at this moment was the immortal king. The demon king had descended. In her heart, Mu Yun was extremely anxious. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Luo Tianqing's figure was like a broken branch and withered leaf. He directly penetrated the entire divine palace and was sent flying with a slap. He disappeared. Immediately after, a figure strode over. This person was more than 10 meters tall. He had 2 horns on his head and his nose pointed to the sky. He looked very ugly, but his posture was very straight. The barbaric bull demon king. Mu Yun's heart suddenly contracted. Bang, 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 in the next moment, the terrifying restriction disappeared, and everyone's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Mu Yun fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. The immortal king realm was supreme and invincible. All the powerhouses who had not reached the immortal king realm were like ants in front of the immortal king realm. Mu Yun believed that even if she was in the 9th-grade golden immortal realm now, she was also trash. The barbaric bull demon king, after reaching the immortal king realm, was an existence that dominated everything. Even Jian Wendian, Chu Xianyuan, and the other top 9th-grade golden immortals did not dare to compete with them. Therefore, when the 3 demon kings returned to the immortal king realm, they immediately withdrew their troops and did not dare to confront them directly. This was the terror of the immortal king realm. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios handing over the sky steel. Hehe, what an interesting human. You actually have such a powerful puppet. This is the first time I've seen it. Man Yuan looked at Mu Yun and waved his hand gently. Those puppets all landed before him. Luo Tianqing, who had been beaten half to death, was also summoned back. Mu Yun did not dare to breathe loudly. She looked at the person before her cautiously. The king of the barbaric bulls, Man Yuan. In his previous life, this person was the king of the barbaric bulls, whose name shook the entire demon race. Although he was sealed, he was recovering his strength and had reached the immortal king realm. He was far from someone the current him could contend against. Despicable human. Man Yuan looked at Mu Yun and teased. You want to fool me with such little strength? However, your puppet actually has the strength of a 9th grade great golden immortal. This is really surprising. Man Yuan looked at Luo Tianqing curiously. Man Yuan, how can you enjoy such an interesting thing by yourself? A voice suddenly sounded. Two figures walked in through the door of the divine palace. One of them had skin as white as snow and wore a white dress. She had a charming appearance. Every word and action of hers was seductive. As for the other person, a red light suddenly appeared on her body. Streaks of fiery red flame runes filled her body. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun thought in her heart. I'm really done for this time. The 3 demon kings had all appeared. Unexpectedly, Xianxia and Julie had also appeared here. Why are you two here? Man Yuan was also very surprised to see the two of them. Isn't this the little guy who took the Buddha's sacred hand? Xianxia stared at Mu Yun, her eyes full of surprise. It's him. Julie also reacted at this moment. The two of them looked at Mu Yun with glowing eyes. It's really this kid. Man Yuan also reacted at this moment. The three of them immediately opened their eyes wide and looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun hurriedly said, the three of you, it's true that I took off the left hand. However, it was a coincidence that I saved the three of you. The three of you wouldn't repay kindness with enmity, right? Repay kindness with enmity? Haha. Man Yuan laughed loudly and said, you stinking brat, still want to get away? I don't care if you saved us or not. Seeing your left hand makes me angry. Mu Yun could not refute her words at all. He couldn't just chop off his left hand and give it to them. 3 demon kings, this is truly a coincidence. This junior has no intention of offending you. Bullshit. Man Yuan cursed, I've never seen a single good human. Anyway, I'll just kill them when I see them. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun could only curse in her heart. However, these demons would not reason with him at all. In their hearts, there was only killing. What to do? What should he do? Mu Yun was struggling. Suddenly, an image flashed across Mu Yun's mind. 9 spirits heaven capturing steel. Mu Yun was extremely excited. Yes, that's right. The devil race had always wanted to strengthen their bodies and bloodlines. This 9 spirits heaven capturing steel was the best supplement for them. However, he could not directly take out the 9 spirits heaven sea steel. Otherwise, the 3 demon kings would directly kill him. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Man Yuan looked at those puppets and said, these puppets possess abundant vital energy. Kid, how did you do it? When Man Yuan asked at this moment, Mu Yun found an excuse to speak. I obtained a supreme treasure that can continuously condense vital energy for them. When Mu Yun's words fell, everyone immediately looked at each other and were extremely surprised. The 3 demon kings all walked forward at this moment. What is it? If Mu Yun really had such a divine artifact in his hands, then it was simply a great benefit for them to recover their strength. Seeing that the 3 of them were indeed looking forward to it, Mu Yun immediately had some confidence. The 4 9 spirits heaven seas steels were now communicating with his mind. However, Mu Yun did not know if he could rely on the 4 9 spirits heaven seas steels to control the 3 demon kings. If the 3 demon kings recovered their peak state in the future, then they would be 3 capable top demon race fighters. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to plant the dark seal of life and death on the 3 demon kings. However, what if he used the 9 spirits heaven seas steels as a medium? Mu Yun began to calculate in his mind whether to take out the 9 spirits heaven seas steels or not. As for snatching them, he was not worried. It was simply impossible for the 3 demon kings to snatch them away. There, it's these 3 steels. Mu Yun opened his mouth at this moment. Bang! 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 3 bangs sounded. The 3 9 spirits heaven seas steels became more than 3 meters tall and appeared in front of the 3 demon kings. Immediately, abundant vital energy was transmitted into the 3 demon kings' bodies. In an instant, the 3 demon kings looked at each other and immediately walked forward. What a tyrannical vital energy! Man Yuan could not help but exclaim. As a demon, the body was the greatest treasure and also the strongest defense. The stronger the vital energy, the stronger the body. Their recovery speed would also be faster. My lords, this steel is called the Nine Spirits Heaven Seas steel. There are a total of 9 steels. This junior has only obtained 3 and is still searching for the other 6. This steel has now become one with me and has become a part of my body. I'm afraid the 3 of you have also sensed that the abundant vital energy on this steel is very beneficial to your recovery. I believe the 3 of you should be able to sense it. However what? Stinking brat, don't dilly-dally. Man Yuan snorted. However, my lords, this steel is connected to my life. Therefore, the vital energy it is emitting now is less than 1%. My lords, please take a look. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he called Luo Tianqing over. At this very moment, Luo Tianqing was only left with half of his life after Man Yuan's attack. Mu Yun placed him on the sky steel. Instantly, lines of blood appeared on the surface of Luo Tianqing's body. Those lines of blood restrained Luo Tianqing's body and emitted a powerful vital energy. Luo Tianqing's half-dead appearance gradually started to change. Seeing this scene, the 3 demon kings looked at each other and were dumbfounded. This vital energy was more than 100 times more powerful than the vital energy they could absorb. How did you do it? Shuiyunqi could not help but ask. Because this sky steel is connected to my life, I have signed a seal of life and death on these puppets. I can control their life and death. After Mu Yun's words, how could the 3 of them not understand? Stinking brat, are you trying to tempt us to sign a seal of life and death on us? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, of course I wouldn't dare. However, I have to explain this matter to the 3 of you. I don't dare to hide it from you. Moreover, the 3 of you are in the Celestial King realm. I'm only a 3rd stage great all-embracing golden celestial. How can I control the 3 of you? At least you know what's good for you. Zhu Li said in a muffled voice. I'm willing to give these 3 steels to the 3 of you. Stinking brat, you're not cheating, right? I wouldn't dare. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile, these 3 steels contain an endless amount of vital energy. It has a powerful effect on improving a cultivator's vital energy. If, and I'm saying if, the 3 of you sign a seal of life and death on me, you might be able to recover to your peak in less than 100 years using these steels. Of course, the 3 of you will definitely not be willing to be bound by me. Therefore, you can rely on these steels to recover gradually. However, it might take 10,000 years. That's easy. I'll just kill you. Man Yuan chuckled. Kill me? Mu Yun was not afraid at all. The 3 of you can give it a try. If you kill me, I'm afraid the steel doesn't have any vital energy at all. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon kings looked at each other in surprise. This heavenly steel indeed contained an abundance of vital energy. To them, it was comparable to a king-grade celestial artifact. It was very tempting. However, compared to the heavenly steel, Mu Yun could not pique their interest. The 3 demon kings began to discuss among themselves. Should we kill him? Zhu Li asked in a low voice. If we kill him, what if this heavenly steel loses its spirituality? What should we do then? If we don't kill this brat, I have a feeling that he'll be a disaster. Moreover, he's recognized by the ancient Buddha Dipankara and was even given the Buddha divine hand. I'm afraid he's not simple. Because of this, if we kill him, not only will we lose the heavenly steel, but we'll also be targeted by the ancient Buddha Dipankara. That's the worst outcome. At this moment, Mu Yun was waiting quietly. The 3 demon kings seemed to have a huge argument about whether to kill him or not. In the end, the 3 demon kings finished their discussion and turned around to look at Mu Yun. Brat, we'll spare your life. Man Yuan chuckled and said, however, you have to remember that if you kill another demon warrior, I, Man Yuan, will be the first to skin you. As for the 3 Nine Spirits Heaven capturing steels, the 3 of us will each have 1. Moreover, didn't you say that there are 9 of them? We'll give you 10 years to gather the remaining 6. Otherwise, you'll die. The 3 demon kings were confident that Mu Yun would not be able to surpass them within 10 years. I'll do my best. Mu Yan cupped his hands and said respectfully. However, the three demon kings did not notice that when Mu Yun bent down, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the end, the three of them still could not bear to give up on the nine spirits heaven-capturing steel. Ever since the steel was in Mu Yan's hands, the vital energy it contained was extremely powerful and had never decreased. Get lost. Remember, the disciples of the demon race will not attack you. However, if you kill another disciple of the demon race, you'll definitely die. As soon as Man Yuan finished speaking, the three figures each took a sky steel and placed it somewhere else. They were very satisfied. At this moment, Mu Yan's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Three idiots. Without saying anything else, Mu Yun put away the 300 blood guards and immediately left the divine palace with Xianxia. Big brother Yun, are we leaving just like that? Xianxia said indignantly. These three demon kings are really despicable. When I reach the immortal king realm, I'll definitely make them pay the price. No need. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, it won't be long before they become my people. It's also a loss for me to make them pay a huge price. Ah? Hearing this, Xianxia was confused. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Chanlua Divine Treasure. The nine spirits heaven-capturing steel intersects with my bloodline. They can only absorb the blood chi inside. They can only absorb as much as I want them to. Mu Yun said confidently. Moreover, as they rely on the nine spirits heaven-capturing steel, I will plant a seal of life and death on them one day. They will become my people without anyone knowing. Xianxia felt even more incredulous when she heard Mu Yun's words. Mu Yun had thought of this long ago, so he handed over the nine spirits heaven-capturing steel. But it's good now. Let them absorb the three sky steels first, then give them a fatal blow. Now that the demon race won't attack us, we can carefully search for the good stuff in the secret realm. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, Brother Yun, what did you get in the holy gate? Mu Yun could hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from her. I don't know what the blood core is for, but this Tianluo golden armor seems to like it a lot. The blood core was taken away by the Tianluo golden armor as soon as it was in his hands. Then, there were no strange changes in the golden armor. A faint golden light spread out. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with it. He increasingly realized that this golden armor seemed to contain a unique aura. It gave people a very different feeling. Moreover, the benefits of this Tianluo secret realm were only beginning to appear now. In the Tianluo divine palace, he could see that his left hand was the Buddha's sacred hand, the Buddha's sacred hand of the ancient Buddha Dipankara. His left hand was simply endlessly powerful. As for the blood core, it had absorbed the blood essence of tens of thousands of demon race warriors. Its body could be said to be a sea of blood. It was probably very beneficial to the Tianluo golden armor. In this mystic realm, more and more interesting things were about to appear. Mu Yun began to look forward to leaving the Tianluo divine palace and continuing south. They encountered many demon race warriors along the way, but they didn't attack when they saw the two of them. At this moment, in the Tianluo divine palace, Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi were all sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes narrowed. Blood lines spread out from the heaven steel and entered their bodies to repair the blood that had been suppressed for years. The most tyrannical aspect of the devil race was their qi and blood. With vigorous qi and blood, their immortal body would be even more powerful, and their attacks would be even more ferocious. This heavenly tablet does indeed possess an extremely rich blood aura. During this short period of time, I can feel the changes within my body. It is truly wonderful. Zhu Li could not help but exclaim in admiration. Looks like this kid didn't lie to us about this. Shui Yunqi also nodded and said, however, this speed of recovery is indeed a little slow. It would be perfect if we could plunder large amounts of vital energy and blood. You can sign the life and death seal with him. Who knows, he might even choose to cultivate with you at a negative distance. Man Yuan, shut your mouth. That being said, the dark seal of life and death that the kid mentioned might be beneficial, but if he turns us into his slaves, we won't be able to survive in the immortal realm anymore. Hearing this, the three immediately nodded. Although the temptation of the heavenly tablet was great, they would never agree to risk their freedom. At this rate, we're already quite satisfied. Of course, it will take more than just time to reach the peak. However, once the trial in the arcane pocket realm is over, the three great sects will know that we're still alive, and they'll definitely think of a way to kill us. Xianxia said seriously. Moreover, the three new demon kings of the three demon clans will not let us live and grow. It will take some time for us to recover our strength. We should think about where to go in the next period of time. As soon as he said this, the three of them fell silent. This was indeed a troublesome matter for them. The three new demon kings of the demon clans would not tolerate them. The various forces in the immortal realm would naturally kill them. Now, the only thing that could make them feel at ease was to increase their strength. At the same time, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia continued to fly towards the south. They are moving. Mu Yun suddenly said. Who? The three demon kings have begun to rely on the heavenly tablet to cultivate. Mu Yun said confidently, as long as they begin to cultivate, they will begin to absorb the qi and blood of the nine spirits heaven-capturing tablet. Hearing this, Wang Xianxia still did not understand. You won't understand even if I tell you, Mu Yun said with a faint smile. In the future, just wait for these three demon kings to pay their respects to you. I don't want to. Wang Xianxia immediately denied it. Boom, just as the two of them were moving forward, suddenly, a roar sounded. At this moment, the earth trembled. There seemed to be people fighting in front of them. Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia immediately looked ahead. However, to their surprise, there was no fighting in front of them. Instead, a group of people gathered together, trying to break open a huge door. The huge door was about 300 meters high and 200 meters wide. The two doors were tightly shut, looking mighty and dignified. The four big words on the door surprised Mu Yun even more. Tianluo Divine Treasure. This door was extremely similar to the door of the Tianluo Divine Palace that they saw previously. The only difference was that this door was taller and more majestic than the one in the Tianluo Divine Palace. It seems that there are still many things that we don't know about in this Tianluo secret territory. Mu Yun said carefully, what we see now should only be a part of it. Then don't worry. Mu Yun stopped and said, these disciples of the three major sects are only the pioneers. There are many people watching us open the Tianluo Divine Treasure here. The two of them waited quietly at this moment. At this moment, the figures standing outside the door of the Tianluo Divine Treasure were even more excited at this moment. Feng Kai, are you sure this method is correct? A man in a blood-red long robe said in a muffled voice. Hui Yun, if you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Don't chirp here. Feng Kai was in a white long robe and looked handsome. He frowned and said, this Tianluo Divine Treasure is a precious treasure land. Why would I joke with you? You're not the only one who wants to go in. Alright, both of you stop quarreling. A man in a green robe said, we can't stay here for long. Everyone, let's work harder and break this door open. We'll talk after we enter. Hearing what the man in a green robe said, the two of them snorted and stopped talking. At this moment, there were more than 100 disciples from each of the three sects gathered in front of the divine treasure. They split up and stood in formation as they worked hard. Buzz, gradually, a crack appeared on the door of the divine treasure. The divine treasure was opened at this moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, however, at the instant that the gate opened, numerous figures descended from the sky. Lin Huaishan. Lin Huaihai. Seeing two of the figures, Feng Kai's expression suddenly became unnatural. Feng Kai, well done. Leave the rest to us brothers to open the divine treasure. After all, we are disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. We won't let you suffer losses. One of the young men chuckled. F***ck. Hearing what he said, Feng Kai was furious. He felt as if he had done all the work for others for no reason. However, Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai were both 7th-tier grade all-embracing golden immortals, while he was only a 6th-tier grade all-embracing golden immortal. He was no match for one of them, let alone both brothers. Immediately after, Huiyan's expression turned ugly. He also saw a few outstanding disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Luo Yuanjing, Yang Jia, these two guys were stage 7 great golden immortals. They did not appear earlier. Now that the divine treasure was opened, they rushed in immediately. At the same time, the man in a green robe did not look good. Xianxia, you've worked hard. A woman stood in front of the man in a green robe and smiled faintly. Your strength is not bad now. You're a stage 6 great golden immortal. However, this place may be dangerous. With me, Xiaoxinyu, leading you, no one will dare to touch you. Those disciples who were originally hiding in the dark jumped out one by one at this moment. When they were working hard, they did not appear. However, now that they appeared, it was obvious that they were waiting to reap the benefits. However, even if they were waiting to reap the benefits, Feng Kai, Huiyun, Qi Tianyu, and the others could not do anything at all. The three of them were stage 6 great golden immortals. Among the 100 people, they were the best. Therefore, they had the right to instruct. However, now, there were opponents who were stronger than them. Therefore, they had no right to speak at all. As for the words of these guys, they would not listen to a single word. Let's go. The three of them immediately followed and entered the divine treasure. Mu Yun and Wang Xingya only appeared at this moment. The disciples of the three major sects are all scheming against each other. In addition to the friction between the three major sects, there is no need for the demon clan to come. They will fight among themselves until they bleed. Every man for himself. Since ancient times, it has always been like this. Mu Yun said indifferently, the stronger the expert, the greater the price they have to pay to reach this step. Therefore, they are afraid of death. The so-called friendship will become less and less valuable in their eyes. As the two of them spoke, they directly entered the divine treasure. After stepping through the door, it was indeed another space. However, this space was not the scenery that they saw in the Tianluo Divine Palace. Instead, it was a cemetery. Looking around, the entire cemetery was surrounded by tombstones. It was endless at a glance, be careful. At this moment, the disciples of the three major sects who had entered earlier had already spread out in all directions, and all of them had become extremely cautious. Could the Tianluo Divine Treasure be a doomsday cemetery like this? Mu Yun looked around carefully. Gradually, she felt a layer of death aura in the air. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, mummified corpses jumped out from the tombs. These mummified corpses had shriveled palms and wore tattered robes from head to toe. From top to bottom, there was not a trace of flesh on their bodies. They were only skin and bones. Boom. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Doomsday Graveyard. These mummies look similar to those demon warriors. Wang Xingya exclaimed. They don't look similar. If I'm not wrong, it's them. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the three spiritual swords appeared beside her. She shouted, Xianxia, be careful. Okay. Two figures immediately charged out. As for those mummies, they didn't form a phalanx and just attacked randomly. Facing those mummies, Mu Yun and Wang Xingya dealt with them rather calmly. But gradually, as the two of them fought, even though those mummies were no match for them, more mummies appeared in the graveyard. And among those mummies, figures with powerful auras were also revealed. Looking carefully, those guys' overall strength was more than twice as strong as the mummies present. Mu Yun looked at Wang Xingya and shouted, Xianxia, let's go. These mummies will only increase as we fight. You retreat first. I'll cover the rear. But, it's fine. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she immediately held one of the three spiritual swords in her hand with a hint of coldness in the corner of her eyes. Rain falls. She swung her sword, and the blade carried a powerful sword aura as it charged out. The sword rain that filled the sky whistled out. Slashing sounds were heard. Those mummies were immediately turned into sieves by Mu Yun's sword move. At this moment, Mu Yun directly rushed into the depths and caught up with Wang Xingya. These mummies probably crawled out of this graveyard. I don't know how long they have been here, but I'm afraid that some of them are quite strong. We can't continue fighting. Find something good here and retreat immediately. Okay. The two of them continued to move towards the depths at an extremely fast speed. The disciples who had entered this place before didn't retreat. This meant that they had also forced their way through and hadn't given up. There were only two possibilities for them not to retreat now. First, they had discovered something unusual. Second, they couldn't retreat anymore. Mu Yun and Wang Xinya were extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the depths. At this moment, the front was already in a mess. The disciples of the three sects were all fighting their own battles, not caring about the others. Everyone was fighting with all their might. In front of them, to their left and right, figures were galloping rapidly. More and more dried corpses were crawling out from their graves and surrounding them. However, these people did not care about being besieged by the mummies. Instead, they were even more ferocious than the mummies as they charged into the depths. What exactly was there, Mu Yun did not know. That was because the shrieking corpses in front of them were piled up into a wall. Everyone wanted to break through, but no one was able to. When Wang Xinya saw this, she immediately said, "Big brother Yun, use heavenly fire. They are all mummies. You should be able to burn them with heavenly fire." All right. Mu Yun made up her mind and took a step forward. The vigorous heavenly fire separated from the 9 elements and turned into fire dragons that floated out from the blue sky's underworld diagram. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard. All the mummies standing around Mu Yun were ignited by the heavenly fire. Crackling sounds immediately erupted from their bodies, and the smell of roasted skin gradually spread. The fire dragons in front of Mu Yun revolved around her as she continued forward. Some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation could feel the terror of the heavenly fire before they could even get close to Mu Yun. They screamed and hurriedly dodged. The heavenly fire was a great weapon to the mummies, but it was also dangerous to them. Mu Yun led Wang Xinya forward and broke through the encirclement of the mummies. An altar appeared in front of them. At this moment, there was a towering grave on the altar. In front of the grave was a stone tablet. At the same time, Feng Kai, Lin Huaishan, and Lin Huaihai of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Yuanjing, Yang Jia, and Hui Yun of the Blood Fiend Divine sect, as well as Qi Tianyu and Xiao Xinyu of the Levitation Heavenly Palace, stood around the altar. The few of them looked at the stone tablet on the altar with longing in their eyes. However, no one was willing to take the first step. They were all in a deadlock. As for the mummies, they were far away from the altar and did not dare to get close. The 8 figures stood in 8 corners. They did not make any moves and only looked at each other. "We can't go on like this." Lin Huaishan of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect said, "Why don't we enter together and see what dangers are on this altar?" "All right." Yang Jia of the Blood Fiend Divine sect also said, "If we continue like this, it will be no different from wasting the lives of our disciples. Why don't we all enter together? If there is any danger, we can share it immediately and leave the altar. Our chances will be higher." Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai both nodded. Xiao Xinyu pursed her lips and smiled. "You are all men. Can't you give in to a weak woman like me?" "Xiao Xinyu, don't talk so much nonsense. If you are a weak woman, who knows how many men in this world have become women?" "Humph." Xiao Xinyu snorted and looked at the crowd. "If that's the case, let's all attack together." As soon as she said that, the 8 of them nodded happily. They were not children. There seemed to be an immortal skill engraved on the stone tablet on the altar. However, as they were too far away, the stone tablet looked blurry and they could not make out the words on it. They could only vaguely make out the words Heaven's Net. The 8 of them looked at each other and took a step forward at the same time. Buzz, in an instant, 8 rays of light appeared on the 8 corners of the altar. The altar began to buzz and tremble. The 8 of them immediately retreated without hesitation. However, when they looked at the altar again, there was no change. How could this be? The 8 of them looked at each other. After the first time, they were not so afraid this time. Again? Xiao Xinyu looked at the few of them. Everyone nodded. This time, they stepped onto the stage again. Buzz, the buzzing sound was still heard and the light rose. However, the 8 of them did not feel anything unusual. This change immediately made everyone present feel relieved. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, almost in an instant, the 8 figures flew towards the stone tablet. Bang, however, something strange happened at the same time. In the next moment, the 8 figures who were about to fly out were nailed to the altar like statues. None of them could move. This sudden change made the 8 of them change their expressions drastically. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the countless dried corpses surrounding the altar were bombarded by the fire dragons. Two figures broke through the encirclement of the dried corpses and walked directly to the edge of the altar. Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia immediately stopped when they saw all these people crawling on the ground. What are you all doing up there? Mu Yun asked when she saw the 8 of them acting strangely. Lin Huaishan snorted. This is an array. We are breaking the array. You'd better not come up, otherwise. However, before Lin Huaishan could finish his sentence, Mu Yun had already stepped onto the altar. There seems to be no problem. Mu Yun looked at the 8 of them and joked. How could he not see that this altar was originally an array? However, at this moment, the 8 of them had directly broken the array by chance. Now, the 8 of them had replaced the array core of the array. Therefore, the 8 of them could not move at all. Mu Yun walked onto the altar with ease. Brat, get lost. Is this altar something you can stand on? Feng Kai shouted angrily. He could see that the aura that Mu Yun released was only from the realm of a third-stage great all-embracing golden immortal. There was no place for him here. You want me to get lost? Mu Yun spread the 3 spiritual swords in front of her and said calmly, Are you sure? Seeing this scene, the others all shut their mouths at this moment. However, there were always people who were not afraid of death. Stop it. At this moment, Qi Tianyu also opened his mouth and said, If you touch a single hair on this place, we will definitely kill you. Oh? In that case, I can't let you move around. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward, waved her hand, and attacked with her sword. The 3 spiritual swords moved side by side and stabbed out together. Puff puff puff, blood splattered, and Mu Yun withdrew her 3 swords. However, Qi Tianyu's aura became weak. He did not kill Qi Tianyu directly. Otherwise, he would be replaced if this array core was missing. I don't have time to bicker with you now. Let me help you see what is on this stone tablet. Mu Yun said and walked forward. It seems to be an immortal art. Mu Yun squatted down and looked at the words on the stone tablet. Mu Yun's eyes fell on the stone tablet. Heavenly Divine Finger. He looked at the first 4 words and was stunned. It was really an immortal art, a finger technique. However, in the next moment, Mu Yun's eyes fell on the 4 words of Heavenly Divine Finger. Suddenly, the 4 words dissipated and turned into a stream of light, imprinting into Mu Yun's eyes. Then, Mu Yun looked at the introduction of the entire immortal art and was stunned. Every stroke of this immortal art was filled with tyrannical power. The finger technique was divided into 3 realms. The first realm, the first finger seal, and the third realm. The attacks of the 3 finger techniques were completely different. Earth-destroying immortal finger. Heaven-destroying sacred finger. God-destroying finger. Mu Yun murmured in her heart. When she finished reading the words on the stone tablet, all the words disappeared completely. However, 8 words appeared on the stone tablet. Heavenly Divine Tablet, annihilate all techniques. The 8 words were written in bold strokes, looking vigorous and powerful. Mu Yun was stunned for a moment. What did these 8 words mean? Heavenly Divine Tablet? What divine tablet, annihilate all techniques? What divine tablet could annihilate all techniques? Mu Yun didn't know what to do. At this moment, with the appearance of those 8 words, blood qi appeared on the entire stone tablet. Those blood qi drilled into Mu Yun's body and stimulated the flow of the spatial and temporal laws in Mu Yun's body. Suddenly, his control of the temporal laws broke through the stop of time in one fell swoop and reached the level of time flow. This also meant that he was now a 4th grade great overarching golden immortal. Cracking sounds were heard, and the stone tablet was completely shattered at this moment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Divine Steel descending from heaven, suppressing all laws. Let's go. Without hesitation, Mu Yun pulled Wang Xianxia and Luo Tianqing and fled immediately. Right now, he only had 9 spirits heaven capturing steel on him. As for Luo Tianqing and the others, they had been beaten to the brink of death by the 3 demon kings. 9 spirits heaven capturing steel had slowed down their recovery speed. Without the 300 blood guards, it was too risky for him to face 5 7th grade golden immortals and 3 6th grade golden immortals with his current 4th grade golden immortal cultivation and Wang Xinya's 5th grade golden immortal cultivation. He had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no need to take this risk. At this moment, with Mu Yan's heavenly fire in front of him, how could those dried corpses stop him? On the other hand, Luo Yuanjing and the others stood up on the altar. They did not chase after Mu Yun immediately, but walked to the center of the altar. Damn it, there's nothing left. Luo Yuanjing could not help but shout. It's not that there's nothing left. Lin Huaishan said, at least, that kid has obtained an opportunity here. We just have to catch up with him. Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai looked at each other and immediately chased after Mu Yun. However, there were many dried corpses outside. How could they catch up with him now? Luo Yuanjing and Yang Jia also chased after Mu Yun. As for those dried corpses, they did not care about them at all. Mu Yun saw an immortal art on the stele. They only wanted to know what this immortal art was. This made the disciples who followed in suffer. They did not get anything. Instead, they had to pay a huge price to deal with those dried corpses. They became coolies for no reason and did not get anything. Mu Yan sped all the way out of this place. After coming out of the divine treasure, she sensed that the demon army was heading south again. They would be here soon. Suddenly, Mu Yun had an idea. She immediately shouted into the divine treasure, "The demon army is here." This shout echoed throughout the entire god treasury. At this moment, all the disciples began to panic. They weren't afraid of the mummies and the divine treasures. They weren't afraid of the unknown danger zone either. However, when they heard the word devil, they were instantly scared out of their wits. Run! Almost instantly, those disciples who were still hesitating about whether or not to use their life-saving trump cards no longer hesitated. At this moment, all of the disciples were doing their best, preparing to charge out of the divine treasury. The scene immediately turned chaotic. Luo Yuanjing, Yang Jia, Xiao Xinyu, Lin Huaishan, Lin Huaihai, and the others were preparing to chase after Mu Yun. However, the disciples were like a flock of frightened sheep. They were in a mess, and their figures were blocked. When they heard about the demon race, they were also very afraid. However, as long as the Devil King did not appear, they had their own means of escaping. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out. At this moment, the crowd was already in a complete mess. Mu Yun brought Wang Xinya out of the divine treasure, chose a mountain range, and stopped. Xian, protect me first. I need to tidy up for a while. Okay. Wang Xinya knew that Mu Yun had discovered something in the divine treasure, so she didn't ask much. After digging a cave, Mu Yun went into the cave. Wang Xinya stood at the entrance of the cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, Mu Yun indeed needed time. The heavenly divine finger was directly imprinted in his mind, and a powerful deterrent force ran through his entire body. In addition, with the help of that force, it was really rare for him to reach the 4th stage golden immortal realm. He needed to properly digest the heavenly divine finger and the remaining force in his body. Recently, his cultivation base had increased rapidly. This Tianluo mystic realm was simply a huge treasure trove. He had obtained these treasures, and others had probably obtained other treasures as well. From the Buddha's sacred hand to the heavenly golden armor, to the blood core, and now an immortal technique, heavenly divine finger. Mu Yun had earned a lot this time. Most importantly, the increase in strength in his body could be said to be perfect. A 4th stage golden immortal was still very far away from the immortal king realm. If not for the existence of the dark seal of life and death, he would have reached the immortal king realm by now. All of this was a cycle of karma. Back then, he relied on the dark seal of life and death to take in martial artists as his confidants. Now, he was forced to share such benefits with them. If I can find an inheritance, I'm afraid it's not impossible for me to reach the immortal king realm. Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart as he muttered to himself. After about half a day, Mu Yun stood up and walked out of the cave. Brother Yun, you've improved? Yes, I'm a 4th stage golden immortal now. Mu Yun nodded and said, however, I just figured out the feeling of time flowing backward. It'll still take some time to improve to the 5th or 6th stage. It's already very fast. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Mu Yun said helplessly, I'm always worried about this trial. If the Blood Fiend Divine Sect and the Levitation Heavenly Palace can't wait, I'm afraid they'll directly start a war with the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. By then, it'll be big trouble. I don't think so. Wang Xinya said hesitantly, I heard from Elder Rui that every celestial realm has its own existence that it relies on. It's not that easy to destroy it. I hope so. For now, let's continue to improve our strength. Yes. Wang Xinya also felt Mu Yun's anxiety. It seemed that Mu Yun urgently wanted to do something. Wang Xinya judged that this matter should be related to Xiaqing. You're really here. However, just as Mu Yun walked out of the cave, 3 figures flew over. Looking at the 3 of them, Mu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. The 3 of you really caught up. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a mark adhered to her body fell at this moment. You know that we've caught up? Why aren't you running? The leader was Lin Huaishan, and beside him were Lin Huaihai and Feng Kai. Mu Yun sneered and said, Why should I run? Because I'm afraid of the 3 of you? If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, Mu Yun directly charged towards Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai. As for Wang Xinya, she took a step forward and attacked Feng Kai. Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai were completely blinded by Mu Yun's attack. A 4th stage grade all-embracing golden immortal facing 2 7th stage grade all-embracing golden immortals did not dodge. Instead, she charged straight at them. Could it be that there was a big shot behind Mu Yun? At this moment, the 2 of them did not dare to attack forcefully. Being attacked by Mu Yun, they could only focus on defense. However, as they fought, the 2 of them gradually felt that something was wrong. There was indeed no one around them. However, why did Mu Yun still look like she was going to eat them? What was this? Brat, stop putting on airs here. Lin Huaishan shouted loudly. He directly wielded his sword and charged towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Lin Huaihai also did not dare to delay. He followed his elder brother and charged towards Mu Yun. They were already certain that Mu Yun was deliberately mystifying and deliberately frightening them so that they would not dare to attack. Brat, you're just a 4th stage grade all-embracing golden immortal bastard. You want to be our enemy? I think you're tired of living. I don't dare to say that I'm tired of living, but I still have some confidence in killing the 2 of you. After Mu Yun finished speaking, the 3 spiritual swords directly attacked. Falling rain. At this moment, the 3 swords released thousands of sword chi and directly charged towards the 2 of them. At this moment, Lin Huaishan raised his sword and blocked Mu Yun's attack. At this moment, Lin Huaihai circled behind Mu Yun and slashed with his sword. This slash was enough to take Mu Yun's life. Slash. With a slash, the sword light whistled and hit Mu Yun's back with a bang. However, when the sword fell, Mu Yun's entire figure rushed forward, but she was not injured. Impossible. Lin Huaihai almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, when he looked at Mu Yun again, she was indeed not injured at all. How could this be? Armor. There was armor on Mu Yun's body. Lin Huaihai immediately cursed in a low voice. You're smart to be able to see that I'm wearing armor. Mu Yun sneered at this moment. The heavenly golden armor had amazing defensive power. Mu Yun did not doubt this at all. Otherwise, she would not have rashly attacked the 2 of them. She knew that the 2 of them had left a mark on her body, but she still waited for them at this moment. At this moment, on the other side, Wang Xinya and Feng Kai were fighting. There was no clear winner. Mu Yun was slightly relieved. She watched the 2 of them raise their swords and attack. Sky Sword Wind Roar. With a swing of the sword realm condensed. Together with Mu Yun's space power and the space control power in the Heaven's Eye, not to mention a 7th grade Great Luo, even an 8th grade Great Luo was no match for Mu Yun in terms of space control. At this moment, Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai could also see that Mu Yun was not deliberately mystifying or arrogant. She was relying on the armor on her body and was not afraid of them. The more this was the case, the happier they were. Killing Mu Yun would give them a piece of armor. A piece of armor that could defend against the attack of a 7th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal was at least a middle grade Sacred Immortal artifact. Its value was comparable to a superior grade Sacred Immortal artifact. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and were extremely excited. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the two of them with a sneer. These two fellows still wanted to snatch her armor. I'm not going to play with you anymore. At this moment, 3 long swords floated in front of Mu Yun. Her entire body was surging with power. I'll let you see what a real immortal art is. After saying that, Mu Yun gently waved her palm and pointed out a finger. That finger was light and did not have any sense of power. Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai sneered when they saw this. Mu Yun thought too highly of herself. Double star sword technique. After saying that, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, with one sword on the left and the other on the right, appeared. The 2 figures overlapped. Sword chi suddenly revolved around the two of them and condensed into a sword dragon that slashed directly at Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered. Just nice, try my heavenly gathering divine finger, earth-destroying finger. She pointed out a finger, and a majestic aura came from the sky with a whistling sound. The majestic aura spread out one by one. The aura of this finger was astonishing. A shadow condensed into 100 meters in size and directly blasted out. The finger seal and the sword dragon converged. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Finger Force. That didn't stop there. The speed of the finger seal didn't slow down. Instead, it rose rapidly and crushed toward Lin Huaishan and Lin Huaihai. Crackling sounds could be heard instantly. A scream was heard at this moment. The 2 figures were entangled together, swaying like a kite without a string. Pung, pung, pung. 2 muffled explosions rang out as the sword dragons collapsed. The 2 silhouettes were crushed into paper by the fingerprints and completely dissipated. 1 finger, destroyed. At this moment, the entire forest was completely destroyed. Everything disappeared. All existences were annihilated. Feng Kai was so scared that his face turned pale. What the hell was going on? Mu Yun was a 4th stage Great Golden Immortal. The power of her finger was as strong as a 9th stage Great Golden Immortal. Run immediately. Feng Kai immediately abandoned Wang Xianxia and fled without looking back. However, Mu Yun wouldn't give him the chance. With a wave of her hand, 3 immortal swords flew out in front of Mu Yun. Puff. 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 2 of the 3 sword shadows chopped off Feng Kai's arms, and the last one chopped off Feng Kai's head. Everything vanished into thin air at this moment. Mu Yun pulled Wang Xianxia up and left immediately. Along the way, Mu Yun was overjoyed when she looked at her arms. Heavenly Divine Finger, it really deserves the name of Divine Finger. Mu Yun was extremely excited. This immortal technique was more powerful and domineering than some of the immortal techniques he had encountered in his previous life. Moreover, although the 3 moves of this immortal technique were engraved in his mind, he knew that his strength was too low. If he used this technique in the Immortal King realm, it would be enough to shake heaven and earth. He immediately retreated now to prevent others from catching up. He didn't know what else he would encounter if he continued to travel south. A 4th grade all-embracing Golden Immortal was already considered a very high level of strength compared to a sect. However, it was still too weak compared to the top immortal kings in the immortal world. For example, the 3 great demon kings were all immortal kings. Although they were only 1st grade immortal kings, they could easily kill him. Heavenly Divine Realm, Heavenly Divine Realm. Who is he? If he leaves behind his inheritance, my strength will definitely increase greatly and reach the Immortal King realm. Mu Yun muttered to herself, Heavenly Divine Realm, why haven't I heard of this title? The 2 of them continued forward. As they continued forward, Mu Yun discovered that the 2 of them seemed to have arrived at the extreme south. Layers upon layers of tall mountains could be seen. Such a magnificent scene was not inferior to the Sunset Mountain Range and the Sky Screen Mountain Range, which were the barrier mountain ranges between the 2 regions. It was a complex place. Mu Yun held Wang Xianxia's small hand tightly. The 2 of them were no longer traveling through space. Instead, they slowed down and moved slowly between the mountain ranges. The demon race would not hurt him. As for Luo Yuanjing and the others, he was not worried. Therefore, he did not need to hide now. The only thing he needed to hide from was the danger in this mountain range. Mu Yun temporarily named this mountain range Tianluo Mountain Range. The appearance of this mountain range was too sudden. The two of them entered the mountain range and kept moving forward. Along the way, they discovered many strange immortal beasts. However, their cultivation levels were not low now, so those immortal beasts did not pose much of a threat to them. But this time, they walked for close to 10 days. Mu Yun finally understood. In the southern part of the heavenly divine realm, other than the area they had walked through previously, there were only these endless mountain ranges left. Knowing this, Mu Yun was no longer in a hurry. Now, the top disciples of the three major sects were probably all gathered here, searching for something. There was no need for him to be anxious. Moreover, the Tianluo Divine Palace and the Tianluo Divine Treasure had appeared too casually. Although there were indeed good things inside, Mu Yun had a feeling that the real secret of the Tianluo Divine Realm was in this mountain range. Boom boom boom, on this day, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia rested for a while and prepared to continue moving forward. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in the mountain range. Disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, come to meet us. I am Jian Wentian. Disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect, come to meet us. I am Shui Wuk. Disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace, come to meet us. I am Chu Shangyuan. This shout could be said to be in the entire mountain range, causing the immortal beasts to cry out in surprise. It's Jian Wentian. And Shui Wuk and Chu Shangyuan. Why are they gathered together? Wang Xianxia looked into the distance and said slowly. The three of them are the top geniuses of the three major sections. In the future, they will be the top experts in the immortal realm. There is only one reason for them to gather together. They have found the secret treasure. Mu Yun's eyes flashed. Then let's go and take a look. Mu Yun said with a smile. They are shouting for us with such a big commotion. Aren't they afraid of attracting the demon tribe? I'm afraid they have found something extraordinary. In that case, let's go and take a look. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely excited. This excitement came from the boiling of the blood in his body. Moreover, he was not the only one. He felt that even the Tianluo golden armor was unusually excited at this moment. It seemed that they were getting closer and closer to the place they were looking for. There were only 3 shouts and then they disappeared. However, everyone could still determine the location of the shouts. Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia, each wearing a black robe and a windbreaker hat, moved forward quickly. If everyone gathered together, no one knew what would happen. The necessary concealment was still necessary. However, when the two of them arrived at the gathering place, they were stunned. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there were 3 majestic peaks that were at least 10,000 meters tall. Between the 3 peaks was a vast valley. The valley was originally filled with gravel, but now, the valley seemed to have been cleaned by someone. A circular stone platform with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared in the middle. On the stone platform, there were grooves, and no one could see what exactly was there. However, at this moment, there were no less than 10,000 people gathered around the valley. The disciples of the 3 major sects who were still alive seemed to be here. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. There was no need for any concealment. After being in the secret realm for a few years, they had changed their clothes countless times. Some of them were wearing strange clothes. When everyone gathered together, it was impossible to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. At this moment, Mu Yun blended into the crowd and stood still. He was only a 4th stage golden immortal, so he did not attract anyone's attention. Gradually, more and more disciples came to this place. However, they did not know what was going on. What's going on? Why did senior brother rush us here? Who knows? I don't know what's going on either. Could it be that they are preparing to have a decisive battle with the demon race here? How is that possible? The 3 demon kings are all in the immortal king realm. Even if Jian Wendian, Shui Wuk, and Chu Shangyuan joined forces, they would not be a match for a demon king. The disciples discussed animatedly. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, there were dozens of figures standing in the valley. The dozens of figures were clearly divided into 3 factions. The disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect were led by a man with eyes like stars. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. He should be Jian Wendian. Jian Wentian seemed to be Jian Wushuang's brother. There were rumors that they were both Jian Nanshan's sons. On the other side, there were disciples in white or bright clothes. They looked like immortals. Mu Yun knew that they should be the disciples of the Levitation Heavenly Palace. There were dozens of them standing together. They were all ninth-stage golden immortals. Now, it seemed that only those ninth-stage golden immortals were qualified to stick together. Then, there were dozens of martial artists on the other side. Most of them were wearing red or black robes. They were the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. Mu Yun looked around and gradually came to a realization. The disciples of the three sects must have found something, so they gathered here. However, just as Mu Yun was about to turn her eyes to look at the uniqueness of the mountain, suddenly, a figure among the disciples of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect turned around. A face was reflected in Mu Yun's face. It's him. Mu Yun was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Wang Xianxia followed her gaze and saw the figure. She was also stunned. Shui! Wang Xianxia exclaimed in her heart. Mu Yun quickly pulled Wang Xianxia to squat down. Shui, it's Shui. Why is he here? And he has become a disciple of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect. The one standing beside him should be Shui Wuk, right? How did he enter the Blood Realm? Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia conversed. At this moment, his heart was filled with surprise. It was really unbelievable. He had not expected Shui to appear here at all. Moreover, Shui's powerful blood qi and murderous aura seemed to have changed completely. More importantly, Shui was now a ninth-stage golden immortal. He was already a ninth-stage golden immortal. How could this be? Mu Yun knew very well that the increase in his cultivation level was already terrifying. However, Shui's improvement was even faster than his. Back then, he had only given Cold Blood and Shui the first level of the Indestructible Blood Codex. Now that Shui had become a disciple of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, what about Cold Blood? The moment Mu Yun saw Shui, she had a lot of questions to ask him, but she did not know where to start. However, now was definitely not the best time. At this moment, the top disciples of the three sects gathered together and discussed something in low voices. Finally, they seemed to have reached an agreement. Three figures walked toward the crowd. The heart of Tianluo, everyone, please calm down. Jian Wentian said, I've gathered everyone here to unite as one. You all know that the demon tribe won't let us go, but along the way, we've all encountered some fortunate encounters and improved our strength. However, if we don't have any Immortal Emperor Realm experts, we won't be able to stop the demon tribe. The two of us have confirmed that this place is where the secrets of the Tianluo mystical ground are. As such, we've gathered everyone here to open the secret ground. We'll all enter it and improve our strength. If the demon tribe shows up, we'll fight them to the death. Jian Wentian said passionately, the demon tribe hates our guts, but so do we. The disciples of the three sects are working together to open the secret ground. We'll all enter it and find some fortunate encounters. If any of us is able to achieve the Immortal Emperor realm, we'll have a chance to survive. The crowd became excited hearing the words. So it turned out to be a secret ground. No wonder the top geniuses of the three sects had gathered here. The disciples were excited. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Jian Wentian, Shui Wuk, and Chu Xianyuan immediately led the disciples of the great all-embracing golden immortal realm toward the three mountains. The three figures were led by dozens of people on each side. They stood at the top of the three mountains and scanned their surroundings. Now, the disciples of the three sects immediately executed their moves. Immortal Qi surged toward Jian Wentian, Shui Wuk, and Chu Xuanyuan's bodies. A buzzing sound rang out as rays of light appeared behind the three figures. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain began to shine brightly. The three mountains emitted three rays of light that shone at the center of the valley. Gradually, a huge door rose into the air. Above the door, there were 4 big words written on it. The heart of Tianluo. The crowd was overjoyed when they saw the words. It was indeed a secret ground. Everyone, get ready. The door is open. Enter at once. Jian Wentian's voice appeared once again. Disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, take care of yourselves. Disciples of the Feather Heaven Palace, get ready. The top geniuses of the three sects blurted out. The crowd was eager to try their luck. They had already made their preparations. Bang, however, right at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. The rumbling sound surged on the ground as numerous figures appeared to be approaching from afar. The demon tribe is here. A disciple exclaimed. Everyone, enter the heart of Tianluo at once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. At this moment, everyone didn't care about courtesy and modesty at all. They might even lose their lives, so who wouldn't fight to the death? One by one, silhouettes flew at high speed. Everyone was fighting to be the first to enter the door. Hee, it seems like you humans are indeed quite useful. The heart of Tianluo, this should be the most mysterious place in Tianluo, great deity's treasure, right? A whoosh. 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 3 whooshosh. 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 Let's go. The whooshosh. Golden whoosh. 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 Seeing this, the 3 demon kings immediately made their moves. Whoosh. Who whoosh? Zhu, Man Yuan, and Xianxia were infuriated and joined forces to attack. Boom. Boom. What are you all still doing here? Are you all waiting for the demon tribe to break the door and kill you all? Whoosh. 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 Mu Yun and Wang Xinya were among the whoosh. He wasn't worried about the devil race attacking. Instead, he wanted to see what was inside. The sound of the heartbeat seemed to spread throughout the heart of heaven's net. It was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which part was strong and which part was weak. At this moment, the top disciples of the 3 sects were standing in front of the gate. Feeling the violent attacks outside, the 3 of them were shocked. This is the power of the immortal king realm. Jian went inside and said, I never expected that the devil race would have 3 devil kings here. Moreover, according to their recovery speed, I'm afraid they won't even need 100 years to reach their peak. It would be a good thing if they recovered. Chu Xianyuan said indifferently, when the time comes, the demon race will definitely have internal strife. It's a good thing for us, but right now. Chu Xianyuan looked into the depths and said, to be honest, the 3 of us have the highest possibility of entering the immortal king realm. Therefore, everyone should work hard. After saying those words, Chu Xianyuan led the crowd into the depths. Jian Wendian, Shui Wuk and the others did not linger around as they headed straight into the depths. Inside the door of the heart of heavenly net was a vast expanse of land. They couldn't see the end of it. Since they didn't understand this place, they could only head deeper into it. At this moment, the 3 devil kings were attacking the door together. Damn it, there's a restriction on this door. Man Yuan snorted. Even if there's a restriction, we must break it. Xianxia said, there are 100 of those disciples in the 9th stage great all-golden immortal realm. If we can't kill them before they break through, it won't be so easy to kill them once they reach the immortal king realm. If the experts of the 3 sects come, the 3 of us will become their meal. Zhu also said, the 3 of us will attack together and break this door. The 3 of them were using all their strength. Even the powerful devil race warriors behind them were using all their strength at this moment. In the vast secret zone, many figures were moving back and forth, trying to find some valuable treasures. As the crowd moved forward, a tall city appeared before everyone's eyes. On the walls in front of the city, there were carvings of demons. At a closer look, they were the appearances and forms of the 18 devil races. The Candle Devil race, Snow Devil race, and Ox Devil race were among them. The walls of the city were made of black iron, and the walls were carved with the murals of the 18 devil races. They looked different, but each one of them was extraordinary. Should we enter or not? Some of the disciples were conflicted. No matter how they looked at it, this place did not look like a sacred place for immortals. It looked more like a paradise for the devil race. However, some of the disciples had already started to move and rushed into the city. At this moment, they had no other choice. The passage was right in front of the secret treasure. They had to enter it even if they did not want to. When there was a first, there would be a second. Gradually, everyone entered the city. Muyan led Wang Xingya and Zhu Li into the city. However, the difference this time was that there were statues everywhere in the city. Upon closer inspection, they were all statues of devil race warriors. The 18 devil race warriors had turned into black statues and appeared in the city. Muyan looked at the devil race statues in front of her. There were close to 10,000 of them, and they looked ferocious and terrifying. Fortunately, these statues are fake. Wang Xingya patted her chest and looked at everything. If they were alive, I'm afraid these statues would be enough to destroy us, even without the 3 great devil kings outside. You jinx. Muyan scratched Wang Xingya's delicate nose and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, these statues should be the devil race warriors sealed by the great deity of Tianluo. This place is also related to the ancient Dipankar Buddha of the Buddhist domain. Wang Xingya nodded. The two continued to move forward, passing through the tall statues and reaching the depths of the city. Stone platforms appeared in front of them. The stone platforms were about 1 meter tall and densely packed in front of them. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 10,000 of them. The two approached a stone platform. Upon closer inspection, there was a Buddhist swastika on top of it, emitting a faint light. At this moment, the 10,000 stone platforms were like wooden blocks, quietly placed there. Muyan placed her palm on the stone platform. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared in her mind. She immediately let go of her palm. Looking at the stone platform, Muyan was stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. Muyan shook her head and looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with surprise. These stone platforms contained an abundance of energy. It was the pure energy of Buddhism. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Some of the disciples of the 3 major sects had already rushed over. When they saw the stone platforms, they immediately began to inspect them carefully. Some of the bolder ones directly sat on them. Wow! What pure energy! Strand by strand, it's entering my body. It's the energy of Buddhism. It's strong and gentle. This energy has increased my cultivation level. Everyone was astonished. Jian Wendian, Shui Wuk, Chu Xianyuan, and the rest walked to the front. Looking at the stone platforms, everyone present was excited. Wait! Suddenly, Shui stood beside Shui Wuk and stopped the rest. Something's not right. Shui frowned. This energy seems pure, but it seems to be mixed with the smell of blood. If it's the energy of Buddhism, it can't be like this. Hearing this, Shui Wuk stood in place and did not move. Although Shui had only been in the immortal world for a short time, he was well liked by the 2 guardians and the sect master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the perfected golden immortal realm in less than 100 years. Like them, Jian Wendian, Ning Chongqing, Gu Manqing, and a few others from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Chu Xianyuan, Yuan Liang, and a few others from the Levitation Heavenly Palace were waiting quietly. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Blood 1 again. However, as time passed, the auras of the disciples who were brave enough to sit on the platform started to rise and their strength increased. The remaining disciples couldn't hold themselves back anymore and flew up. At this moment, all they wanted to do was to rush up. They couldn't miss such an opportunity. Gradually, only Jian Wendian, Ning Chongqing, Gu Manqing, Qin Kaiyuan, Shui Wuk, Blood 1, Chu Xianyuan, and Yuan Liang were left in the square. On the other side, Mu Yun and Wang Xingya were in black robes. They stood in a corner and didn't act rashly. Brother Yun, is everything all right? Wang Xingya asked. No. Mu Yun suddenly said. Looking ahead, Mu Yun felt that something was amiss. The Tianluo golden armor was emitting a dangerous aura at this moment, telling Mu Yun to leave this place as soon as possible. Mu Yun didn't delay any longer. She pulled Wang Xingya and flew away quickly. He didn't know what would happen next, but the Tianluo golden armor had been in the Tianluo mystic realm for a long time and was more sensitive than him. The two of them passed through the stone platform and continued forward. At this moment, the disciples were immersed in their cultivation and were satisfied. The remaining dozen or so people were still motionless at this moment. Seeing this, the remaining people couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Junior brother Shui, will it be alright? Shui Wuk was hesitant. No. Shui said calmly, I can feel the powerful blood qi increasing. It's as if something is about to come alive. After saying that, Shui turned around and looked behind him. Blood One's pupils immediately widened upon seeing this, and he yelled, run. Now. After saying that, Shui ran away without hesitation. He passed through the stone platform and continued forward. At this moment, Jian Wendian, Shui Wuk, and the others also turned around and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, the group of demon race statues that they had just passed came to life one by one. Their green eyes were terrifying and their bodies started to tremble. It was as if the ancient demon spirits had awakened and released their domineering aura. Go! Jian Wendian's roar woke up all the disciples who were immersed in their cultivation. Dong dong, heavy footsteps could be heard as the demon race warriors stepped forward. Their bodies were shrouded in demonic qi. His appearance was extremely terrifying. All of the disciples who were immersed in their cultivation were completely dumbfounded. Run, without another word, all the disciples fled. As for the power on the stone platform, whoever wanted it would be courting death, but at this moment, when those demon race warriors woke up and saw people, they only had one word in mind, kill. Whistling sounds and sounds of slaughter could be heard at this moment. At this moment, the disciple at the front was running wildly. As Mu Yun had left earlier, she had already sped to the front. Not long after, several Buddhist halls appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Mu Yun entered a Buddhist hall. Behind him, screams, wails, and sounds of killing rose and fell one after another. Standing in the hall and looking back, it was as if heaven on earth had turned into hell in an instant. Jian Wendian and the others realized that the demon race warriors seemed to have ignored them and went straight for the disciples who were absorbing power on the stone platform. Even if they took the initiative to attack, the demon race warriors did not care at all. Not long after, they gradually understood that these demon race warriors had made up their minds to only kill the disciples who were absorbing power. It was as if those disciples had stolen their power and they were only interested in the thief. Seeing this scene, everyone present immediately ran towards the temple as if their lives depended on it. At this moment, a figure arrived first. It was Blood One. Blood One arrived at the Buddhist hall and looked at Mu Yun and Wang Xinya cautiously. The two of you, one is a 4th stage golden immortal and the other is a 5th stage golden immortal, but your knowledge and wisdom are extraordinary. You are much smarter than Jian Wendian and the others. Blood One said directly, who are you? Hearing this, Mu Yun took off her hat. It's me. Looking at Blood One, Mu Yun's eyes carried a trace of examination. He was not sure if the current Blood One was still the Blood One who remembered him back then. People change. Uncle Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Blood One was very excited. Uncle Mu. Hearing this, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. However, this Uncle Mu made him feel very awkward. Brat, am I that old? Mu Yun stepped forward and patted Blood One. The current Blood One looked like he was 18 to 19 years old. His body was full of vigor, his body was strong, and his aura was strong. Hee. You are my father's best friend, and you are also Mu Yun's immortal king's successor. Naturally, I have to call you Uncle Mu. Don't, it makes me sound old. It's better if you call me Big Brother Mu. Mu Yun waved her hand. Okay, Big Brother Mu. At this moment, a smile appeared on Blood One's face. He stretched out his hands and hugged Mu Yun tightly. Time could erase everything, but it could not erase his longing for Mu Yun. If it were not for Mu Yun, he and his father, Blood Merciless, would have died long ago. Not to mention today. Hello, sister-in-law. Blood One looked at Wang Xinya and giggled. Long time no see. You've grown up. Where's Yu? Is she with you? Wang Xinya asked with a smile. When Feng Yu had awakened the soul essence of the sky-eyed serpent, she possessed the bloodline and soul of a divine beast. However, as a divine beast, the sky-eyed serpent was still somewhat inferior to the ice phoenix. Yu? I haven't seen her. Blood One's expression dimmed. When we separated in the Forge and Fief, my father and I went to the Blood Realm. It was there that we joined the Blood Fiend sect. As for you, I don't know where she is now." Upon hearing this, Xianxia and Muyun looked at each other and said nothing. The 10 major domains of the immortal world were so vast that no one knew where she would appear. "Don't worry, with your current fame, you'll meet you sooner or later." Muyun led Blood One into the main hall and into a remote side hall. "How did your strength improve so quickly all these years? Are there any side effects?" Muyun asked with concern. "That's not it," Blood One said frankly. "My father and I entered the Blood Fiend sect and worked our way up from the bottom. Later, because we cultivated the indestructible blood codex and condensed the power of our bloodline, our sect master took a liking to us. He met us personally and brought us to the blood pool in the Blood Fiend sect's sacred ground to cultivate. He didn't hesitate to use his own cultivation to help us improve. The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect is a very good person. He values us greatly. Big Brother Yun, if you want to avenge Immortal King Mu Yun in the future, I'll definitely ask the sect master for help." Blood Cloud, Mu Yun finally knew the name of this mysterious Blood Fiend divine sect leader. "Let me ask you something. Is it true that the Blood Fiend sect is preparing to join forces with the Levitation Heavenly Palace to attack the 33 Heavenly Sword sects?" Mu Yun asked. "How do you know that?" Blood One was shocked. Less than 5 people in the Transforming Heaven domain and Blood domain know about this. Currently, only the sect master, the 2 guardians, and my father and I know. "Looks like it's true," Mu Yun asked again. "When do you plan to take action?" "The trial has ended," Blood One said carefully. "Originally, we planned to let the 2 sects enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sects without them knowing and kill all their disciples. Now that the demon race has appeared, we can't contact the outside world. Those outside don't know what's going on inside. But don't worry, Big Brother Yun. This time, we're not targeting you, but the entire 33 Heavenly Sword sects. With me around, I can guarantee your safety. Also, I can help you take care of any important people in the 33 Heavenly Sword sects." Blood One said solemnly. "Are you sure that you can defeat the 33 Heavenly Sword sects?" Mu Yun shook his head. 10,000 years ago, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects suffered heavy losses in order to deal with the Heaven Exterminating Sword sect's Heaven Exterminating Sword sect. Later, when they fought for the Immortal Extermination painting, they paid the price in blood. Immortal King Mu Yun used the Great Death-demanding technique and self-destructed in the end. Blood One said again, "In the past, the 33 peak masters of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects were all at least 9th grade Immortal Kings. What about now? They're all 1st grade Immortal Kings to 5th grade Immortal Kings. It's obvious that they haven't recovered after 10,000 years. Moreover, the sect master has been planning this for thousands of years. He'll definitely be careful." "I hope so." The 33 Heavenly Sword sects were the masters of a domain. How could it be so easy to destroy them? For some reason, Mu Yun was a little worried when he heard Blood One's words. He didn't know if he should tell Blood One that he was the former Mu Yun Immortal King. "How much do you know about your sect master?" Blood One shook his head and said, "I only know that the sect master's strength is unfathomable, and he lives up to his name. How should I put it? I feel like he's a god. There's nothing he can't do." Mu Yun smiled inwardly when he heard this. Of the 10 great immortal kings of the immortal world, which one of them wasn't a god? "When can you meet your father?" "Inform him when the time comes. I want to see him. Remember, don't tell your sect master about me." Blood One nodded despite not knowing why. "I see that your blood chi is surging. It seems like you've cultivated other techniques besides the 1st level of the Immortal Blood Codex that I taught you, right?" Blood One nodded and said, "The sect master taught us the Blood Fiend art. It's very powerful and also cultivates the power of the bloodline. I'll teach you the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of the Immortal Blood Codex. Your strength should improve greatly after cultivating these 3 levels. Remember, just tell your father." Blood One felt that Mu Yun was being too cautious. If it weren't for Sect Master Shui Yun's teachings, he wouldn't have achieved so much. He also obeyed Sect Master Shui Yun's orders from the bottom of his heart. However, his father had told him that Mu Yun was the successor of an immortal king in her previous life. She was deeply in love with their ancestor, Shui Yun. No matter what, Mu Yun wouldn't harm them. Therefore, he trusted and respected Mu Yun very much. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Wang Xinya's guessed the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Those were the top disciples of the three major sections. The three of them split up and pretended that they had coincidentally met here. Mu Yun and Wang Xinya put on their hats and looked around cautiously. Junior brother Shui. Shui Wuk heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shui. Don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to my father and the sect leader. Shui nodded his head and returned to his cold appearance. Who are they? Shui Wuk asked casually when he saw Mu Yun and Wang Xinya in the side hall. Mu Yun was only a rank 4 Great Golden Immortal and Wang Xinya was only a rank 5 Great Golden Immortal. Shui Wuk didn't take them seriously. I don't know. They seem to be the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Shui said casually. At this moment, Jian Wendian, Chu Xianyuan, and the others entered the main hall. As for the disciples, they were the resurrected warriors of the demon race. They were attacking them crazily. Most of them had absorbed energy from the stone platform. The demon race warriors were fighting to their deaths. They didn't intend to let them go. These demon race warriors are crazy. Chu Xianyuan frowned and cursed. The demon race army outside broken at some point. Now, there are so many demon race warriors inside. It seems like our chances of escaping are getting smaller and smaller. Hearing this, the others were also at their wits' end. They were really out of ideas. The 3 demon kings and 3 immortal kings of the demon race were as big as the sky to them. They couldn't fight them head-on. Everyone, let's stop complaining. This place isn't that simple. It's filled with danger. We can only take the risk and move forward to find a solution. Otherwise, the disciples outside will be exhausted to death. At this moment, there were about 100 disciples standing in the main hall. As for the others, they were being held back by the demon race. They had no choice but to fight. At this moment, Mu Yun also walked forward and looked outside the main hall. There was a rain of blood everywhere. At this moment, no one had any good ideas. They could only spread out. This area was filled with Buddhist halls. Within each Buddhist hall, there was a Buddha statue. It looked very ethereal. Shui Yi's expression did not change as he followed Shui Wuk and the others out of this place. On the other hand, Mu Yun led Wang Xinya into the other Buddhist halls. Big brother Yun, are you worried that Shui Yun will harm Blood One and Cold Blood? Wang Xinya finally asked. Yes. Mu Yun said, in my previous life, I established the Cloud Alliance and was one of the top 10 immortal kings. As for the sect master of the Blood Fiend Divine Sect, even Jian Nantian and the other older immortal kings who are more experienced than me don't know much about him, let alone me. However, Blood One knows this guy's name. Regardless of whether this name is true or not, at least from this point, we can see the importance of merciless blood and Blood One in the sect leader's eyes. Furthermore, I know of a technique that can help people improve quickly. That is to use one's own strength to help others improve their cultivation level. This is most likely the reason why Blood One's cultivation level improved. If they are not related, why would the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect treat merciless blood and cold blood so well? Mu Yun was perplexed. They might not be unrelated, Wang Xinya said casually, perhaps this Shui Yun was Cold Blood's ancestor many years ago. Buzz, as soon as he said this, Mu Yun's head buzzed. What did you just say? Ah? I say, it doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't related. Wang Xinya said. Next sentence. Perhaps Shui Yun was Cold Blood's ancestor for many years. Big brother Yun, what's wrong? No. Nothing, Mu Yun was in a daze at this moment. She was like a fool. That's right, they might not be unrelated, Cold Blood's ancestor was Shui Xiao, but Shui Xiao was already dead. Then who was Shui Yun? Shui Xiao's father? Grandfather? Son? Grandson? Impossible. Mu Yun was very sure that the most important reason why she and Shui Xiao became sworn brothers was because, in her previous life, Mu Yun grew up in a wolf's den, and Xiao was raised by a tiger alone. Both of them had no parents, no brothers, and no brothers. Furthermore, Xiao was already dead. Mu Yun shook her head and expressed her thoughts. Big brother Yun, Actually, there's something that I'm very puzzled about. Wang Xinya shook her head and said, don't you feel that Bao Qingyu treats you very well? Ah? This? Maybe it's because I'm more handsome, talented, and charismatic. You're so annoying. I'm being serious with you. Wang Xinya looked at the shameless Mu Yun and said, thinking about it carefully, when you were in Yi Sword Sect, including Heaven Sword Tower, Biluo Huangquan School helped you. It seemed very reasonable. But now, with the strength of Bao Qingyu and the 7 warrior students, why do you think they found you? Is it just because of your relationship with Yi Sueki? Then how do they know about your relationship with Yi Sueki? If they know, it means that they already know that you're Mu Yun in your previous life. It also means that they approached you with a motive from the beginning. Wang Xinya said seriously, they're not related to you. Why would they help you? That makes sense. Mu Yun had never thought about this question. He had always thought of himself as the link between Heaven Exterminating Swordsmanship Sect and Biluo Huangquan School. But he had never thought about why Biluo Huangquan School needed him to be the link. At this moment, Wang Xinya's words enlightened him. They were not related to him. Why would Biluo Huangquan School help him? Wang Xinya said again, I have a bold guess. What guess? The leader of Biluo Huangquan School is your father. As soon as he said this, Mu Yan's eyes widened. If there was water in his mouth, he would have spat it all over Wang Xinya's face. Actually, I have a bold guess too. What? Wang Xinya said in surprise. I think Bao Qingyu likes me and wants me to be her husband. That's why she helped me. Shameless. Mu Yun said with a smile, to be honest, if Mu Qingyu knows that I'm not her son, I'm afraid she won't know how to deal with me. Mu Yun had to admit that his entire body was occupied by Mu Yun. Only his soul was still his from his previous life. Maybe Uncle Mu was your father in your previous life. Looking at Wang Xinya, Mu Yun suddenly laughed and said, Xianxia, when did you become so imaginative? I always feel that Uncle Mu is very concerned about you. Besides, he has so many sons in Nanyun City. Uncle Mu is already very powerful in the 3,000 small worlds. Why did he stay in Nanyun Empire for so many years? It's not impressive to pretend to be the leader of a small family clan. Look, when you went to Zhongzhou, Uncle Mu appeared in Zhongzhou. When you went to the 3,000 small worlds, Uncle Mu appeared in the 3,000 small worlds. When you went to the celestial world, where's your Uncle Mu? Mu Yun said with a smile. He hasn't appeared yet. Wang Xinya said angrily, forget it if you don't believe me. You can't feel the affection between father and son. Maybe you have been paying attention to the grudges in your previous life. As someone else, I can see it very clearly. Affection between father and son. Mu Qingyu's broad figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Indeed. Mu Qingyu doted on him very much. That kind of feeling made Mu Yun, who had never enjoyed a father's love in his previous life, feel deeply satisfied. However, if Mu Qingyu knew that he was not the real Mu Yun, would he dote on him so much? Let's talk about it when I see my father again. Maybe by then, I will already be a celestial king. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, but to be honest, I only saw Ren Gangang. Ren Gangang used to be my father's right-hand man. If my father was really so powerful, Ren Gangang wouldn't be so strapped for cash in the Heaven Sword Tower, right? That's true. Wang Xinya was also confused. He would have to meet Mu Qingyu to find out the details. The two of them continued to move forward, passing through the Buddhist halls and going deeper. At the same time, in the Celestial Realm, the Sword Realm, the South Pole, Biluo Huangquan School. In the Black City, which stood proudly between the earth and the mountains, the Biluo Huangquan School was still a silver-level force on the surface. It was developing steadily and did not slack off in handing over tributes. However, under the Black City, there was a similar city standing proudly in the depths of the earth. What was different from the Black City on the ground was that this city was filled with a sinister aura upon closer inspection. It gave off a very frightening feeling. At this moment, in the Black City, in a 100-meter tall hall. This hall was quite large. However, at this moment, in the center of the hall, a figure seemed a little uneasy. Senior Fengxian, are you worried about something? Jian Fengxian was dressed in white and looked elegant. However, there was a hint of worry on his face. Wu Jiaoyan, let me ask you a question. You flatter me. Please ask. After knowing that this person was Jian Fengxian, who was famous 10,000 years ago, Jian Fengxian, Wu Jiaoyan felt that he was a child. Back then, he was called one of the 10 reverends in the small world. However, now, he was not even worthy to carry his shoes. When the sect leader, second leader, and third leader are not here, as the fourth leader, will you be worried? Yes, Wu Jiaoyan understood when he heard this. Now, Biluo Huangquan School sect leader was not here. The Great Hell King, Bai Zhongtian, and Miss Bao Qingyu had also left. The second Hell King had also disappeared. Only the third Hell King was here. He was indeed worried. Haha. Jian Fengxian, you old thing. You just fooled an old fox from the Sword God Mansion. Is there anything that you are not sure about? At this moment, a burst of laughter was heard. After the laughter, a figure walked in from outside the hall. This person was dressed in rags and his hair was messy. He walked with a limp. Jian Fengxian smiled bitterly when he saw this person. Translator, Nairobi Studio. The 8 Kings of Hell. Kid, are you really that scared of me? The person glanced at Wu Jiaotian and scolded, if I didn't give you the 9-layered pagoda, would you have achieved what you have now? From today onward, you are my successor, my disciple, do you understand? Hearing this, Wu Jiaotian wore a wry expression and stared at Jian Fengxian. That's enough, Yu Qingfeng, why are you teasing him? You seem to be having a great time recently. I'm not as carefree as you. Jian Fengxian, why did you call us here? Don't call us if it's nothing important. Yu Qingfeng chuckled as he walked to a stone platform on the left and sat down quietly. Yu Qingfeng, you talk too much, I can hear your voice from far away. At that instant, a voice suddenly appeared outside the entrance. It was a tall figure with an imperious appearance. His hair was gray, but he seemed to be in high spirits. His eyes gave off a sharp glow. Wang Yufeng, you old man, why aren't you dead yet? Do you know how many people are drooling over your position as the 8 Kings of Hell? Yu Qingfeng let out a strange laugh upon seeing the newcomer. I'm still stronger than you, Yu Qingfeng, do you want to have a duel? Come, let's have a duel after we're done with our discussion. Sure thing. The two chatted with one another, as if they were quite familiar with one another. Wang Yufeng. Hearing this name, Proud Heaven felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard this name before. However, the 9 Kings of Hell, Yu Qingfeng, was the famous Qianli Qingfeng of the chaotic lands. The 8 Kings of Hell were no ordinary people either. Wu Jiaotian only knew that he had no right to speak now. If Mu Yun were here, she would surely recognize Wang Yufeng as the owner of the Looting King store in Trinity City. Alright, it's enough that the two of you are here. Jian Fengxian said. Saying this, Jian Fengxian waved his hand, causing a buzzing sound to be heard. Inside the hall, several figures suddenly appeared on the empty seats. There were a total of 4 figures, and they could only be seen as illusions. They were not real. 4 Kings of Hell, 5 Kings of Hell, 6 Kings of Hell, and 7 Kings of Hell, it's been a while. Jian Fengxian brought his fists together and smiled at the 4 figures. The 7 Kings of Hell brought their fists together and said, Jian Fengxian, it's been a while, you're still the same. I wonder, who's stronger, or the 2nd Kings of Hell? Lu Qingfeng is known as the Sword Saint of Green Mountain. His master is Senior Exterminating Heavenly Flame, and he has surpassed his master. Jian Fengxian's T. That might not be the case. The title, Sword Immortal Sealing Sword Immortal, isn't for nothing. You and Immortal King Muyun were best friends back then. The Immortal King Muyun I know is very arrogant. The 6 Kings of Hell interrupted, those who can be best friends with him are all the top immortal kings in the world. The 4 guardians of the Cloud Alliance are the Azure Dragon Sacred Envoy Hao Tingfei, the White Tiger Sacred Envoy Zhong Hao, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Envoy Han Hui, and the Black Tortoise Sacred Envoy Sun Yenzhou. These 4 were famous for being strange people in the chaotic lands. They were much more terrifying than Ulju. To be subdued by the immortal King Mu Yun and remain loyal for thousands of years, it's enough to show how outstanding the immortal King Mu Yun is. You're best friends with him, how can you be worse? 6 Kings of Hell, you're praising Jian Fengxian and belittling me, right? Yu Qingfeng snorted and said, how can I be worse than the 4 saint poems? I think knowledge is just an undeserved reputation. An undeserved reputation? The 6 Kings of Hell laughed and said, without one of the 10 great immortal kings, Mu Yun, the Cloud Alliance can still stand for thousands of years. Meng Zimo, the number 1 pill immortal, has contributed a lot. I don't deny it. But if it weren't for the 4 saint envoys guarding the Cloud Alliance, I'm afraid that the Zhao clan and the 9 Elements Immortal sect of the Zhao region and the 9 Elements Immortal sect of the Jiuyuan region would have already swallowed the big cake that is the Cloud Alliance. The immortal world was vast, and hell was vast. The Cloud Alliance back then was a barren land. Mu Yun led a group of people and forcefully opened up the 10th region, the Cloud region. This method was worthy of being one of the 10 great immortal kings. I see that all of you are very interested in Mu Yun. A person who has been dead for thousands of years. The current Cloud Alliance is barely holding on. I'm afraid it won't be long before it falls apart. The 4 Kings of Hell's voice was hoarse and low. The scene was a little awkward. What if immortal King Mu Yun is not dead? Jian Fengxian suddenly said at this moment, what if he is still alive with another identity? As soon as Jian Fengxian said this, a cold wind suddenly blew in the main hall. Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. Jian Fengxian's words seemed to be referring to something. In fact, they were all people subdued by the sect master. They did not know why the sect master gathered them together, but they only knew one thing. That was the sect master's order, and they could not disobey. He should be here. Jian Fengxian did not say much and looked outside the main hall. Immediately, everyone's breathing became unnatural. Of course, everyone knew who that was. A figure slowly strode over. He was wearing a green robe, cloth boots, and a green belt around his waist. His arms were crossed in front of him, and he held a long sword in his arms. He walked in step by step. His footsteps were silent, but the person in front of him gave off an invisible pressure. Brother Liu. Seeing the person who came, Jian Fengxian cupped his hands and smiled. Is everyone here? Lu Qingfeng said lightly. If the people of the present world knew that Lu Qingfeng, the eldest disciple of Mia Tianyin, who was once known as the sword god of the generation, was actually the second Hell King of the Blue Sky Netherworld sect, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. Jian Fengxian nodded and took his seat. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng walked to the head seat on the right and sat down. Wu Jiao Tian was standing behind Jian Fengxian at this moment. He did not know whether to leave or stay. He stood there like he was in a pot of oil. He desperately hoped that Yu Qingfeng would scold him and say, "Get lost." If Yu Qingfeng scolded him, he would immediately leave the main hall and breathe a sigh of relief. Now that these big shots were here for a formal meeting, he was like a fly standing there. Today, the 2 guardians will be here. Everyone, remember, relax and don't talk nonsense. Lu Qingfeng said lightly. It was just that this sentence was spoken lightly, but it was like an order, causing the big shots present to immediately sit up straight and still. Wu Jiao Tian saw that the 4 Hell Kings were tidying up their sleeves. Even Yu Qingfeng and Wang Yufeng were sitting down obediently. He knew that he could not see the 4 Hell Kings clearly. One reason was that the 4 Hell Kings were not here. The other reason was that he was too weak to see clearly. However, these big shots could see each other clearly. The 4 Hell Kings were not here for such an important meeting. He was afraid that these 4 were definitely the top celestial kings that he did not expect. Maybe they were the higher-ups of other realms, or they were arranged in their proper positions. For a moment, Wu Jiao Tian's mind was filled with thoughts. Oh, right. Lu Qingfeng sat down, looked at them, and said indifferently, there is one thing I need to tell you. The celestial King Mu Yun from 10,000 years ago did not die. His soul reincarnated and became the current Mu Yun. He is the kid that you have been paying attention to. Moreover, he is the young master of Biluo Huangquan School. The moment he said that, it was like a clap of thunder. Not only was it a clap of thunder, it was simply divine thunder from the 9 heavens, the Hell Kings were still fine and did not lose their composure. However, Wu Jiao Tian sat on the ground with a plop. His hands held onto the seat of the sword immortal. He wanted to stand up, but how could he stand up? Celestial King Mu Yun was that kid. Wasn't that kid Mu Yun? Mu Yun. Celestial King. Celestial King. Mu Yun. Wu Jiao Tian could not help but recall the first time he met Mu Yun, and the last time he saw Mu Yun. After a long time, he felt that his heart was about to burst out of his chest. Fortunately, I did not offend you, Mu Yun. No, fortunately, I realized my mistake and corrected myself to protect you. Wu Jiao Tian's entire body was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were drenched. At this moment, in the main hall, the Hell Kings did not say a word. They knew that their sect master's strength was indescribable. There was only one word to describe him: God. He was so powerful that these top celestial kings felt that the 10 great celestial kings of the celestial world were just a joke. He was so powerful that no matter how others forced him, they did not dare to betray him. In this life, Mu Yun was a celestial king in his previous life, and he was also the young sect master. This news was really amazing to them. Jian Fengxian looked at Lu Qingfeng and wanted to speak, but in the end, he held back. Originally, this news was not known to anyone other than him, Lu Qingfeng, Bai Zhongtian, and Bao Qingyu. Now that Lu Qingfeng said it, he probably had his reasons. In a while, what should be said will be said, and what should not be said will not be said. I hope you can understand. Lu Qingfeng's voice was still indifferent, as if there had never been any change in it. At this moment, outside the main hall, 2 figures came together. These 2 people were dressed simply, and their appearances were dignified. There was not a trace of elegance, and they did not have an overbearing aura. However, looking at the 2 of them, Wu Jiao Tian was completely dumbfounded. Chou Qian. Ren Gangang. The protectors that Lu Qingfeng mentioned were these 2. These 2 people used to be Mu Qingyu's personal protectors. Could it be that Mu Qingyu was the sect master of Biluo Huangquan school, that Mu Yun was really the young sect master? Wu Jiao Tian felt like his brain was in a mess. Mu Yun, the young sect master, his father was the sect master of Biluo Huangquan school. He was the reincarnation of a celestial king in his previous life. Why didn't Mu Qingyu bring his son to the celestial realm and feed him celestial pills and celestial medicine? Wu Jiao Tian felt like his mind was in a mess. The 8 jail kings stood up, including Lu Qingfeng. They cupped their fists together and bowed. Sit down, everyone. Ren Gangang and Chou Qian walked forward and stood at the front, one on the left and one on the right, with their hands behind their backs. At this moment, Ren Gangang looked like an ordinary person. There was not a trace of celestial qi around him, nor was there any energy flowing around him. Chou Qian was the same. Wu Jiaoyan's terror. Wu Jiaoyan, it's been a while. Ren Gangang glanced at Wu Jiaoyan and said with a smile, since the last time we met, I thought Yu Qingfeng was going to kill you. I wanted to save you, but since young master was there, I can only leave it up to you. You flatter me, you flatter me. Wu Jiaoyan had an urge to drop to his knees. He could not wait for someone to ask him to back down. He was suffering here. Wu Jiao Tian, it's a good thing that you didn't kill our young master back then. Otherwise, you would have become a corpse before you could succeed. Chou Qian said with a smile. Yes, yes. Wu Jiaoyan nodded. Ren Gangang and Chou Qian did not say anything. Ren Gangang glanced at the 8 jail emperors and said, I've gathered you here to discuss our next move. Patriarch, Mr. Bai, and young lady Bai have something important to do. The 2 of us will be leaving the immortal realm too, so we'll have to rely on you for the next move. You flatter me. Jian Fengxian brought his fists together and said with a smile, Protectors, feel free to speak your mind. Now that the trial of the 3 great sects is over, the sword realm of the 33 heavens sword sect in the immortal realm will undergo some changes. Therefore, you will have to listen to Lu Qingfeng's orders. There's another order above Lu Qingfeng's. Ren Gangang glanced at the crowd and said, Keep my young master safe. If you live, he will live. If you die, he will live too. The crowd came to a realization after hearing the words. Mr. Liu, thank you for your help. Ran Gang brought his fists together. Protectors. You're being too serious. It's our job. The elders were puzzled, but they knew that what the two guardians said was what their sect leader had said. They just had to do as they were told. The two of them nodded and no longer spoke. It was as if they had only come here to convey this message. With that, the two of them took a step forward, waved their hands, and vanished from the main hall without a single trace of aura. Lu Qingfeng frowned as he sat on his seat. He was a smart man. Back then, when his master destroyed Heavenly Flame, he loved his sword the most and protected his junior sister the most. However, he loved his junior brother the most. He still remembered that when he was in the 33 Heavens Sword sect, the son of a peak master had tried to kill his little junior brother. Thinking that his little junior brother had died, his master had not only killed the peak master's son, but also the peak master himself. This matter could be said to have shaken the entire immortal world, treating him like his own child. These 4 words were the most appropriate. But now, Xianxia was still alive, and he had returned in a different body. However, he no longer had a master behind him. Exterminating Heavenly Flame was already dead. Due to the death of his master, youngest junior brother went to the 33 Heavens Sword Gate and was severely injured. In the end, he acted on impulse and fought for the chart of celestial extermination. In the end, he exploded and died. As for him, he felt ashamed in his heart. He was still alive, living an ignoble existence. For revenge, he chose to live on. Now, little junior brother had lost his master, but a powerful father had appeared. However, what puzzled him was that Mu Qingyu, as the sect master of the Biluo Huangquan school, still cared so much about his son after knowing that his son was the reincarnated immortal King Mu Yun in his previous life. There was only one reason. Little junior brother was Mu Qingyu's son in his previous life. If that was the case, why would Mu Qingyu watch his son die, change into a different body, and start all over again? This was also something that Lu Qingfeng could not understand. There was a crazy thought in his mind. All of this was done deliberately by Mu Qingyu. She deliberately let her son die once and start all over again. This idea was absurd and there was no reason for it, but Lu Qingfeng was still uncertain and could not get rid of it. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. At this moment, Jian Fengxian called Lu Qingfeng several times. What are you thinking about? Jian Fengxian looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. No, nothing. Lu Qingfeng looked at Jian Fengxian and said, Fengxian, why did you join the Biluo Huangquan school? Why are you willing to avenge little junior brother? Huh? Jian Fengxian was lost for a moment and said with a smile, I don't know. Maybe it's his charisma. I don't know why, but when I see his smile, I feel very honest. It's very comfortable to be friends with him. I'm ashamed that I wasn't by his side when such a friend was in danger. Charisma? Lu Qingfeng smiled. This was also the first time Jian Fengxian saw Lu Qingfeng smile. It seemed that he would only smile when talking about Mu Yun. My little junior brother was unbearably naughty back then. He was beaten by his master many times. He was a fearless little tyrant. He was elegant and unrestrained. As Lu Qingfeng spoke, he seemed to recall something. What about you? Jian Fengxian asked, why did you do it? Me? I just feel ashamed. Lu Qingfeng said, he died for his master. Now that he has a new body, how much pain and suffering did he suffer? For 10,000 years, his soul drifted in the alternate space. That loneliness should have been borne by me. When I was needed the most, I didn't appear. Everything was borne by him. In this life, I won't let him suffer any pain. This time, I'll bear it for him. Alright, let's do it together. One was a close friend, the other was a respected senior brother. At this moment, the two shook hands and smiled at each other. Me too. Wu Jiao chuckled and said, Mu. Young sect master and I were originally enemies. Now that we've become friends, count me in. Oh? Wu Jiao, tell me what my little junior brother has done all these years. Good. In the main hall, Wu Jiao, Lu Qingfeng, and Jian Fengxian chatted with each other. Of course, they ignored all the words about how they wanted to kill Mu Yun back then. Instead, they talked about how they thought highly of him, paid attention to him, respected him, and so on. Wu Jiao Tian didn't dare to speak the truth. Otherwise, he was afraid that these two people, who could change the entire immortal world with a stomp of their feet, would kill him. Wu Jiao Tian couldn't help but think of Mu Yun. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he might still be an errand boy in the Yi Sword sect, a minor. A single decision had changed his entire life. At this moment, although Lu Qingfeng was listening to these interesting stories, he was thinking about what Mu Qingyu and the others had gone to do. Mu Qingyu, Bai Zhongtian, Bao Qingyu, Chou Qiyan, and Ren Ganggang. Since they already knew that the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was about to change, they should have stayed in the Biluo Huangquan school. But now, first Mu Qingyu had left, then Bao Qingyu and Bai Zhongtian had left. Now, Chou Qiyan and Ren Ganggang had also left. If it weren't for something more important than Mu Yun, they would have stayed here. But what could it be? At this moment, Ren Ganggang and Chou Qiyan appeared in front of a space vortex. Looking at the mountains and rivers, the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. Ren Ganggang, you just left your wife there like that? Chou Qiyan laughed. Haha. You still have time to make fun of me at this time. Ren Ganggang laughed bitterly. This time even the patriarch has returned personally. Uncle Bai and Miss Bao Qingyu have been summoned back. Now, even you and I are not here to look after the young patriarch. This shows how much pressure the patriarch is facing. Yes. Chou Qiyan said bitterly. Unless it was a last resort, why would the patriarch summon us back at this time? But it shouldn't be a problem. The young patriarch might be about to reach the immortal king realm. With Lu Qingfeng and Jian Fengxian around, it shouldn't be a problem. But what happened in the patriarch's family that made him so cautious? Ren Ganggang said seriously. To be honest, even when the shepherds were facing a disaster, I didn't see the patriarch this nervous. We'll know when we get back. Chou Qiyan nodded. The two of them waved their hands and disappeared into the vortex. Then, the vortex became smaller and smaller, and finally, disappeared. There were undercurrents in the Biluo Huangquan school. Wasn't it the same in the immortal realm? And all of this had nothing to do with Mu Yun now. At least, Mu Yun didn't think it had anything to do with her. At this moment, Mu Yun was wandering around the temple with Wang Xianxia. The top disciples of the three major sects were also carefully searching every corner. However, almost everyone came up empty-handed. It was as if there was nothing in the temple. However, just as Mu Yun was about to give up, the Tianluo golden armor made a sound. Ever since the Tianluo golden armor obtained the blood core, Mu Yun didn't know where it had put it. But now, the Tianluo golden armor sent him a message after his fruitless search. Following the Tianluo golden armor's fingerprints, Mu Yun arrived at a temple. This temple was very ordinary, no different from the other temples. He wasn't the only one who had checked it. The disciples of the three major sects had also checked it. It was nothing. At this moment, the Tianluo golden armor led him here. As soon as Mu Yun arrived at the temple, the Tianluo golden armor left Mu Yun's body and flew up into the air. Then, it landed on a statue in the temple. There were dozens of statues in the temple. There were 3 big ones in the center, and the small ones were scattered on both sides. The Tianluo golden armor landed on one of the inconspicuous statues. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. The Tianluo golden armor landed on the statue. Suddenly, the statue made a cracking sound and started to move. A passage opened. Mu Yun looked at Wang Xianxia and nodded. The two of them cautiously entered. The cracking sound was heard again. The statue closed at this moment, and everything returned to normal. At that moment, Mu Yun and Wang Xianxia appeared in another palace hall. It was the mirror image palace hall, and it looked the same as the palace hall before them. However, what was different was that there was a heart in the center of the palace hall. It was indeed a heart. The heartbeat that permeated the entire secret realm of the heart of Tianluo was emitted from this heartbeat. A heart. End of chapter 1442. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.